The decree issued by the noble earl allowed the worthless younger son of the baron to acquire a title and territory, presenting him with an opportunity to spare himself 3 decades of toil. However, this land was not easily claimed, for it bore the infamous reputation of being the land of misfortune. Upon learning of the territory's grim nature, the feckless heir was so thoroughly terrified that he met his demise. At that moment, a soul from earth found its way into his body. What? The land of misfortune? This is clearly a land of fortune. Have you not seen the richness of my life? Have you not observed the happiness of my serfs? Dark creatures? I beg your pardon, but those are merely deliveries. This is a wondrous realm where meteor showers grace the skies every Sunday. Among the falling meteors, there exists a chance of birthing extraordinary elemental sprites. The known sprites include green sprites that enhance crop yields, purple sprites that randomly elevate the quality of plants, yellow sprites that cause the land to randomly harbor certain minerals, blue sprites that transform the land into a favored habitat for various creatures. Of course, most of the time, what descends with the meteor showers are not sprites, but rather dark creatures. In the stormy domain of the baron's castle, within the study, Nalintor lay prostrate over his desk, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his tightly shut eyelids trembling, accompanied by the incessant grinding of his teeth, indicating that his dream was far from pleasant. With a sudden gasp, Nalintor bolted upright, his body rigid, eyes wide with terror as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon recognizing his environment, he finally relaxed his tense muscles, though a lingering apprehension remained. Another vividly immersive nightmare. Could it be that my method of traversing realms is flawed? Having transmigrated into the body of a lord endowed with a noble title, one would presume this to be an auspicious beginning. Yet within the span of a mere week, he had endured 2 exceedingly realistic nightmares, leaving Nalintor in a state of unease. This is a fantastical world set in a medieval backdrop, where noble knights coexist alongside formidable magical beasts. Even more enchanting is the phenomenon of extraordinary meteor showers that occur every week. These meteor showers bring both fortune and peril to this realm. Fortune arises from the likelihood that the fallen meteors may contain precious treasures. Conversely, the peril lies in the fact that the meteor showers may sometimes herald the arrival of terrifying dark creatures. These dark beings are malevolent, bloodthirsty, and immensely powerful. Their emergence signifies catastrophe. Regrettably, the territory currently under Nalintor's dominion frequently falls victim to the incursions of these dark entities, earning its dreadful moniker as the land of misfortune. The original owner of Nalintor's body perished from a fever upon learning of his assignment to this land of misfortune during his journey here. Knock, knock, knock. My lord. A dull knocking echoed from outside the study. Enter, Nalintor commanded. My lord, I bring splendid news. Under your sagacious command, Captain Quake has successfully vanquished a skeletal warrior and a skeletal archer. This night, amidst the meteor shower, our territory has suffered no losses. The castle steward, Thomas, entered briskly, his countenance alight with joy. What? Nalintor froze, the tidings striking his ears with an unsettling resonance. Is the nightmare truly real? 7 days prior, Nalintor had experienced his first nightmare, wherein 2 meteors heralded the descent of dark creatures upon his domain. The vividness of that dream compelled him to send forth sentinels, albeit with a measure of skepticism. Yet now, reality laid bare the truth. These nightmares were indeed omens, destined to manifest within his territory. In this light, the second nightmare he had just experienced at his writing desk could also foretell reality. In that vision, next week's meteor shower would bring forth an astounding 30 dark beings, including a hellhound and a headless knight. Contemplating this, Nalintor gradually lowered his gaze to the parchment spread before him. In the year 355, February, the meteor shower unleashed 24 dark creatures upon the Storm Lord's domain, comprising 12 skeletal warriors, 10 skeletal archers, and 2 hellhounds. That night, the Baron's castle was breached, and none within its walls survived. The Baron perished in battle. In May of the same year, Baron Bond succeeded the Stormlord. That month, another meteor shower struck, delivering 10 skeletal warriors, 10 skeletal archers, and 1 hellhound. The Baron's castle fell, and Baron Bond was slain. In October of the same year, Baron Peter ascended as the storm lowered the meteor shower, summoned 31 dark creatures. Baron Peter met his demise. In July of the following year, Baron Doc took the mantle of the Storm Lord and fell in battle. The grim history loomed vividly before Nalantar, and he felt the scythe of death poised at his throat. He might soon become the 5th Lord to perish in the Storm Lord's territory. What shall I do? Should I flee the territory at once? But if I abandon my lands, what of the populace? If they perish, not only will I lose my title and lands, but I may also face the wrath of the Count. A fortnight ago, Count Tulip had issued a decree summoning all vassals' younger sons, bestowing upon them titles of knighthood and parcels of land. Should these younger sons achieve notable accomplishments within 3 years, the most distinguished among them would be granted a hereditary barony, along with the chance to wed the Count's sole heir, Miss Stella, the flower of Tulip. For those without inheritance rights, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens, and the original owner was one such fortunate recipient. Yet now, Nalantar found himself at a crossroads between preserving his life and relinquishing this serendipitous opportunity. Oh heavens! Might there be a way to achieve both? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. First Nightmare Prophecy. System successfully bound. Weekly lottery function activated. Quest reward dispensed. 1 energy point. Ding. Main quest. The second Nightmare Premonition has been issued. Please prepare yourself and complete the task. The reward for the second task is 5 energy points. Completion 028. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind, causing Nalantar to pause in surprise. Is this the standard feature of a traveler? Could this second Nightmare Premonition be the very nightmare he just experienced? In that moment, Nalantar was at a loss, uncertain whether to weep or rejoice. After all, he commanded merely 11 official guards, yet the system required him to slay 28 dark creatures. I can only wait and see if the system proves helpful. Otherwise, I am doomed. Upon binding with the system, Nalantar noticed a panel had appeared on his retina and, with a sorrowful expression, began to examine it. The system panel was quite straightforward, currently showcasing only 2 functions: the Lucky Maiden Compendium and a search function. The Lucky Maiden Compendium serves as a tome that identifies the lucky maidens when the host encounters one. The compendium will automatically record it and issue a notification. Lucky Maiden? I have no recollection of such a being. It seems this world only speaks of the Maiden of Misfortune. Nalantar pondered, perplexed. The original memories truly lacked any information regarding a lucky maiden, while the Maiden of Misfortune was renowned throughout this realm. Unable to fathom it further, Nalantar shifted his attention to the next function. Search function. Consuming 1 energy point activates the search function to locate elemental sprites within the territory. Can it truly search for elemental sprites? Nalantar's arms trembled with excitement. Elemental sprites are the precious treasures brought forth by meteor showers. They are diminutive creatures composed of elemental forces, somewhat akin to the mining sprites of the elven race in my former life, Warcraft. These sprites are even smaller, more colorful, and undeniably adorable. Currently, 4 types of sprites are known. Green sprites enhance soil fertility, boosting crop yields. Purple sprites randomly elevate the quality of certain plants in the soil. Yellow sprites cause the land to randomly harbor specific minerals. Blue sprites transform the terrain into a favored habitat for certain creatures. These 4 sprites encompass all the essential elements for the development of any territory. If traded, they would yield a considerable fortune. However, acquiring these precious sprites is exceedingly challenging, as their appearance during meteor showers is rare. Furthermore, locating them after they land is immensely difficult. If a sprite is not discovered and bonded within 24 hours of touching the ground, it will awaken and vanish from this world. With this search function, Nalantar need no longer fret over finding elemental sprites. Tonight is the night of the meteor shower. If I can locate even 1 sprite, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for Storm territory. Each sprite is worth hundreds of gold coins, allowing me to hire soldiers from other nobles. A spark of hope ignited within Nalantar, and unable to contain his excitement, he promptly pressed the search button with a mix of trepidation. Ding, a small amount of energy points consumed, search function activated, scanning in progress. There must be one. There must be one. As the sole energy point was deducted, A radar-like circular frame appeared on the system panel, while Nalente silently offered his prayers, gazing at the radar's circular frame. Ding, congratulations, host. An elemental sprite has been detected within your territory. Soon, a small red dot illuminated on the search radar. Accompanied by the system's announcement, indeed, an elemental sprite had descended upon his domain this very night. Haha, it truly exists. Nalente could no longer contain his excitement and leaped from his spot. My lord, the ever-quiet butler, Thomas, was startled by Nalente's sudden outburst. I completely forgot that the butler was still here. My apologies, Butler Thomas. The news you brought is simply exhilarating, which is why I became a bit overly enthusiastic. Nalente promptly reverted to the solemn and composed demeanor befitting a lord. I would not dare. Though tempted to comment on his lord's slow reaction, Thomas restrained himself from voicing such irreverent thoughts. Thomas, prepare the horses, I must venture out. Certainly, esteemed lord. Thomas, under the impression that his master intended to inspect the battlefield, promptly set about making arrangements. Before long, Thomas led one of the 3 horses available in the castle into the courtyard. Chapter 99. The gift from Nalenter, the dragon brand jasmine perfume, is indeed an extraordinary creation. Initially, it was sold at a roadside stall in the eastern square of the city. Can you imagine the scene, Nasia? It is said that the pedestrians in the square were utterly captivated. What is most perplexing is that, despite its exquisite fragrance, rivaling even the most expensive perfumes, it was contained in the most unremarkable bottles. Had it not been for Miss Sedella's sudden appearance and purchase, the nobility would likely have hesitated to buy it, fearing ridicule should word get out. However, times have changed. It is rumored that Miss Sedella has been wearing this jasmine perfume lately, prompting the nobility to seek it out for themselves. Unfortunately, the merchant caravan has only visited Tulip City once, and aside from the 7 bottles purchased by Miss Sedella, the rest of the aristocrats managed to acquire only 10 bottles in total. Some nobles, eager to follow the trend and distinguish themselves, have even offered 2 gold coins for a single bottle. With so many eager buyers, why did the caravan only sell once? Nasia felt a flicker of interest sparked by Betty's recounting. As a young woman, she naturally enjoyed beautiful clothing and wished to adorn herself with delightful scents. Yet she was acutely aware of her family's circumstances, which had led her to feign disinterest in such matters. The reasons remain unclear. Perhaps the caravan's visit to Tulip City was purely coincidental. Many speculated hails from a different count's territory. Interestingly, it is said that this caravan is associated with a family called Barik, sharing a surname with you, Nasia. Betty continued. Another family named Barik? Nasia was taken aback. However, she did not dwell on it, as the Barik surname is not uncommon within the realm. Nasia, if this Barik family were indeed yours, how fortunate that would be. Then I could indulge in perfume without spending a dime. Betty teased, noticing Nasia's surprise. Just as Nasia was about to retort at her friend's jest, a guard approached the 2 young ladies. Excuse me, esteemed ladies, may I inquire if one of you is Miss Nasia Barik? That would be me, what is it? Nasia replied, momentarily stunned. The guard, stationed at the academy's entrance, had piqued her curiosity regarding his visit. Miss Barik, a few individuals have arrived at the academy, claiming to be your brother's subordinates. They wish to see you, so I have come to inform you. Brother's subordinates? Nasia's confusion deepened, yet she refrained from further questioning. Instead, she nodded at the guard, expressing her gratitude for the notification. I shall go see them now. Nasia, could it be that your brother has sent someone to find you? Perhaps. I will go check it out. Betty, would you like to accompany me? Of course, I shall follow along. Subsequently, the 2 girls set off towards the academy gates. Are you the one sent by my brother? What did he send you to find me for? Upon reaching the entrance, Nasia spotted a girl accompanied by 2 guards standing at the academy's entrance. The girl appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. Are you Miss Nasia? Upon hearing the query, Lilia immediately bowed respectfully before confirming, yes, I am Nasia. Nasia felt a twinge of confusion. She did not recognize these individuals. Logically, if they were sent by her brother, she would surely be familiar with them. Esteemed Miss Nasia, greetings. We have been dispatched by Lord Nalenter. My name is Lilia, and I am now the Lord's personal maid. Ah, it's Nalenter. Nasia was taken aback. She had not anticipated that it was Nalenter's associates. Considering how far the storm territory was from the Tulip district, not to mention her second brother's temperament. Miss Nasia, this is a gift from the Lord. Without delay, Lilia raised a small box in her hands and presented it to her. What is this? Nasia asked, accepting the wooden box with a nod. Esteemed Miss Naxia, we shall take our leave now, as we must proceed to Tulip Castle as per the Lord's instructions. Having completed her task, Lilia respectfully bid farewell to Naxia. Indeed, Nalantar's subordinates. Naxia, quickly open the box and see what lies within. As she watched Lilia and her companions depart, before Naxia could fully comprehend the situation, Betty eagerly approached. Although they were 2 years younger than Nalantar, Betty had interacted with him throughout the previous year. Nalantar was notoriously known as a slacker within the academy, possessing a timid and reserved personality, with hardly any friends. Naxia had always taken care of him, providing him with advantages. Having never witnessed Nalantar gifting anything to Naxia before, Betty found it as astonishing as if the sun were to rise from the west. She was brimming with curiosity about what Nalantar could possibly give. What are you waiting for? Naxia, we are the best of friends. I promise, regardless of what the gift may be, I shall not speak ill of Nalantar. All right then. With Betty's insistence, Naxia had no choice but to proceed. In truth, she too was eager to see what was inside. Carefully, she unfastened the lock on the wooden box. With a crisp click, the lock opened, and Naxia slowly lifted the lid. The moment the lid was opened, Betty's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, her finger trembling as she pointed at the contents of the box. This. Naxia, I must be dreaming. Inside the box lay 5 fiery red flame crystals, along with a sheet of letter paper and 2 bottles of perfume. Are you 2 ladies all right? At that moment, a guard stationed at the academy's entrance approached to inquire. After all, Betty's earlier exclamation had been quite piercing, drawing the attention of several onlookers at the gate. And no, we are fine. Betty soon realized her lapse in composure and quickly regained her noble demeanor, awkwardly shaking her head at the guard. Where on earth did Naxia acquire these items? In Naxia's bedroom, Betty gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the 5 blazing crystals contained within the wooden box, which represented a fortune of 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. Such a sum could purchase countless exquisite gowns. I have no idea. Naxia herself was even more perplexed. Her brother had only recently become a lord due to a competition, and it had been less than 2 months since his ascension to this title. Yet he was able to present such a lavish gift. She had just perused the letter within the box, in which Nalanth merely expressed gratitude for the fiery crystals she had sent previously, assuring her that he was not in need of any more and that she need not worry about him. It was peculiar that Nalanth would send such inexpensive perfume after gifting those crystals. If he truly intended to present her with perfume, it should at least be a gold coin per bottle. Betty continued to mutter aloud. At that moment, she was entirely unaware that this was indeed the Dragon brand jasmine perfume she had just spoken of with Naxia. After all, in her subconscious, the quantity of Dragon brand jasmine perfume was so limited that Nalanth could hardly possess it, let alone 2 bottles at once. Nonetheless, Betty instinctively opened one of the bottles. Driven by a natural curiosity, it was merely an unconscious action. Pop! With a soft sound, the perfume bottle was opened. A gasp echoed through the bedroom once more, this time at a volume several times greater than that of her earlier exclamation at the doorway. Chapter 100. A hint of color. The events transpiring at the East City Noble Academy were mirrored within the confines of the Tulip Castle, nestled on the mountainside. Oh my lady, the maid named Lilia did not deceive us. This perfume is indeed more delightful than the scent of jasmine. This bottle carries the fragrance of lavender, while this one is imbued with the essence of rose. Lena, the devoted maid, gazed with sparkling eyes at the 5 bottles of perfume adorning the table within the exquisite estate of Stella. Among these 5 bottles, 3 bore the familiar jasmine scent, akin to those received previously, while the other 2 presented the novel fragrances of lavender and jasmine. These 5 bottles were freshly delivered by Lilia, at the behest of Lord Nalantar. At first glance, upon seeing 5 identical bottles, Lena assumed they were all jasmine-scented. While she felt a tinge of joy, she was not overly surprised. However, before Lilia departed, she mentioned that 2 of the bottles contained a new perfume that Nalantar had recently attempted to create. Upon inhaling their aroma, Lena found herself utterly captivated, for these 2 fragrances surpassed the jasmine scent in their allure and charm. I too am curious how he crafts such enchanting perfumes, Lena. Perhaps I shall bestow you upon Nalantar as a reward, and you may inquire directly. Stella reclined gracefully on the sofa, her golden locks cascading like a lazy waterfall over her shoulders as she perused a sheet of stationery. This time, Nalantar's gift differed from the previous one. Not only did it arrive in an exquisite box, but it was also accompanied by a letter. The content of the letter, however, was remarkably simple, devoid of the flattery or grandiose claims often found in correspondence from other suitors. It merely expressed gratitude for her assistance in suggesting the price of the perfume, which subsequently boosted its sales. Additionally, the letter included a list of the gifts, 2 live tricolor chickens, and 5 bottles of assorted fragrances. From this correspondence, Stella discerned that Nalanter's gesture was genuinely one of appreciation, devoid of ulterior motives. After all, a letter of that size could easily accommodate 700 or 800 words. Yet Nalanter seemed apprehensive about verbosity, limiting his words to less than 100. The tone of the message was notably formal. While other suitors typically commenced their letters with "Dearest Miss Stella, the exquisite flower of tulips," Nalanter addressed her as "Respected Miss Stella." Furthermore, whereas other suitors would recount amusing anecdotes from their arrival in the territory or describe challenges faced and their clever solutions, Nalanter's letter contained no self-referential musings, save for his signature at the end. This was intriguing. Was it a case of feigned restraint, or was it simply his nature? Stella pondered quietly. As the heir to a count, she, despite being a woman, had undergone comprehensive education befitting an heir, thus she habitually approached various matters with an added layer of contemplation. However, regardless of the circumstances, she considered herself someone who abhors the notion of indebtedness. Stella mused thoughtfully. What flaws does Nalanter possess? At the very least, he has the capacity to produce exquisite perfumes. Though merely a gentleman, I firmly believe that given time, he shall undoubtedly amass considerable wealth through his fragrances. When I bestow you upon him, he shall take you as his bride, and henceforth, you will be able to indulge in the delightful aromas of these fine perfumes and adorn yourself in beautiful gowns daily. As Lena found herself captivated by her own words, Stella continued to tease her. It seems Nalanter might be a bit lecherous. Miss, have you noticed that his personal servant is a maid? Cornered by Stella's jesting, Lena suddenly had a moment of clarity and attempted to retort. However, she immediately thought to herself, Sir Nalanter, I apologize. I did not intend for this to happen. What if Miss Stella is serious? Lena, you ought to be cautious. What if Sir Nalanter learns of your comments and reports you to the noble council? At this, Stella paused, then burst into laughter, adding a touch of springtime cheer to the hall. The matter of a personal servant could be deemed unorthodox by noble standards, but it hardly bore any relation to lewdness, especially considering the maid's tender age. Moreover, Stella could discern from the maid's timid demeanor that she must have only recently assumed her role. After all, a lord's personal servant would typically possess a character akin to Lena's. Seeing that Lena was at a loss for words, Stella decided not to press further and said, Come, Lena, let us make our way to the main castle. Miss, what purpose does our visit to the main castle serve? The servants are currently preparing a tricolor chicken stew. It should be ready shortly. Very well, miss, Lena replied, immediately hastening to the kitchen to relay the message. Afterward, once Lena had given her instructions, Stella led her directly to the main castle. Greetings, Miss Stella. Upon their arrival, the servants stationed at the entrance bowed respectfully and offered their salutations. Where is my father? Please take me to him. Stella instructed, and under the guidance of the castle staff, they soon found their way to the study. My tulip, what brings you here? Upon seeing Stella enter, the count immediately donned a radiant smile. If there were anyone capable of instilling a sense of awe in the count, it would undoubtedly be Stella, the esteemed daughter of the house. For the past 2 months, ever since learning of her father's intent to seek a suitor for her, Stella had deliberately ignored him. Father, I heard that the civil officer for the Storm Territory has yet to be appointed. At this moment, Stella's expression was markedly different from her previous demeanor. She was deliberately wearing a stern countenance. As for how she came to know about the delay in appointing the civil officer, it was certainly due to Lena, the mischievous little girl, sharing the news with her. Yes, your uncle just reported this matter to me. The count was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his daughter had taken the initiative to inquire about such affairs. Uncle Alding. Only then did Stella acknowledge Alding with a nod. He, too, found it peculiar that Stella was inquiring about the situation in the Storm Territory. At present, I tentatively inquired, Dear niece Stella, the selection of the civil officer for Stormhold has been entrusted to me by the esteemed count. However, ever since Anthony encountered peril, others have been dissuaded from proceeding, resulting in no candidate being chosen thus far. I wonder, what purpose does your inquiry about this matter serve, dear niece Stella? Chapter 101. A return gift. Stella candidly revealed the reason behind her actions. This Dear niece Stella, I fear this may not comply with the competition regulations. Alding exclaimed, taken aback. It was not that he was unable to select a candidate. Rather, he intended to deliberately delay the proceedings for several months, watching with satisfaction as the affairs of the Stormhold descended into chaos. As for the fairness of the competition, other younger sons might receive clandestine support from their families. But he harbored no such concerns regarding the impoverished barrack family. Very well, let us bestow upon him a servant. Just as Alding was poised to utter more, the Count, with a resigned shake of his head, interjected. In the Count's view, this competition was orchestrated for the sake of his daughter, and as long as she was content, he would naturally go along with her wishes. Thank you, father. Stella expressed her gratitude succinctly, not wishing to elaborate further. Miss, the three-colored chicken has been stewed and is ready. At that moment, Lena softly called from the doorway. Send it in. Stella commanded. Yes, miss, Lena replied, taking the chicken soup from the servant and carefully placing it before the Count's desk. Sir, this is what the miss instructed me to prepare for you. Oh, haha. Splendid. My tulip is thoughtful. The Count beamed widely. Despite his daughter's current feigned sternness, he understood it was merely her way of expressing irritation while still holding him in her thoughts. Sir, this was a gift from Sir Nalath to the miss. There were only 2 of the 3-colored chickens, and she insisted on stewing one for you. Lena, having forgotten her earlier instructions from Stella, inadvertently highlighted her mistress's filial piety. Oh, the one from Nalath. Stella, you should partake as well. The Count responded with mild surprise, his spirits lifting further. I have recently developed a distaste for greasy food. To avoid waste, please enjoy it yourself, father. Stella replied, casting an annoyed glare at Lena for not adhering to her previous instructions. After a moment's pause, having accomplished her purpose for coming, Stella declared, Father, I shall take my leave now. Count, regarding my niece Stella's suggestion. Alding began, but the Count interrupted him. Alding, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will instruct the steward to handle it shortly. Very well, I shall take my leave. Alding's expression soured slightly as he bowed his head in farewell. Go on. The Count nodded, his attention now fully captured by the chicken soup gifted by his daughter. Scoundrel. Once outside the castle, Alding could no longer contain his frustration, erupting into a tirade. Why on earth would Stella assist that unfortunate younger son? After venting his anger, Alding's brow furrowed in contemplation. He harbored animosity towards the barrack family, and having already thwarted Nalath in this round of competition, he was resolute that none of the younger sons should prevail, Nalath most certainly excluded. The Black Iron Count's domain? Alding's brow furrowed slightly as he began to speculate on the identity of the approaching individual. However, there was no prior agreement between the 2 parties regarding the dispatch of someone to convey the completion of the entrusted task, as this could potentially draw the attention of others. With this thought in mind, Alding swiftly made his way into the manor and arrived at the guest hall, where he indeed found the steward engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. The man, known as Charlie, was a subordinate of Lord Cunt and had previously met with His Excellency, the Viscount Alding. What has Cunt sent you here for? Alding inquired directly, lacking the inclination for pleasantries. Your Excellency, this is a letter from Lord Cunt for you. Charlie presented the missive. Alding took it and immediately began to peruse its contents, his frown deepening with each line. How is it possible that over 100 barbarians entered the Storm territory and vanished without a trace? The letter detailed Cunt's machinations concerning the Storm territory and the subsequent outcomes. Initially, Alding thought it was a jest, an attempt by Cunt to embezzle the deposit of 10 gold coins. Yet, upon reflection, if Cunt truly desired to abscond with his coins, why would he bother sending someone to the Tulip territory? He could simply feign ignorance. More importantly, Cunt sought Alding's assistance in providing Charlie and his companions with plausible identities to infiltrate the Storm territory and ascertain the situation. Although Charlie had come alone to the manor, he was actually part of a group of over 20 individuals disguised as a merchant convoy entering the Tulip territory, providing suitable identities. Given the remoteness of the Storm territory, no matter what identities you adopt, you will undoubtedly attract attention, Alding mused, his brow slightly furrowed. He was indeed willing to lend a hand, especially since Stella's recent actions had instilled in him a significant sense of urgency. Moreover, Alding understood the implications of over 100 barbarians. Thus, he was even more eager than Cunt to uncover what had transpired in the Storm territory. The last time Narrant dispatched a merchant convoy, the news concerning salt and dried fish had not stirred any attention in Tulip City, as the journey was rather distant. However, This current convoy had previously traded in the territories surrounding Tulip City, and thus Demise, the steward, had already received some information and was preparing to report it to Alding. Is this true? Alding exclaimed in astonishment. Days passed swiftly. Just a little more. With a bit more effort, I shall become a mid-tier bronze knight. In the garden of the baronial castle in the Storm territory, Narrant sat cross-legged on the ground, drenched in sweat. After nearly 2 months of relentless training and with the aid of enhancement fruits, monster meat, and fiery crystals, he finally sensed that his strength had reached a bottleneck. However, each elevation and fighting spirit was akin to a transcendence, and breaking through was no easy feat at this moment. Narrant needed to concentrate all his fighting spirit into a single meridian, then with a surge, inject it into the fighting spirit seed, thereby expanding the seed's capacity. The pain accompanying this process was quite unbearable, akin to attempting to fit over a pound of water into an exceedingly small pouch. Only those who have experienced such pressure would understand the sensation. Chapter 102. The blacksmith shop. Fortunately, Nayland T's body had been sufficiently fortified, meeting the requisite strength for his breakthrough, thus sparing him the concern of a catastrophic failure. This underscores the necessity of not only meditating to absorb fighting spirit, but also of rigorously tempering one's physique. It is nearly time. Suddenly, Nayland T, seated on the ground, adopted a serious demeanor. At that moment, he had amassed his fighting spirit to its utmost limit, poised to unleash it upon the fighting spirit seed at his command. Break for me. Taking a deep breath, Nayland T could no longer endure the throbbing pain within his meridians. With a low growl, all of his fighting spirit surged towards the seed. In an instant, the fighting spirit within Nayland T's meridians erupted like a breached dam, surging forth with tremendous force. Boom. Gush. In the next moment, a resounding blast echoed through Nayland T's body, leaving him momentarily dizzy as blood spurted from his mouth. However, instead of displaying any distress, a look of ecstasy lit up his face, for he had successfully broken through, achieving his goal in one fell swoop. Henceforth, he would be recognized as a mid-tier bronze knight. Haha, is this the sensation of a mid-tier bronze knight? Truly extraordinary. At this moment, Nayland T felt his strength multiply several times over, and his auditory and visual senses had also seen significant enhancement. This is precisely why bronze knights are categorized into initial, mid, and advanced tiers. Each minor breakthrough signifies a qualitative leap. At that moment, Nayland T could clearly see an ant crawling among the flowers, a distance of over 6 meters away. In terms of combat prowess, he believed he could easily take on 20 ordinary individuals in a duel. After refreshing himself, he arrived in the courtyard. My lord. As Nayland T stepped into the courtyard, little Shirley joyfully approached him. Ah, my dear girl, did you wait long? Let us set off at once. Now, after completing his morning training, Nayland T had added another activity to his routine, visiting the stables outside the castle to play with a few small fire lizards. Yes, my lord. At his words, Shirley promptly leaped onto the carriage. Meanwhile, Vivian had already harnessed Lightning and awaited their departure. Without delay, Nayland T mounted and rode forth beyond the castle walls. Thomas, how is the construction progress of the stone houses? The transformation plan for May Village had officially commenced. Black stones, continuously transported from the Blackrock territory, were piling up within the village. As long as the stonemasons and laborers exerted themselves diligently, he believed that dozens of stone houses would be completed in no time. How many sets of shackles have been produced at the blacksmith shop? My lord, we have only managed to produce 10 sets in these past few days. Is it truly so slow? Have you dispatched anyone to urge them on? Nayland T's brow furrowed slightly. With the capture of the barbarian prisoners, he had refrained from reallocating the residents of Storm territory for the construction of the stone houses. After all, with the barbarians in his custody, he was obliged to provide them with sustenance daily. Merely confining them in the dungeon would not be prudent. Thus, he had promptly put these barbarian laborers to work. The sole issue at present is the scarcity of shackles, rendering us hesitant to release the unrestrained savages. However, I did not anticipate the blacksmith's pace to be so sluggish. After all, shackles do not necessitate intricate craftsmanship, and thus, speed should not be a hindrance. System side quest. Investigate the blacksmith shop and address its needs. Quest reward. Information regarding the appearance of a pixie. At this moment, a voice from the system echoed in Nayland T's mind. A pixie reward. Nayland T's eyes sparkled with excitement. No need, Thomas, I shall go personally. Shaking his head at the voice in his mind, Nayland T asserted his decision. As you wish, my lord. Thomas bid farewell to Nalente and his companions as they departed. The group continued onward, guided by Vivian towards Malya village. Given the task at hand and the desire to develop the territory, the blacksmith shop was undoubtedly pivotal. Nalente resolved to first visit the blacksmith shop, intending to seek out a few small fire lizards afterward. Typically, blacksmith shops are constructed along the streets, as blacksmithing is a lucrative profession that seldom struggles for clientele. However, it was evident that the blacksmith of Stormhold was an exception. As Vivian led Nalente through the winding paths of Malya village, they finally arrived at a dilapidated thatched cottage. Is this truly the blacksmith shop? Nalente mused, somewhat speechless. The blacksmith's living conditions were remarkably meager, the house indistinguishable from that of any other serf. Nevertheless, the clanging sounds emanating from within confirmed its identity as a blacksmith's establishment. Without hesitation, Nalente stepped into the thatched cottage. Traversing through the cottage, he soon found himself in the backyard, where a middle-aged man, bare-chested, was vigorously hammering a glowing red piece of iron on the anvil. "Blacksmith John, my lord has arrived," Vivian called out. Noticing the blacksmith had yet to acknowledge Nalente's presence, Blacksmith John was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze towards Nalente with a mixture of complexity, before hastily setting down his hammer and approaching. "I am honored to meet you, my lord." "Rise," Nalente gestured with his hand. "Thank you, my lord. Is this your handiwork?" Once John stood, Nalente pointed to a slender sword hanging on the wall. "Indeed, my lord. You can forge long swords as well." This revelation took Nalente by surprise. He had assumed that the blacksmith of Stormhold could only craft agricultural tools. Blacksmiths vary in skill. Most rural blacksmiths are limited to creating farming implements, while master blacksmiths reside in larger cities, capable of forging weapons such as swords. The most skilled blacksmiths are those who can craft armor, often sought after by the nobility. "Have you also been exiled?" Before entering, Nalente had assessed the interior of the thatched cottage with his heightened senses post-breakthrough. The furnishings clearly indicated a bachelor's abode, leading him to believe he was a native of this place. "My lord, it is said that Blacksmith John's youngest daughter was ordered to be killed by Baron Dork 3 years ago." Vivian quietly interjected from the side. "Such a thing indeed exists." In that moment, Nalenter comprehended the complex gaze that John the blacksmith had cast upon him. He had previously overheard Vivian mention, in passing, the horrifying tale of Baron Doc, who, out of fear that the daughter of misfortune would attract dark creatures, had executed many of the exiled girls. Doc's actions were undeniably madness and utterly reprehensible. However, it was fitting that he ultimately met his demise at the hands of the very dark beings he feared. "John the blacksmith, I express my profound regret regarding this matter." Nalenter offered his condolences. As a time traveler, he possessed the unique advantage of being able to show respect to talented individuals, unlike other nobles who clung rigidly to their social hierarchies. After all, it was merely a matter of uttering a few words. Upon hearing this, John trembled slightly, his gaze towards Nalenter filled with a multitude of conflicting emotions. Before finally lowering his head and replying, "My lord, this is not your fault. You are a good lord." Alas, little Silly did not have the fortune to encounter your arrival. After a brief pause, John continued, "May I inquire if there is anything you require of me, my lord?" "Well, I have heard that the forging of the shackles has been rather slow. Since you are capable of forging long swords, it seems unlikely that it should be such a tedious process. Could you enlighten me on the challenges you are facing?" Chapter 103, The Reconstruction of the Forge, my lord. "I sincerely apologize for the delay in fulfilling your instructions. However, the forge in the blacksmith shop is exceedingly rudimentary and antiquated, which hampers my ability to forge at an increased pace." John the blacksmith expressed his regrets to Nalenter, elucidating the reasons for his predicament. Upon hearing this, Nalenter approached the back courtyard, where he indeed found the forge in a deplorable state, with many areas peeling and a nearby bellows riddled with holes. It seemed that the lack of work in the storm territory had led to such neglect and deterioration. More importantly, this forge was so primitive, resembling a mere fire pit with a single flue, that Nalenter could scarcely believe his eyes. "Is the appearance of other blacksmiths' forges similar to yours?" Nalenter inquired. Although he had never forged metal himself, he understood that the temperature of the furnace was of paramount importance in the ironworking process. Yet, this rudimentary furnace would likely require considerable effort just to heat a piece of iron to red hot. "Yes, they are all like this," John nodded, perplexed by Nalenter's inquiry. "Very well, John, You shall continue forging the metal, and I will arrange for someone to help construct a new forge beside this one, with all materials and labor provided by me. As the saying goes, to do good work, one must first sharpen their tools. I cannot bear to witness such a dilapidated and outdated furnace any longer. Thank you so much, my lord. John the blacksmith was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and bowed gratefully to Nalantar. There is no need for thanks. In the future, our territory will require an increasing amount of ironwork. Thus, the quality of the blacksmith shop directly influences the development of our domain. Nalantar waved his hand dismissively. By the way, John, do you have any intention of taking on apprentices? If so, I can assist you in recruiting from the territory, which would lighten your burden. My lord, while it can be tiring to work alone, I currently have no plans to take on apprentices, so I am sufficient by myself. I assure you I will not delay the tasks you have assigned. Very well then. Nalantar nodded, not insisting further. Although he sensed that John might be concealing something, he decided to focus on resolving the immediate task at hand and would send someone to monitor the situation gradually. Subsequently, Nalantar commanded the guards to summon assistance while he requested paper and a pen from Vivian to begin sketching a design based on the forges from his past life. Nalantar had always harbored a keen interest in cold weapons, and in his previous life, merchants selling swords would upload videos demonstrating ancient iron forging techniques, with the forge being a central focus in those videos. By following the model and utilizing some basic principles of physics, he understood how to maintain optimal furnace temperatures. Before long, Nalantar had completed a rudimentary blueprint. He then surveyed the small courtyard, glancing east and west. John had chosen this location for his blacksmith shop for a reason. Directly behind the small courtyard flowed a stream approximately 3 to 4 meters wide. The presence of the stream would facilitate his access to water for quenching, as blacksmithing is indeed a water-intensive endeavor. Gazing at the stream, Nalantar suddenly conceived another idea. Since they were to construct a forge, why not create an entire set? Nalantar envisioned constructing a modest water wheel here, thereby eliminating the need for manual operation of the bellows, as automation could be achieved through the water wheel's motion. The design of the water wheel was not particularly complex. It merely required the crafting of several interconnected components. In fact, Nalantar had conceived this notion days prior, intending it for the large water wheel designated for the mill. With the subjects unable to venture to the Kunter territory, the mill was an indispensable asset for the domain. The creation of this small water wheel would also serve as valuable experience for the larger mill water wheel. Before long, the guards, following his instructions, delivered the blueprints and assembled a team. Nalantar conveyed his directives clearly to the carpenter and mason, after which he departed with Vivian and the others. My lord, the Mother Fire Lizard expresses her gratitude for your care over the past days. She feels that her injuries will soon heal. Within the stable, although the Mother Fire Lizard could barely move and occasionally stand, she was still unable to walk. After Nalantar personally fed her whale meat, little Shirley relayed the Mother Fire Lizard's thanks. Please encourage her to rest well. I shall take the little fire lizards for a stroll. Certainly, my lord. Shirley immediately engaged in conversation with the Mother Fire Lizard. With that, Nalantar led the 5 little fire lizards out of the stable. Though still somewhat fearful of Nalantar, the little lizards no longer trembled as they once did. Instead, they obediently followed his lead. Come along, little ones. Alas, it will still be a few months before you can unleash fireballs. Nalantar had inquired of the Mother Fire Lizard regarding when the little fire lizards would acquire combat capabilities. My lord, where shall we explore today? Shirley, having bid farewell to the Mother Fire Lizard, quickly caught up with Nalantar. Recently, Nalantar had taken the little fire lizards beyond the confines of the stable, often venturing into the nearby woods or fields. This was to acclimatize the little fire lizards to the scent of humans, thereby preventing any hostility towards humans as they matured. It was akin to the difference between a dog raised in a cage and one allowed to roam freely, responding entirely differently to strangers. Nalantar wished to avoid a scenario where, one day, a little fire lizard might escape and cause mischief within the territory. According to Kinby the dung beetle's report, vast stretches of beach had recently become vacant, and he proposed they visit there today. Ever since the last barbarian onslaught, which resulted in the slaughter of over 1,000 fishmen sea monsters, those shores had been devoid of any fishmen sea creatures daring to approach. Though such trepidation might only be temporary, Nalantar found the timing opportune to explore. As the weather gradually warmed, in a world lacking electric fans and air conditioning, Nalantar preferred to be closer to the sea. After settling the 5 little fire lizards in the cart, The group made their way towards the coastline. "Greetings, my lord." Upon arriving at the seaside, Nalantar observed the villagers diligently boiling salt and fishing, while Kimby the dung beetle patrolled nearby. Upon encountering Nalante, Kimby Nyofon's previously feigned stern expression instantly transformed into a sycophantic smile, his features crinkling like a chrysanthemum. "I heard a vast expanse of beach has become available, so I thought I would come take a look." Nalan nodded, already accustomed to Kimby Nyofon's obsequious demeanor. At that moment, his gaze was directed toward the beach, where indeed he observed a stretch of at least 700 or 800 meters devoid of any fishmen or sea monsters daring to approach. "Sir, allow me to guide you down. As per your instructions over the past few days, I have not permitted any villagers to near the beach." Kimby Nyofon immediately stepped forward with eager servility. The sea in this world remained untouched by pollution as they set foot on the beach. Their eyes were met with the sight of pristine, soft sands, and not far off, the water shimmered with clarity like a mirror. "Wow, how beautiful!" exclaimed Sherry, who at that moment began to prance joyfully along the shoreline. Chapter 104. The Exorcising Garlic Roar. Perhaps sensing Shelley's delight, or perhaps having never beheld the sea, several young fire lizards joyfully emitted low growls, eager to accompany Shelley in her frolic. "Go, stay with Shelley, and do not wander alone." Nalantar understood that the young fire lizards were awaiting his permission and promptly waved his hand at them. Roar. Upon witnessing Nalantar's gesture, the young fire lizards could no longer contain their excitement and began to dash away. "Vivian, you should join Shelley in her play. I shall venture to the beach alone." Noticing that Vivian remained by his side, Nalantar instructed her once more. This girl, always obedient, evoked a sense of tenderness in him. "Yes, my lord." Vivian pressed her lips together, contemplating expressing her desire to accompany him, but upon meeting Nalantar's encouraging gaze, she acquiesced and swiftly pursued Shelley. "Wow, my lord, there's a large crab over there. I'll catch it for you." At that moment, Kimby exclaimed in astonishment. Just a dozen meters away, a crab of considerable size, weighing at least 7 or 8 tails, was scuttling frantically across the beach. "Go, catch as many as you can. I shall enjoy my lunch here by the sea later." Nalantar chuckled as he issued his command, prompting the guards to join in the pursuit. He then made his way to the shoreline, leaping into the crystalline azure waters. Ah, what a refreshing sensation! As he reveled in the coolness of the sea, all his weariness dissipated. In this world devoid of air conditioning and electric fans, it seemed that immersion in water was indeed the ultimate remedy for the heat. "I must go see my coral sprite." With the sun shining brilliantly and the sea breeze gentle, Nalantar gazed at the waters over 100 meters away, deciding to visit his little sprite. Ever since the coral sprite had settled there, Nalantar had refrained from seeking it out due to the presence of the fishmen and sea monsters. As a knight of renown, he had no cause for concern regarding his safety as long as no monsters lurked beneath the waves. Before long, he glided effortlessly to the location of his sprite. At that moment, the coral sprite sensed Nalantar's arrival and willingly floated to the surface. Migu Migu. The little creature surfaced and immediately shot forth a small jet of water, then nestled in Nalantar's embrace, radiating joy. "Dear little one, you have borne the solitude of the sea all by yourself." Nalantar cradled the sprite in one hand, soothing it with gentle words. "Migu Migu." The little sprite responded with another burst of delight. "The flying fish you attracted brought me great joy, my little friend. I hope that one day you will evolve into a grand sprite, so that you may visit me at the castle whenever you wish." Migu Migu. After a brief exchange, Nalantar prepared to bid farewell to his little companion. However, just as he was about to depart, the sprite conveyed a sentiment that urged him to wait a moment. Perplexed, Nalantar halted and watched as the little sprite dove into the water. "My dear little one, do you also understand the art of gift-giving?" Nalantar was rather surprised. He had never heard of such behavior from the little sprites before. However, upon gazing at the giant clam, which was as large as a basin, he accepted it with a smile. "Little one, when the opportunity arises again, I shall return to see you." "My lord, look. Vivian and I have gathered so many shells." Upon reaching the shore, the little girl surely eagerly displayed a dozen oysters she had hidden within her skirt. "Are those oysters? How did you manage to find them?" Nalantar exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the familiar seafood. "Haha, splendid. Soon, you shall savor the delicacies." Nalantar beamed with delight. Originally intending merely to enjoy a refreshing day by the sea, he found himself unexpectedly reliving the experience of grilled oysters from his previous life in this otherworldly realm. "Ah, My lord, your shell is quite enormous. In the next moment, as Nalantar emerged from the water, the colossal clam that had been submerged was revealed, leaving Shirley gaping in shock, her mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. This was given to me by the coral sprite. I suspect it will taste exquisite. My lord, may I have a small taste later? And what about Sister Vivian? Upon hearing of its delightful flavor, Shirley immediately swallowed hard. Certainly. Let us prepare the pot now. With visions of beautiful maidens, little girls, sandy beaches, magical pets, and seafood dancing in his mind, Nalantar was ready to indulge himself today. Yes, my lord. Kinby, the loyal servant, understood that his master was about to cook a feast on the spot and immediately set about to fulfill the task. However, a moment later, he suddenly recalled something and asked, My lord, what do we need garlic for? Garlic did exist in this world, yet due to culinary customs, it was not used as a spice, but rather hung at doorways to ward off misfortune. Particularly in this land of misfortune, every household adorned their door frames with garlic, believing it would keep calamity at bay. As for the wild pepper, it was akin to the red chili from his previous life, found in the wild and occasionally used by villagers to vary their flavors, hence its spicy name. To eat. I've told you, you wouldn't understand. Stop dawdling and fetch it. Nalantar replied with a hint of annoyance. Yes, yes, my lord. I shall go get it right away. Kinby, perceiving his master's impatience, dashed off, though he couldn't fathom how the oddly scented garlic could be edible. My lord, can the garlic that wards off evil truly be eaten? After Kinby left, both Shirley and Vivian turned their curious gazes towards Nalantar. In the presence of the two girls, Nalantar's demeanor was markedly different. He nodded with a smile and said, Of course, I read in an esteemed noble's travelogue that seafood prepared with garlic is simply divine. Divine, Shirley exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Nalantar chose not to elaborate. This girl was always the same, and he knew that once she tasted it, she would be utterly captivated. Vivian, the thoughtful young lady, is the most comforting presence. At this moment, she not only refrains from questioning, but also gently kneads the Lord's shoulders with her delicate, fair hands. Chapter 105. Grilled oysters. Before long, Kinby returned. And there was no need for Nalan to fret over the crabs, for they were delectable in their purest form. Nalan first instructed the guards to finely chop garlic and wild herbs, while he personally set about preparing the oysters, prying them open one by one. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of this world, the oysters were remarkably large, each at least the size of an adult's palm, and upon opening, the plump, white flesh within was exceedingly succulent. Not having a ready-made iron rack at hand, Nalan was undeterred. He extravagantly utilized two long swords as makeshift grills. With the blades laid parallel, leaving a small gap in between, they formed a rudimentary roasting apparatus. Vivian, Sherry, and Kinby watched in astonishment. Without further ado, Nalan commenced the grilling process. As the seconds ticked by, the oysters gradually warmed, steam and sizzling oil bubbling from their shells. The aroma of garlic wafted through the air as the oil began to froth. Gulp, gulp. The sound of eager swallowing filled the atmosphere. Among them, the loudest was undoubtedly little Sherry, who was glued to Nalan's side, fixated on the oysters. Kinby, curious about how the garlic could be so appetizing, stole glances at the grilled oysters while adding firewood to the pot for the crabs. Overwhelmed by the unprecedented fragrance, he found himself unable to resist the temptation. Why had he always thought garlic was foul? Kinby sank into a spiral of self-doubt. At that moment, Nalan's grilled oysters reached completion. Instantly, everyone present, including the guards on watch nearby, furtively turned their gaze toward the 10 oysters resting upon the swords, unfazed by their curious stares. Nalan regarded these delicacies as a cherished reminder of his earthly days, and he eagerly grasped the first one, ignoring the collective anticipation. He blew gently on the grilled oyster and without hesitation, placed it in his mouth. Slurp. Hiss. This was the flavor. In that instant, Nalan felt his very soul tremble. This was a quintessential barbecue experience from his previous life, allowing his taste buds to relish the ecstasy akin to former days. Even the creamy cake he had tasted a few days prior did not evoke such a sensation. Although this inaugural attempt at garlic grilled oysters in this foreign realm was not flawless, such as the need for pre-prepared garlic sauce in his past life, whereas he had simply added it directly, the oysters in this world were several times more sumptuous, compensating for any minor imperfections. Gulp. Witnessing their lord's exquisite enjoyment, the sounds of swallowing intensified around them. Sherry opened her mouth several times, yet refrained from interrupting, respecting her lord's indulgence. All right, Sherry, Vivian. You too should have a taste as well. Nayland finally emerged from the delightful trance of flavor. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, Sherry hesitated no longer and decisively reached for a golden brown roasted oyster. Vivian, a touch shy, followed suit closely behind. Wow, so delicious. This is the most exquisite food I have ever tasted, even surpassing my mother's cooking, exclaimed the young Sherry, her eyes widening in astonishment as she savored the oyster. Even with her mouth full, she could not contain her delight. Beside her, Vivian remained silent, yet the sparkle in her eyes revealed her own excitement. Suddenly, as the two girls began to indulge, the previously quiet fire lizard, which had been lounging nearby, approached, growling at Nayland. It turned out that the empty oyster shells Nayland had just finished replaced right in front of several little fire lizards. Uncertain of the reason, the small creatures began to lick the shells, their eyes shining with curiosity as they gathered around. Do you wish to partake as well? Nayland wondered, surprised that even magical beasts enjoyed roasted oysters. He tentatively extended an oyster towards the 5 little creatures. The little fire lizards, eager and enthusiastic, opened their mouths wide in an attempt to bite the oyster. Nayland's expression darkened as he swiftly tossed the oyster to the ground. Almost immediately, the largest of the bunch snatched up the fallen roasted oyster. This was the very creature that had been bitten by the wind-blade wolf while protecting its mother. With a crunch, it devoured the oyster whole, shell and all. Suddenly, Nayland sensed something unusual within his perception. He noticed a distinct surge of magical energy emanating from the little creature after it consumed the oyster. Could eating oysters actually enhance their vitality? Nayland pondered, perplexed. After a moment's thought, he picked up 5 more roasted oysters and offered them again. No more stealing. Whoever snatches will be left without food. Although the little fire lizards could not comprehend his words, they understood the sternness of his tone and refrained from their previous antics. Nayland then placed the roasted oysters carefully before them. The little fire lizards began to eat cautiously, and to Nayland's astonishment, it proved effective. With each crunch, he confirmed that after consuming the roasted oysters, the little beasts exhibited a faint but noticeable energy fluctuation. Once they finished, the little creatures gazed up at Nayland with their big, watery eyes, even more endearing than a puppy begging for food. Observing the 2 remaining roasted oysters on the grill, Nayland decided to take an unroasted oyster from the side, opened it, and tossed it in front of the little fire lizards. To his surprise, the creatures showed no interest in the unroasted oyster. Undeterred, Nayland threw some wild garlic and herbs before them, only to find that the little fire lizards were solely captivated by the roasted garlic oysters. What a curious revelation! Nayland mused in wonder. Shirley, addressing a few little ones, declared that if they wished to continue savoring these grilled oysters, they must obediently follow her and heed her words. Rest assured, the grilled oysters would be plentiful. Nayland immediately directed his command toward Shirley, who was indulging with her mouth full. Yes, my lord, Shirley exclaimed, wiping the grease from her lips before relaying Nayland's instructions. Chapter 106. The Luminous Pearl Roar. Upon hearing the account, the little ones immediately began to whimper softly, their heads bobbing up and down incessantly. Aha! This time, there was no need for Sherry to translate. Nayland understood the meaning as well. These little creatures are now settled. Kimby, you shall go to the village and gather 20 villagers to come to the beach and collect these shells known as oysters. I shall reward you with these too. However, just as Kimby was about to depart, Nayland handed him 2 roasted oysters. Ah, thank you, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. Kimby, taken aback by the favor, eagerly accepted the roasted oysters as if they were treasures. Do not be anxious. You shall also receive your share shortly. Nayland instructed the surrounding guards. Thank you, my lord. The guards, who had long been drooling in anticipation, immediately displayed expressions of delight, while Kimby called upon the villagers to gather oysters by the rocks. Nayland continued the roasting process. Yet, he did not need to take action himself. Instead, Vivian took over, as once the materials were prepared, managing the heat was quite straightforward. Seizing this opportunity, Nayland began to tinker with the large clam gifted by the coral sprite. Oh, a magical reaction? Is this a magical clam? Just as Nayland pried open the clam shell with a dagger, a slight energy fluctuation emanated from within, causing him to shudder. Whether it be magical beasts or potion plants, their extraordinary nature stemmed from possessing unique magical energies. The fact that this clam exhibited a magical response indicated its extraordinary nature. With a crack, Nayland forcefully pried open the clam shell. This is a luminous pearl? My coastline possesses a magical luminous clam. Upon opening the clam, Nalantar beheld a white pearl the size of a longan. Naturally, this was no ordinary pearl. Its surface emanated a faint magical aura that continuously swirled. Through this pearl, Nalantar confirmed the species of the large clam. Wow, what a beautiful pearl! At that moment, Sherry approached curiously. Sherry, this is not an ordinary pearl. It is a luminous pearl. A luminous pearl? Sherry was perplexed. Nalantar smiled gently, extracting the luminous pearl from the clam and then cupping it in his hands. Sherry, look at my palm. Nalantar held his hands together, leaving only a small gap. Sherry obediently leaned closer to Nalantar's hands. Wow, my lord, this pearl glows. Upon seeing the scene in Nalantar's palm, Sherry exclaimed in astonishment. This luminous pearl is frequently utilized by the grand aristocracy, especially within their studies. The one I hold is worth 10 gold coins. Nalantar explained with a smile. Unlike the luminous pearls of my previous life, the luminous pearls of this world emit a radiant white light, comparable in brightness to a small light bulb. In a world devoid of electricity, this not only represents the pinnacle of luxury, but also serves as a practical tool. In the studies of many grand nobles, candles are often replaced by luminous pearls, which serve as a source of illumination. This not only enhances the aesthetic appeal and convenience, but also matches the brightness of electric lamps from a bygone era, while significantly reducing the risk of fire. Naturally, the luminosity of these pearls varies with their size. Larger specimens emit a brighter light. A pearl the size of an egg could illuminate a room of 15 to 20 square meters, valued at no less than 100 gold coins each. It is said that the Earl of Tulip Castle possesses such a pearl in his study. However, the one held by Nalantar, being smaller, lacks the intensity to illuminate more than a few square meters. Nevertheless, Nalantar feels a sense of joy. The appearance of this first pearl suggests that there are surely more magical luminous clams along the shores of Stormhold. He is resolved to eliminate the foolish fish that disturb the area, for such a treasure trove must not go unexploited. Nalantar gazes out at the azure sea, silently vowing. The feast of roasted oysters continues. As more oysters are prepared, each guard receives 2, along with an additional crab. The only ones allowed to indulge freely in this bounty are Nalantar and the 2 fortunate ladies, accompanied by 5 small fire-breathing lizards. After lingering on the beach for over an hour, Nalantar returns, laden with hundreds of pounds of oysters. The following morning, before Nalantar could rise, he was awakened by Thomas. Upon descending the stairs, he found Lilia, Quake, and others awaiting him in the courtyard, with 3 carts loaded with iron ore and various sundries parked behind. Greetings, my lord. The group bowed in unison as they spotted Nalantar. It appears this journey went relatively smoothly, Nalantar remarked with a satisfied nod, glancing at an unfamiliar face among the assembly. My lord, everything proceeded without incident. Lilia, though young, was a key representative from the castle, being the only one among them who could read. I am Mario, at your service, my lord. The young servant stepped forward a pace upon Lilia's introduction, offering a respectful bow that was both proper and unpretentious. Such poise was something Nalantar had only witnessed in Thomas. My lord, this Mario is an elite servant trained at Tulip Castle, proficient in reading, basic arithmetic, and managing affairs. Thomas interjected, positioning himself beside Nalantar to provide this timely information. Oh, an elite servant as well. How delightful! Nalantar exclaimed with genuine pleasure. Truth be told, the arrival of a civil officer in the territory might impose certain constraints on him. For instance, some secrets could easily be divulged. However, the absence of a civil officer would necessitate that he, or Thomas and Vivian, oversee the affairs of the domain. While he could manage it, albeit with some effort, both Vivian and Thomas had their own responsibilities. Diverting their attention to territorial matters would surely lead to a scarcity of time. Moreover, and of greater significance, what shall be done in the absence of the civil servant? His Excellency Nalante and his accomplishments? Though he harbors no desire for the corporeal charms of the illustrious Tulip, he certainly covets the hereditary title of the Baron. Provided that no one manifests the kind of willful malice and sabotage exemplified by Anthony, he harbors no objections. At most, he may later decree that certain secrets remain concealed from the new civil servant. Chapter 107. Truly delightful. The gift this time was indeed worthy, as the tulip blossom was nothing short of a treasure. In the end, Nalante sincerely expressed his gratitude to the unseen tulip blossom. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should bestow more gifts upon her in the future. Thomas, I leave this to you for now. Take Mario to rest shortly. Lilith, come with me to the hall. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, Nalente led Lilith to the inner castle hall. Lilith, please have a seat. Nalente regarded Vivian's sister with fondness, and since her arrival at the castle, she had been exceptionally well behaved. My lord, Lilith prefers to stand and speak with you. Very well, Nalente acquiesced. He then began to inquire about the recent expedition of the merchant caravan. The journey had gone exceedingly well. As it traversed the lands of the Tulip family, and other nobles had shown great courtesy, resulting in the complete sale of all goods brought along. My lord, Lord Andrew mentioned that in a few days, he will organize a merchant caravan to procure supplies from Stormhold, and he will also invite several other caravans from different territories to join. Oh, did my father specify when he would arrive? Nalente's heart soared at the news. No true noble caravan had yet visited his territory, and if his father could indeed bring several noble caravans, it would require thorough preparations. My lord, Lord Andrew stated that the caravan would set forth no later than a week after our departure. Excellent. Nalente nodded in satisfaction. He proceeded to inquire about the delivery process. Once he confirmed that there were no further matters, he instructed Lilith to find Thomas to settle the payment. Naturally, this was from the remaining gold coins after the purchase of iron, ore, and other items. The acquisition of such a modest amount of perfume was primarily due to Nalente's desire not to attract attention. After all, should the dragon's saliva become known, it would undoubtedly incite the envy of all nobles. Its allure was certainly comparable to that of a gold mine. Furthermore, he contemplated the possibility of dispatching a caravan directly to the perfume-producing regions of other earldoms, thereby concealing his identity as merely a secondary dealer. However, to execute such a plan would necessitate a formidable caravan and stable sales channels, such as acquiring a small shop in Tulip City dedicated to selling these luxurious items. Yet, it was said that shops in Tulip City were not inexpensive, particularly in the East District Square, where a small establishment could fetch 700 to 800 gold coins, an amount Nalente could not afford at this time. In the following days, Nalente appointed Mario as the new civil officer of Stormhold and entrusted him with matters pertaining to May Village, including the renovation of the square and the simple repairs and cleaning of the thatched cottages along the main avenue in preparation for the impending arrival of several noble caravans. That night, on the edge of the fire forest in Stormhold, a slender figure suddenly emerged from the woods onto the dirt path. Beneath the luminous glow of the moonlight, the figure finally revealed its true form. It was a woman of fair complexion, slender and statuesque, yet, surprisingly, she was clad in garments of coarse animal hide akin to a barbarian. With agility and grace, she navigated through the silvery beams of the moon, advancing towards the village of Misfortune. Upon reaching the site where the bodies of the guards and barbarians had once been buried, she paused momentarily. After a brief interlude, she resumed her journey, and within mere minutes, she arrived at her destination. By now, it was midnight. The village of Misfortune lay in tranquil silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects and the faint sound of waves lapping at the distant shore. As she entered the village, she surveyed her surroundings before stealthily approaching a thatched cottage. There, she quietly took a few coarse linen garments that had been hung out to dry beneath the eaves. What a heavy stench of blood! Now adorned in a linen skirt, the woman appeared at the shoreline where the barbarian clash had transpired, gazing at the sand, still tinged with a faint dark red hue. Furrowing her brows, she lingered for a moment before departing the beach, once again traversing the earthen path, this time heading towards the village of Wheatleaf. The following morning, Nalantur awoke luxuriously from his down-filled mattress. Another splendidly sunny day. He sat up, stretching languidly. With each passing day, his lordship seemed to grow ever more delightful. With ample servants, an abundance of delectable food, and most importantly, a gradual increase in gold coins, he mused contentedly. With this thought, Nalantur reached for a pull cord by the edge of his bed. Dingling. As the cord was tugged, a cheerful chime echoed at the entrance of his chamber. Tap. Good morning, my lord. Lilia is here to assist you with your morning routine. At that moment, Lilia, clad in a maid's uniform, entered the room. Only then did Nalantur rise from his bed, and with Lilia's assistance, he began to dress and prepare for the day. Initially resistant to the archaic customs of this old society, particularly the notion of a young woman attending to a grown man, he ultimately acquiesced, compelled by the mournful gaze of butler Thomas, who would surely fret over his well-being otherwise. Naturally, the male servant had been replaced by a young maid, a necessity in this arrangement. After several days of acclimatization, Nalantar found himself inclined to exclaim, "Oh dear, how utterly delightful this antiquated tradition is. My lord, the forge's furnace and the small water wheel have been completed. Would you like to inspect them?" As Nalantar savored his breakfast, Mario, the newly appointed civil officer of the territory, stood beside him, reporting on the state of affairs. Daily reports were the duty of a noble civil officer, and like Thomas, they were Nalantar's right and left hands in governance. "Very well, let us go and have a look," Nalantar decided, eager to assess the functionality of the water wheel. After finishing his meal, he promptly set off towards the village of Wheatleaf, accompanied by his entourage. Chapter 108. The Arrival of the Caravan. Greetings, my lord. Upon Nalante's arrival at John's blacksmith shop, Peter was already present with the mason, while the carpenter awaited their turn. "Ah, rise." Nalante gestured towards them, his gaze falling upon the newly constructed furnace. This furnace bore little difference from his recollections. However, in his previous life, most were brick kilns, while this one was crafted from yellow earth and stone. The entire structure was rectangular, measuring over a meter in width and approximately 2 meters in length. As for its internal design, aside from the straight fire chamber, it resembled the rustic firewood stoves of his past. After all, the firewood stove needed to accommodate a large pot above, hence its narrow mouth and wide belly, whereas this forge did not share such requirements. The upper section of the furnace was designated for charcoal burning, while the lower section served as a receptacle for ash. An vent for the bellows was thoughtfully incorporated into the furnace's design. After examining the furnace, Nalante's attention shifted to the small water wheel, which had been installed but was currently inactive, as a large wooden plank obstructed the flow of water. "John, ignite the furnace," Nalante commanded the nearby John. "Yes, my lord." As a seasoned blacksmith, it was John's first encounter with such an unusual furnace. Previously, his forges had been rounded, resembling small wooden barrels. Though he had never operated a furnace of this design, he felt a sense of anticipation. He understood that this shape would offer significant advantages when forging elongated iron objects. For instance, when crafting a longsword, the traditional cylindrical furnace required the sword to be plunged directly into the flames, making it impossible to monitor the heat visually without frequent withdrawals to check its condition. Furthermore, there was the issue of uneven heating, as the blade's tip, buried deeper in the fire, would undoubtedly reach higher temperatures than the edge. If not managed properly, it could easily lead to the sword being rendered useless or, at best, a flawed product, prone to breaking in combat. However, with this rectangular furnace, one could lay the longsword flat on the coals, allowing for clear visibility of the temperature and ensuring even heating across both the tip and edge. With these thoughts in mind, John skillfully began to stoke the fire. As the charcoal ignited, Nalante instructed, "Release the water." "At once, my lord." Peter hastily ran to the stream and removed the wooden barrier. With a splash and a creaking sound, the water surged forth, causing the small water wheel to gradually begin turning. As the wheel rotated, the central axle activated a forward concave axle, which in turn prompted the bellows lever above to move up and down. Despite its many leaks, the bellows still managed to deliver a substantial gust of wind into the furnace. "What do you think, John?" Nalante inquired, observing the rapidly igniting charcoal and the flickering flames rising to a height of several centimeters. "My lord, please wait a moment while I conduct a test." John the blacksmith immediately retrieved an iron bar measuring approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in length and placed it upon the forge. Within a matter of mere seconds, the flames from the furnace enveloped the iron, rendering it a brilliant crimson hue. "How astonishing! My lord, this forge is truly remarkable. Not only does it heat rapidly, but it also ensures a uniform temperature for the iron ingot." A look of uncontainable excitement illuminated John's face. For a blacksmith, this forge is akin to a warrior acquiring a sharp blade. His exhilaration was palpable. Furthermore, this forge operates without the need for an apprentice to pump the bellows, which delighted John immensely. "Such grandeur, my lord." The carpenter and mason beside him were left speechless. They were equally entranced by the small water wheel that automatically operated the bellows, a concept they had never encountered before. A flicker of understanding sparked in their minds, as if a new door had been opened before them. "Excellent." Nalantar nodded and smiled at the crowd, then continued, "Since it is feasible, John, I urge you to expedite the process. By the way, when you have a moment, consider replacing the wooden axle for the bellows with an iron one. It should provide greater longevity." "Yes, my lord." "My lord, you are the most sagacious noble I have ever encountered." John, In a moment of genuine emotion, sincerely praised Nalantar. Once the mill is completed to perfection, each person shall receive a reward of 10 silver coins. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. The mason and carpenter beamed with delight upon hearing this. Ding. The system's secondary task to enhance the efficiency of the blacksmith shop has been completed, and the rewards have been distributed. Concurrently, Nalantar heard the system's notification in his mind. Ah, a delightful little treasure acquired. Nalantar felt a surge of joy, but it seemed that my third lucky lady has yet to be delivered, he quipped to the system, before happily departing from John's residence. Upon arriving at the square of May Village, eager to assess the progress of the stone house's construction, a soldier came rushing from the village entrance. My lord, several carriages have appeared on the road from the direction of Tulip, numbering at least in the hundreds. Oh, could it be a merchant convoy sent by my father? Nalantar's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as visitors from the direction of Tulip City were unlikely to be enemies. Let us investigate. However, to ensure absolute safety, Nalantar mounted Lightning and rode forth with the soldier to ascertain the situation. As they approached the castle, the convoy reported by the soldier was now less than a mile away. Nalantar hastened forward. Young Master Nalantar. As they drew within 100 meters of the convoy, a voice called out from within. Nalantar focused his gaze and recognized a man in his 60s, impeccably dressed in a silk suit, his hair meticulously groomed despite the journey. Old Butler Ute. In the next moment, Nalantar retrieved the elder's identity from memory. He was indeed the steward of his father's castle. Ute. It is a pleasure to see you, young Master Nalantar. Ute soon approached Nalantar and respectfully bowed before him. Ute, no need for formalities. Nalantar dismounted and assisted Ute to his feet. Ute had served as the steward of Andrew Castle for 3 decades. Although a servant, he was regarded by the Nalantar siblings as akin to a beloved elder. It was unexpected that their father would send Ute to them this time. Nalantar felt a surge of emotion, influenced in part by the subconscious memories of the original owner of this identity, far removed from his family. Encountering someone familiar in this stormy realm evoked a sense of exhilaration that was unimaginable in the 21st century. In an era marked by inadequate transportation and communication, parting ways could often signify an everlasting farewell. While the nobility fared slightly better, the sentiment was not much different. Chapter 109. Each with their own thoughts, it is quite natural that although Andrew cannot assist his younger son materially, he can send the seasoned Andrew to help regulate the conduct of the servants, including Thomas. After all, the original owner possessed such a timid disposition, making it conceivable that he might encounter deceitful or unruly servants. Ute, let us proceed to May Village to settle the caravan. With that, Nalantar led the team toward May Village. Upon their arrival, after accommodating the members of the merchant group, Ute brought several caravan managers to introduce them to Nalantar. Master Nalantar. This is Borden, the caravan manager sent by the Lord of Tomato Territory. This is Nanny, the caravan manager sent by the Lord of Big Cotton Territory. And this is Dory, the caravan manager sent by Sir Varud of Tulip City. In addition to Andrew's caravan, there were 5 other merchant groups present, 3 of which were dispatched by lords, while the remaining 2 were nobles with titles from Tulip City. Following Uda's introduction, the 5 men extended their greetings, and Nalantar warmly nodded in acknowledgement. Welcome, gentlemen, to May Village. I hope this journey will enhance your understanding of Storm Territory. My civil affairs officer is waiting in the stone house over there, and you may first explore the local specialties of Storm Territory. After your visit, I shall host you for lunch. Thank you, Sir Nalantar. The men began to survey their surroundings. Prior to their arrival, their impressions of the land of misfortune were akin to those depicted in knightly tales, filled with treacherous lairs and dragon nests. However, upon reaching May Village, they discovered that although it appeared more dilapidated than other territories, the anticipated hordes of skeletons and rows of misfortune's daughters were conspicuously absent. Master Nalantar, are all the rocks in the square meant for constructing stone houses? Moreover, your territory has more than a dozen barbarians? After the other caravan managers departed, Ute remained, astonished as he gazed at the mountain of stones in the square and the shackled barbarians laboring under duress. Ute, May Village is indeed quite run down. Yet Storm Territory is destined to welcome more caravans in the future, thus decent stone houses are essential. I plan to construct 50 stone houses. Nalantar replied with a smile. As for the barbarians, he was not yet ready to elaborate on that matter. Primarily, he wished to spare his father any worry, and secondly, the timing for such revelations had not yet arrived. 50 stone houses. Master Nalantar, that is a monumental undertaking. Ute was taken aback. Meanwhile, while Nalantar and Ute engaged in casual conversation, the other four managers were merrily making their way toward the stone houses, marveling at the somewhat chaotic construction site. Particularly striking were the dozen or so enormous barbarians in chains, having come from a region far removed from the fiery grasslands. They seldom had the opportunity to encounter such figures. The barbarian stands impressively robust and tall, precisely as the rumors had suggested. His arms are thicker than our thighs. Indeed. Observe that giant. He effortlessly hoists a stone weighing at least 100 pounds upon his shoulder. When we depart, we might inquire with Sir Nalantar. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, instinctively believing that the barbarian had been purchased, for this world is rife with slave-capturing bands, making it plausible to acquire such a creature. However, this was merely the perspective of three individuals, while a certain steward named Dolly silently regarded the barbarian, his pupils momentarily constricting upon catching a glimpse of the imposing figure. He was, after all, Charlie, an underling of Quint who had visited the Alding estate days prior. Through Alding's machinations, he had disguised himself as a servant of a noble from Tulip City, specifically bringing a merchant caravan to seek out Andrew. Unaware of the recent happenings in the Storm territory and sharing the same noble lineage, Andrew had no reason to doubt anything. Thus, he accompanied Charlie's caravan to the region. Consequently, Charlie strode confidently into the Storm territory. Before his arrival, he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired there. He even pondered whether the barbarians had seized control of the Storm territory, with the missing guards having been captured by them, and had prepared for a hasty retreat. Yet upon encountering Nalantar, unharmed and welcoming, and seeing that the castle had not fallen, Charlie was filled with confusion. Now, witnessing the barbarians shackled and laboring under the watchful eye of a supervisor, his bewilderment transformed into sheer astonishment. While others presumed the barbarians had been bought, he recognized that they must have been captured. Moreover, he recalled that over 100 barbarians had initially entered the Storm territory. How had Nalantar managed such a feat? It was well known that barbarians led lives akin to the wild, their temperaments resembling those of beasts. To willingly subdue them, one must decisively overpower them, chaining and shackling them in their moment of helplessness. Yet, how could the Storm territory have subdued so many? Stealing a glance at Nalantar, who was engaged in jovial conversation with Ute, Charlie felt an unsettling depth to this young scion and instinctively concealed himself further. In truth, at this moment within Male Village, there were others harboring inscrutable intentions beyond Charlie. At the intersection of a small alley in the square, a woman clad in a linen gown discreetly surveyed the construction site. Her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her face bore traces of dust. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern beneath that dust her fair and delicate skin, while the linen gown, slightly bleached from washing, subtly hinted at a curvaceous form. She observed the barbarians at work, glanced at Nalantar, and then chose to join a group of villagers who were gathered to witness the spectacle. A caravan arriving with hundreds of individuals was a rare sight in Male Village, and the villagers had congregated around the merchant convoy, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The members of the caravan were equally intrigued by this place, leading to a dialogue between the two parties. Primarily, it was the caravan members who posed curious inquiries, such as why the storehold was so tranquil, devoid of the anticipated dangers, and how it came to be that there were over a dozen barbarians on the construction site. The villagers, known for their warm hospitality, eagerly began to recount the remarkable tales of their esteemed lord, each word imbued with admiration for him. However, when it came to the matter of the barbarians, the villagers spoke in a cacophony of opinions. Some claimed they were purchased by their lord, while others suggested that he had captured them from the blazing grasslands, for they themselves were unaware of the true origins of the barbarians. Thus, the lively atmosphere in May Village reached an unprecedented peak today, a culmination of years of activity. Chapter 110. The intruders of the castle. Subsequently, the merchant caravans displayed a modest selection of goods brought from Tulip City for sale in the square of May Village. Meanwhile, Nalantar had prepared an array of delectable dishes, including brown sugar black bread, seafood, and whale meat. Naturally, most of these culinary offerings were chargeable. For instance, although the seafood was provided to the caravans at a low price, this was merely a temporary arrangement. As the foot traffic increased in the future, Nalantar intended to elevate seafood into a signature delicacy of the Storm domain. The only complimentary item for the caravans was a piece of brown sugar black bread per person for lunch. serving as a privilege for the noble merchants on their inaugural visit. Should they desire additional servings, they would need to purchase them from the stone house at a wholesale price of 7 copper coins each. Of course, these provisions were meant for the ordinary members of the caravans, while the stewards, as previously promised by Nalantar, were treated to a complimentary feast. Since these stewards bore no noble titles, Nalantar hosted them at May Village. As the roasted oysters, large crabs, fresh fish, and brown sugar black bread graced the dining table, the stewards exclaimed that their journey had been worthwhile, vowing to request their respective noble lords to allow them to lead the caravans back in the future. After lunch, Nalantar allowed the stewards to rest in the refurbished thatched cottages before he and Butler Ute proceeded to his castle. Upon inspecting the castle, Ute repeatedly nodded in agreement, stating, "Young Master Nalantar, it appears Lord Andrew's concerns were unfounded. The servants and stewards in your castle are exceptionally competent. You have truly grown, young Master Nalantar. That is largely thanks to the Count, who assigned Thomas to me. He manages the castle on my behalf," Nalantar replied with a smile. "However, young Master Nalantar, it is worth noting that servants often harbor personal desires. Should the nobility fail to maintain control, they may become lax or even engage in deceitful practices." Ute shook his head. As an experienced steward, he had heard much about the inner workings of the castle's servants and understood that without a commanding presence, the servants would inevitably develop ulterior motives. Although the presence of the noble council deterred many from overtly betraying their masters, instances of embezzlement of the domain's wealth still occurred. "Nevertheless, young Master Nalantar, your castle appears somewhat dilapidated. While the construction of the stone houses in May Village can be postponed, the castle should be prioritized for renovation, as it is your residence and a symbol of your authority." "Indeed, Butler Ute speaks wisely. I intend to commence the restoration of the castle in a few days. Due to the lengthy journey and the favor of Andrew, the caravans would remain in the storm domain for 2 days before departing on the night of the next meteor shower. In the afternoon, once the stewards had sufficiently rested, Nalantar took them to explore the swordwood forest and the habitat of the tricolor chickens. During this time, the villagers of May also ventured into the thickets to gather wild fruits or capture small beasts to sell to the caravans. For instance, rabbits are not only capable of consuming meat, but they can also shed their fur to craft hats and leather boots. Sparrows can be used to brew soup, while their feathers can be fashioned into various ornaments. In summary, although the merchant caravan has little to occupy itself during these 2 days in Wheatleaf Village, the occasional acquisition of local specialties brings unexpected delight. That night, behind the fortress of Stormhold, a lithe figure paused at the base of a cliff, gazing upward. From the conversations overheard earlier that day, the news seemed rather favorable. It appeared that the losses among Raymond and his companions were not substantial. The woman was the same who had ventured from the fiery forest into Stormhold and had observed the barbarians from the alleyway during the day, disguised among the crowd. She had gleaned valuable information from the boastful villagers of Wheatleaf. For instance, although the barbarians had been captured, their losses did not seem significant, only a fraction of the merchant caravan's numbers. Most members of the caravan dismissed the villagers' claims as mere exaggeration, believing that even if some barbarians remained imprisoned within the castle, their numbers could not exceed 20 or 30. They were convinced that these barbarians were merely purchased. As even a slaver's crew could not capture hundreds at once, such a feat would only be achievable by the armies of great nobles. Yet, the woman held firm in her belief, knowing that over 100 of Raymond's tribe had come this time. Regardless of how the Lord managed to capture Raymond and his kin, the numbers seemed to align. Having completed her preparations, she pressed against the cliff and began her ascent. Though the cliff was not particularly high, measuring around 30 to 40 meters, the noble who commissioned the castle had constructed it with an almost vertical incline, ensuring there would be no rearward threats. Nevertheless, the woman, remarkably agile, began to scale the rugged rock face using only her hands and feet. After a little over 10 minutes, she successfully reached the top of the cliff, where a wall, 5 to 6 meters high, loomed ahead. However, she was well prepared for this barrier. She removed the rope that had been secured around her waist and tied it to the center of her slender sword. With a deft throw, the sword was launched over the wall, embedding itself in the battlement. "My lord, do you require my assistance or that of Vivian? Is there perhaps something delicious to savor?" In the study on the 3rd floor of the castle, Sherry inquired with a beaming smile. "Sherry, if all you ever think about is food, you will inevitably end up as round as the calves on the farm," Narrant replied, somewhat exasperated. Before retrieving 2 bottles of crafted perfume from his drawer, There is no delectable fare, but I do have 2 bottles of fragrant perfume. Ah, my lord. Is this the reward you promised last time? Thank you, my lord. Sherry exclaimed upon seeing the perfume, recalling the long-anticipated reward. Take it. I keep my promises. Sherry, you must practice diligently. When you can tame a creature even more formidable than Little Gray, the reward will be even greater. Thank you, my lord. Sherry will work very hard. Upon receiving the perfume, Shirley's face instantly blossomed with joy, her small bosom vibrating with excitement. Nalenter harbored genuine concern that the little girl might become overly exuberant, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively. He then turned his gaze towards Vivian. Vivian, this bottle is for you. Thank you, my lord. Vivian replied with delight as she accepted the fragrance. Through days of diligent practice, her marksmanship with the dual pistols had reached an admirable level of precision, rendering her deserving of such a reward. Ah, by the way, Vivian, do you recall my earlier mention of designing a new style of maid outfit? I have sketched the design. Do take a look and see if it can be crafted. At this moment, Nalenter extended a drawing towards Vivian. To indulge his personal inclinations, Nalenter had patiently awaited this occasion. Having recently added the procurement of black and white silk fabric to the merchant caravan's inventory. Chapter 111. Hostage Vivian took the blueprint and examined it closely, while the young girl Sherry leaned in curiously. Wow, dear sir, that maid outfit is absolutely exquisite. In this world, a maid's attire remained just that, unchanged in essence. Gazing at the contrasting black and white design adorned with intricate pleats, Sherry exclaimed in delight. Currently, she donned a maid's outfit daily within the castle. Yet the garments in this realm were rather mundane, typically in a natural linen hue, scarcely distinguishable from those worn by ordinary serfs. The thought of soon adorning such a beautiful ensemble filled her with immense joy. Having conveyed all necessary matters, Nalenter dismissed the 2 young ladies. Once they departed, he prepared to rest, rising to approach the window. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the castle windows were usually left open for ventilation. However, to prevent the risk of a thunderstorm at midnight, he deemed it prudent to close them to protect his books from moisture. Yet, as Nalenter reached the window, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness. A shadow floated in through the opening. Before he could react, a slender sword pressed against his chest. Lady Warrior, let us speak amicably. Nalenter, startled by the abrupt turn of events, felt his hair stand on end. Fortunately, he had cultivated a semblance of composure befitting a person of authority, forcing himself to suppress his rising panic. He spread his hands in a gesture of peace, addressing the woman gently. Are you here for revenge or for riches? Understanding that the woman's blade was poised at his heart and recognizing her superior strength, Nalenter hoped fervently that her intentions were mercenary rather than an assassination sent by Kunt or others. Lord, I advise you not to harbor any ulterior motives. Though you bear the title of knight, you are no match for me unless you have ascended to the rank of silver knight. The woman perceived his thoughts, pressing the slender sword forward as a warning. Lady Warrior, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no other intentions. With his thoughts laid bare, Nalenter dared not act recklessly. Yet he silently acknowledged the woman's remarkable cunning. Is this truly a matter requiring inquiry? Nalenter pondered, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could she also be one of the daughters of misfortune? Indeed, as his pupils narrowed, he observed the golden inscriptions encircling the eyes of the woman shrouded in black cloth. Could this be the reward bestowed upon me by the system? Nalenter's mind raced, uncertain whether she was the 3rd daughter of fortune yet to be accounted for. After all, he had initially believed that the 3rd daughter would emerge from the village of misfortune, and this woman might not even hail from the principality of Agate. Are you deceiving me? Why then are there 2 daughters of misfortune here? I am not lying. Other nobles would certainly shy away from harboring a daughter of misfortune, but I am an exception. Nalenter felt that he finally had a chance to escape and continued, though I am a noble myself, I deeply empathize with the plight of the daughters of misfortune. After all, they have done nothing wrong. Why must they bear the weight of such calamity and be sent to the pyre? Thus, I have devoted my efforts to researching ways to spare these girls from such a tragic fate. The 2 young ladies you just witnessed are now devoid of any ill fortune, and I have bestowed upon them a new name, the Daughters of Fortune. Listening to Nalenter's words, the woman fell silent, yet her gaze towards him grew increasingly complex. Although she could not ascertain the veracity of his claims, she had observed his interactions with the 2 girls, noting that this noble indeed provided them refuge within his castle and treated them with care. Heroine, may I inquire your name? You too must be a daughter of fortune, yes? From where do you hail? Surely, it has been a long time since you last resided in a noble duchy. Why not come to my stormhold? I would be most delighted to welcome you. The daughters of fortune. Seeing his words take effect, Nalantar pressed on. The woman, already in a tumult of emotions, was momentarily taken aback by Nalantar's rapid-fire questions. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. My lord, Chef Rose inquires if you wish to have supper prepared. Just as the woman was about to respond, Lilia's voice broke the silence. The woman snapped back to reality and instinctively glanced towards the door. Now was the moment. In that instant, Nalantar seized the opportunity to escape. Although he sensed that the woman did not harbor strong intentions to kill him, he dared not gamble. A lost wager could cost him his life. In the next moment, he summoned his energy and swiftly retreated to the side of the desk. Clang. A noble's sword is typically never far from reach. Yet Nalantar had thought himself safe within his castle and had carelessly hung his sword beside the desk. Now, having reached the desk, he promptly unsheathed his sword. My lord? Lilia immediately heard the sound of the sword being drawn and inquired with curiosity from outside. I shall return to seek you out. Remember, my name is Catherine. At this moment, Catherine's emotions were in disarray, and she had not come to assassinate Nalantar. Realizing that she could not accomplish her intended task today, she made a swift decision and retreated to the window. As her words fell, she executed a nimble leap, her form hanging from the window ledge as she darted to the side. Catherine, I speak the truth. You may remain in my castle, just like the two girls you saw earlier. After Catherine leaped out the window, Nalantar rushed to peer outside, witnessing her effortlessly bouncing off the castle's eaves and corners, soon to vanish from view. Envious of such abilities possessed by a daughter of fortune, Nalantar called out to her retreating figure, an assassin. Protect my lord. An assassin. Clang, clang, clang. As Nalantar's voice echoed through the air, the guards atop the city walls instinctively turned their gaze, instantly catching sight of the figure leaping upon the eaves. They promptly raised the alarm with a loud cry. In an instant, the entire castle, both servants and soldiers, was set into motion, and the alarm bells at the main gate rang out with a resounding clang. Chapter 112. The talent for swordsmanship. A sudden crash echoed through the castle, followed by a cacophony of shouts. Lilia, the closest attendant, promptly flung open the door. Though this devoted maid bore no martial prowess, she possessed an unwavering heart dedicated to her lord. The commotion had completely dispelled Nalantar's slumber. Yes, my lord. Lilia confirmed that her master was unscathed, her anxious heart calming slightly. Upon receiving instructions, she hastened down the stairs. Nalantar exited his study, making his way to the grand hall on the ground floor. As he reached the staircase, Vivian and a group of soldiers, armed and alert, rushed up. My lord. The soldiers, having just learned from Lilia that Nalantar was unharmed, heaved a collective sigh of relief. My lord, it is my fault for allowing the assassin to enter the castle. Minutes later, in the grand hall, Quake knelt before Nalantar. Upon spotting the assassin, half of the soldiers had rushed into the inner fortress to ensure Nalantar's safety, while the other half pursued the intruder under Quake's command. However, the outcome of the chase was as expected. The woman possessed formidable skills, and despite Quake having trained for several days as a novice knight, he was of little use. Rise. Nalantar commanded. Have you determined how that assassin infiltrated the castle? My lord. The assassin fled towards the rear of the castle. By the time my men and I arrived, she had already descended the cliff. We pursued down the slope, but alas, she vanished from sight. However, we found a rope left behind on the ground and traces of climbing on the cliff. It is my estimation that the assassin must have ascended via the cliff as well. Climbed up from the rear of the castle? Nalantar was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the castle's sole vulnerability would be exploited by this female assassin. As the lord of this stronghold, Nalantar had meticulously surveyed the surroundings, noting that the cliffs were nearly vertical. Even he, a mid-tier bronze knight, would not dare to scale them without proper safety measures. Thus, due to the insufficient number of guards, Nalantar had only stationed them at the front, permitting occasional patrols on the sides and rear. After all, there was only one apparent route to the castle. He had not foreseen that anyone could ascend from other angles. No need for that. Nalantar shook his head. If the woman could evade capture even within the castle, how could Quake and his mere 10 men hope to catch her now that she was outside? More critically, Catherine's strength was formidable. Sending Quake and his men after her would be tantamount to courting death. Quake, you shall reassign the guards at the castle. Increasing the patrols on the sides and rear, Nalantar instructed decisively. Yes, my lord. Quake, though somewhat discontent, could only acquiesce to his lord's command. Shirley and Vivian shall remain. Everyone else is dismissed. After Quake departed, Nalantar cleared the hall of others. My lord, it is my failure for not ensuring your safety. My lord, Shirley is also at fault. Both Shirley's bees and Little Gray are asleep at night. Once the crowd dispersed, Vivian and Shirley approached Nalantar, bowing their heads in apology. Shirley, Vivian, this matter does not concern you. Nalantar chuckled softly, surprised by the intrusion that even he had not anticipated. How could these two young ladies have fathomed it? Moreover, Little Gray and the bees were rendered ineffective by the cover of night, a circumstance beyond human control. The reason I have kept you here is not to seek your apologies, but to discuss another matter. That assassin is, in fact, akin to you. She is a daughter of fortune. A daughter of misfortune. A daughter of fortune? Vivian and Shirley expressed their astonishment. My lord, why would she dare to invade the castle to attempt to assassinate you, knowing that among all the nobles, you alone have offered us refuge? Shirley remarked with a hint of resentment. While the reason for her intrusion remains unclear, I sense that her intent was not solely to kill me. It seems she harbors ulterior motives. As for my kindness towards you, she has only just become aware of it, and it is precisely this knowledge that has afforded me the opportunity to evade her tonight. This daughter of fortune is quite treacherous. My lord, when dawn breaks, I shall send out the bees and Little Gray to ensure she has no place to hide. Shirley declared, her fists clenched. I shall join you, my lord. Tomorrow, I will lead the guard alongside Shirley to capture her. Vivian nodded vigorously. Indeed, I have retained you for this purpose. However, Shirley, Vivian, you must discreetly investigate the identity of that woman tomorrow. Do not let her discover you, for you are no match for her. Simply report back to me upon your findings. Nalantar remains uncertain whether Catherine is truly his third daughter of fortune. Hence he prefers to keep the commotion minimal to avoid scaring her away. As for why Nalantar surmises that Catherine would not flee under cover of darkness, it stems from her parting words. She mentioned that she would return for him. Nalantar believes that someone as audacious as Catherine, who dares to infiltrate the castle, would not require any additional means to facilitate her escape from his territory. Yes, my lord. The two ladies responded in unison. Reclining on his bed, Nalantar summoned the system panel. Fortunate daughter, Catherine, initial awakening. Specialization, swordsmanship. Special talent, agile body, eye of insight. She is an exceptionally gifted swordswoman. When she matures into a distinguished master of swordsmanship, her long sword shall carve a path through all obstacles. She is also a commendable general, in her state of initial awakening. The soldiers she leads will master swordsmanship within a week and permanently gain a 10% talent for the agile body. Note, in the state of initial awakening, the maximum number of individuals that can be taught at one time is 10. Increasing the level of awakening will augment this number. This daughter of fortune has completed her initial awakening, and her proficiency is on the verge of meeting the requirements for intermediate awakening. Intermediate awakening potion recipe: 1 part of the magical golden orchid, 2 parts of the mystical taro, and 2 parts of the blood of the agile beast spirit bird. It is astonishing that she is on the verge of achieving an intermediate awakening. No wonder she confidently asserts that beneath the rank of Silver Knight, I stand no chance against her. Upon reviewing the entry in the compendium, Nalantar felt a surge of astonishment. This entry regarding the fortunate maiden was only revealed to him after Catherine disclosed her name, prompting the system to notify him. What astonished him further was the fact that Catherine was on the brink of completing her intermediate awakening. Additionally, he found himself perplexed regarding how Catherine had initially accomplished her primary awakening. After all, both Vivian and Shelley had relied on their own potions to achieve their awakenings. After pondering for a moment, Nalantar found himself at a loss and decided to dwell on it no longer. All these uncertainties would surely unravel once he found Catherine. Chapter 113. The villains. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley of May Village, Catherine was moving stealthily. As Nalantar had mentioned, Catherine possessed both skill and audacity. She chose not to flee from the storm territory. At this moment, her mind was in turmoil. She had alarmed the Lord of the Storm territory without being able to rescue the barbarians, which indicated that any future attempts would be even more arduous. Furthermore, she had unexpectedly discovered that a noble was willing to take in the daughter of misfortune, especially when she had escaped from the castle. Nalantar's words echoed in her mind. You can stay in the castle, just like those 2 girls. Catherine could sense the sincerity in his voice. Why did you not appear 5 years ago? Had I encountered you then, perhaps my father, my sister. Memories flooded back, and a sorrowful expression crossed her face. However, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by a figure emerging ahead. At such a late hour, who could still be wandering about? Catherine paused, pressing herself against the nearby wall, and discreetly observed the figure that had appeared. The silhouette emerged from a thatched cottage, cautiously surveying the surroundings before stealthily approaching another thatched house and softly knocking. The door of the second cottage opened swiftly, and the figure slipped inside. Once assured that the alley was devoid of any other presence, Catherine resumed her advance. Casting aside her earlier confusion, she herself needed to hide and lacked the inclination to investigate further. Yet, as she passed by the cottage where the figure had just entered, her steps suddenly halted. The faint voices emanating from within were alarmingly relevant to her purpose for being there. Captain Charlie, those barbarians have indeed been captured by the storm territory. Yes, I am already aware. The voices belonged to Charlie and one of his subordinates. They had come with a specific intent, taking advantage of the nighttime to summarize their findings from the day's reconnaissance. Captain, how could they have accomplished this? We brought in over 100 barbarians that day. And as for the troop strength of the storm territory, we observed during the day that they had at most 30 or 40 soldiers. The subordinate expressed his bewilderment. This is a question I too am eager to understand. I tentatively inquired some villagers during the day, but they seemed oblivious. It appears that the barbarians we drew in were captured before they even reached May Village. Charlie replied, equally perplexed. What should we do now, Captain? I feel this land of misfortune is shrouded in mystery. The Lord has exerted such effort to frame the storm territory, yet it has yielded no effect. Instead, it seems to have benefited them, turning the barbarians into laborers. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from any rash actions for the time being. Captain, does this mean our efforts have been in vain? After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I have observed that all the guards of the stormhold are concentrated in the castle. It would be prudent for you to take 4 or 5 men tomorrow to abduct the village chief of May Village and extract information regarding the secrets of the stormhold's sprites or any other clandestine matters. And if feasible, to eliminate these threats. Understood, Captain. Upon hearing this, the team members agreed that the plan was sound. Yes, Captain, one of the members affirmed, and then stealthily exited Charlie's thatched hut. Thus, it was revealed that the Lord of Stormhold was not responsible for the massacre of Raymond and his tribe. Charlie and his companion's hushed conversation had been overheard by Catherine. So, who was the noble responsible for the slaughter of the barbarian women and children? After pondering for a moment, Catherine refrained from seizing Charlie to interrogate him about the true culprit, as such an action would inevitably cause a commotion. Instead, she resolved to wait until the following evening when the group intended to wreak havoc in the wilderness, then she would take action. The next morning, the events of the previous night had not reached May Village. Thanks to Nalen's discretion, and life in the merchant village continued as usual. Sherry, manipulating her bees, commenced a search throughout the woods surrounding Stormhold. Meanwhile, she and Vivian donned simple homespun garments and ventured into May Village, discreetly observing the villagers they encountered. Thus, the two patrolled May Village throughout the day, but found no leads. The bees and Little Gray had also failed to uncover any suspicious solitary women. Vivian, it's nearly dark, and we have yet to help the adults find that assassin. The little girl expressed her disappointment, having hoped that her Little Gray and the bees would lead them to the assassin, only to return empty-handed. Sherry, the assassin is deliberately hiding. Finding her is not so simple. However, with your bees and Little Gray at our disposal, as long as she remains within Storehold, we shall surely locate her. Although Vivian shared some of Sherry's disappointment, she encouraged her friend upon seeing her disheartened demeanor. Vivian, that assassin appeared last night. Perhaps we should hide in May Village tonight, and see if she shows up? Sherry suddenly proposed. That could work. Vivian, feeling reluctant, nodded in agreement after a brief hesitation. Great. Let's inform the adults, and then head to the stone house. Sherry exclaimed with excitement. Nalen, upon hearing the girl's request and noting their determined expressions, reluctantly consented. However, he cautioned them that should they discover anything, they must not alert the enemy and must report back to him immediately. The two girls readily agreed to this condition. At midnight, in May Village, Vivian and Sherry lay in wait by the window of the stone house in the square. At this moment, Sherry, who had been resolutely determined to assist the Lord in capturing the assassin, was now drowsy, leaning against Vivian, her small head bobbing from side to side. Conversely, Vivian's eyes sparkled as she diligently observed the surroundings. Suddenly, she gasped in surprise, for she had spotted 5 figures stealthily gathering in May Village. These individuals do not appear to be villagers from May Village. What could possibly compel them to venture out at such a late hour? As a skilled archer, Vivian possesses keen eyesight, and she observed that the group gathered together before making their way toward a relatively new thatched cottage situated by the roadside, which belonged to Peter the Boot. The group stealthily approached the cottage and quietly opened a window, with two of them slipping inside without a sound. Just as Vivian was grappling with her astonishment, one of the intruders emerged from the thatched cottage carrying a shadowy figure. In the next moment, Vivian grasped her longbow at her side and gently nudged Shelley's small head. "Shelley, wake up! There are intruders." Chapter 114. Interrogation. Where are the villains? Awakened from her slumber, Sherry was still somewhat dazed, rubbing her eyes in confusion. "Sherry, I just saw several strangers break into Village Chief Peter's house and abduct him," Vivian exclaimed urgently. The situation was dire. The abduction of Village Chief Peter could only spell trouble. Afterward, the two women parted ways at the stone house, with Vivian swiftly pursuing the five assailants while Sherry, somewhat reluctant, made her way towards the castle. The night was clear and illuminated by the moonlight. Vivian followed the five men as they ventured further away, finally halting in an open area 3 miles from Mayleaf Village. Rather than act immediately, Vivian stealthily approached, preparing to seize the opportunity. "Wake him up." The five men, unaware that their movements had been compromised, set Peter Boots down after stopping. Peter, already unconscious, was soon doused with water by one of them. Cough, cough. Peter Boots awoke, sputtering as he surveyed his surroundings, and exclaimed in horror, "Who are you? What do you want?" Trembling in fear, he was met with a chilling response. "I demand to know where your lord's salt mine sprite is." "You will not get away with this. My lord will not spare you." Peter Boots' eyes widened in realization of their intentions. As he spoke, one of the assailants pressed a longsword threateningly against his neck, causing a deep cut from which blood trickled down the blade. "I will never tell you." Though his body trembled uncontrollably, Peter resolutely refused to yield. The assailants exchanged surprised glances, and one drew a dagger from his pocket. Without hesitation, he seized Peter's hand, ready to inflict pain. "I will not speak," Peter shouted defiantly, as if rallying his courage. The assailant, unfazed, intended to instill fear in the village chief, believing he would soon comply. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the dagger was about to slice through Peter's fingers, two piercing sounds echoed from behind. Thud, thud, Before the assailants could react, two arrows struck with deadly precision, and two of their number collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Not good, we're under fire." The remaining three quickly sought cover, with one even using Peter as a human shield. Observing their swift reaction, Vivian remained calm, for she was concealed in the shadows, preparing to adjust her position for another shot. However, just as she was about to move, a sudden, excruciating pain surged from behind her. "Damn it. Thank goodness I was cautious and hid inside to observe, where tonight's events could have ended in disaster." As Vivian turned her head, she noticed several men standing behind her. "Captain Charlie, is that you?" The three figures in hiding, alerted by the commotion, immediately inquired. "Captain." The men emerged, their expressions grim. "I observed from within the house while you were engaged. I never anticipated that not long after your departure, these two young girls would emerge from the stone house in the square." At that moment, Charlie was accompanied by more than 10 others, and besides Vivian, who had been captured, Sherry was also bound and had her mouth covered. "My lord, our two comrades were shot dead by this girl with a cold arrow." Upon hearing this, one man glared fiercely at Vivian. "Well, let us put this matter aside for now. We must focus on the urgent business at hand. Have you extracted any information from that obstinate village chief?" "My lord, the headstrong chief is quite resilient. We were just about to teach him a lesson." Charlie and his companions were unaware of Vivian and Sherry's true identities and still believed that Peter the Boot had the most valuable information. They intended to use Vivian and Sherry as examples. Subsequently, they discarded Sherry and Vivian onto the open ground, and the cloth covering Sherry's mouth was removed. "Sherry, are you all right?" Vivian felt a burning sensation in her back and her hands lacked strength, but seeing Sherry with tear-streaked eyes prompted her to inquire with concern. "Vivian, I'm fine, but I did not deliver the message to my lord," the young girl replied. "Now is not the time for idle chatter. I must inform you that your only chance of survival lies in revealing the secrets of Stormhold. For instance, the location of the salt mine sprites, and how that brown sugar black bread is made. If your information proves useful, we may consider releasing you. However, should you refuse to speak, we shall mar your beautiful faces." Charlie threatened with a bloodthirsty grin, brandishing a dagger. "You villains, Give up that thought. We shall never divulge anything. My lord will avenge us." Despite her eyes being red with tears, Sherry exhibited remarkable courage at that moment. "Is that so?" Charlie paused, a flash of menace crossing his gaze. "You might as well kill us. We will not utter a single word." As Charlie prepared to strike at Sherry, Vivian swiftly moved to shield her. "Desiring death will not be so easy. I will make you experience true suffering." Charlie remained unmoved. "I advise you to cease your actions immediately." Just then, a slender figure emerged from the nearby woods. Chapter 115. Ambush who? Charlie and his companions were startled, immediately turning their gaze towards the source of the sound. However, upon seeing that there was only one person, and that she was a woman, they breathed a sigh of relief. Since learning last night that matters concerning the barbarian tribe were more complex than anticipated, she had been closely observing Charlie and his party. Little did she expect that today would bring an unexpected turn of events, as the two girls had also discovered each other's presence. Although she was a woman, Charlie had no intention of showing mercy. "Yes, Captain." Two of his subordinates responded promptly, brandishing their long swords as they advanced towards Catherine. "Die." As they closed in within 5 or 6 meters of Catherine, they suddenly accelerated, charging towards her with their swords raised. In mere moments, they reached Catherine's front. One man swung his sword overhead, aiming a diagonal strike at Catherine, while the other aimed a horizontal slash at her midsection. Just as the long swords were about to descend upon her, Catherine remained unperturbed, moving with an air of calmness. Whoosh! Just when everyone believed Catherine was about to meet her demise, several glimmers of cold light flashed in the night. Thud! Accompanied by 2 muffled thuds. The 2 initially fierce subordinates of Charlie suddenly halted. Thud! Both of their bodies slowly fell backward to the ground, revealing long sword marks etched across their faces. "Bastards! All of you, attack! Kill her!" Charlie was momentarily consumed by a mix of astonishment and rage. This woman exhibited no signs of martial energy, yet she was unexpectedly formidable, far exceeding Charlie's expectations. "Kill!" Charlie's men quickly regained their composure. At his command, over a dozen of them raised their long swords, encircling Catherine without hesitation. At this moment, Catherine adopted a more serious demeanor, her movements shifting from casual to remarkably agile as she began to maneuver gracefully. Clang! In the moonlight, the sounds of metal clashing echoed amidst the brilliant flashes of cold light. "My lord, should we intervene?" Meanwhile, over 100 meters away, a group of more than 10 individuals were concealed within a patch of grass, observing the battlefield. This group was none other than Nalantar and his subordinates. Hearing that his 2 precious charges were to spend the night in Male Village, Nalantar was understandably uneasy, prompting him to have Quake arrange for 2 guards to conceal themselves in a nearby thatched hut for protection. However, upon arrival, Nalantar discovered Catherine from the previous night, which led him to discreetly abandon his immediate rescue plan. Although Catherine possessed strength surpassing that of Nalantar, her abilities were honed to perfection in a singular aspect, her swordsmanship. As a result, she remained oblivious to Nalantar and his companions stealthily approaching. "Not yet. Wait for my signal." Nalantar gestured with his hand. These ordinary men would undoubtedly be no match for Catherine, even if 10 more joined the fray. As Nalantar had anticipated, despite being surrounded by over 10 assailants, Catherine adeptly navigated through the crowd, utilizing her swift footwork and precise swordplay to maneuver with ease. She was nothing short of a swordmaster. Nalan's heart surged with fervor. Sister Vivian, this elder sister is truly formidable. Shirley momentarily forgot the danger, gazing at Catherine with a sense of admiration. Shirley. She is most likely the assassin spoken of by the adults. Vivian cautioned. Is she truly the assassin? No wonder the adults instructed us not to provoke her. Sister Vivian, what should we do now? Will she harm us? Shirley exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing once more, longing for the presence of the adults. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, the more than 10 combatants engaged with Catherine lay sprawled on the ground, most of them writhing in agony. Who on earth are you? At this moment, Charlie's previous arrogance had evaporated, his complexion pale and his speech faltering. He had initially intended to flee, but as he moved, a chill crept down his back. He understood that this woman had already locked onto him. Should he dare to escape, an attack would inevitably follow. What do you wish to inquire about? Who sent you here? Catherine inquired. Charlie's expression shifted several times before he finally confessed. It was Baron Quint. Quint, why does he wish to slaughter the women and children of the plains? Catherine pressed further. Answer me, and I will spare you. Catherine's sword, which had been sheathed, was drawn once more, its cold glint flashing as it left a bloody mark across Charlie's face. Upon hearing this, Charlie's face drained of color, and the sword he held clattered to the ground. Noticing his state, Catherine turned to Vivian and Shirley, asking, "Are you both unharmed?" "Sister, be careful." However, just as Catherine's words fell, Vivian's expression changed dramatically. It turned out that Charlie's earlier action of dropping his sword was merely a ruse to lower Catherine's guard. At that moment, he produced a pouch of white powder and hurled it towards Catherine's face without hesitation. Die! Charlie unleashed the lime powder, which, though treacherous, proved effective. Caught off guard, Catherine was immediately blinded. Having executed his plan, Charlie wasted no time and drew a dagger, lunging towards Catherine's chest. However, Catherine, endowed with innate luck, instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding a fatal blow despite being unable to see. The dagger grazed her arm. Yet, before Charlie could launch a second strike, an arrow pierced through his back. Chapter 116. Waves upon waves. Charlie paused, turning his head in disbelief. He could not fathom why, in his quest for mere destruction, he was met with incessant adversities. This desolate wilderness resembled a theatrical performance, with enemies arriving in relentless waves. Were he a traveler from another realm, he would undoubtedly raise a finger to the heavens and bellow, "Oh, cruel fate, are you toying with me?" Alas, Charlie was not that fortunate, and at that moment, he lacked the strength for such dramatics. As he beheld the approaching throng, he succumbed to the ground in frustration. He possessed considerable talent and audacity, yet he lacked the necessary caution. Had he watched a few more tales of vendettas and rivalries, he might have avoided such a downfall. As Nalantar walked, he shook his head. However, this turn of events had unwittingly fashioned a bridal gown for him. "My lord!" Vivian and Shirley cried out in uncontainable joy upon recognizing their rescuer. Yet, one was still bound, and the other's back was aflame with pain, rendering them immobile. "My lord, you have finally arrived." "Whoa!" After her initial exclamation, Shirley was overwhelmed with tears of joy, though she had exhibited bravery moments before. Which girl is unafraid of having her visage marred? Vivian's eyes too were slightly reddened. "Fear not. I have come, and you are now safe." Nalantar quickly helped both women to their feet. "My lord." Peter, aided by Quake, managed to rise as well. Nalantar then turned his gaze towards Catherine, whose eyes remained clouded, sword at the ready against her surroundings. "Catherine, we meet again. What are your intentions?" Catherine's tone was somewhat rigid, yet it betrayed a hint of frailty. "My lord, it was this sister who saved both me and Sister Vivian," Shirley murmured, her gratitude for Catherine's life-saving deed still fresh in her mind. However, due to Catherine's status as an assassin, Shirley merely mentioned it weakly before falling silent. Yet in the next moment, Shirley felt lightheaded and collapsed to the ground. Nalantar rushed forward, discovering a gash on Catherine's arm, from which black blood flowed. "My lord, that dagger is poisoned." Quake immediately alerted upon seeing the wound. It turned out that when Charlie approached, Kunt had instructed him to seize the opportunity to attempt to assassinate Nalantar should any unforeseen circumstances arise. If successful, his family would receive double the care. In the throes of life and death, Charlie had used the dagger on Catherine. "Quick, bring water," Nalantar urged anxiously, fearing for the life of his third fortunate lady. When Quake and the others returned with clean water, Nalantar tore open Catherine's sleeve, revealing her flawless arm. Without hesitation, he washed away the black blood surrounding the wound, then leaned in closer. "Ah!" Shirley gasped at the sight. Meanwhile, Vivian turned her face away, her cheeks flushed, clearly taken aback by Nalantar's actions. Nalantar paid no heed to the reactions of those around him, diligently extracting the poisonous blood from Catherine, one mouthful at a time. While he possessed methods to treat ordinary wounds from blades, the presence of poison left him with only rudimentary remedies, the efficacy of which remained uncertain. The detoxification process stretched on for more than a minute. At first, Catherine exhibited some response, but eventually succumbed to complete numbness. Nalantar was left uncertain whether his efforts had borne any fruit. Catherine had harbored intentions of negotiating with Nalantar for the savages, thus she had restrained herself during the battle, allowing many of her assailants to survive. This led to the revelation that the individuals masquerading as the servants of the nobility from Tulip City were, in fact, agents of Kvent. Through the accounts of several individuals, he gleaned the identities of Charlie and his companions. Indeed, it seemed plausible that Catherine had come seeking the savages. "My lord, it is highly likely that after subduing those villains, Miss Catherine's inquiries were all directed towards the savages," Vivian promptly affirmed. Upon hearing this, Nalantar nodded, finally comprehending the true purpose behind Catherine's visit to the castle the previous night. She aimed to take him hostage in order to coerce the guards into releasing the savages. Nalantar recalled Raymond, the formidable figure who had once uttered a vow before his capture, asserting that the guardians of their tribe would exact vengeance on their behalf. As for Peter the Boot, you have performed admirably today. I shall bestow a reward upon you tomorrow for your loyalty and bravery. Nalantar had learned of Peter's unwavering resolve from Vivian, thus the reward was most warranted. Even though Peter had not taken any action that night, his ability to remain tight-lipped in the face of mortal peril was commendable. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your generous reward, Peter exclaimed, excitement evident as he bowed to Nalantar before exiting the hall. Should any remnants of the enemy remain, they would be apprehended on the spot. If not, the focus would shift to monitoring several merchant caravans, with plans to deliberate on the events of the night come morning. The audacity of a noble from Tulip City to betray their own and assist Kvint by sending agents to his domain necessitated a reckoning. Chapter 117. The Golden Tycoon. On the following morning, in Maya village, the stewards of various merchant caravans stepped out of their lodgings, only to be met with an astonishing sight. The village square was filled with soldiers, while in front of them lay over 20 members of a merchant caravan. Some sprawled on the ground, others seated. It appeared that Dory had met his demise, a gaping wound marring his chest. These individuals seemed to belong to Sir Varad's caravan. How could so many have perished? The stewards turned pale, bewildered by the abrupt and dire turn of events upon awakening. Nalantar, upon hearing their murmurs, promptly relayed the events of the previous night to Butler Ute. Could such a thing truly have transpired? Ute exclaimed, astonished. They had spent a peaceful night in Maya village, utterly unaware of the fierce battle that had erupted mere miles away. Butler Ute, I wish to understand the standing of this Sir Varad, who would assist in concealing these individuals' identities. Sir Varad was once a nobleman with lands under his stewardship. However, due to mismanagement, he faced bankruptcy a few years ago, failing to pay sufficient taxes to the Earl over the course of 3 years. Ultimately, the Earl exchanged his territory for gold coins. It is said that after receiving compensation, Sir Varad purchased several shops in Tulip City and formed a merchant caravan. He approached Lord Andrew, expressing his intent to send a caravan, and since they are all vassals of the Earl, Lord Andrew did not hesitate to agree. Who would have thought? Butler Ute, has there been any prior conflict or discord between our Berlick family and this Sir Varad? Ah, Alding. Nalantar mused silently, nodding. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he surmised that there was a significant probability, around 60%, that this arrangement was linked to Alding, while the remaining 40% suggested that Sir Varad had been bribed by Quinton for monetary gain. Butler Ute, the stewards of the merchant caravans are still unaware of the situation. Would you kindly elucidate the matter for them? Of course, young master, Ute responded promptly, hastening towards the bewildered stewards. After Uta's thorough explanation, the stewards felt a wave of relief wash over them, soon followed by astonishment at the calamity that had befallen Storm territory. In a bid to solidify the charges against Sir Varad, Nalantar gestured towards Quake. Instantly, Quake removed the rags from the mouths of the surviving captives. Having been instructed beforehand, the captives began to divulge their names and backgrounds. Everyone, you just heard their words. Did you not? All of these individuals hail from the territory of the Black Iron Earl and are subordinates of Baron Quinton, who resides next door to Storm territory. I have had some minor disputes with Baron Quinton, such as issues concerning salt. However, this was a matter solely between Quinton and myself. Yet now, Sir Varad has conspired with outsiders to undermine my Storm territory. Thus, I must report this to the Earl and seek his intervention. In this instance, the gathering occurred in May Village. To prevent any misunderstandings, it was deemed necessary to inform everyone, with the hope that they could serve as witnesses to promote the truth of the matter. Sir Nalante must exercise caution as the Storm territory is still in its infancy, avoiding any exploitation of the situation by ill-intentioned individuals, such as allegations of him mercilessly slaughtering merchant caravans for their riches. One should not consider this an unnecessary precaution. In a world shrouded in misinformation, it is imperative to seize the narrative before it becomes too late for rectification. Sir Nalante can rest assured that everything in May Village remained as usual last night. Those who stealthily ventured out seeking to wreak havoc have brought this upon themselves. Indeed, we can vouch for Sir Nalante, several overseers promptly affirmed. And there was no room for doubt. With over 20 individuals involved, if Sir Nalante were truly to act with malice, they would have surely heard something amiss. The absence of any disturbance indicates that these individuals must have departed May Village under the cover of night. Furthermore, they have all provided detailed identities, which can be easily verified if one wishes. Therefore, if Sir Nalente were indeed fabricating anything, there would be no need for such theatrics. Sir Nalente nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Mario conducted the final settlements with the merchant caravans, as they belonged to noble merchant groups. The quantities of goods purchased were incomparable to those of commoners like Lori's general store. Each caravan's transaction often reached 7 or 8 gold coins, while Sir Nalente's father's caravan made a single purchase exceeding 10 gold coins. Once the settlements were complete, Sir Nalente hosted a banquet for all and, before the noble caravans departed, presented several overseers with gifts of white sugar and white bread, thus sending off the first wave of noble merchants. That night marked the weekly meteor shower, and Sir Nalente, having not acquired a new sprite in several weeks, eagerly awaited in the courtyard after dinner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the night sky darkened completely, the meteor shower arrived as anticipated. My little treasure has finally come. I wonder what hue of sprite will appear today. I already possess green, blue, and purple sprites, but the yellow sprite among the 4 common types still eludes me. Oh, radiant Lord, if you truly favor me, grant me a luxurious gold sprite. Watching the meteors streak across the sky, Sir Nalente could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Minutes passed, and as the meteor shower began to wane, he eagerly activated the search function. Soon, the coordinates of tonight's sprite were revealed to him. Located just over a mile from the castle, Sir Nalente instructed Vivian to tend to the still unconscious Catherine. Thus he set out alone from the castle in search of the sprite. Mounted on horseback, he swiftly arrived at the destination, an expanse of barren land. Upon reaching the edge of the meteorite crater, Sir Nalente dismounted and shattered the meteorite shell with his longsword. To his astonishment, he found it was indeed a luxurious gold sprite. This, the Radiant Lord is truly magnificent. Nalenteki beamed with joy, convinced that no matter the type of mine, it was bound to be a lucrative venture. Chapter 118, Mining. The following morning, in the maid's quarters on the first floor of the castle, Catherine slowly awoke, yet a wave of discomfort enveloped her, prompting an involuntary hum of discontent. Ah, remarkable sister, you are finally awake. At that moment, a voice of astonishment reached Catherine's ears, belonging to Sherry, who had been assigned to care for her. Hearing this call, Catherine fully regained her senses and, upon discerning the appearance of the girl before her, recalled her predicament. She abruptly sat up, intending to rise from the bed. But as she attempted to stand, the weakness throughout her body caused her to slump back down onto the edge of the bed. Remarkable sister, please do not move just yet. The master said you were poisoned the night before last. Although he has already assisted you in detoxifying and healing, it is unlikely that you will recover so swiftly. Sherry quickly intervened to halt Catherine's actions. Detoxification? Catherine's body stiffened, and she instinctively looked down at her attire. Upon realizing she was clad in a castle maid's uniform, her astonishment deepened. Do not worry, remarkable sister. Your clothes were exchanged by me and Sister Vivian. The master merely tore the sleeves when he was detoxifying you. Sherry, believing she understood Catherine's thoughts, immediately offered an explanation. However, upon hearing this, Catherine's expression remained troubled. With Sherry's prompt, she began to recollect the events leading up to her complete loss of consciousness that night. She remembered collapsing helplessly, only to have the young lord rush to her side and embrace her. While this might not have seemed significant at first, moments later, in her hazy state, Catherine felt a warmth emanating from his arms, followed by a sensation of being drawn upon. Overwhelmed with shame and indignation, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Was he detoxifying me? Catherine pondered inwardly. Yet, she found no answer, as she had never heard of detoxification being achieved through the mouth. Nevertheless, she seemed to be alive and had no grounds to hold the young lord accountable for her situation. Are you hungry, remarkable sister? If so, I could fetch some food from the kitchen for you. Noticing Catherine's startled demeanor, Sherry expressed her concern. Thank you, Sherry, but I am not particularly hungry at the moment. I would like to inquire about the whereabouts of your lord. As a captive, Catherine had little inclination for food. She was uncertain of what fate awaited her, and sensed that her plan to rescue Raymond and the others had likely failed. Oh, remarkable sister. How do you know my name? Sherry asked, bewildered. The master took Sister Vivian out of the castle. He acquired a little yellow sprite last night, and is now seeking a habitat for it. That evening, I overheard you and Sister Vivian calling each other by name. So I learned your names. Sherry, my name is Catherine. Sister Catherine, will you stay in the castle with us? Sherry blinked her large eyes, eagerly inquiring of Catherine. I do not know. Catherine was momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to respond. Moreover, even if one wished to depart, would the young lord permit such an escape? It would be merciful if he merely spared one's life. At that moment, while Shirley conversed with Catherine, Nayland was a little over a mile away from the castle. Ah, the little creature has reacted. Riding upon lightning, Nayland advanced, and suddenly, a look of joy illuminated his face. The yellow sprite appeared to have discovered a satisfactory dwelling place. Nayland was eagerly anticipating the mine he was about to acquire. If it were a gold or silver mine, it would be utterly delightful. Go forth, little one. Show your strength. With great hope, Nayland gently cast the creature toward the ground. Migu migu. Upon landing, the little sprite joyfully chirped twice before darting towards the wasteland beside the dirt path. After traversing another mile or so, the sprite finally came to a halt. Once stationary, a yellow radiance began to coalesce around the creature, and as the glow intensified to an intensity beyond the naked eye's capacity to behold, it rippled outward with a hum. Success! Nayland rejoiced. However, the ground revealed nothing unusual at that moment. Vivian, instruct the guards to commence digging. Generally, the mines produced by the yellow sprite, even if not exposed, are buried only shallowly, thus determining the nature of the ore is merely a matter of unearthing the soil. Yes, my lord. The guards had already brought shovels and, under Vivian's guidance, began to excavate the wasteland. Nayland, meanwhile, retreated to the shade of a nearby tree to await the outcome. Time passed slowly. My lord, it seems we have struck something. After more than 10 minutes, a call arose from Vivian's direction. What or is it? Nayland sprang to his feet and hurried over. My lord, we are uncertain, Vivian replied, somewhat hesitantly shaking her head. Upon seeing this, Nayland's heart raced. It was not a common ore, which boded ill. What is this? As Nayland approached the edge of the pit and peered down, he furrowed his brow slightly. In the approximately 2-meter-deep pit, there were no visible ores, only a layer of grayish-white soil. After pondering for a moment, Nayland finally unearthed a related memory. Is this clay? To verify, Nayland leaped into the pit and scooped a handful of the grayish-white soil. Fine and compact. It truly was clay. My lord, is this or valuable? Vivian cautiously inquired. Typically, nobles favor metal ores, as each type signifies wealth. However, upon hearing that it was merely soil, Vivian grew concerned for her lord. How should one put it? If it is for processing, it bears no distinction from ordinary soil. Though not entirely disappointing, it paled in comparison to Nayland's expectation of copper or iron ore. Ah, does that not render it worthless? Vivian could not help but feel a twinge of sadness. Yet, it is not to be dismissed so readily. The ceramic pots and bowls we commonly use are crafted from this very clay. Ah, is it true that the clay pots and bowls are made from this very soil? Thus, dear adult, one could argue that this soil holds considerable value. Vivian's feelings of frustration dissipated instantly. Indeed, it possesses a certain worth, likely exceeding one's expectations. Nayland's expression brightened with a smile. However, he had no intention of crafting pottery for sale. In this world, ceramics are not highly valued. The techniques of pottery making are rather primitive, both in craftsmanship and the glaze applied to the ceramics. Consequently, the nobility prefers to use vessels fashioned from gold and silver. Yet, should one be able to produce exquisite artifacts akin to the jade blue and white porcelain, Lonquan celadon, or Ruware of the past, substantial profits could indeed be made. Nonetheless, expecting Nayland to elevate the art of pottery to such heights in a short span is akin to asking him to fashion a rifle with his bare hands. Thus, his true ambition lies in the production of bricks. Chapter 119. Unbelievable? Indeed, it is brick. In this world, aside from thatched cottages and wooden houses, all other constructions are fashioned from stone. However, in order to utilize stone for building, one must not only have access to suitable sources but also devote considerable time to hewing the irregular blocks into perfect cubes. In contrast, bricks are remarkably pliable before firing, allowing one to mold them into any desired shape. Just a few days ago, when Nallanter was devising the development plan for May Village, he contemplated the possibility of producing blue bricks. This would render the transformation initiative more economical and expedient. Unfortunately, lacking the appropriate clay, he had to postpone his plans. Little did he expect that merely days later, he would stumble upon a clay mine. It seems that fate has intervened, Nallanter mused. Once the bricks are produced, Accommodating the entire populace of Stormhold into new homes would pose no challenge. Furthermore, bricks can be employed not only for constructing houses, but also for swiftly erecting walls, arrow towers, and other facilities. While brickmaking appears significantly simpler than ceramic production, it still entails numerous processes. Nalantar must delve deep into his memories from his past life to formulate several experimental plans. At that moment, Sherry, holding several pieces of brown sugar black bread, was joyfully bouncing about. "Sherry, what do you intend to do with all that brown sugar black bread?" "Sir, Sister Catherine has awakened," Sherry exclaimed. "Has she?" Nalantar's heart leapt with joy. After all these days, with even the rewards from the second side quest already in hand, Nalantar was now nearly certain that Catherine was indeed his third fortunate daughter. Her well-being was precisely what he had hoped for. "Come, let us go see her." Nalantar promptly altered his plans, prioritizing his third fortunate daughter. Arriving at the maid's chamber, Nalantar followed Sherry inside. Sherry, Catherine, who had been seated on the edge of her bed with a faint smile, momentarily froze at the sight of Nalantar entering behind her. "I have met the Lord. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." After a brief hesitation, Catherine forced herself to bow respectfully to Nalantar, regardless of the circumstances. This lord had indeed saved her life. Moreover, she now understood that the plight of the barbarian women and children was not Nalantar's doing. Rather, it was Raymond and her companions who had brought offense to him. "You are still recovering. There is no need for formalities." Nalantar waved his hand dismissively. At his words, Catherine couldn't help but scrutinize him anew. This nobleman was unlike any she had encountered before. None had ever been so approachable. Of course, given that he was willing to accept even the daughter of misfortune, his amiability was hardly surprising. "Thank you, my lord. Catherine, your arrival in Stormhold is, in fact, to rescue Raymond and those barbarian folk, is it not?" Nalantar inquired directly. "Catherine, I am most curious. You, too, should be a person of civilization. Why then do you coexist peacefully with savages, even becoming their guardian?" Ever since Catherine's arrival, Nalantar has been plagued by numerous questions, and at this moment, he yearns to unravel these mysteries. "In truth, I cannot be deemed a guardian. I merely intervene to assist Raymond and his companions when they face insurmountable threats, such as the monstrous beasts. Furthermore, the title of guardian is merely a label bestowed upon me by these small tribes." Catherine did not withhold the truth and began to explain. 5 years prior, she was an ordinary girl residing in the domain of the Black Iron Count. Her father was a blacksmith within the castle. Due to this, although her family was not noble, their lives were considerably more prosperous than those of commoners. However, everything changed the day she became the daughter of misfortune. Her once happy family was shattered, and she ultimately found herself wandering in the fire forest, where she has remained ever since. "Catherine, now that you have become the daughter of misfortune, why were you not sent to the stake? And how did you awaken your talents?" "Talent?" Catherine was puzzled. "Your swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, Catherine finally grasped Nalantar's meaning. Indeed, after becoming the daughter of misfortune, her swordsmanship had experienced a remarkable enhancement. After a moment of silence, she regarded Nalantar with a complex expression. "You may attempt to elaborate." Nalantar smiled. As a traveler from another realm, there was little he could not believe, provided Catherine could elucidate her situation. 5 years ago, one day, Catherine suddenly fell ill with a fever, and when it subsided, she had transformed into the daughter of misfortune. Such an event could not remain hidden from others. At that time, Catherine was merely 16 years old and, in a panic, rushed to the Black Iron Castle to seek her father. In the blacksmith's workshop, Catherine, visibly anxious, disclosed her transformation into the daughter of misfortune. Her father, despite his love for his daughter, did not turn against her. Instead, he contemplated sending Catherine away. As there were still 4 days until the next meteor night, ample time for him to escort her to the uninhabited regions of the Fire Prairie. However, just as Catherine's father was about to lead her out of the city, the Count's guards intercepted them. It turned out that there was an apprentice in the blacksmith shop who, seeking a reward, had reported Catherine. In a desperate bid to ensure her escape, her father engaged the guards, becoming injured in the process. In a fit of rage, one of the guards raised his sword, preparing to strike her father down. Witnessing her father's peril, Catherine immediately drew the slender sword from her waist to aid him. This slender sword had been a gift from her father on her 16th birthday. Although Catherine had practiced haphazardly, she was no match for the guards. Nevertheless, being within the city, she managed to hold her own against 10 adversaries, yet ultimately, she was captured. Upon her capture, She braced herself for the imminent fate of being burned alive. However, when the guards escorted him to the church, the clergy did not immediately execute her. Instead, she was confined within a hidden chamber. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until at last a priest arrived, who claimed to be a bishop. He inquired about how Catherine had awakened her divine prowess. Initially, Catherine was perplexed by the bishop's questions, only later realizing he sought to understand the origins of her remarkable swordsmanship. This query left her equally bewildered, and she had no answers to offer. Subsequently, Catherine found herself subjected to periodic observations and interrogations by members of the church. This state of affairs persisted for approximately 3 months, after which, having gleaned no insights, the church resolved to transport her to the holy city. It was during this journey, however, that she encountered a monstrous assault, providing her the opportunity to escape the church's captivity. Following her flight, she sought refuge in the fiery grasslands. Armed with her innate talent for swordsmanship, she managed to survive alone amidst the myriad dangers of the treacherous terrain. By a stroke of fortune, she later aided several small barbarian tribes, who came to regard her as their guardian, offering her sustenance and resources in gratitude. In turn, Catherine would lend her strength whenever they faced insurmountable threats. Chapter 120. The invitation to the exercise. The mention of the church sent a jolt through Nalanter's heart. This was a topic that required little introduction. The superstitions of a backward society are never in short supply. In this world, faith is dominated by the church, a situation exacerbated by the invasion of dark creatures. In fact, the authority of the church here eclipses that of any superstitious organization from Nalanter's previous life, possessing memories from his former existence. Nalanter was acutely aware of the church's presence and harbored a sense of caution, for the power of divine authority is indeed formidable. Fortunately, his impoverished storm territory rendered him insignificant in the eyes of the church. Of course, Nalanter was not alone in his wariness. Many nobles shared similar sentiments, as the expansion of the church's power encroached upon their absolute dominion. However, with the church having established a substantial base among the populace, the nobles found themselves at an impasse, even conceding a modicum of authority. A prime example of this is that territories housing churches must leave the judgment of the daughter of misfortune to the church. Upon hearing Catherine's account, which revealed that the church did not immediately burn her but instead kept her secret for clandestine experiments, Nalanter felt no surprise. Yet, it served as a stark reminder for him. Maintaining secrecy regarding the daughter of misfortune was imperative. "My lord, do you think I am lying?" Catherine asked with a self-deprecating smile, convinced that Nalanter would doubt her words. After all, the church had always presented itself as a savior, showering kindness upon the common folk and serfs. "No, I believe you," Nalanter replied, shaking his head. He was unwavering in his trust. This left Catherine momentarily speechless. Nalanter chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate, and instead posed another question. "Catherine, you mentioned that your swordsmanship awakened suddenly when you saw your father in danger. Is that correct?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "Although I could wield a long sword, I had never received formal training. At that moment, I felt a wave of dizziness, and then, almost instinctively, I executed sword techniques, injuring several guards." Catherine nodded, adding, "Moreover, as I continued to live on the plains, my skills grew stronger. Until this year, my swordsmanship has plateaued, perhaps due to Nalanter's inexplicable belief." Catherine felt no need to conceal her experiences, sharing them fully with him. "Understood. Please rest easy. Do not return to the harsh life on the plains. Stay in my castle. Like Shelley and the others, I shall take care of you." Nalanter grasped that Catherine's stagnation in swordsmanship was likely due to encountering a bottleneck, requiring a potion for further advancement to the intermediate awakening stage. As for why she did not need such assistance for her initial awakening, Nalanter speculated it might be a unique coincidence. After all, even in his previous life, many instances of individuals surpassing their limits in times of crisis were not uncommon. With that, Nalanter turned to depart. Catherine watched his retreating figure, her lips parting slightly, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. She contemplated voicing her refusal. Yet an insidious thought lingered in her heart. Perhaps remaining here would spare her from the solitude of life on the prairie. After speaking, Nalante exited the room. Catherine stood, momentarily stunned, watching Nalante's silhouette fade away, her emotions swirling within her, difficult to quell. "How wonderful! Sister Catherine, you can stay in the castle now. This way, I won't have to fear encountering any villains when I go out." Following Nalante's departure, the most elated was undoubtedly little Sherry, who immediately burst into joyous cheers. Catherine was roused from her reverie by Sherry's exuberance and offered a faint, albeit complex smile, for she was uncertain of her true feelings at that moment. Sister Catherine, hurry and eat the bread. This is the exquisite brown sugar black bread invented by adults. It is simply delightful. I believe once you taste it, you will come to adore adults and the castle just as I do. Oblivious to Catherine's intricate emotions, Sherry cheerfully presented the brown sugar black bread. He recalled that in his previous life, the most crucial step in the molding process was the initial selection of materials, ensuring impurities were eliminated, thus allowing the soil to become dense and resistant to cracking. As for the casting process, that was relatively straightforward. Equipped with ample tools to facilitate it, Nalente could experiment with the molding himself, for the magic of the little sprites ensured that, although the quality of the mined clay varied, even the lowest grade remained acceptable, implying minimal impurities. To produce bricks, a kiln must be constructed, and it was essential to determine how to build the kiln and ascertain the appropriate temperatures for firing bricks, as well as how to manage the heat throughout the process. Perhaps inquiries could be made in other territories regarding the firing temperatures and procedures. It seemed the Tulip domain had a family skilled in pottery. As for the kiln, my recollection suggests it should be excavated with a chimney atop. Subsequently, Nalente began sketching on paper, using memory to deduce the kiln's design. Days passed, and before long, 5 days had elapsed. Thomas, has the messenger been dispatched? Nalente inquired, seated at the long dining table, breakfast before him. Yes, my lord. The messenger has been sent. Thomas promptly replied. Very well, then let us all attend to our respective tasks. Nalente nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent nearly 3 months in this alternate world. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in the impending wave of dark creatures poised to invade. This time, the number of dark beings reached an unprecedented 168. Among them were 5 hellhounds, 10 second-tier headless knights, 1 third-tier death knight, and the remainder were skeletal soldiers. Such a horde of dark creatures could ravage a standard Viscount's territory. Furthermore, the emergence of these dark beings was divided into 2 waves. One wave appeared near May village, numbering over 70, led by 2 hellhounds and 4 second-tier headless knights. Another wave emerged at the edge of the fiery forest, comprising over 90 entities, led by a trio of third-tier death knights. Despite Nalante's precognitive abilities, he found himself powerless against these dark beings. Consequently, he dispatched a messenger to the Blackrock territory, seeking Boris's assistance in confronting the encroaching darkness. Given their existing alliance, Nalante felt no trepidation in calling upon Boris. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the presence of the dark creatures, for such alarming news might deter Boris from coming, even at the risk of his own reputation, particularly with indications suggesting that this assault could be linked to Kant. Nalante cleverly invited Boris to bring his forces to Stormwind territory under the pretense of conducting a military exercise at the periphery of the fiery forest. Admittedly, Boris would likely misconstrue the term exercise, so Nalante elaborated slightly, explaining that it was merely to familiarize their respective guards with coordinated combat, thereby enhancing their capacity to respond to unexpected threats. The demonstration served a dual purpose, to showcase their preparedness and to intimidate Kant, signaling that Stormwind had allies. Nalante further asserted that he would take full responsibility for all provisions for Boris's troops during the exercise. Upon its successful conclusion, each soldier would receive 10 packets of salt, 2 pounds of salted fish, and a piece of dark sugar bread as a gift. Chapter 121, Persuasion to Surrender My Lord. I have the honor of meeting you. After finishing breakfast, Nalante made his way to the front courtyard, where he encountered Sherry accompanying Catherine on a leisurely stroll. The dagger, imbued with a poisonous substance of unknown origin, had merely grazed Catherine's skin, yet it left her weakened for over a week. Only in the past 2 days had she been able to rise from her bed and walk again. Ah, Catherine, it seems you have nearly recovered. Nalante nodded towards the 2 women before expressing his concern for Catherine's injuries. After a brief pause, he continued, How about I take you to meet Raymond and the others? Catherine was momentarily taken aback by his words, remaining silent. Though she had been preoccupied with this matter over the past few days, she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Observing her hesitation, Nalante understood her shyness and proceeded towards the dungeon located at the side of the courtyard. As they walked, Nalante inquired, Catherine, do these barbarians heed your words? My lord, while I have been regarded as their protector on the plains, I have not intervened in the internal affairs of their tribe. Nalintor nodded, not surprised by her response. If Catherine truly harbored any ambitions, she would have long since united several smaller tribes. After a moment, he pressed on, Catherine, if I were to offer the barbarians the chance to become serfs of the Storm territory, do you believe they would accept? The notion of them becoming serfs startled Catherine. Although their lives would then be in Nalintor's hands, it was still a preferable fate compared to being shackled as laborers or imprisoned in the dungeon. Ever since her own capture, Catherine had abandoned any thoughts of using force to compel Nalintor to free the barbarians. This lord not only had saved her life, but was also the only noble who could provide refuge for the cursed daughter. She felt that any offense against such a noble would sever her only remaining chance for survival. Very well, then you shall make the attempt. They have invaded my domain, and I cannot simply release them. If they are willing to become serfs of the Storm territory, I could even send for the women and children of their tribe to join them here. With that, Nalintor led the two women to the entrance of the dungeon. Descending the stairs into the depths, they ventured 5 meters underground, greeted by an indescribable odor. The damp and dark dungeon space was quite spacious, situated beneath the garden, ensuring neither the safety of the castle's architecture nor the availability of ample space was compromised. My lord, upon Nalintor's arrival underground, the 2 guards on duty immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. Yes, take me to see the barbarian chief. At once, my lord. The guards promptly retrieved torches from the wall and began to lead the way. The dungeon, an essential component of the castle, was constructed to the highest standards of sturdiness, with its gates forged from heavy iron. My lord, the barbarian chief is confined within this cell. After passing through 5 or 6 iron gates, the guard finally came to a halt. Well, you may take your posts. Nalintor dispatched 2 guards. Peering through the small window on the iron door, he observed that the 30-square-meter cell was crammed with over 20 barbarians. Due to their towering stature, they pressed against the ceiling when standing. The barbarians inside noticed the commotion at the door, yet they refrained from any vigorous actions, as they were utterly exhausted from days of starvation. As captives, Nalintor had no intention of providing them with ample sustenance. If they were well fed, these barbarians would surely cause trouble, creating unnecessary complications for himself. Only those who were treated as laborers would be granted a modest meal of coarse black bread after their toil. Catherine, I shall unlock the door now. You may enter and speak with them. Nalintor retrieved the key to the cell from his pocket. Very well, my lord. Catherine, having witnessed the dire state of the barbarians within the cell, did not blame Nalintor, for this was the grim reality of dungeons in their world. At that moment, her resolve to persuade Raymond and the others to become Nalintor's serfs only strengthened. With a clank and a crash, as the heavy iron door swung open, the once despondent barbarians erupted in exclamations upon seeing Catherine at the threshold. Guardian, it is our guardian. Miss Catherine, what brings you here? Raymond stood up, towering above the other barbarians, who had to bow their heads as they rose. Upon seeing Catherine accompanied by a noble, he displayed a look of surprise. If she had come to rescue them, it would have been under the cover of night, alone. Raymond, I initially intended to rescue you, but alas, I too have been captured by the Lord of Stormhold. What? The Guardian has also been captured? The barbarian group buzzed with disbelief. When they surrendered, Raymond had hoped that the powerful Guardian would come to their aid, for Catherine was capable of slaying the Beast King single-handedly. Yet now, with the Guardian imprisoned, their chance of escape seemed lost. However, although I am a captive, my situation is somewhat unique. The Lord of Stormhold does not intend to imprison me, rather. He desires for me to reside in his castle, as an ordinary person, Catherine explained, noticing the despair etched on the faces of the barbarians. Furthermore, the Lord of Stormhold has expressed his wish for you all to become his subjects. Become subjects of Stormhold? Raymond was taken aback. They had heard of nobles treating barbarians as slaves, but to be regarded as subjects was an entirely novel concept. Beneath the irreconcilable animosity between the two parties lay the noble's apprehension regarding the individual strength of the barbarians. A robust barbarian, even unarmed, could easily contend with 2 or 3 fully armored guards. Which minor noble would dare to welcome such a savage? If any trouble were to arise, a mere 100 barbarians could easily overturn a barony. The lesser nobles shunned them, while the greater nobles disdained to employ them. For the latter possessed the means to assemble elite knightly orders and cultivate extraordinary knights of renown, far more appealing than any barbarian. Thus, the barbarians remain as they are, leading a primitive life of procreation on the fiery grasslands, not entirely eradicated. Indeed, Catherine nodded. Raymond, I have previously confided in you that I am regarded as the harbinger of doom within the noble world. Once captured by the nobles, I would be condemned to the pyre. Yet, the Lord of Stormhold is different. Upon learning of my identity, he still chose to shelter me. Perhaps this is your best option. Miss Catherine, he slaughtered over a dozen women and children from our tribe, a grievance we cannot forget. Thus we can never join Stormhold. Catherine sought to persuade further, but Raymond, recalling the origins of Stormhold, quickly interjected with a rebuttal. Chapter 122. Raymond's Surrender. Raymond. It was not the Lord of the Storm territory who slaughtered those women and children. I have thoroughly investigated the matter. Catherine immediately began to clarify, explaining that it was the neighboring Baron Quint who had orchestrated the attack on the tribe to frame the Lord of the Storm. He deliberately assaulted the clan and abducted 3 of their kin to bring them to the Storm territory. Raymond. Ponder this. Why would they go to such lengths to abduct your people only to kill them afterwards? Upon hearing her words, Raymond paused. He had sensed something amiss from the beginning, yet his anger had clouded his judgment. Now, with Catherine's insight, the illogical aspects replayed in his mind. After a moment, he finally spoke. Miss Catherine, can you be certain of this? The details of the attacking soldiers had been relayed to Catherine by Shirley just days prior. Shirley had recounted the entire saga of the barbarian incident to Catherine, her intent being to highlight the Lord's remarkable nature, hoping that Catherine would come to admire him just as she did. As Catherine affirmed her assertions, Raymond found himself wavering. Having spent several years in Catherine's company, his trust in her was akin to that of his own kin. Raymond, your small tribe struggles to survive on the blazing grasslands, facing not only harsh environments, but also the threats posed by various magical beasts. If you could join the Storm territory, your lives might improve significantly, at the very least. The children of your tribe would no longer be so prone to untimely deaths. Moreover, the elders within your community would no longer have to worry about being a burden when they cannot hunt. Although Catherine had only been in the Storm territory for a few days, she had gleaned some understanding of the living conditions of the inhabitants and the reputation of Nalantar. Every household in Maija village had meat to eat, and as long as one was willing to work for the Lord, they would receive fair compensation. Thus, she believed that the barbarian tribe's inclusion in the Storm territory would bring substantial benefits to Raymond's small clan. I have heard that nobles are often brutal towards their subjects, killing at will, especially when it comes to us barbarians. Raymond felt a stir of temptation, though a final thread of hesitation lingered. Big fellow, you need not worry. Once you join the Storm territory, I will treat you as I do other common folk. Moreover, many among you have already ventured out to work. You should have some understanding of how my serfs fare. Catherine's persuasive words were spoken in the imperial tongue, allowing Nalantar to comprehend. At that moment, he stepped forward, addressing Raymond directly. I can. Under Nalantar's gaze, reflecting on the plight of his people, Raymond finally relented. In truth, life on the grasslands demanded not only resilience against harsh conditions, but also vigilance against the attacks of larger tribes. Barbarian clans like Raymond's existed at the very bottom of the hierarchy. In years of plentiful food, they managed to scrape by, but during times of scarcity, they became prime targets for the plundering of the larger tribes. Now they have been captured again, and if they remain imprisoned here, it is believed that within a month, the women and children left on the prairie will either starve or be plundered by other tribes. Excellent. Upon finally hearing Raymond relent, Nalantar could not help but smile. These robust individuals, though not particularly inclined to intellectual pursuits, possess a straightforward nature. Once they commit to something, they seldom retract their word. This is precisely why Raymond was so hesitant earlier. His concession signifies that there is an 80% chance that Nalantar has successfully tamed this group of savages. The remaining 20% will be secured once he brings their women and children over. Seeing Nalantar nod, Raymond spoke a few words in the barbarian tongue to the group behind him. The savages initially appeared shocked and began to retort, but as Raymond continued speaking, they gradually lowered their heads in defeat, resembling defeated roosters. My lord, Raymond is persuading his kin. Some are reluctant to join the Storm territory. Yet Raymond urged them to contemplate the fate of their wives and children. If they remained here, it would not be long before their families faced starvation. Noticing the lack of opposition from his people, Raymond turned to Nalantar, his expression complex. I have met the Lord. Finally, Raymond knelt before Nalantar. I have met the Lord. The other savages exchanged glances and soon followed suit, kneeling on the ground. All right, rise. From this day forth, You shall be subjects of the storm territory. Nalante's demeanor was gracious as he stepped forward to assist Raymond to his feet. Raymond, I understand that your choice to submit stems largely from necessity. However, I believe you will come to be grateful for today's decision. Furthermore, as your lord, I wish to demonstrate my sincerity. Within a week, I shall ensure that Count Kunter pays the price for the attack on your tribe. Raymond was momentarily taken aback. So swift? They had only just joined the storm territory, and their lord was already preparing to exact revenge. They had heard of Baron Kunter, as his territory bordered the fiery prairie. Could it be that this lord intends to wage war against other nobles on their behalf? Nalante, unfazed by Raymond's thoughts, continued after making his promise. Raymond, I must ask you to endure remaining here for a while longer. Shortly, I will go out to arrange for the guards to post a notice in May Village, and then I will ensure your settlement there, thus preventing any chaos. As for your wives and children, I will expedite preparations to bring them over. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, Raymond found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, this time when he addressed Nalante as my lord, it came more naturally. After sending someone to summon Mario and instructing him to clear out some thatched cottages, Nalante also directed the kitchen to prepare food for the savages. At your service, my lord. Catherine had also overheard Nalante's promises. As a lord, Nalanter, having uttered words of vengeance for the barbarians, undoubtedly would not go back on his word. Thus, Catherine's perception of Nalanter improved significantly. This lord, apart from being kind and generous, treated his subjects with utmost benevolence. Catherine felt immense joy that Raymond and the others had found such a noble lord. Therefore, she was prepared to devote herself wholeheartedly to the tasks arranged by Nalanter. Perhaps living here truly was not so bad, after all. Such a compassionate noble might be a rarity in the duchy, Catherine mused to herself. Chapter 123. Lick and Lick in Truth. Neither Raymond nor Catherine comprehended that Nalanter's promise was merely a formality. In dealing with Quint, Nalanter had already devised a plan days prior. Regardless of whether Raymond and his companions pledged allegiance, he intended to seize this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Quint. The following day, within the fortress of Blackrock. My lord, what does drill mean? Inquired Captain Ibi, perplexed by his lord's words. How could you, my captain, not know what a drill is? A drill is a rehearsal for battle scenarios, akin to your regular training in combat. Boris observed Ibi's bewilderment, but chose not to elaborate further. In truth, it was his first encounter with the term drill as well. Had it not been for Nalanter's explanation, he would have remained oblivious. After a brief pause, Captain Ibi cautiously inquired again. My lord, should we attend this drill? Of course we shall go. Our Blackrock has a defensive alliance with Nalanter. His primary objective this time is likely to intimidate Baron Quint. Furthermore, we have an existing trade in sugar with Nalanter, and it is imperative we assist. Boris did not hesitate. Since his last visit to the land of misfortune, his perspective had slightly shifted. Additionally, to maintain a good rapport with Nalanter, it was essential to attend this event. The last shipment of sugar had been sold, yielding him a handsome profit of over 20 gold coins. This was despite Nalanter's slow supply. Boris believed that, should Nalanter's sugar be abundant, he could earn at least 100 gold coins monthly. Such revenue exceeded the profits he would gain from laboriously transporting Blackrock to other earldoms. My lord, how many men should we send? What? Ibi was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Though his lord's guard numbered somewhat more than that of an ordinary baron, it comprised only a little over 100 men. To dispatch 80 of them would leave merely 20 to guard the territory. What do you mean? Nalanter has already stated in his letter that he will cover all expenses for this trip. Furthermore, each soldier will receive 10 packets of salt, 2 pounds of dried salted fish, and a piece of black bread with red sugar. Do you not desire these? While Boris found such compensation trivial, he believed that since they had agreed to go, they must strive for excellence. Thus, he considered 80 soldiers to be a fitting display of their sincerity. Moreover, the soldiers would receive rewards valued at about 70 or 80 copper coins, and he was confident they would express their gratitude to their lord for this small fortune from Nalanter. I want it. My lord, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Ibi responded promptly. Very well, go forth. We shall depart in 2 days. My lord, as per your instructions, the mill commenced operations yesterday, and the masons and carpenters are expected to complete their work within a fortnight. Furthermore, you instructed the experimentation of incorporating varying proportions of pure water into the clay, subsequently crafting square mud bricks. Currently, 20 bricks have been fashioned according to 5 distinct ratios, all of which are drying. Additionally, the barbarians did not cause any disturbances yesterday, and the villagers' fears have considerably abated. Several daring villagers have already ventured close to observe the barbarians. On yet another splendid morning, as the sun ascended, Nalantar sat in the dining hall savoring his breakfast, while Mario continuously reported the happenings within the territory. Well done, Mario. Inform the masons and carpenters that the timeline for the mill's construction can be appropriately extended, provided the quality is assured. Moreover, during the drying process, it is imperative to monitor the mud bricks for cracks. Please categorize and tally the number of cracks based on the amount of water added. As for the clay, continue excavating it and pile it together to dry. Furthermore, I possess a blueprint. Take it to the masons and instruct them to construct the kiln according to its design. The size need not be grand, just sufficient to accommodate 10 mud bricks. This blueprint is a prototype designed specifically by Nalantar for the brick kiln. Should we commence mass brick firing, the kiln must be sufficiently large. Thus, prior to that, he needs to meticulously experiment with the optimal shape of the kiln to ensure flawless execution in one go. Additionally, let us first construct a few small kilns, while simultaneously commencing the trials of brick firing. Although Boris is assisting in gathering information, discovering the various parameters for brick firing independently would be most advantageous. Yes, my lord. Mario respectfully accepted the blueprint and exited the dining hall. After Mario's departure, Nalantar finished his breakfast with great satisfaction and, accompanied by Shelley, made his way to the stables. When he encountered the mother fire lizard yesterday, it had already begun to move slowly. To Nalantar's delight, he discovered that a young fire lizard had begun to exhibit a faint magical response. Of course, this magical response was still quite weak. To produce fireballs akin to the mother fire lizard, it would require several more weeks of consuming roasted oysters. Indeed, the rapid emergence of magical potential in the young fire lizard was attributed to the roasted oysters. Nalantar had inquired of the mother fire lizard why consuming roasted oysters resulted in such energetic responses. However, even Nalantar could not ascertain the answer to this question, let alone the mother fire lizard. It merely informed Nalantar that certain fire attribute magical fruits in the forest could enhance their strength, though such magical fruits were exceedingly rare, often guarded by formidable magical beasts. Ultimately, Nalantar paid little heed to the underlying reasons, as long as the roasted oysters kept the young fire lizards dependent on him. That sufficed. Roar. Upon reaching the stable entrance, several young fire lizards scampered out upon hearing the commotion. Since the introduction of roasted oysters, the little creatures had grown increasingly fond of Nalantar. Whenever he approached, they would eagerly dart over, extending their long tongues to lick him incessantly. All right, no more licking. Fireball 5, I am referring to you. The other little fireballs merely lick my hand, yet you incessantly attempt to reach my face. Should this behavior persist, I shall withhold a roasted oyster from you. After much contemplation, I decided to adopt the name bestowed upon them by Sherry, which is Little Fireball. Following the order of size, the 5 small fire-breathing lizards are numbered from 1 to 5. At this moment, several of these little fire-breathing lizards surround Nalantar, eagerly extending their tongues to affectionately lick at his feet, reminiscent of playful puppies from a previous life. However, Fireball 5 is somewhat unruly, believing that by licking Nalantar's face, it would earn his favor. Thus, it tilted its head back and aimed for Nalantar's face. Nalantar's expression darkened, but fortunately his quick reflexes spared him from the unfortunate fate of being drenched in saliva. Chapter 124. The Messenger of the Lord Earl. After allowing several small fireballs to bask in the warmth for a while, Nalantar tossed them some whale meat before stepping into the stable. Although the mother fire lizard had largely recovered, Nalantar continued to personally care for her, even incorporating roasted oysters into her diet. Not only did the little fire lizards relish these delicacies, but the mother fire lizard did as well. As Nalantar entered, the mother fire lizard emitted a low whine, greeting him. Ah, great fireball. It seems you are recovering splendidly, Nalantar said, affectionately stroking the tip of her snout before commencing the feeding. Once he had finished with the mother fire lizard, he took the little fire lizards out to play in the paddock. Under the eager gaze of the small fireballs, Nalantar produced a roasted oyster. Little Fireball 5. Spin in place, he commanded. Sherry, standing nearby, promptly elaborated. Roar. Without hesitation, Little Fireball 5 obeyed, moving its short legs and began to twirl, resembling a top from a past life. This method of feeding the roasted oysters had become Nalantar's unique approach. The little creatures had to follow his commands and perform corresponding actions to earn their delightful rewards. This was a way to instill obedience in the young fire lizards. Very good. This is for you. Nalante suppressed a smile, nodding as he placed the roasted oyster before Fireball 5. Little Fireball 4, advance forward. Roar. Immediately, Little Fireball 4 began to move. Stop. Retreat. Excellent. This is yours. Little Fireball 3. Roar. Finally, it's your turn. Little Fireball 1, heed my command. Unleash a fireball towards the small mound of grass. This time, Nalante held 2 roasted oysters in his hand. Roar. Upon hearing the command, Little Fireball 1 opened its mouth wide and began to gather energy. However, instead of a fireball, only a puff of smoke emerged from its mouth, accompanied by a hint of burnt odor. Haha, well done. The smoke this time is more substantial than yesterday. It appears you did not slack off. Here, these 2 roasted oysters are yours. In the envious eyes of its siblings, Little Fireball 1 eagerly devoured the 2 oysters, crunching them joyfully. All right, today's roasted oyster feeding has concluded. Little Fireballs 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you wish to enjoy 2 roasted oysters each day, then strive harder. Nalante delivered some disheartening news to the little creatures. After days of probing, the fishmen sea monsters had reclaimed the beach, leaving only a small portion of the original battlefield vacant. He deliberately alarmed the little fire lizards about the interruption of their oyster supply, primarily to motivate them to diligently practice their spellcasting. Roar. Indeed, upon hearing that their supply of roasted oysters would be disrupted, the little fire lizards erupted in furious roars. My lord. Just as Nalantur reveled in his satisfaction at the little one's anger, several guards came running from the direction of the castle. What is the matter? He inquired. My lord, the count has sent a messenger who is currently awaiting your audience in the castle. A messenger dispatched by the count? Could it be that there is news regarding Sir Vurad? How could it be so swift? Nalantur felt a twinge of confusion. The merchant caravan had left only a few days ago, and given the considerable distance, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to travel from Storehold to Tulip City. Furthermore, even with evidence, convicting a knight would hardly be a swift affair. Greetings. Your Excellency Nalantur. Here is my identification, the messenger stated. Upon returning to the castle, Nalantur met the messenger in the Grand Hall. Your Excellency Nalantur. The Count has dispatched me to extend an invitation to a banquet. Miss Sedella's birthday is on the 7th of July. The Count is preparing a grand celebration for her. And here is the invitation. Miss Sedella's birthday party? Nalantur was somewhat taken aback. He had just assumed it was related to the handling of Sir Vurad, only to discover that it was an invitation to celebrate the birthday of the tulip blossom. Did this not imply that he would need to personally journey to Tulip City? Nalantur mused quietly. To be frank, while a flicker of concern for his dear father and that dutiful sister lingered, the transformation of his soul made him hesitant to meet them so soon. Firstly, he was uncertain how to interact with them upon their reunion. Secondly, he feared that an inadvertent slip could arouse suspicion. After some contemplation, Nalantur suppressed these trivial thoughts and examined the invitation presented by the messenger. Indeed, the Count's invitation was exceptional. Although it retained the appearance of a greeting card, it was crafted from silver. The silver cover was intricately engraved with exquisite tulip motifs. The mere material of this invitation must be worth over 30 silver coins. Truly, it befits a grand noble. Nalantur marveled at the weight of the invitation, clicking his tongue in admiration. This was, of course, the norm among aristocrats, intended to showcase the family's heritage. Typically, invitations for formal banquets from lesser nobles bore copper covers. In contrast, the great nobles employed gold and silver, with silver invitations generally sent to vassals or lesser nobles, while those dispatched to other great nobles were rumored to be crafted from gold. After inspecting the cover, Nalantur opened the invitation. Within the silver cover lay a beautifully crafted piece of parchment, detailing the particulars of Sedella's birthday celebration. The 7th of July was just over a month away. Upon reviewing the contents, Nalantur calculated the time. It was now late May, which meant he would need to set off for Tulip City next month. After all, the journey was long, and he would need to depart in advance. Chapter 125, The Training Ground. Lord Nalantur. The Count expressed his hope that you and the other noble participants prepare thoroughly for the competition, as this birthday celebration is exceptionally grand. With guests from various territories of the duchy in attendance, including many scions of the great aristocracy. Upon seeing Nalantur finish reading the invitation, Untimely added this remark. Such a birthday banquet has not been held for several years. For the past 2 years, Sidella has been studying at the Noble Academy in the royal capital. Thus, the Count has decided to host a magnificent celebration this time. The guest list encompasses all the nobility of the duchy, and every noble with ties to the Tulip family has received an invitation. Yes, I understand. You may go rest with the servants for a while. You have worked hard on this journey. Nalintor nodded, committing this information to memory. He understood the significance of the Count's specific instructions. The competition among the scions is essentially a courtship contest, and they must strive to make a mark at this banquet. Even if their abilities are lacking, they must ensure they do not perform poorly. However, it is not just the vassal scions who desire Sidella. The offspring of the great nobles are far more eager. For the vassals, even if they were to become Sidella's husband, the benefits would be limited, as the Tulip family would remain with that surname. Conversely, should the offspring of the great nobles win the favor of the tulip flower, they possess the means to gradually change the family name and acquire the entire wealth of the tulip lineage. Of course, while Nalintor aspires to forge his own path, he must also maintain a facade of preparedness. After all, the Count has specifically emphasized the need for readiness. Failing to do so could jeopardize not only his title, but also lead to unpleasant repercussions. As the days passed, despite knowing that Sidella's birthday was a month away, Nalintor found himself preoccupied with immediate crises that demanded his attention. The storm territory appeared tranquil on the surface, yet Nalintor was diligently making preparations. For instance, outside May Village, wooden arrow towers were rising. These towers were not particularly tall, reaching only 7 to 8 meters, but they were remarkably sturdy. Each tower was supported by 3 wooden posts, each 50 centimeters in diameter, with a platform atop capable of accommodating 2 archers simultaneously. Goodness, Nalintor, this seems rather extravagant, Boris exclaimed, observing the 7 arrow towers. While constructing wooden towers does not require significant material resources, it does demand considerable manpower. After all, transporting a 10-meter-long, 50-centimeter-thick tree trunk necessitates the effort of at least several dozen individuals. Boris, you are aware that my guards number only a little over 20. So I currently have no plans to construct a camp at the territory's edge. Boris had arrived the previous evening, and with the meteor night occurring tomorrow, Nalintor claimed he was allowing Boris's men to rest today to ensure they were well prepared for the upcoming exercises. Boris had no objections to this arrangement, as all provisions were provided by Nalintor. Seizing the opportunity of the day, Nalintor took Boris to inspect the site he had prepared for the exercise. The Arrow Tower in May Village was one of these training grounds. Surrounding it was a trench over 2 meters deep, with only a wooden bridge providing access to the tower. Moreover, you may have forgotten that I captured a number of barbarians last time, so having them do this rough work was quite effortless. There were over 100 barbarians. If I recall correctly, this matter cannot be concealed, and Nalintor had no intention of hiding it, stating it outright. What? Over 100 barbarians? How did you manage to overcome them, Nalintor? Boris exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had initially thought there were only 20 or 30 barbarians at most. Even such a number would pose a life-threatening crisis for Storehold. Hearing that there were more than 100, he thought Nalintor was jesting, yet Nalintor's expression was earnest. Well, I can't exactly claim victory, Nalintor said with a slight smile. You know how simple-minded barbarians can be, so I employed a small stratagem. My Stormhold is connected to the sea, which is teeming with fishmen and sea monsters. I lured the barbarians there, allowing the fishmen and sea monsters to engage them in battle. Nalintor intentionally omitted mentioning the slippery flying fish, as it could occasionally serve as a secret weapon. And the fewer who knew about it, the better. Well, Nalintor, you were truly astute. Boris was even more astonished than before, never imagining such a method could be employed against barbarians. Of course, although Nalintor spoke lightly of it, Boris understood that it required meticulous planning. Otherwise, the barbarians, not being fools, would certainly flee upon seeing the fishmen and sea monsters. Thus, at this moment, Boris regarded Nalintor with newfound admiration. Previously, Nalintor had merely been a fortunate neighbor, but now he seemed to embody a daring motto as well. Boris, please, spare me the flattery. It was merely a stroke of luck. Otherwise, I would not have been so quick to seek your assistance. Nalintor said humbly. Come, Boris. Let me take you to inspect the site at the edge of the blazing forest. Subsequently, Nalintor guided Boris directly to the periphery of the blazing forest, where it bordered Count Kunt's domain. The previously dense forest had been cleared extensively. What used to be a narrow dirt path, just a few meters wide, now spanned several football fields in size. Furthermore, The cleared area extended not only within Nalanter's territory, but also into the buffer zone, creating a passage over 100 meters wide that reached the very edge of Count Kunt's land. Thus, standing on Nalanter's territory, one could see directly into Count Kunt's domain. Naturally, the tree clearing had been conducted discreetly, as Nalanter's approach to the buffer zone could be seen as a violation of the unspoken rules. By the time Count Kunt discovered the situation, Nalanter had already completed the clearing, having only felled a few trees, which meant Count Kunt had yet to confront him about it. Boris, this is the second venue I have prepared for the exercise. To this end, I have deliberately felled numerous trees within the buffer zone, ensuring that when the time comes for our drill, the people from Kunter will be able to witness it directly. Nalan explained, gesturing towards the cleared space within the buffer zone. Indeed, Nalan, your foresight is commendable. Boris acknowledged, fully aware that Nalan intended to showcase his strength, as well as that of his ally, to Kunter. Thus, he was not at all surprised by Nalan's actions. After all, demonstrating one's capabilities necessitates visibility. If there are trees obstructing the view, it would be akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. Chapter 126. No need to thank me, ah? Is that not Gunter? At that moment, Boris exclaimed as he gazed at the Gunter territory across the way. Gunter? Ever since Nalanth had felled a considerable swath of trees in the Gunter buffer zone, soldiers had been stationed at the border, keeping watch. Nalanth was quite pleased with this development. He had intentionally provoked Gunter into sending troops to ascertain the situation here. However, Nalanth did not anticipate that Gunter himself would come to inspect the area today. Though he had long been familiar with Gunter in spirit, he had never seen his visage. Following Boris's gaze, he indeed spotted a corpulent figure clad in oversized armor. The rotund man was subtly encircled by several guards, and at that moment, he was gazing back at them. Boris, that hefty individual, is Gunter. Compared to Gunter, Boris's slightly plumper figure could be described as rather well-proportioned. Indeed, he had once attended the Royal Academy, and although they were not particularly close then, he still remembered Gunter's appearance. Come, Boris, let us approach him. Nalanth's mind whirled. Gunter's personal visit presented an excellent opportunity that could greatly advance his plans. Boris readily acquiesced, as the conflict lay between Nalanth and Gunter, and he was merely here to assist, with their territories still separated by 100 miles. Subsequently, Nalanth and Boris rode their steeds slowly toward the center of the buffer zone. Upon witnessing this, Gunter mounted his warhorse and approached with several soldiers in tow. Baron Boris, what brings you here? As both parties drew nearer, they eventually halted their horses at the center of the buffer zone. Neither spoke immediately, both scrutinizing one another. Gunter first cast a few glances at Nalanth before directing his attention to Boris, clearly recognizing him as well. Baron Gunter, it has been a while. I am here at the invitation of Sir Nalanth, visiting the Storm territory. Boris smiled, offering little elaboration. Today, Nalanth was the main character. With this answer, Gunter turned his gaze back to Nalanth. To be candid, Gunter had initially viewed Nalanth with disdain, a baron's second son. If not for a stroke of fortune in acquiring a title and territory, would struggle to even be regarded as a knightly vassal based on merit alone. However, recent peculiar occurrences in the Storm territory, with his soldiers and those barbarians seemingly vanishing without a trace, compelled Gunter to re-evaluate this baron's son. So you are the new lord of the Storm territory. It seems the rumors hold some truth. You appear rather feeble. Gunter had inquired into Nalanth's background and was well aware of his reputation as a worthless second son. Additionally, as his own soldiers had departed in waves, he surmised that Nalanth must have learned something, thus he felt no need to feign neighborly friendliness. Of course, more importantly, he harbored a deep-seated contempt for Nalanth. As a noble descendant of a count, how could he possibly converse amiably with a baron's second son? You are Gunter, Baron? I had initially envisioned Baron Gunter as a robust and formidable noble. However, I must admit my disappointment. Gunter, it seems, your steed may not endure much longer under your weight. I sense its bones are on the verge of bending. Upon hearing the mockery, Nalanter displayed no sign of anger, instead responding with a smile that dripped with sarcasm. Having absorbed the memories of the original owner, he effortlessly mastered the art of genteel insult, utilizing the noble's etiquette that eschews vulgarity. You see, Baron Gunter harbors two deep-seated grievances. First, being referred to as a bastard. Second, his corpulent physique. Due to his tendency towards laziness, he relied on potions in the flesh of magical beasts to sustain his prowess, resulting in his current bulk. Those bold enough to mock him to his face are few, with Nalantar being one of the rare exceptions, alongside his brother. Just as Kunter was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, he caught sight of Nalantar's unyielding smile and stifled his fury, darkly inquiring, "Nalantar, did you fell the trees near the buffer zone of my domain?" "Indeed, Baron Kunter. No need for thanks. I merely sought to facilitate mutual passage, as neighbors ought to assist one another." Kunter silently cursed him, having never encountered such audacious shamelessness. After a moment to compose himself, he continued, "Nalantar, the trees you have cut down in the buffer zone are considered part of my estate. By harvesting them without my consent, you have breached the unwritten rules. I present you with two choices. Either compensate me with 1 gold coin for each tree, or await our black iron count to seek an explanation from the Tulip family. At that point, I shall relish watching you participate in this trial. Is that so?" Nalantar replied, amused by Kunter's indignation. After all, this was the very individual who had previously committed far graver transgressions, yet now sought recompense or threatened to lodge a complaint. "I have no gold, Baron Kunter. Feel free to pursue your grievances. However, let us not forget who was responsible for erecting a camp directly within the buffer zone." "Huh. I've heard that camp was attacked just a few days ago. The smoke was visible even from my castle." Nalantar chuckled heartily. "If only I knew who was responsible, I would be sure to express my gratitude. You, just wait." Kunter found himself utterly flustered by Nalantar's retorts. Although Nalantar lacked the backing of an esteemed count, and his territory's overall power paled in comparison to Kunter's when it came to verbal sparring, he could easily vanquish Kunter with mere words. As their conversation veered into discord, it was inevitable that they would part ways. However, just as Kunter turned his horse, Nalantar called out once more, "Baron Kunter, I have established a defensive alliance with Baron Boris of the Blackrock territory. To foster better development and enhance cooperation between the Storm territory and the Blackrock territory, a drill will be held here tomorrow afternoon. Should you find the time, do bring your men to observe. Indeed, you may not yet grasp the significance of the drills, which involves summoning the elite guardians of both Stormhold and Blackrock to hone their combat skills here. At that time, the number of participants will exceed 100, creating a truly magnificent spectacle that you must witness. Rest assured, this is merely a standard exercise and is not directed against Count Kunter, so Baron Kunter need not worry excessively." It is perplexing that he had previously failed to recognize how astute Nalantar truly is, boldly treating even the Count's progeny in such a manner. This is a genuine breach of decorum. "Boris, you are under the impression that Kunter harbors animosity towards me solely because I sell salt at a low price. However, prior to that, in the meantime," Nalantar recounted the exploitation of the Stormhold populace by Kunter, as well as the initial encroachments upon the buffer zone of the camp. Chapter 127. An eye for an eye. Is this truly the case? "Nayland T, why did you not inform the Count?" Boris exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. While the exploitation of serfs was somewhat acceptable, albeit unseemly, it was hardly surprising that the local nobility recognized Kunt as a miserly and acerbic lord. However, encroaching upon the buffer zone, establishing a military encampment, and uttering insolent remarks towards the original owners of the buffer zone was intolerable. "After all, I am participating in a contest. If I were to seek assistance from the Count upon arriving in the Storm territory, I fear it might tarnish his impression of me." Nayland T concocted a suitable excuse to explain himself. Boris, upon hearing this, harbored no doubts. It was indeed a reasonable course of action, as the contest took precedence. Chilly. After much contemplation, he finally beckoned to one of his subordinates beside him. "My lord, I am here. Go and contact Baron Nasher, Baron Linder, and Baron Karl. Inform them that I require their assistance and request that they dispatch 50 fully armed guards to Kunt's territory by tomorrow morning." "But, my lord, if the Count were to find out, it might not bode well." As the Count's second son, without the Count's explicit authorization, directly contacting vassals for troops in such a manner could easily be construed by his brother as an act of aggression. After all, those barons were his father's vassals. If Kunt could command them once, what would prevent him from rebelling in the future? Although he had received permission from Kunt's mother to assist him, fundamentally, he was only entitled to report to her, not to command Kunt. "To attempt to assert authority over me, Boris, you ought to reflect on your own standing. You are merely the ineffectual second son of a baron." Once his subordinate had departed, Kunt could not suppress his resentment. His current mission to procure troops from the three barons was driven by the desire to retaliate. Since Nayland T presumed that he could flaunt his power with the support of a mere baron, Kunt felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, over the years, his mother had quietly garnered considerable support from the nobility. Mobilizing troops was merely a matter of a word, as he had no intention of engaging in actual warfare. Unbeknownst to Nalan, Kant was preparing to confront him, dispatching individuals to borrow troops as a means of intimidation. In fact, had Nalan been aware, he would have been even more pleased, for his last few remarks were intended to provoke Kant, encouraging him to appear at the border personally the following day, thus enhancing the effect of the grand gesture he had prepared for him. As time passed, morning dawned once more. After a day of recuperation, the 80-odd guards brought by Boris were all in high spirits. Nalan, how shall we proceed with the drills today? After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast with Nalan, Boris stepped out of the castle and gazed down at his fully armed contingent on the gentle slope, addressing Nalan with enthusiasm. Boris, there is no need to rush. I have already devised a plan for today's drills. In the morning, we shall practice at the field near May village, and in the afternoon, we will proceed to the edge of the fire forest for further exercises. Nalan gazed upon Boris and his 80 guards, a smile gracing his lips. His elation stemmed from the realization that the rewards he had bestowed were indeed worthwhile. Otherwise, Boris would not have brought such a formidable entourage. Very well. It shall be your arrangements we observe, Nalan. Boris nodded, not pondering further. Subsequently, Nalan, accompanied by all his guards, surged forth alongside Boris's men towards May village. Upon their arrival at the designated site, Catherine was already present with all her barbarians awaiting their lord's arrival. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Catherine and Raymond swiftly approached Nalan to pay their respects. Indeed, Nalan acknowledged with a nod before turning his gaze to Raymond. Raymond, I appreciate your efforts in coordinating today's exercise. My lord, as we have become your subjects, it is only fitting that we fulfill your commands. The barbarians exhibited a commendable trait. Once a decision was made, they seldom wavered. Particularly Raymond, who had enjoyed relatively favorable treatment in May village over the past few days. Aside from a few dozen tribesmen being summoned to labor in the square daily, the rest were provided with complimentary sustenance. Even those who toiled received wages, akin to the other ordinary villagers of May. This alleviated his initial concerns, leading him to believe that being a subject in this storm territory was not so bad. Once he brought his family from the plains, a stable life would be within reach. Excellent. Raymond, please arrange your tribesmen in that area designated for the arrow towers. Nalan's exercise in May village was indeed a drill, albeit one prepared for the impending arrival of dark creatures in the night. He instructed all the barbarians to enter the arrow tower formation, while Vivian led the archers to ascend the towers. Lord Boris, let us commence the exercise. However, we shall assume the role of the attacking force, while the barbarians and my archers will act as the defenders. The notion of an attacking force took Boris by surprise. He had initially perceived Nalan's construction of numerous arrow towers as a defensive measure, expecting his guards to shield against the barbarians' assault. Is the best defense indeed an offense? That seems to hold some merit. The eloquence in Nalan's words resonated with Boris, prompting him to nod in agreement. In truth, his primary motivation for bringing his troops was to cultivate a closer rapport with Nalan, not to contemplate future offensives alongside him. In his estimation, a conflict between Nalan and Quint was far-fetched. The entire exercise commenced in accordance with Nalan's directives. In the arena, both the barbarians and the guards were each allocated a wooden stick as thick as a wrist. Even in the midst of chaos, a strike from the stick would result in mere injury. Prepare to attack. With the guards and barbarians armed with their wooden implements, they formed ranks. And Nalan and Boris stood to the side, issuing commands. Charge. With their lord supervising, even wielding only wooden sticks, the guards rallied their spirits, shouting with fervor. In an instant, nearly 100 fully armed guards charged towards the arrow tower grounds. Chapter 128. The Great Shield. Although the arrow tower grounds lacked walls, they were fortified by a trench over 2 meters deep. For the guards to breach this barrier, they could only traverse a wooden bridge approximately 7 to 8 meters wide. Gradually, the soldiers, who had originally charged forward in formation, began to consolidate, with those at the forefront brandishing small round shields as they stepped onto the bridge. Loose the arrows. At the sight of the soldiers nearing the bridge, Vivian commanded from the arrow tower. Whoosh. With her order, the archers released their bows. And in an instant, over a dozen arrows flew through the air, striking among the crowd. Ouch! That hurts. Oh no, my mouth. For heaven's sake, can you not shoot at my face? Though the arrows shot by Vivian and her comrades were devoid of tips, The distance of nearly 20 meters meant that the force behind them still delivered a considerable impact. Immediately, several unfortunate souls clutched their heads and cried out in distress. Kill! Rush forward and capture the archers alive. After experiencing the sting, a few guards grew furious, their charge accelerating in intensity. Roar! Block them! Alas, while their aspirations were noble, reality proved harsh. As these guards surged across the wooden bridge, they were met head-on by Raymond and his companions. Each of them towered over 2 meters, resembling an impenetrable wall of flesh. Bang! 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 Ouch! That hurts. You scoundrel, do not strike my head. Even with a helmet, it still hurts. A cacophony of pain and curses filled the air. Though the barbarians were clad merely in animal skins, and the guards were equipped with weapons and full leather armor, the barbarians leveraged their physical prowess to send several guards fleeing in disarray. Truly, they lived up to their reputation as formidable savages. Nalanter mused. If he could fully subdue this group of barbarians and employ them as guards, a mere 100 of them would rival the combat prowess of a count's soldiers. This was Boris's first time witnessing the ferocity of the barbarians in battle. Although his guards were suffering greatly, he found solace in the fact that Nalanter's soldiers were faring no better, and thus he felt no shame. Rather, he was filled with admiration for the barbarians. Boris, I share your sentiments. Nalanter nodded, recalling his initial thoughts when he captured Raymond and the others. The sheer physicality of the barbarians afforded them an undeniable advantage over ordinary men. However, Nalanter, you must exercise caution. Unless you possess absolute trust, it is best not to arm them. Hearing this, Boris adopted a serious demeanor. His previous remark had been made lightly, as he lacked any barbarians himself. But Nalanter was different. He must not impulsively assign these uncivilized giants as guards. I understand, Boris. Nalanter accepted this sincere advice with composure. As their conversation unfolded, the battle continued unabated. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. The guards could not breach the wooden bridge. A throng of barbarians, brandishing wooden clubs with the demeanor of a single warrior capable of holding back 1,000, thwarted any attempts by the guards to create even a small opening. As reinforcements swiftly filled the gaps, upon witnessing this scene, Nalanter finally felt a sense of relief. If all went according to plan, the dark creatures near May village should pose no threat to the territory tonight. The battle had persisted for half an hour, concluding with a few guards nursing bruises and defeat. Nalanter and Boris offered some words of encouragement to the guards, deeming the morning's drills completed. To sustain the guards' stamina, Nalanter generously provided them with additional whale meat at noon. Savoring the rich meat broth and chewing on nearly a pound of meat, the guards' earlier frustrations dissipated entirely. After lunch, Nalanter excused himself, claiming a rest was essential for the successful execution of the upcoming drills, allowing the guards to take a nap in May village. Boris had no objections. After enjoying a hearty meal, he too retreated to the guest room on the second floor to rest. My lord, the task you assigned to dig numerous small pits around the training ground has been completed. Boris could rest, but Nalanter found himself restless. Deep in thought about the knight's strategies, ensuring that no mistakes would occur. At that moment, Mario entered, guided by a servant. Ah, excellent. These small pits are indeed the horse traps. Nalanter nodded and continued. By the way, how are the villagers preparing? My lord, I have gone door to door to inform them not to venture outside today and to secure their valuables at home, awaiting my further instructions. Splendid. Once Baron Boris and I head to the fire forest, complete your other tasks and promptly lead the villagers to the coast. Remember, this is part of the drill, and how well we execute it will affect its overall success. Yes, my lord. Mario replied immediately. He had no objections, for the lord's word was paramount. They would comply with whatever demands were made. After Mario departed, Nalanter's affairs were not yet concluded. Raymond arrived in the hall, escorted by a servant. Raymond, I greet you. My lord. Yes, rise. You performed admirably this morning. However, today's drills will last all day, so you must remain at the training ground this afternoon. Yes, my lord. Moreover, I notice your strength exceeds that of an ordinary barbarian. I have prepared a new set of equipment especially for you. New equipment? Raymond was taken aback. Indeed, come. I shall take you to retrieve it. Without further explanation, Nalanter led Raymond outside the hall. Soon, they arrived at the castle's armory. The spacious armory was rather bare, with only a few long swords and arrows placed in the corners. However, a long shield beside the corner immediately captured Raymond's attention. This rectangular shield stood at least a meter tall. Strangely, It was not curved, but rather flat, adorned with numerous protruding spikes, each glistening like daggers. This shield is the new equipment I have prepared for you. What do you think? As Raymond stood there, still in a state of bewilderment, Nalante issued a command. Yes, my lord. Raymond, who had long been intrigued by the peculiar design of the shield, immediately approached. With a determined effort, he lifted the massive shield. However, at the moment of raising it, his eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, is this made entirely of iron? Having encountered various shields before, Raymond knew most were crafted from wood, with only the more refined examples being encased in a layer of iron. Yet, this grand shield, with its heavy feel, clearly indicated to him that it was constructed entirely from iron. Indeed. So how does it feel? Is it burdensome? Nalante asked with a smile, acknowledging that this shield was commissioned from blacksmith John shortly after he took Raymond under his wing, requiring over 70 pounds of iron material. Beyond its exaggerated spikes, the shield boasted a thickness of 2 centimeters. In a world devoid of firearms, such a robust iron plate could truly be deemed an embodiment of absolute defense, capable of withstanding even the assaults of lower-ranked knighted foes. Chapter 129. The expression of gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. This shield is surprisingly light. Raymond's delight was evident as he effortlessly lifted the massive shield with one arm, raising it high above his head twice, clearly demonstrating his prowess. Excellent. Your satisfaction is all I desire. Here is your great axe as well. The wooden handle you had last time was rather unreliable, so I instructed the blacksmith to replace it with an iron one. The blade has also been expertly refurbished. See how it feels. Nalante observed Raymond's immense strength with approval, and then gestured towards a nearby great axe. Raymond followed Nalante's finger and was taken aback by what he saw. Is this truly my great axe? His weapon had been confiscated by Nalante after Vivian severed its wooden handle with her longbow, but now it appeared completely revitalized. The axe's handle was forged entirely from iron, featuring a spiral pattern for better grip, and intricately woven animal hide ropes were incorporated into the grooves for enhanced comfort. Furthermore, at the rear of the handle, a conical pommel was fitted with a hole through which a sturdy braided leather strap passed. During battle, this strap could be secured around the wrist to prevent the axe from slipping from his grasp. Although the blade was the same as before, it was evident that the blacksmith had polished and repaired it meticulously. This axe was a treasured heirloom of their tribe, its history likely predating even Raymond's grandfather. The original blade bore numerous dents and imperfections, yet now it gleamed under the torchlight, shining as if it had just been forged anew. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, Raymond could no longer contain his emotion and knelt before Nalante. The great axe symbolized the essence of their tribe, both practically and symbolically. It held immense significance in Raymond's heart. Rise, Raymond. I have assured you that as a citizen of Storehold, you shall have no regrets. Rather, you will take pride in it. Witnessing Raymond's gesture, Nalante reflected on how these so-called savages were not as bloodthirsty and unteachable as the tale suggested. The true reason for the discord between the barbarians and the nobility lay primarily with the latter. Nobles had consistently approached the barbarians with a conqueror's mindset. Much like a lone wolf in the wilderness, one could defeat or drive them away, but to expect immediate subjugation was utterly unrealistic. A free-spirited wolf could not readily accept confinement. Only by relinquishing arrogance and extending genuine goodwill could one gradually integrate them into a system. Nalante had invested hundreds of pounds of iron, yet he had already earned Raymond's respect. Of course, his motivation for crafting this equipment extended beyond mere benevolence. It was also a preparation for the headless knights that awaited them. The second-tier headless knights would prove formidable adversaries, and Nalante would be preoccupied on the battlefield at the edge of the fiery forest, leaving no time to attend to Male Village. Thus, Raymond became the main force against the Headless Horseman. With his heavy armor and formidable steed, the Headless Horseman posed an almost insurmountable challenge to ordinary soldiers. However, Raymond, towering nearly 2 meters and 40 centimeters, wielding a massive shield and an enormous axe, could transform into a mobile fortress. Nayland believed he possessed the strength to engage the weakened Headless Horseman in a direct confrontation. As afternoon descended, Nayland sensed it was time to act. He dispatched a servant to awaken Boris, preparing for their journey to the edge of the fiery forest. When Boris arrived in the courtyard, Nayland instructed Thomas to securely close the castle gates after nightfall, and then he departed alongside Boris towards Male Village. Vivian, remember my instructions. I entrust this place to you. In Male Village, the guard unit had assembled and commenced their march towards the outskirts of the fiery forest. Mounted upon his steed, Nayland delivered his final directives to Vivian. Yes, my lord. The barbarian weapons have already been transported by cart to the Arrow Tower site. I will distribute them as per your instructions once night falls. Excellent. Nayland nodded in approval. The barbarians remained unaware that they would soon confront the terrifying creatures of darkness. When the time came to face this threat, even without Nayland's intervention, the barbarians would instinctively rise to defend themselves. It was no wonder Nayland calculated so meticulously. His available manpower was exceedingly limited, and the barbarians had only just submitted. In his absence, he had to ensure that no unforeseen complications arose. Among those present, only Vivian was aware of the potential crisis that night. Of course, her knowledge was not entirely certain. Nayland had merely confided that he had experienced a nightmare the previous night, leading him to suspect that danger loomed. Hence the need for precautionary measures. Vivian held unwavering faith in her lord. Whatever Nayland commanded, she executed with diligence, so even if the probability was a mere 1%, she would give her utmost effort. After issuing his instructions, Nayland prepared to turn his horse. At that moment, Vivian opened her mouth, gazing at Nayland with concern. My lord, please be cautious. In truth, she longed to remain by his side, for she sensed that he was poised for significant action that night. Over the past few days, she had frequently observed him lost in thought, his brow sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed. However, Vivian also understood the importance of her role in Male Village. Thus, upon receiving his orders, she accepted without hesitation, keeping her own feelings to herself. Where is that useless second son? Is he deliberately toying with me? At the border where the territories of Count Kunt and Count Storm met, a throng had already gathered, borrowing 150 soldiers from 3 barons. Coupled with Kunt's own 20, a total of 170 fully armed guards amassed in this place. In a world where resources were scarce, such a concentration of force was indeed a rarity. Count Kunt sat in a cushioned chair, his gaze fixated on the dirt road leading to the territory of Count Storm. He had already been waiting here since morning, yet despite the passage of time into the afternoon, there was still no sign of Nayland Tay and his companions, let alone any semblance of the anticipated exercise. My lord, look over there, someone is approaching. At that moment, a sharp-eyed guard under Kunt's command exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Kunt swiftly rose to his feet and, indeed, at the end of the road, 2 majestic horses approached slowly, followed by a long procession of fully armed soldiers. Command all soldiers to assemble. Kunt immediately donned a sardonic smile. Yesterday, Nayland Tay had boasted triumphantly, yet he had only brought a mere 100 soldiers, while Kunt's own ranks boasted over 170. He was quite eager to witness the expression on that useless offspring's face upon encountering this scene. Chapter 130. A poor performance. What expression would Nayland Tay wear? Certainly, he would burst into hearty laughter. Upon catching sight from afar of nearly 200 individuals gathered with Kunter, he nearly succumbed to laughter. Fortunately, after much restraint, he managed to stifle his amusement. Yet, suppressing laughter proved to be a tormenting endeavor, one even more painful than enduring physical discomfort, rendering Nayland Tay's expression peculiarly distorted. Nayland Tay, are you all right? Boris, having observed the scene across, felt little concern as he had no intention of comparing himself with Kunter. However, when his gaze fell upon Nayland Tay's contorted visage, anxiety compelled him to voice his worries. In truth, Nayland Tay need not be overly concerned. After all, he was the second son of a count, albeit an illegitimate one. Yet his lineage was undoubtedly more substantial than that of us lesser nobles. Now that you have acquired white sugar in 4 or 5 years, I am confident you will not fall short of him. Boris interpreted Nayland Tay's expression as one of frustration and thus offered sympathetic comfort. Taking a deep breath, Nayland Tay nodded. Boris, you are right. I was indeed too hasty. Haha. Nayland Tay, it is good to see you are able to put things in perspective. You are merely 16. When I was your age, I spent my days wandering aimlessly in Tulip City. Boris felt a wave of relief wash over him as he noticed Nayland Tay regaining his composure. Haha. Boris, truth be told, I too wish to linger in Tulip City like you, but alas, I lack the strength to do so at present. Nayland Tay chuckled. Come. Let us go and observe Kunter. I never anticipated he would bring so many people with him. With that, Nayland Tay led Boris toward the buffer zone. Haha. Sir Nayland Tay, yesterday you mentioned you would be conducting a drill with Boris here, so I brought along some of my subordinates to observe. I hope to glean some insights from your exercises. You wouldn't mind, would you? Kunter seized the opportunity for mockery as Nalente and Boris arrived at the buffer zone. Baron Kunter, I certainly do not mind, but with so many guards, I doubt a mere baron could afford such a force. They must have been borrowed from Count Blackiron. Nalente retorted, his face set in a disapproving scowl. Haha, Sir Nalente, that is of no concern to you. You should hasten to commence your drill, lest the daylight fades. The delay in Nalente's departure, compounded by the journey taking over an hour, meant that evening was already approaching. Then Baron Kunter, do keep a close watch. Sometimes, sheer numbers do not equate to effectiveness. The combat prowess of the guards is what truly matters. Haha, Nalente, I trust that during this afternoon's practice, your guards will be under my command. Nalente declared. That is perfectly acceptable, Nalente. Boris had no objections. In fact, he welcomed the ease of the arrangement. In the sweltering summer heat, commanding guards while clad in armor felt akin to being trapped in a tin can, roasting. Then it is settled. With that, Nalente wasted no time. As Boris sought refuge in the shade of a tree, he began to issue commands. In order to conserve the soldiers' energy, Nalente commanded the guards to temporarily remove their heavy leather armor and helmets. Now, everyone, fall into formation. As the guards placed their armor and helmets aside, Nalente began issuing commands once more. Although Boris's soldiers had not undergone rigorous training in formation, they understood the concept of standing in line and promptly arranged themselves as instructed. However, the contrast with Quake and his 20 men was starkly apparent. Now stripped of their armor, the guards donned only linen tunics, while Nalente's soldiers appeared spirited and vigorous. Boris's troops resembled ordinary villagers, standing askew and somewhat disheveled. Unbeknownst to Nalente, Boris harbored different thoughts. Once the soldiers were lined up, he proclaimed loudly, now, everyone heed my command. When I say run, you shall charge towards the front buffer zone alongside this grand banner. Remember, maintain your formation, do not fall behind, and avoid crowding or jostling. He then raised a flag, unmarked save for its rudimentary red cloth, and began to lead the way in a sprint. Although the soldiers were uncertain of Nalente's intentions, they obediently commenced their run upon hearing the command. However, achieving order was impossible for Boris's men, aside from Nalente's subordinates. After merely a dozen paces, the formation devolved into chaos. Oh dear. Felix, you fool, watch where you're stepping. Why are you running so fast in this heat? Don't you see Sir Nalente's banner has already distanced itself? We can't fall behind. In broad daylight, where could they possibly lag? It was merely a mile's journey. In an instant, Boris's troop resembled a rabble, jostling and laughing as they ran. All right, let's reform. Nalente observed the state of Boris's soldiers, but said nothing, stopping at the center of the buffer zone to restore order among the disarrayed ranks. The soldiers complied and rearranged themselves once more. With that, Nalente took off running again, prompting the soldiers to follow suit. This second run mirrored the first, with the ranks once again descending into chaos. Upon reaching the starting point, Nalente repeated his earlier command, run. The soldiers once more surged forward in a rush. What was Nalente up to? Boris found himself perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be a drill? Shouldn't they be engaging in combat exercises like they did in the morning? Instead, they were merely running around noisily, failing to sharpen any combat skills. It was utterly ridiculous. This worthless second son, lacking any real ability, dared to flaunt his authority before him. Quint, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress his laughter, fully aware that Nalente was deliberately conducting this exercise on the fringes to showcase his prowess. Thus, the act of performing or not performing is of little consequence. It is highly likely that Nalente had no intention of preparing any content for the drill from the outset. After all, what strategic acumen could a mere inept scion possess regarding the intricacies of warfare? Presently, as his numerical advantage is being thoroughly diminished, he is left with no recourse but to feign authority, parading with his guards in a semblance of military leadership. I wonder how long he can maintain this charade. Kunte remains unperturbed. After days of suppressed frustration, he finally relishes the opportunity to vent his feelings, seated beneath the shade of a tree, savoring the fruits presented by a servant while observing Nalente's clumsy performance. The more ineptly Nalente performs, the stronger Kunte's sense of superiority becomes. Chapter 131. Nicholas Suinwu Narrant had his reasons for making the guards run about. When the dark creatures emerged at night, he was not prepared to confront them head-on. Instead, he planned to divert disaster and present a grand gift to Quint. The location where the dark entities descended was within his territory, thus necessitating that he lead the guards towards Quint's domain. To prevent the guards from falling behind or suffering casualties due to panic, this seemingly futile running would, under the cover of darkness, save their lives. However, Boris's guards felt that Nerent was deliberately subjecting them to torment, yet they dared not voice their complaints. For their lord had recently declared that everything today would be under Sir Nerent's command. With a faint smile, Nerent addressed them, "Do you understand why I have you running? Because whether in pursuit of the enemy or fleeing for your lives, an orderly retreat enhances your chances of survival." This echoed the teachings he once shared with Quake and others. Although Boris's guards did not exhibit the same obedience, they remained somewhat indifferent. Nerent chose not to elaborate further, instead continuing with a smile. "Now, let me make this clear. If you do not run in an orderly manner as I require today, this training will not conclude. It is only when you meet my expectations that I will cease the training. Your Baron Boris has promised that today's exercises will follow my lead." Upon hearing this, Boris's guards inwardly cried out in despair. Their faces shifted between shades of green and white, realizing that their extensive running was self-imposed. "Very well. Now align yourselves properly and resume running." Nerent was a man of his word. After a brief pause, he commanded the guards to run once more. However, upon learning that neglecting their duty would prolong the exercise, the guards finally steeled themselves. Although their running remained somewhat chaotic, at least there was no more pushing and shoving. Seeing this improvement, Nerent gradually increased his pace from a slow jog to a brisk run. "Excellent. Now, everyone rest in place. We shall prepare dinner." With the sun setting, Nerent instructed his companions to commence preparations for their evening meal. Once darkness fell, the real exertion would begin. For now, it was essential to fill their stomachs to avoid becoming weaklings at night. "Nerent, this is the first time I've heard that practicing running can save lives." Upon reflection, it does indeed hold some truth. Have you ever been on the battlefield? During the training, Boris had his doubts, but remained silent. Now, seeing Nerent approach, he curiously inquired, "I have not been on the battlefield. I have merely perused various treatises on warfare penned by noble knights." "Oh, which treatise is it? I would like to acquire one and read it myself." As a lord, it was imperative for them to engage with issues of governance as well as strategic matters. Nalanter once remarked, "The best defense is a good offense," along with the theory that running can save lives, which struck Boris as quite intriguing. Though succinct, these statements provoke profound contemplation, and he felt an overwhelming desire to delve into that military treatise. The tome in question is titled Nicholas Sun Wu's Art of War. "Nicholas Sun Wu's Art of War?" Boris exclaimed in astonishment, finding the title rather peculiar. Indeed, as described in the manuscript, this nobleman, Nicholas Sun Wu, is a military genius whose work encompasses 36 strategies for warfare, one of which is the 36th stratagem. Retreating is the best strategy. This tactic is categorized as one of retreat strategies, advocating for a purposeful and planned withdrawal when faced with defeat, while simultaneously creating and seeking opportunities for counterattack, transforming a setback into victory. Thus, my recent instruction to the guards to practice organized evacuation simulates a scenario of orderly retreat in the face of defeat, ensuring readiness for a counterstrike at any moment. Nalanter suppressed a chuckle and nodded earnestly. This book is somewhat elusive. I initially encountered it in my father's study." "Baron Boris, you might inquire at the bookstore in Tulip City." Nalanter nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Nalanter enlisted Catherine's assistance in preparing the meal. The food for him and Boris had already been prepared by Rose earlier and merely required reheating. "Deliver this grilled fish to Baron Kunt and inform him to not stand on ceremony. Although such sea fish may be rare in Kunt's domain, they are quite common in the Storm domain." Nalanter instructed as he handed a grilled fish to a guard. "Yes, my lord." The guard did not hesitate and proceeded with the porcelain plate towards Baron Kunt. Observing this scene, Boris shook his head in resignation, deeming Nalanter's actions rather childish, uncharacteristic of a mature lord. Instead of engaging in such meaningless provocations, it would be far wiser to focus on the discreet development of his territory. Meanwhile, upon receiving the grilled fish and hearing the guard's words, Kunt indeed perceived Nalanter's gesture as a provocation. He swiftly altered his course of action, commanding his servants to retrieve the provisions prepared for their journey from the carriage, and commenced grilling them on the spot. As Nalanter and Boris enjoyed their grilled fish, a guard from Kunt soon approached. "My lord Nalanter, this is food sent for you and Baron Boris from my master. Lord Kunt mentioned that he has grown somewhat weary of beast meat, having it at every meal, so he urged you not to stand on ceremony. Considering that beast meat costs a gold coin per pound, and not everyone can afford it. Haha, thank you very much. The beast meat was not abundant, merely a couple of tails per person. Nevertheless, this was a delightful surprise for Nalantar, who paid no heed to Kunt's veiled mockery and graciously accepted the offering. From a distance, Kunt kept a watchful eye on Nalantar, initially eager to witness his discomfort. However, he was taken aback to see Nalantar so genuinely pleased, leaving him with a feeling of having been outmaneuvered. As time passed, by the time Nalantar finished his dinner, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, however, the air was filled with a cacophony of piercing sounds. Looking up, one beheld a multitude of resplendent meteors streaking across the heavens, gracing the night sky with their luminous presence. Chapter 132. It shouldn't be that fortuitous surrounded by towering city walls. One feels a greater sense of security compared to the desolate wilderness. However, lost in jovial conversation and merriment with Nalan, Boris had inadvertently lost track of time. Boris, fret not. I have been in Stormhold for 3 months and have encountered dark creatures only twice. It cannot be that fortuitous. Despite knowing that a horde of dark beings was soon to descend upon them, Nalan earnestly attempted to reassure him, maintaining an air of innocence. Upon hearing Nalan's words, Boris's expression darkened. Was this truly a sensible remark? Encountering dark creatures twice in 3 months could hardly be deemed fortunate. Nalan. Boris prepared to speak again, longing to escape the wilderness at once. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the sky. Boris's face froze, and he stared vacantly upwards. A swarm of nearly 100 meteorites, trailing dark crimson tails, hurtled toward them. This. Boris's complexion turned ashen, his mouth agape in disbelief. Nalan, surely I must be dreaming. Boris, it seems this is no dream. Nalan replied, somewhat embarrassed. But you just said it shouldn't be that fortuitous. Boris exclaimed, nearly in tears. I only suggested it shouldn't be that fortuitous. What shall we do now? Boris was on the verge of weeping. As a noble, he understood all too well what a small meteor shower signified. While a few falling stars might herald good fortune, the sheer volume of this celestial event, at least 100 and of considerable size, foretold the arrival of dark beings. Boris, do not be overly concerned. I possess experience in dealing with dark creatures. Just stay close to me. Nalan, worried that he might frighten Boris into a state of psychological distress, offered words of comfort. Ah, the meteor shower. The meteor shower. The dark beings are coming. What shall we do? Meanwhile, the soldiers had also taken notice of the situation, particularly Boris's subordinates, whose startled cries echoed in the air, their expressions no less alarmed than Boris's. The only ones who managed to maintain a semblance of calm were Quake and his companions. Catherine, bring that banner over here. Noticing the soldiers beginning to show signs of disarray, Nalan acted swiftly. Upon receiving the command, Catherine dashed to retrieve the red flag used during the day. Taking the banner from her, Nalan glanced at Catherine and extended his hand. Catherine, mount your horse. It will be safer that way. Although Nalan had brought Catherine along to confront the dark knights, he deemed it prudent for her to ride alongside him, ensuring the safety of this third daughter of misfortune. However, Catherine hesitated, questioning whether the dark creatures had been summoned by her presence. Though she had not encountered dark beings for years, the timing seemed all too coincidental. As Catherine contemplated the storm leader alongside Vivian and Sherry, a vague suspicion began to form within her. Do not delay, hurry up. Nalante's expression turned stern. Understood. At Nalante's urging, Catherine gritted her teeth and ultimately grasped his hand, hoisting herself onto the horse's back. Boris, muster your spirits and follow me. Once Catherine was securely seated, Nalante called out once more, then fiercely spurred his horse forward, urging Lightning to gallop swiftly towards the ranks of the guards. Oh! Only then did Boris awaken from his stupor, promptly urging his steed to catch up with Nalante. If they were confronting ordinary foes, Boris would certainly not falter in comparison to Nalante. Yet, faced with the throngs of dark creatures, he found himself at a loss. Quake, my lord, I am here. Nalante rode swiftly to the front of the guard ranks, and at his call, Quake promptly advanced with the swordsman's squad. Stay close behind me, and do not fall behind. Nalante instructed again. IBI, tell the guards that if they wish to survive, they must form ranks and await my command. Yes, Sir Nalante. After an afternoon of drills, IBI instinctively complied with Nalante's orders, responding without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the 90 fiery meteors finally descended, instantly igniting a sea of flames 200 meters ahead of them. Roars filled the air, accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones grinding together. Those are hellhounds. 1, 2, 3. 3-second-tier hellhounds. By the God of glory, have we stirred a hornet's nest today? Wait, those are headless knights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-second-tier headless knights. This, by the God of glory, I, Boris, have yet to bear offspring. Is the Blackrock family destined for extinction? Boris turned pale, and through the flickering light of the scattered meteors, he beheld the dread of encountering what had previously been considered luck in facing a solitary second-tier dark creature. It felt as if a decade's worth of misfortune had erupted all at once. Chapter 133. The undying Lord. The hellhounds shook their bodies, shedding the dust that clung to them, revealing their menacing fangs as they roared at the intruders. The headless horsemen turned their mounts, directing their headless forms ominously towards the group. The second-tier dark creatures had assembled, yet the third-tier Death Knight remained elusive, confirming the presence of an entity with a faint spark of intelligence. Despite having prepared for a diversion, Nalente maintained a grave expression. At that moment, the hellhounds, the headless horsemen, and the clattering skeleton soldiers had all crawled out of the meteorite pit. However, the most formidable threat, the third-tier Death Knight, had yet to reveal itself. With his prophetic nightmares, Nalente understood that the Death Knight would inevitably emerge from the recent meteor shower. Yet, due to the nascent awareness of the third-tier dark creature, it instinctively concealed itself during this vulnerable phase. Unless Nalente charged into the meteor pit to search, it was likely that when he finally encountered the Death Knight, it would be at the peak of its power. Howls echoed through the air as the dark creatures, having locked onto their group, surged forward with ferocity. Everyone, focus on the banner. Stay in formation. Do not push or jostle. Our target is the county of Quint. Follow me. With the dark creatures having been drawn towards them, Nalente dared not hesitate any longer. He raised the banner high, shouting to rally his troops. Run. Keep up. In an instant, both Nalente's guards and Boris's soldiers followed the banner, sprinting with all their might. Fortunately, having trained during the day, the soldiers maintained an orderly pace even under the dim, hazy moonlight. My lord, dark creatures have appeared over there. We must flee. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the edge of Quint. Thankfully, with Quint himself overseeing the situation and the dark creatures still 2 miles away, the crowd had yet to descend into complete panic. What is there to fear? Those dark creatures are after that useless son of Nalente. If danger truly arises, it will be after their demise. But, my lord, they are too close. The soldier, Silly, spoke with a tremor in his voice. The multitude of dark creatures that had descended was a sight he had never witnessed before. Enough. I am well aware of the situation. Prepare the soldiers for an immediate retreat. I wish to hear the screams from over there. Once we confirm their fate, we shall leave. Though connected to the cursed land of the Storm County, Quint had never faced direct repercussions. Thus, he felt little concern. Instead, he perceived this as a divine favor from the God of glory, ensuring that the provocateur, his worthless son, would face dire misfortune. He decided to wait a moment longer, eager to listen to the cries of despair from the impending chaos. With over 100 of Nalente's men, even against a multitude of dark creatures, they should hold out for a few minutes. As the time approached, the dark creatures would still make their way toward the castle of the Storm Territory. Yes, my lord, Silly replied helplessly, beginning to arrange the troops for evacuation. Kill! Kill! The dark creatures clamored with fervor, hoping to obliterate the entire Storm Territory. Dismissing his subordinates, Kunt craned his neck, eager to hear the delightful sounds of battle. However, the anticipated cries of chaos were replaced by the urgent sound of galloping hooves in the distance. Hoofbeats. Kunt widened his eyes as 2 warhorses rapidly approached him. Damn it, Nalenter! How dare you lead the dark creatures here? My father will not spare you. Kunt's expression changed drastically. He had never anticipated Nalenter's audacity in drawing the dark creatures so close. This could incite a dispute with the Count, a burden far too heavy for the mere knight Nalenter to bear. Unfazed by Kunt's words, Nalenter shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Quickly, follow the banner past them. We will enter Kunt's territory directly." In the face of impending doom, the soldiers, spurred by the relentless roars behind them, ran with all their might. Damn it, stop them. Do not let them through. Kunt, seeing Nalenter disregard his commands, urgently ordered his soldiers. Yet, Kunt's men, still bewildered by the situation, began to form ranks to intercept Nalenter and his party. Why aren't you running? There are hundreds of dark creatures pursuing us. Have you ever seen hellhounds? There are 3. What about headless horsemen? 6 of them. And there's a terrifying fellow I forgot to mention. A third-tier death knight is among them. If you wish to die, stay here. If you wish to live, flee now. As the path ahead was blocked, Nalander shouted, "Do not believe them. Keep them outside the territory. That is an order." Kunt dismissed Nalanter's warning, convinced that a small meteor shower could not summon so many second- and third-tier dark creatures. He had heard of the storm territories past, where only 20 or 30 dark creatures appeared at most in one instance. "Kunt, what Nalander says is true. You all must run. If you don't, you'll be dead. The headless horsemen and hellhounds are already upon us." Boris shouted toward Kunt. Though leading the dark creatures to Kunt's territory was somewhat inhumane, the moment was one of life and death. There was no time to dwell on such matters. Chapter 134. A note upon launch. As I embark on this journey, having traversed over 2 months and crafted precisely 300,000 words, my work is finally ready for publication. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my readers for their unwavering support. I must also express my appreciation to the editing team, particularly Captain Dragonfly and Princess Jiangcha from the former fantasy group, for their guidance. This moment is both exhilarating and nerve-wracking for a novice author like myself. Currently, the collection count on the platform has just surpassed 10,000. While this figure may seem neither particularly impressive nor disheartening, it is not the sole measure of success. The true testament to the quality of my work lies in the subscription numbers upon release. Writing can indeed be fueled by passion, but relying solely on such fervor is unsustainable. Few authors can endure the solitude of countless days and nights. Thus, the support from my esteemed readers is what empowers me to dedicate myself tirelessly to crafting this book day in and day out, nearly without respite. This support may manifest as a favorable review, a vote, a token of appreciation, or a subscription. I humbly beseech all my esteemed patrons to lend their subscriptions, as this will determine whether my work gains further recommendations and achieves greater success. Whether this book flourishes into a magnificent tree or remains a humble fruit is in the hands of my supportive readers. With utmost sincerity, I bow down my knees in supplication. Please accept this, esteemed patrons. In closing, I fervently call out, oh, esteemed patrons, I implore you for monthly votes, tokens of appreciation, and subscriptions. Moving forward, I shall strive to produce at least 3 updates daily. I hope for your continued support. Thank you. Chapter 135. The Death Knight. Death is imminent. Tremble, you wretched beings. As if to echo the words of Nalander and Boris, a low, emotionless voice resonated from behind them. Ah, look quickly. What is that? That is the Death Knight. Following the direction of the voice, the crowd beheld a towering figure racing towards them. Unlike the headless horseman, this was a knight wielding a long sword, adorned in exquisitely crafted armor, intricate and ornate inscriptions glimmering in the moonlight. An aura of death enveloped him, with eerie green light flickering through the gaps in his armor. Particularly, the eyes beneath the helmet emitted a ghostly green glow, swirling like smoke, dispersing with the wind. Good heavens, is this truly the Death Knight? Even Nalander, who had foreseen this in nightmares, felt the hair on his neck stand on end in this tangible moment. My God, Nalander, we are doomed. Boris exclaimed, his face as pallid as a blanched eggplant. Why aren't you running? Look, even Kunt is fleeing. Nalander knew they could not linger any longer and shouted at the soldiers blocking their path. Run. Lord Kunt has fled. Quickly run. Only then did the soldiers react. When they glanced towards the spot where Kunt had been, they found it empty. Kunt had already galloped away several meters. If it had been merely a few skeleton soldiers, Kunt might have dared to stay and delay for a moment. However, upon witnessing the emergence of the third-tier Death Knight, he could no longer concern himself with the safety of the territory. His own survival took precedence. In an instant, the soldiers under Kunt began to scatter in panic, many frantically seeking refuge in the nearby woods, believing the trees might offer some semblance of safety. Hurry, let us move past them. Observing a gap in the road ahead, Nalander urged his subordinates. Their legs cannot outrun 4 hooves. They must reach the lead ahead of Kunt's soldiers to escape their fate. With renewed determination, the soldiers quickened their pace. Within moments, they truly entered Kunt's domain. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Nalander turned to find a soldier from Kunt's ranks who had just fled into the forest, now emerging in terror. However, as he burst onto the main road, he collided directly with the galloping Death Knight. With a mere flick of his long sword, the Death Knight pierced the soldier's chest. Instantly, a surge of green light enveloped the soldier, who let out a cry before his body began to wither, collapsing to the ground as a lifeless husk. Gasp. Nalintor inhaled sharply. This death knight was truly terrifying. Ah, there are dark creatures in the woods as well. Run. At that moment, several more quaint guards rushed out from the forest, accompanied by gasps of alarm, as two hellhounds pursued them from behind. Thud! The Death Knight and Headless Horseman appeared before them, and with the dull thuds of blades sinking into flesh. The guards had barely registered the danger before they became souls claimed by the axe. Increase your pace. Nalinth dared not look back. If they did not hasten, they would soon find themselves in the same fate as the fallen guards. Subsequently, Nalinth led his group in a frantic flight. Thanks to their training during the day, he and Boris's men managed to stay together and did not scatter. In contrast, the quaint guards, having lost their leader, stumbled in confusion, pushing and shoving one another, with many falling to the ground, trampled by their comrades. Nalinth, what should we do now? Boris asked, unable to feel joy despite having temporarily evaded death. It would not be long before those dark creatures pursued them once more. He and Nalinth had their steeds to escape, but their subordinates could not run far. What else can we do but follow Quent? Nalinth rolled his eyes. Quent had already fled ahead, with no one blocking the way, and they could no longer see any figures. Only a handful of Quent guards continued to flee before them. Is this feasible? Boris felt a twinge of guilt, fearing he would surely be held accountable by the Iron Count later. Now, having to follow Quent deeper into his territory would only worsen their grievances. The dark creatures had a peculiar habit. Although they would eliminate all living beings in sight upon landing, they would inevitably gravitate towards the nearest noble castle. While the reasons behind this phenomenon remained a mystery, it allowed nobles to rest easy, knowing that dark creatures appearing in other domains would not threaten their own. However, if Nalinth and his companions were to reach the outskirts of Quent Castle, the dark creatures would undoubtedly prioritize attacking it. Boris, do we truly have a better option? Nalinth exclaimed. You have over 80 guards here, and I have more than 20. They cannot possibly outrun the Death Knights and Hellhounds. Nalinth rolled his eyes again. Were it not for this peculiar trait, he would not have allowed the dark creatures to regain their strength. Then, let us go? With a reluctant resolve, Boris gritted his teeth and made the choice. He felt a sense of being led into a trap by Nalinth, yet he had no proof. What was supposed to be merely a drill had unexpectedly turned into an invasion by dark creatures, among which was an unusually rare third-tier Death Knight. Subsequently, Nalinth and his group continued their relentless sprint for over an hour, and as the guard's stamina began to wane, they finally arrived at the outskirts of White Salt Town in Quent territory. At that moment, White Salt Town was in disarray, having heard the commotion. The villagers were aware of the dark creature invasion and began to scatter in a frantic bid for survival. Let us retreat to the gentle slope over there for a moment's respite. With those dark creatures having approached the vicinity of the castle, it is evident that their primary target must be the stronghold of Kant. At this juncture, Nalinth can finally exhale with relief. He has successfully executed most of his plans for the night without a hitch. In order to make Kant pay a price, Nalinth cannot afford to take matters into his own hands, especially considering Kant's noble lineage. However, as the dark entities are now the ones taking action, despite being incited by Nalinth, he possesses ample justifications to distance himself from any repercussions, thus significantly diminishing his apparent liability. Chapter 136. An unconventional siege. As the party advanced to a gentle slope a mile away from the castle, Nayland halted the troops, instructing the guards to rest in place. The soldiers, still shaken, wore pale expressions that spoke of their lingering trepidation. Everyone, take out your water and rations for a brief replenishment. The threat has not yet dissipated, Nayland commanded, observing the Boris soldiers who lay sprawled on the ground, reluctant to move. These men had not undergone any long-distance training, and their current condition was starkly contrasted with that of Quake and his comrades. The dark creatures had been successfully lured to the Kunt castle, and the next phase of the plan was to lie in wait like a cunning sparrow, completing the system's main quest. For each energy point represented a small sprite. Nayland, look, the Death Knights are approaching. Before Nayland and his companions could rest for long, the dark entities began to arrive in succession, led by the Death Knights and several headless horsemen. Nayland, do you think Kunt can withstand this? Boris asked, his voice tinged with anxiety despite the distance. It is hard to say, Nayland replied, wishing for Kunt's misfortune, yet unable to form a definitive judgment at this moment. Unlike the Stormwind Keep, which was perched atop a mountain, Kunt Castle was situated on flat land near a river. However, The castle's fortifications were of absolute standard. A moat, over 10 meters wide, had been excavated outside the walls, with the sole access being a narrow drawbridge of 4 to 5 meters in width. Beyond the bridge stood towering walls and a sturdy gate reinforced with iron, making it a veritable fortress. If the Kunt guards numbered in the hundreds, holding the castle should pose no issue. As time elapsed, after several minutes, the slower hellhounds and some skeletons finally trickled in, with a thunderous roar. As all the dark creatures assembled, the Death Knight raised his longsword, and at his command, the dark entities surged towards the castle. Arrows rained upon the skeleton horde. Apart from a few unfortunate skeleton soldiers struck in the skull, the majority felt little discomfort, merely losing a few fragments of bone. However, the sizable stones, akin to a fist, were a different matter altogether. Arcing through the air, they crashed into the throng of dark creatures, shattering numerous skeletons into fragments on impact. Often, a single stone could severely injure 2 or 3 skeleton soldiers, though the only drawback was the slower firing rate of the trebuchet. "What is that? A trebuchet? A small one?" Boris exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Nayland shared his surprise. Trebuchets existed in this world, but they were considered a high-level craft, accessible only to the nobility. Lesser nobles like Nayland and his peers could scarcely aspire to such technology. The reason was simple: these machines were strategic weapons, indispensable for besieging cities and castles. Therefore, the great nobles would never allow the technology of trebuchets to leak, and the finished products were similarly tightly controlled. Kunt Castle's possession of a small trebuchet was evidently due to the influence of its count's lineage. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. While Nalander and his companions were still in astonishment, the battle raged on. With the presence of the catapults, the skeletal soldiers became mere targets. As they approached within 150 meters of the city walls, their numbers dwindled, and even a hellhound and 2 headless knights met a grim fate. Struck by the stones hurled from the catapults, the hellhound let out a mournful howl, its skull crushed and brain matter splattered. One of the headless knights was violently knocked to the ground, dissipating into black smoke, while the other suffered a less severe fate, losing merely an arm. Being a strategic weapon in this world, the catapult wielded considerable power, rivaling that of modern artillery from previous eras, albeit with the drawbacks of cumbersome transport and limited agility. The charge of the dark creatures persisted, and eventually, a portion of the skeletal soldiers and hellhounds reached the edge of the moat. Surprisingly, the moat appeared to pose no obstacle to these dark beings. The skeletal soldiers and hellhounds plunged into the water, and within mere moments, they emerged on the opposite bank, revealing their amphibious nature. This was Nalanter's first encounter with dark creatures besieging a city. He knew that for humans, even those clad in leather armor, swimming across would be an impossible feat, as heavy armor would render them as leaden weights in the water. However, what astonished him even more was yet to come. Upon reaching the base of the city walls, the skeletal soldiers began to scale the walls with their bare hands. The stone walls were exceptionally smooth, with the seams filled with a special adhesive clay. Yet, the skeletal soldiers relentlessly pried away the clay with their bony fingers and began to ascend through the gaps. Witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down Nalanter's spine. He finally comprehended how dark creatures could breach fortifications without siege engines. The guards of the quaint castle soon noticed the skeletal soldiers' actions, resulting in a brief moment of chaos as they hastily attempted to dislodge boulders to thwart the advancing foes. However, the defenders were few in number, with some occupied in operating the catapults, and the skeletal archers below effectively suppressed their efforts, rendering them incapable of halting the climbers. Before long, the first skeletal soldier reached the parapet, followed by the second, third, and fourth. As more and more skeletal soldiers ascended the walls, the sounds of brutal combat and anguished cries began to resonate from the castle. "Nalanter, look, that must be Quint. He has taken to the field himself." At that moment, a flicker of combat aura illuminated the wall, indicating that Quint, aware that the skeletal soldiers had breached the parapet, could no longer remain hidden. Although his prowess was derived from the flesh of magical beasts and the accumulation of combat crystals, he was more than capable of dealing with the skeletal soldiers. With Quint's involvement, it seemed that the skeletal soldiers would soon be suppressed. Roar! Just then, the Death Knight, having reached the moat's edge, unleashed a deafening roar. At this sound, the skeletal soldiers appeared to receive some form of command, swiftly converging towards the city gate above. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. A muffled sound echoed as the skeletal soldiers worked in unison to sever the ropes securing the drawbridge. In an instant, the once elevated bridge descended, roaring with fury. The Death Knight, accompanied by 5 headless horsemen, swiftly crossed the moat. Chapter 137. The Castle Breached. Crash. Crash. After the Death Knights and headless horsemen surged across the bridge, they relentlessly began to assault the castle gates. The deafening sound of their impact echoed clearly even a mile away, where Nalantar and his companions could hear it distinctly. He believed that if it were the old wooden door of Nalantar Castle, it would surely succumb within mere seconds. It seemed imperative to expedite the repairs on the castle. Nalantar had witnessed the ferocity of siege warfare in this realm, and his thoughts drifted to his somewhat antiquated stronghold. As the thunderous crashes resonated, the chaos atop Gunter Castle intensified. Roars and wails reverberated through the tranquil night for miles. As time passed, Gunter paid a significant toll. They were on the verge of dispatching the skeletal soldiers atop the walls. Just then, the castle gates below began to creak ominously. Clearly, even this ironclad gate could not withstand the assault for much longer. The minor tremors had escalated into violent shudders. Gunter also recognized the urgency of the situation and swiftly ascended to the gate with his guards, hurling massive boulders the size of watermelons down upon the attackers. However, the vitality of the second-tier dark creatures was evidently superior to that of the skeletal soldiers. Though the hellhounds yelped in agony when struck, they were not easily dispatched. The headless horsemen, too, remained undeterred. Some, even after being knocked from their mounts, rose again to continue their relentless assault on the gates. Roar. Bang. 2 minutes later, the dark creatures paid a heavy price. 2 hellhounds severely injured, and 1 headless horseman shattered. At last, they breached the castle gates. This final blow was delivered by the Death Knight, who, with a fearsome roar, charged from over 10 meters away, crashing into the gate, causing one of its panels to crash to the ground. Roar. Death is nigh. Tremble, O wretched beings. With the gates shattered, the Death Knight brandished its longsword and led the remaining dark creatures into the castle. Their doom was sealed. Witnessing this scene, Boris could only sigh in dismay. This spectacle was utterly staggering for them. A mere handful of dark creatures had infiltrated a baronial castle, fortified with defenses, without any siege equipment. It was no wonder the entire continent trembled in fear of these dark beings. Once they regained their strength, they were truly a terrifying force. Nalantar also clicked his tongue in disbelief. Nalantar, what shall we do now? Boris, at a loss, turned to him. If they waited until everyone within the castle was slain, the dark creatures would pursue them relentlessly. Very well. Boris's expression darkened, the last vestiges of hope dissipating. He understood that Nalantar's words represented their only course of action. If they wished to survive with their guards, they had no choice but to annihilate the enemy completely. Fortunately, the dark creatures had expended considerable resources during the siege, alleviating some of the pressure they would soon face. Boris, we must prepare some arrangements in advance. Nalantar, how do you propose we proceed? We shall set up by the riverside. From the moment they paused to rest, Nalantar had been contemplating how to conclude their endeavor. Ultimately, he chose the banks of the river outside the Gunter Castle as the site for their confrontation. Boris gazed at the muddy riverbank, puzzled for several moments, before realization dawned upon him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. The two swiftly led their team to the riverbank and began their preparations. Speaking of preparations, the task was quite straightforward. It involved digging sufficient pits to ensnare horses. At this juncture, the primary forces of the dark creatures were the Headless Horsemen and the Death Knights. Thus, excavating these pits would significantly hinder their movements. Furthermore, Nalantar selected the riverbank for another reason. Due to the erosion by the river, the soil was soft and muddy, exacerbating the difficulty for the horses to maneuver. Quake. Retrieve the iron hooks you carry, Nalantar instructed after everything was set. Quake and his companions promptly unfastened several iron hooks from their waists. Each of these hooks bore 2 prongs and was as thick as a little finger. Nalantar, what purpose do these iron hooks serve? Boris inquired, somewhat perplexed. They are intended to deal with those Headless Horsemen and Death Knights. Nalantar replied with a slight smile, retrieving a large bundle of rope from his saddle. In this manner, the iron hooks transformed into grappling hooks, enabling the guards to throw them from a distance, attempting to restrain the Headless Horsemen and Death Knights. You even thought of this? Boris exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 138. Buying Life with Money? Boris, I have professed my expertise in dealing with dark creatures, Nalantar proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest. Yet, the truth was that he had exhausted all his wits in confronting the invasion of these dark beings. Had he possessed absolute power, he would have certainly crushed and annihilated these dark entities without resorting to such elaborate schemes. Oh, what is this? Someone has managed to escape. As Nalantar and his companions stood ready, quietly awaiting the dark creature's rampage through the castle, several figures emerged from the distant castle gates. It appeared to be Kunter. With his extraordinary eyesight, Nalantar and Boris quickly identified the silhouettes. It was indeed Kunter, accompanied by the scant remains of his 6 guards. Remarkably, he had managed to flee. Boris exclaimed in surprise. The reason for this was rather straightforward. Although the castle had been breached, the skeleton soldiers had been mostly dealt with, resulting in a diminished number of dark creatures, allowing Kunter to seize the opportunity to break free. However, despite their escape, 2 headless knights and a throng of skeletal archers pursued them relentlessly. They were charging towards this direction to facilitate the upcoming battle. Nalantar and his allies had already kindled several bonfires around them for illumination. The flickering flames immediately captured Kunter and his remaining guards' attention, prompting them to hasten their flight without hesitation. What a stroke of luck! Nalantar frowned slightly, for this was not part of his plan. Kunter had repeatedly attempted to undermine him, and had even committed heinous acts against innocent villagers, framing him for the carnage. Thus, if the dark creatures were to eliminate Kunter, it would be the most fortuitous outcome, a grand resolution indeed. Come on, my headless brethren, pursue with greater fervor, Nalantar silently urged, hoping the dark beings would swiftly conclude Kunter's existence, for he was acutely aware that he could not personally intervene to rid himself of Kunter, especially with so many witnesses present. As if in response to Nalantar's unspoken plea, the dark creatures intensified their pursuit. Whoosh! Thud! Ah! Over a dozen skeletal archers unleashed a volley of arrows. In an instant, 2 of Kunter's remaining guards fell to the ground. But the onslaught did not cease there. The headless knights charged forward with alarming speed. Thud! Another 2 guards were swiftly taken down. Kunter and the last 2 guards, gripped by sheer terror, summoned every ounce of strength to flee desperately. Yet, mere legs would never outpace the grim reapers of the headless knights. Soon, the last 2 guards met their fate, leaving only Kunter alive among those who had escaped the castle, relying on his fighting spirit to sustain his frantic sprint. Clop, clop. This cannot continue. I will never reach them at this rate. Without his subordinates to delay the pursuers, Kunter realized he could not outrun the 2 headless knights. With a deep breath, he reluctantly turned his gaze towards that detestable scoundrel. Save me. In a desperate plea for survival, Kunter called out to Nalantar and Boris. Regrettably, Lord Kunter, we are unable to assist. How could Nalantar possibly come to the rescue? It would be better if that fellow perished outright. Meanwhile, within the castle, a figure shimmering with a green ethereal glow had already emerged. It was a 3rd-tier Death Knight. Behind the Death Knight trailed 2 headless horsemen, and rushing out now would pose a substantial risk for Kunter. If I perish, my father will not let you escape unscathed. Kunter seethed, teeth clenched, bellowing in rage. Upon hearing this, Boris glanced at Nalantar. Nalantar, if he truly dies, Count Black Iron will surely seek vengeance upon us. Boris genuinely feared the impending retribution from Count Black Iron. Boris, Kunter is still over 200 meters away. To venture out now would likely mean confronting the Death Knight directly, Nalantar explained. Boris opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. I apologize, Baron Kunter, but the Death Knight approaches. Though we are of noble blood, we are powerless to assist, and it is the dark creatures who seek your life. We cannot be held accountable for this. You, Kunter, enraged, spat blood, wishing to retort, but the 2 headless horsemen denied him the opportunity, closing in and swinging their massive axes toward him. Kunter's expression shifted drastically. He swiftly raised his hand to block one of the headless horsemen's strikes. But as he deflected the attack before him, a gust of wind surged from behind. He had no choice but to crouch low and roll on the ground to evade the assault from behind. I am willing to pay, Nalantar. I will offer 10 gold coins. No, 50 gold coins as a reward. Kunter, now gripped by fear and facing a life-threatening crisis, relinquished his former arrogance. My lord. At that moment, Catherine suddenly spoke up. Nalantar turned to her, puzzled. Catherine truly wished for this lord to be kept from danger, for in this world, he alone seemed to harbor compassion for the daughters of misfortune. Having experienced the terror and helplessness of being a daughter of misfortune, she hoped Nalantar would survive to continue his role as a lord, enabling him to save more daughters in the future. Her words caught Nalantar by surprise. He never expected to hear her suggest the idea of personally assassinating Kunter. Migu Migu. Just then, something ahead caught Nalanter's attention. As Kunter tumbled and rolled, a small sprite that had been concealed in his embrace fell out. This seemed rather familiar. Nalanter's heart stirred. Was this not the very yellow sprite he had released last time? Ding. As your nemesis, Kunter must perish. Yet having him die immediately does not align with your present interests. Perhaps you could allow him to live for a few more days in exchange for sufficient benefits. Quest reward, loyalty of the blacksmith. Just as Nalanter pondered the sprite with uncertainty, a voice echoed in his mind. Goodness, even you have come to join the fray. But what exactly is the reward of the blacksmith's loyalty? Is it John the blacksmith? Although he murmured complaints about the system, the release of this task finally led Nalan to a resolution, especially as he gazed upon the lavish golden sprite ahead. Chapter 139. Is this request excessive? After reaching a decision, Nalan turned his gaze towards the precarious predicament of Kunter. Kunter, do you wish to survive? Indeed, I do. Kunter replied eagerly. 50 gold coins. If you save me, I shall reward you with gold. Nalan shook his head dismissively. I do not desire your gold. Kunter was taken aback, as was Boris, who stared incredulously at Nalan. Was it possible that he would offer assistance without the allure of gold? I am far more intrigued by your little yellow sprite. Nalan continued. Perhaps you might consider altering your reward to that yellow sprite. If you were to exchange your reward for the sprite, I might contemplate saving your life. Boris was astonished, his expression shifting to one of admiration. Clearly, he had underestimated Nalan's audacity. Impossible. Kunter's countenance darkened. The fact that he still clutched the yellow sprite tightly in a moment of crisis illustrated his deep attachment to it. How could he possibly part with it as recompense? Then I regret to inform you, Lord Kunter, that the Death Knight is approaching. To save you will require considerable peril. Nalan shrugged. Kunter glanced towards the Death Knight, already crossing the moat and nearing him, his expression shifting tumultuously. Ultimately, at the brink of life and death, Kunter was forced to make a choice between his life and his precious treasure. Fine. Come and save me now. Kunter spat out the words. Excellent. However, my requests have yet to be fully articulated. Nalan continued. Kunter was nearly driven to fury, exclaiming, What more could you possibly want? Nothing overly demanding, Nalan replied. I have taken a liking to the flamegrass prairie and wish to graze my cattle and sheep there. Thus, I would like to request a strip of land. Not too expansive, merely a narrow stretch, perhaps 1 or 2 times the width of the buffer zone, to facilitate my access to the flamegrass prairie. Surely, this request is not excessive. Excessive? You. Kunter nearly choked on his own outrage. How could anyone audaciously demand land? Even Boris rolled his eyes. Was this not a significant request? Nalan, your boldness is remarkable. While vassals possess complete autonomy over their lands, the cession of territory typically requires the lord's consent, making such demands rather audacious. However, Kunter might be an exception, given that his father was the Earl of the Black Iron Territory. Yet, aside from Nalan, few would dare to make such a demand. Very well. Despite his fury, Kunter was willing to offer even his precious fiery crystal sprite as recompense. What else could he possibly hold dear? Excellent. Now, Kunter, swear an oath to the Lord of Radiance. No, to the God of Radiance. I, Kunter of Glory, Black Iron, hereby swear an oath to the God of Radiance, pledging to fulfill Sir Nalan's 2 requests in exchange for my life. Without further ado, Kunter commenced his oath, glaring fiercely at Nalan afterward. Is that sufficient now? Indeed it is. At last, a satisfied smile graced Nalan's face. Without hesitation, he mounted his steed and commanded, Wait for me here. Hardly had his words left his lips when he galloped away like a flash of lightning. He had deliberately traversed the riverbank to bypass the pitfall meant for horses. Nalan raced towards Kunt, but the Death Knight was fast approaching. And Kunt's face was marred with fear. Quick, save me. The Death Knight drew nearer, its spectral sword slowly raised. Just then, as the blade was about to meet Kunt, terror overwhelmed him, and he could not suppress a scream. Yet, Nalan was still over 10 meters away from him. Suddenly, at the moment the Death Knight's sword was to descend, a rope was flung toward Kunt, wrapping around his corpulent form twice before the hook snagged at the seams of his armor. Away with you. Nalan, unfazed by the unfolding chaos, turned his horse and, with a sharp command, struck its flanks, urging it into a frenzied sprint. Kunt's body lurched as the rope yanked him off the ground, dragging him from the encirclement of the Headless Knight and the Death Knight. roaring in fury at the sight of its intended prey being whisked away. The Death Knight spurred its mount to chase after Nailante. The other headless knights and skeletal archers sprang into action, pursuing closely behind. Prepare for battle. Boris, hearing the call, relayed the command, and all the guards drew their swords, standing ready. Though many of them trembled with fear, they had no choice but to fight. Retreat was not an option. As the dark creatures surged forward, the tension mounted. Quake, aim for your targets and use the grappling hooks. Yes, my lord. Catherine, assist Quake and the others in dealing with those headless knights. Understood, my lord. Boris, we'll confront the Death Knight together. All right. Boris swallowed hard, nodding with difficulty. Despite being a high-ranking bronze knight, his combat prowess was not significantly superior to Kant's. Typically, nobles preferred to command their guards rather than lead the charge with a battle cry. As the dark creatures drew nearer, closing in on the pitfall, Nailante seized the moment. Now, with that command, the horses of the dark creatures stumbled, collapsing like a line of dominoes. The headless knights and the Death Knight, caught off guard, were thrown from their mounts. Chapter 140. Confronting the Death Knight quickly. Throw me the rope. In that fleeting moment, Nailante charged forward, brandishing his sword, while issuing commands to the guards. Hurry. Upon hearing his words, Quake and the others immediately cast their ropes towards their respective targets. At the same time, Catherine nimbly maneuvered closer to a headless knight that lay on the ground. Sensing her approach, the headless knight attempted to rise and retaliate. However, with 3 guards having ensnared him with grappling hooks, the moment he moved, they pulled with all their might, causing him to stagger and slump back down. Die. Catherine seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air and landing with a resounding thud upon the chest of the headless knight. Without hesitation, she plunged her sword deep into the knight's neck. Roar. The headless knight's steed, feeling its master's pain, let out a mournful cry, and the aura of death surrounding it began to dissipate. Well done. Nailante cheered upon witnessing Catherine's swift victory. He had yet to reach the Death Knight, who was far more formidable than the headless knight. Even after being thrown back, the Death Knight managed to regain control in midair, not being propelled far from his original position. Roar. The Death Knight was also restrained by 3 grappling hooks, yet his strength was astonishingly immense. With a fierce roar, he began to move, causing the guards to stumble rather than bringing him down. Triple flame slash. Recognizing the Death Knight's prowess, Nailante seized the moment to unleash his secret technique. As his energy surged, flames erupted from his sword, and he swept it towards the Death Knight. Clang. However, the initial strike was thwarted by the Death Knight's defense. Upon the clash of swords, Nailante felt a jarring force reverberate through his hands, leaving his palms stinging. Nailante, I'm here. Boris finally arrived, shouting, Die, you vile creature. Although Boris lacked secret techniques, his prowess as a high-ranking bronze knight was not to be underestimated. A faint green light enveloped his sword, which seemed to possess a propulsion of its own, slicing through the air and striking the Death Knight's shoulder armor. Sizzle. To their astonishment, however, Boris's strike merely grazed the armor, creating a small dent and sparking, without inflicting any significant harm on the Death Knight. Damn it, Nailante. This Death Knight's runic armor is still effective, Boris exclaimed, his face reflecting shock and frustration. Then aim for the gaps in the armor. Nailante cursed under his breath. Though the Dark Knight's armor was predominantly runic, most of the time, such armors had suffered degradation. Nailante had been fortunate in their last encounter, but such luck seemed to have eluded him this time. With that, Nailante let out another fierce roar, second slash. Boris, adapting his strategy, coordinated with Nailante to thrust their swords at the Death Knight. Roar. Faced with the onslaught of 2 adversaries, the Death Knight sensed an imminent threat. With a resounding roar, its ferocity intensified, and a greenish glow began to seep through the crevices of its armor. Following a slight enhancement in its power, Nailant's second strike, unfortunately, proved futile, being thwarted once more. This time, however, the Death Knight had set its sights on Boris. Just as Boris was about to land a blow, the Death Knight delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending his slightly portly figure sailing 3 to 4 meters away. Thud. Upon landing, a wretched cry escaped Boris as he inadvertently crashed onto the prone figure of Quent, who was feigning death on the ground. Third strike. Although devoid of Boris's support, Nalan pressed on with his assault. Clang. Yet, he was caught off guard as his sword shattered upon colliding with the Death Knight's blade. Roar. Observing Nalan disarmed, the Death Knight raised its sword and swung menacingly towards Nalan's neck. Just as Nayland prepared to roll away to evade the blow, a voice suddenly called out beside him. "My lord, be careful." It was Catherine, who had swiftly dispatched the second headless knight and rushed to the scene without hesitation. Clang! The strike aimed at Nayland was parried by Catherine. "My lord, step back. Allow me to handle this. Be cautious. I shall be with you shortly." Although Nayland could have evaded that last strike even without Catherine's assistance, her intervention spared him the embarrassment of rolling on the ground and preserved his lordly dignity. He immediately retreated to the side and approached a nearby soldier. Soon, Nayland acquired a long sword from the soldier and promptly opened the system panel. System. Exchange for an agility fruit. The Death Knight's speed was exceedingly formidable. Even in a combined assault with Boris, they had been bested, which was quite humiliating. Thus, Nayland resolved to expend his last energy point, one he had been reluctant to use since acquiring it from the previous beast crystal exchange. Ding! Exchange successful. In the next moment, a voice echoed in Nayland's mind. Upon hearing this, he gently closed his hand, and a petite agility fruit materialized within it. Without hesitation, he discreetly consumed it. This time, perish. The effects of the agility fruit manifested almost instantaneously, and Nayland felt his speed surge by at least 50%. This was his second consumption of the agility fruit, so its potency remained formidable. Seeing the Death Knight engaged in a fierce battle with Catherine and Boris, Nayland seized the opportunity, letting out a battle cry as he charged into the fray. Thrust. It must be said, the principle that speed is invincible in martial arts holds true. With his speed increased and having timed his entry perfectly, Nayland's strike was swift, precise, and brutally effective as it plunged into the gaps of the Death Knight's armor. Roar. However, the strike landed on the side of the waist, proving insufficient to be fatal, yet it incited the Death Knight, who had never before tasted injury, into a furious frenzy. Boris, Catherine, quickly restrained him. "Give me another chance to strike." Upon witnessing the impending rage of the Death Knight, Nayland urgently called upon Catherine and Boris. Without a moment's hesitation, Boris relinquished his longsword, embracing the Death Knight's waist in a bear hug. Catherine, too, moved swiftly. Her sword, like a serpent, deflected the Death Knight's blade, and she subsequently abandoned her weapon to grasp the knight's arm firmly. With a roar, the Death Knight writhed beneath their hold, unleashing a ferocious cry. Die! Recognizing the fleeting opportunity, Nayland extended his left hand to grip the blade, and with the precision of a spear, he thrust the tip into the gap of the Death Knight's armor at the neck. With a decisive push from both hands, the sword's tip penetrated deeply into the crevice. But he was not finished. Summoning his resolve, Nayland forcefully shoved the blade sideways, slicing through the Death Knight's neck from the center to the side. A piercing cry erupted from the Death Knight, as the greenish glow and aura of death surrounding him began to dissipate and fade away. Chapter 141. Caught in the crossfire, finally, it is over. As the remnants of death and the greenish glow gradually dissipated, the body of the Death Knight transformed into an empty shell. Nayland let out a long sigh of relief. This third ominous premonition had essentially come to a conclusion. Let us hasten to eliminate the other dark creatures. At that moment, two headless knights were still flailing about under the control of the guards' ropes. Meanwhile, the skeletal archers, lacking the support of melee dark creatures, had been reduced to mere fragments by Boris's soldiers. Nayland picked up the long sword dropped by the Death Knight and exchanged a few words with Catherine and Boris before proceeding to finalize the task at hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main task of the third ominous premonition by vanquishing 168 dark creatures. An energy reward of 10 points has been issued. Ding! The main task of the fourth ominous premonition has been activated. Please check it yourself. Fourth ominous premonition task reward: 50 energy points. Task progress: 0. However, before Nayland could revel in the acquisition of the 10 energy points, he noticed something unusual about this fourth main task. Unlike the previous three, where the number of dark creatures was clearly displayed, this time it had transformed into a series of question marks. Filled with both curiosity and concern, Nayland instructed Quake and the others to search for teammates and tend to the wounded while he quietly opened the system panel for further inspection. After a minute or so, Nayland closed the panel once more. He had thoroughly examined this fourth ominous premonition. What made it peculiar was that this time, the god of misfortune was not targeting him alone. Instead, it appeared that all would share in his tribulations. This meant that during the upcoming invasion of dark creatures, they would manifest throughout the entire territory of the Agate Duchy. The quantity and level of these dark beings would be random. The scope of this premonition was so vast that even the imagery from the storm territory flashed by in an instant, leaving Nalen Tay unable to discern the exact number of dark creatures within his domain. He vaguely perceived that there would be 4 or 5 waves of dark beings invading. Headless knights and death knights were among them, along with some colossal, unknown beasts that would wreak havoc across the storm territory. The invasion of dark creatures was scheduled to occur in 6 months. This truly felt like a matter of life and death. System. With such a multitude of dark creatures invading, do you expect me to eliminate them all? Nalen Tay recalled the requirement for the quantity of dark creatures to be exterminated, which also remained as 3 question marks. Surely, he could not be expected to become a savior. Even if he wished to, he lacked the capability. Ding. The host has completed the review of the 4th ominous premonition. Now, an additional main task is issued. Once the host has cleared the dark creatures from their territory, the main task will be deemed complete. The additional task stipulates that for each territory, the host assists in cleansing of dark creatures after securing their own. An additional reward of 5 energy points will be granted. The additional tasks bear no deadline, and the rewards are limitless. This time, the completion of the tasks no longer requires counting. The number he can eliminate depends solely on his own prowess. The minimum requirement is to eradicate all the dark creatures within his territory, which constitutes fulfilling the basic task. Should he desire to amass more energy points, he can venture into other territories. For each region he assists in exterminating dark creatures, he will earn an additional 5 energy points. Thus, the more dark creatures he vanquishes, the greater the rewards he shall reap. This task appears quite favorable. However, prior preparations are imperative. Otherwise, if he cannot even safeguard his own domain, he risks a devastating downfall. Once the excitement waned, Nalantar recalled the numerous colossal beasts ravaging his territory. The Death Knights and Headless Horsemen, once formidable foes, had now been relegated to mere underlings. My lord. At this moment, Quake had finished the tally and approached Nalantar. My lord, the casualty report is complete. Among our guards, only 6 sustained minor injuries, with no serious injuries or fatalities. Baron Boris's contingent suffered 2 severely injured by skeletal archers and 8 lightly wounded, but fortunately, there have been no deaths. Quake duly reported the casualties. In truth, their encounter with the dark creatures had been a stroke of luck, as they had benefited from Kunt's efforts. Although a few formidable adversaries remained, Nalantar and his companions had taken the lead in combat, with the guards providing support, resulting in minimal losses. Had Kunt not dealt with the skeletal swordsmen, even if Nalantar and his group managed to subdue the Death Knights and Headless Horsemen, the guards engaged with the skeletal swordsmen would have undoubtedly suffered significant casualties. Excellent. Prepare some boiling water to tend to the wounded and clean up the battlefield while awaiting my further orders. Nalantar nodded. The outcome was remarkably satisfactory. As for the 2 severely injured under Baron Boris, their wounds were caused by arrows, and as the danger did not stem from excessive bleeding, there was no need for Nalantar to suture the wounds. The guards could attend to them directly. Nalantar then made his way towards Boris, who, having survived the ordeal, sat exhausted upon a rock by the riverbank. While Nalantar had spent 3 months psychologically preparing for encounters with dark creatures and had gained experience from previous battles, he had become accustomed to such confrontations. In contrast, for Boris, this was an unprecedented experience, and as the adrenaline faded, he was left with lingering trepidation and fatigue. Boris, are you all right? Nalantar approached and placed a reassuring hand on Boris's shoulder. Nalantar, I'm fine. Boris replied with a wry smile, having initially anticipated a leisurely outing, only to find himself embroiled in the lair of dark creatures. Fortunately, not only had he survived, but the casualties among his subordinates were minimal. Otherwise, he would have been left utterly despondent. It's good to hear you are well. Narrant, unable to offer much consolation, turned his gaze toward the still prostrate Kunt. My lord Kunt, are you not yet prepared to rise? Narrant inquired with a hint of curiosity at the motionless figure. In pursuit of completing a side quest and securing the promised elf and a parcel of land, Narrant had chosen to overlook Kunt's feigned demise. However, with matters now resolved, it was imperative to rouse him from his prone state. After all, they remained within Kunt's territory, and one could never be certain if a lord nearby might come to his aid. I've broken my leg, Kunt lamented. His face contorted in distress upon realizing he could no longer maintain his ruse. Broken your leg? Narrant questioned, intrigued. For it seemed that the dark creatures had not approached this fellow at all. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Boris, having been kicked away, had inadvertently fallen upon Kant, causing his leg to fracture? Truly, this man was unfortunate. One could say he was destined for calamity even while merely quenching his thirst. Narrant looked upon Kant with a sense of pity, recognizing that he had indeed fallen victim to misfortune while lying there. Chapter 142. The Corrupted Maggot Lord Kant. While I express my sincere regret regarding your unfortunate leg injury, it is imperative that we adhere to the remuneration we previously agreed upon. Nallanter smacked his lips, offering a moment of silence for Kant before directly addressing him. Kant's countenance stiffened, resembling one who had just ingested something foul. What is this, Lord Kant? Are you reluctant? We just risked our lives to rescue you, and have eradicated all the dark creatures plaguing your territory. A dangerous glint flickered in Nallanter's eyes, perhaps hinting at Kant's possible discontent with the god of radiance. Could he truly renege on his solemn oath made before the deity? And no, I will provide it immediately. Upon seeing the intensity in Nallanter's gaze and hearing the mention of the god of radiance, Kant gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Regardless of whether Nallanter had the audacity to take his life, this oath was irrevocable should Kant ever aspire to usurp the title of Count. For the god of radiance is a symbol of nobility's honor. They may be frugal and cunning in private, yet they must never overtly contradict the will of the god, lest they be scorned by their peers. Especially concerning oaths sworn to the god of radiance, should word of his betrayal spread, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Thank you. Lord Kant, let us commence. The frightened yellow sprite that had earlier sought refuge in the river had approached, though it remained hesitant due to the myriad of dark creature corpses strewn about in the presence of Nallanter and his companions. Kant, upon hearing this, ceased further conversation, closed his eyes, and began to dissolve the contract with the sprite. Buzz. In the next moment, the sprite trembled, emitting a resonant hum, accompanied by two ripples of light radiating outward. Once the ripples dissipated, the sprite's eyes glazed over, and its brilliance dimmed considerably. It is done. Kant finally reopened his eyes, suppressing his voice. Nallanter, keenly aware that the time had come, wasted no time. Before Kant's words had fully escaped his lips, he retrieved a porcelain vial of tulip powder from the leather pouch of his lightning saddle. Little one, come and take a taste. The sprite had only 5 minutes to forge a new bond. Should the time elapse without a new master, it would vanish from existence forever. Thus Nallanter hurriedly acted. Chomp. Upon catching a whiff of the tulip powder's fragrance, the sprite instinctively bit down into Nallanter's palm. Buzz. Moments later, a mental contract was established between Nallanter and the sprite. Migu. The sprite was indeed remarkable, not merely in its abilities. Upon the termination of the previous contract, its original memories would mysteriously erase themselves. Therefore, with the renewal of the contract, Nallanter became its sole master, the only familiar face it would behold upon opening its eyes. Little one, from now on, you shall accompany this lord, and I assure you a life of sumptuous feasts and delight. Migu, the yellow sprite chirped joyfully. Nallanter beamed with delight, gently cradling the little creature in his arms. My esteemed Count, you have successfully completed the first reward, and now we shall proceed to the second. After dismissing the little sprite, Nallanter beamed at Count Kant. There is no paper or pen here. I must go to the castle. Count Kant, momentarily forgetting his resentment towards Nallanter, felt the pain in his calf intensifying, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Indeed, we shall make our way to the castle. Nallanter nodded. Matters of ceding territory must be documented, as recognition of ownership is not to be taken lightly. Subsequently, Nallanter communicated with Boris and instructed the guards to tidy up the battlefield before leading Count Kant towards the castle. Upon arrival, the gruesome scene within the castle was almost unbearable to behold. Aside from Count Kant and the 6 guards who had escaped, there were no survivors left inside the castle. Over 10 servants and more than 30 guards had all succumbed to the dark creature's blades. Nallanter guided Count Kant directly into the inner hall of the fortress. Although the hall was in disarray, it was considerably cleaner than the courtyard outside. They procured parchment and a quill, as well as a rudimentary map of Kant's territory. Nallanter spoke. My lord Boris, I require your assistance. The width of the twofold buffer zone must allow direct access from my territory to the blazing grasslands. Hearing this, Count Kant, gritting his teeth against the pain, began to write. The content was straightforward. In gratitude for Nallanter's life-saving intervention, Count Kant willingly offered a small parcel of land as a reward. He also noted the approximate location and size of the territory. This rudimentary map, of course, could not compare to the precise maps of the past. It resembled more the game maps of yore, where villages and towns were depicted as circles of various sizes, with a few houses drawn in the center, labeled with the names of the settlements. Similarly, forests and mountains were represented by little tree icons or a series of hills, also annotated with names. Nonetheless, despite its simplicity, the handwritten contract combined with this basic map ensured that Nalantar could secure the arrangement without fail. Thank you, Count Kunt. Your generosity is admirable, and your esteemed name shall surely spread far and wide, Nalantar said, content as he collected the contract and the map. You may leave now. Count Kunt, anxious that Nalantar might turn against him, was eager to send him away. Although he had sustained a broken leg, being a bronze tier knight, the absence of the dark creatures posed little threat to him within the castle. Do not worry, Count Kunt. We shall depart shortly, Nalantar replied with a smile. But then he scrutinized Count Kunt for a moment. However, my Lord Kunt, considering your broken leg, might I offer you some treatment? While this injury is not fatal for a knight of your stature, prolonged neglect could result in a permanent limp, which would be unfortunate. I possess a method that guarantees you shall not walk with a limp, Nalantar asserted confidently. Upon hearing these words, Kunter fixed his gaze on Nalantar, remaining silent. It was evident that he held little faith in Nalantar's seemingly benevolent intentions. In Kunter's mind, Nalantar stood on par with that death knight, both regarded as malevolent wretches. Ahem. Of course, I do expect compensation for my efforts. I find those 3 small catapults atop your castle walls quite appealing as a form of payment. Consider it. Dear Kunter, exchanging catapults for the preservation of your limbs is a rather fair trade. You shall not succeed. Kunter ground his teeth in defiance. Nalantar, however, had indeed contemplated this arrangement. Thus, although he was not a healer by profession, he approached the situation with the compassion of one, soothing Kunter's distress while applying reason. With a blend of emotional appeal and logical argument, he realigned Kunter's fractured bone, subsequently securing the injured area with wooden splints, much like methods employed in a past life. In gratitude, Kunter reluctantly offered 3 small catapults as his reward, before departing from Kunter's castle. Nalantar admonished him to refrain from moving the splints to prevent any misalignment of the bone. Chapter 143. A bountiful return listening to the system's prompts. Nalante departed from the castle of Kunte, accompanied by 2 horse-drawn carts borrowed from the estate. The carts bore 3 catapults and the armor of the dark creatures. In addition to his original 2 conditions, Nalante astonishingly managed to acquire the 3 catapults stationed atop the castle walls. Such catapults were strictly controlled by each noble house, and Nalante's successful procurement of them was of great significance, second only to the territorial concession demanded from Kunte. Boris was genuinely concerned that the Black Iron Count might also set his sights on him. For a baron to be targeted by a count, even if not directly under his feudal lordship, was an excruciating predicament. Boris, I have secured the land contract and the yellow sprite from Kunte. Do you think that even if I do not take these catapults, the Black Iron Count will still trouble me once he learns of this? Certainly. Then it is settled. Since he will inevitably seek to trouble me, why not ask for a little more? Besides, we are vassals of the Tulip family. Surely he would not dare to openly dispatch troops against me. At that moment, Nalante had truly become a slippery fish. That should not happen. Boris pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Although the storm territory belonged to Nalante, it was also part of the Tulip family's domain. If the Black Iron Count were to march his forces, regardless of the circumstances, the Tulip family could not possibly remain indifferent. Thus, the Black Iron Count had but 2 options to deal with Nalante. First, to negotiate openly with the Tulip family for a resolution. Second, to secretly send someone to cause him trouble. On the latter, Boris felt he could offer no assistance and could not ascertain whether the Black Iron Count would actually resort to such measures. After a brief pause, Boris refocused on the first method. Nalante, are you certain our noble count will come to your aid when the time comes? Upon hearing this, Nalante contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. It is difficult to say at this point. However, in any case, our noble count would not truly abandon me. Would he? Nalante pondered, his lips pursed. Indeed, he had considered these issues and had already formed some inklings. The incident involving Sir Vurad's caravan and Kunte's treachery with the barbarians were both acts that amounted to an attempt on Nalante's life as a noble, with solid evidence to support such claims. Therefore, Nalante could present himself as a victim, standing firm on the moral high ground. The fact that he had brought dark creatures into Kunte's territory was an unforeseen circumstance. His lowly status compelled him to flee to Kante for survival. He could hardly be expected to stand idly by and await his demise. While he had extorted Kante, he had also saved it, eradicating all dark creatures from the Kante domain. When all was considered, as long as the noble count showed a slight bias, there should be no significant issues on the surface. Of course, the one aspect beyond his control remained the count's eventual stance. Would he stand by Nalente under the pressure from the Black Iron Count? After all, Nalente was currently nothing in the grand scheme of things. The sole bargaining chip he possessed was his identity as Andrew's second son, a status that might still hold some value for the Earl. By the way, Boris, I invited you here for the drill, and I certainly did not anticipate such an occurrence. Temporarily setting aside the vexing matters at hand, Nalenter shifted the conversation towards the ownership of the trebuchets. For me, Boris was taken aback. Indeed, I have acquired the yellow sprite and secured a territory. You have contributed significantly this time, so take these 2 trebuchets for your use. I think I shall decline, Nalenter, even if you hold a contract. Truly obtaining control over the territory of Kunt will not be an easy feat. Boris swallowed hard. Naturally, he coveted the trebuchets, formidable engines of war that rivaled the power of dozens of archers. However, he lacked Nalenter's audacity, fearing that accepting them might provoke the wrath of the Black Iron Earl. Furthermore, given the considerable effort Nalenter expended to procure them, he felt it would be inappropriate to accept, especially too. The territory of Kunt had already been duly signed and sealed. There was no option to deny it, for Kunt had sworn allegiance to the God of Glory. As for the trebuchets, Boris, do not refuse. Simply accept them. This time, the Black Iron Earl most likely harbors resentment towards me, and your territory does not border his domain, so there is little to fear. Nalenter waved his hand, signaling Boris not to be so obstinate. In truth, when Nalenter devised the plan to ensnare Kunt's trebuchets, he intended to offer them to Boris as a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, Boris might have been left with a deep-seated fear from this ordeal, and should Nalenter fail to make amends, Boris would surely avoid partnering with such a troublesome ally in the future. Of course, Nalenter's generosity stemmed from another reason. As a time traveler, he had once lived in a world where aircraft and artillery were commonplace. Although he could not master such advanced technology, he understood the principles behind simpler ancient devices. Trebuchets and crossbows. With a bit of time and contemplation, he was confident he could replicate, and perhaps even innovate upon them, ensuring they would be no less effective than those in this world. Thus, retaining one trebuchet for himself to gain a thorough understanding of its structure, while using the surplus to foster goodwill, would maximize his benefits. Well, all right. Thank you, Nalender. Boris, who initially felt cheated, now wore a smile as his gaze towards Nalenter sparkled with appreciation, recognizing that despite his occasional mischief, this ally was indeed commendable. These trebuchets were exceptional assets, rarities that money could not easily procure. Even if seldom utilized, their mere presence in a castle would undoubtedly elevate its prestige. Subsequently, Nalenter and his companions continued their journey, encountering numerous lifeless bodies of Kunt's guards along the way. Nalenter promptly instructed his soldiers to collect all the weapons and armor from the fallen, placing them onto the wagon. It was noteworthy that this time, over 100 Kunt guards had perished on the road, each fully equipped with armor and weaponry. Chapter 144. The Battle of May Village. Upon the instant the sentinels atop the castle beheld Nalente, they gasped in astonishment. Seeing the castle unscathed, Nalante's heart finally found solace. Although the malevolent creatures lurking outside May Village posed a threat less dire than those previously encountered, the presence of only Vivian as their extraordinary combatant left Nalente with lingering concerns on his return journey. As he dismounted his steed, his servants promptly presented him with warm towels. "Where's Vivian?" he pondered, vigorously rubbing his face with the towel, which alleviated much of his fatigue. It was only then that he surveyed his surroundings, eager to inquire about the state of affairs in May Village. Surely what transpired? "My lord, this evening, a multitude of dark creatures invaded May Village. It was utterly terrifying. Moreover, Sister Vivian has sustained injuries." Shirley's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the harrowing events of the night. "Injured?" Nalente exclaimed, just as Vivian emerged from the inner stronghold. Upon seeing her, he felt a measure of relief. "My lord, it was merely a scratch from a hellhound. No bones are broken. I assure you, it is of no consequence." It turned out that while the battle outside May Village was indeed fierce, with the presence of barbarians, it was not without its own perils. The Headless Knight and the Hellhounds posed significant threats to the defenders. The Headless Knight was somewhat manageable, thanks to the formidable presence of Raymond and the strategically dug trenches surrounding the arrow towers, which prevented any breakthroughs in their defenses. The true menace lay with the Hellhounds. While other dark creatures could scarcely navigate the 2-meter-wide trenches, the Hellhounds were unimpeded. Several Hellhounds leaped over the trenches and assailed the archers atop the towers. Vivian found herself among their targets, having been struck by a Hellhound's claw due to her proximity. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift. After receiving the blow, she promptly shot an arrow at the Hellhound's head, averting further disaster. Nalante felt a pang of sympathy and a shiver of dread at the thought of Vivian facing peril. Had she been in grave danger, he would have been consumed by regret. Delegating the matters of the courtyard to Thomas and exchanging greetings with Boris, Nalante then led Vivian to the hall to inquire about the outcomes of the battle in May Village. Through Vivian's report, Nalante learned that the results of the battle were not dissimilar to their own, thanks to the traps he had set in advance. The Headless Knight could not leverage its steed's advantage and was unceremoniously unseated. Despite the presence of the barbarians and the considerable number of skeleton soldiers, the fighting, while intense, resulted in minimal losses. Thus, apart from the harrowing moments brought forth by the Hellhounds, the encounter here was remarkably tranquil in comparison to Nalante's own experience. Ultimately, the casualty report revealed no fatalities and no serious injuries, including Vivian. There were merely over 20 light injuries among the defenders of May Village. Of course, the minimal losses were also due to Raymond's valor. Armed with the large shield crafted by Nalante and a brand-new great axe, Raymond was nothing short of a divine force, boldly charging in and out amidst the throngs of dark creatures. After several headless horsemen lost their steeds, they were all resolutely dispatched by him alone, relying on his immense shield. Additionally, the barbarians' physical prowess contributed significantly to this outcome. Most of the injured barbarians that night were struck by arrows from skeletal archers, however, due to their robust and muscular builds. As long as the arrows did not strike a vital area, the injuries were hardly a concern. Upon hearing this, Nalanter immediately recalled the barbarian who had been shot by Vivian outside the Village of Misfortune. That fellow had merely staggered after being hit by an arrow, only to continue charging forward as if nothing had happened. During his captivity, he remarkably survived without any fear of infection, a testament to his resilience when compared to an ordinary person. The following midday, in the courtyard of Nalanter's castle, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Long tables were set up, surrounded by guards indulging in sumptuous feasts. Boris and Nalanter sat at a separate table, and after tasting a delicacy they had never encountered before, their eyes widened in astonishment as Boris inquired eagerly, "This is roasted oyster, a specialty of my storehold. How does it taste, Boris?" "Roasted oyster? It is simply exquisite." "Nalanter, how do you manage to create such delicious and unique cuisine in Stormhold?" Boris exclaimed, a hint of jealousy evident as he swiftly reached for another oyster on the table. "Ahem, then I wish you all the best, Boris." Nalanter coughed lightly before continuing. "Are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days in Stormhold? All right, next time I have the opportunity, I will certainly come to Stormhold. My castle is always open for your visit," Nalanter replied, not pressing the matter further. "Haha, with such delectable roasted oysters and that rich cream cake, I will undoubtedly return often." Boris chuckled. "By the way, Nalanter, did you receive the invitation to Miss Sedella's birthday celebration?" "Yes, I have received it." "Then let us head to Tulip City together. Since you are participating in this competition, you must put some thought into your gift. I've heard the other second sons are actively preparing to make a good impression. However, to be honest, among the various noble participants, I have the most faith in you, Nalanter." Having experienced this event, Boris truly regarded Nalanter as an ally, no longer merely a means to an end. Thus, he was genuinely eager for Nalanter to triumph in the competition. While others perceived Nalanter as an incompetent second son, Boris now understood that those who considered him a fool were the true simpletons. Chapter 145. The Tribute Ceremony for the Barbarians after Boris departed. Nalanter found himself unable to rest, for although the victory banquet had taken place, the tribute ceremony remained to be held. This process was indispensable to foster unity. It was essential to have a clear system of rewards and punishments. Thus, once Boris's contingent had retreated, Nalanter assembled his forces and set forth towards Maya Village. In the square of Maya Village, a grand platform had been erected, constructed of stone, designed to facilitate the Lord's speeches or to announce significant matters concerning the territory. This was a standard feature for every small town. Although Maya village had yet to attain the status of a town, Nalantar was intent on gradually steering it in that direction. Before the platform, the remains of the dark creatures lay on display for all to see. The towering pile of bones could easily be fashioned into another platform. This sight elicited exclamations of good fortune from the villagers, who also cheered for the valiant lord. This marked the third invasion of the dark creatures, and the scale of the previous two incursions had been catastrophic. However, thanks to the presence of their lord Nalantar, not a single citizen had perished during these dark incursions. To them, their lord truly resembled a guardian deity. "Behold our lord!" The villagers cried as Nalantar made his entrance into Maya village, and they offered their heartfelt greetings. "Rise." Nalantar ascended the platform, nodding to the crowd. "Thank you, Lord." The villagers finally stood, their demeanor shifting from timidity to courage, as they occasionally stole glances at the Lord on the platform. In those furtive glances, the admiration and excitement in their eyes were unmistakable. Sensing the villagers' fervor, Nalantar smiled and spoke. "Yesterday, our storm territory faced yet another invasion by the dark creatures. However, as I promised when I first became your lord, as the guards informed you, the storm territory shall no longer be a land of misfortune. Under my leadership, it will transform into a prosperous and secure haven. From this day forth, I shall protect you all, even with the dark creature's arrival. I will ensure that not a single one of you is harmed. Long live our Lord! Long live our Lord!" In that instant, nearly 1,000 serfs erupted in a chorus of fervent acclamation, their voices rising in waves that could likely be heard 4 or 5 miles away. Listening to the jubilant shouts of the serfs with a smile, Nalantar eventually gestured for silence. "All right, now we shall proceed to the matter at hand. Although the battle was orchestrated by me, it was made possible by the valiant efforts of the guards and the barbarians. Indeed, you may not know this, but last night, the majority of the dark creatures outside Maya village were vanquished by the barbarians." Observing the astonished expressions of the villagers upon hearing the mention of the barbarians, Nalantar affirmed once more, "Raymond, bring all the barbarians to the forefront." Nalantar commanded, directing his gaze towards the barbarians who stood somewhat furtively on the periphery of the crowd. Why the secrecy? It is because the barbarians are aware that the villagers harbor a fear of them, causing many to linger at the corners of alleys, peering towards the platform. Furthermore, through the course of these past few days, the barbarians have gradually come to relish this state of existence. By toiling diligently during the day, they are ensured a hearty meal, and at night, they can sleep soundly without the dread of beasts or raids from rival tribes, allowing them to slumber until dawn. Thus, in order to remain in the stormhold, they exercise caution and adhere strictly to the guidance provided. "My lord has summoned you. Come forth." Although Raymond's face flushed with embarrassment, he recognized the significance of the moment and bellowed to the other barbarians. With his call, they emerged from the alley. With the presence of the Lord, the villagers no longer feared these imposing figures. Instead, they pointed and whispered among themselves. "Last night, those dark creatures were vanquished alongside the guards. Perhaps they are not so malevolent after all. Indeed, they have never been villains. Just the day before yesterday, my child fell, and it was a barbarian who helped him up." "How can you say that?" "At that moment, he was merely trying to assist your child, and you mistakenly thought him harmful. If it weren't for the civil officer and that lovely lady clarifying the matter, you would have unjustly accused him." Instantly, the villagers, who had once been filled with trepidation and hostility towards the barbarians, underwent a subtle transformation in their perception. "We have met the Lord." Raymond led the group of barbarians to the forefront, respectfully kneeling in homage. "Rise, Raymond. You performed admirably last night." "It was nothing. Those skeletons were rather weak. Only the mounted ones posed a challenge, but with the shield provided by the Lord, they were easily dispatched." Raymond sheepishly scratched his head upon hearing this. "Huh." The surrounding villagers erupted in laughter at this scene. Such a colossal figure, with a fearsome countenance, feeling bashful. What a stark contrast. "Do not be embarrassed, Quake. In my stormhold, there exists a crucial tenet. Rewards and punishments must be clearly defined. Merit must be rewarded." Nalanth chuckled as he spoke. "Mario." Nalanth waved his hand, and Mario promptly brought forth 2 carts to the platform, one laden with an abundance of dark bread and salted fish, while the other carried pristine linen. "In light of your valiant efforts last night, I decree that each of you shall receive 30 pounds of dark bread and 10 pounds of salted fish. Furthermore, Each individual will also be awarded 8 meters of linen. Please set the fabric aside. In a few days, a tailor will arrive from Blackrock to craft garments for you. Any surplus fabric can be saved or fashioned into clothing for your wives and children. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the barbarians sparkled with excitement. They were indeed fond of linen, for in the scorching plains of the firegrass, only the privileged of the great tribes had the fortune to wear such fine cloth. Draped in linen garments and adorned with small pieces of beast fur, this attire serves as a symbol of status. The rationale behind this lies in the paradox that, although the barbarians harbor disdain for the nobility, they secretly envy the affluent lifestyles of the aristocrats, particularly the chieftains of the larger tribes. Consequently, they find themselves unconsciously imitating these customs. However, their means do not permit them access to silk, which is impractical for their needs. Thus, they resort to crafting garments from available linen. Naturally, such nuances remain beyond the comprehension of Raymond and his compatriots from the smaller tribes. The true essence of their experience is that the beast fur garments hinder their movements during tasks, and prolonged wear causes the fur to stiffen, resulting in discomfort when engaged in vigorous activity. Chapter 146. The Extraordinary Cavalry Regiment Raymond. In addition to these fundamental rewards, you will receive an additional 2 silver coins for single-handedly dispatching those headless knights. Thank you, my lord, for your generous reward. Raymond was taken aback by the prospect of an individual accolade. Though he had seldom utilized noble currency in the past, he understood its significance. The villagers, while envious, recognized that such rewards were earned through valiant battles against dark creatures and bore no resentment. Quake. With the barbarians' commendation concluded, it was finally time for the guards to receive recognition. My lord. Upon hearing this, the guard unit swiftly assembled, 30 soldiers in total. While Vivian and Catherine temporarily oversaw the castle, your performance in this battle was commendable. Admittedly, aside from the archers, most of Quake's team spent their time luring enemies. However, their organization was impeccable, effectively besting Boris's soldiers, showcasing equally impressive capabilities. Especially during the final confrontation with the Headless Knights, their cooperation was exemplary. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, my lord. The guards echoed in unison. Today, your reward is neither sustenance nor silver coins. Observing the soldiers standing tall, their eyes filled with adoration, Nalent began to speak slowly. The reward I have prepared for you is quite special, a decision made after much contemplation. You shall receive the Fundamental Chi Cultivation Manual. Each of you will be granted a copy. Astonishment swept through the guards. Had it not been for their discipline, they might have leapt in jubilation. The serfs, unrestrained, erupted into fervent discussions. The Lord has truly bestowed the secrets of chi cultivation upon the guard unit. Could this be real? Indeed, it is true. The Lord has never deceived anyone. It is marvelous. Look, the one bearing the bow is my son. Does this not imply they will have the opportunity to ascend to nobility? Pfft, you clearly lack insight. Becoming a noble lord is not so effortless. Have you heard of the Earl's Tulip Cavalry? Though it boasts numerous titled knights, ascending to nobility is far from simple. To become a noble lord, one must first diligently cultivate their skills. Only upon achieving the rank of a titled knight can they receive the Earl's grace to transition from serf to commoner. Furthermore, to elevate from commoner to noble, an extensive record of military exploits is required, far surpassing that of ordinary noble offspring. Thus, even aspiring to be an honorary noble without land is exceedingly challenging. Of course, even if one cannot attain noble status, becoming an extraordinary commoner guard is a remarkable fortune. Do you know how much the guards of the Tulip Knights earn monthly? The minimum is 10 silver coins. Moreover, the esteemed count will arrange for them brand new residences, stone houses, no less. Oh, my heavens! At merely 10 silver coins a month, they could amass a gleaming gold coin by the end of the year. Naturally, should there be battles, valiant knights would receive even greater rewards. How I envy these young men. If only I were 20 years younger, I too could join the guard. Listening to the peasants' discussions, Nalanter refrained from interrupting, allowing them time to digest the news. His decision to offer such rewards stemmed from witnessing the fate of Gunther. Last night, during the confrontation with the dark creatures, even a couple of titled knights at Gunther Castle would have prevented the castle's downfall. Thus, this served as a cautionary tale, prompting Nalanter to take more substantial precautions. The distribution of the martial arts training manual to his guards was not an innovation of Nalanter. It was a common practice among noble families. Each noble house has its own order of knights, with titled knights forming the core. For instance, The Tulip Order is the most elite armed force of the Tulip family, embodying their heritage. Among a mere 1,000 knights, there are over 100 titled knights, while the remaining 900 are apprentice knights who have practiced the martial arts techniques. Of course, to safeguard their status, although the order comprises numerous titled knights, their standing and treatment differ from those of noble offspring. These titled knights are essentially of commoner status, and nobles typically entice them with rewards and benefits far exceeding those of ordinary guards, ensuring their loyalty. This enticement extends not only to the individuals, but also to their families. As for attaining a noble title, even an honorary one without a substantive grant, the military achievements required are at least 4 or 5 times that demanded of noble heirs. Nonetheless, for these titled knights hailing from serf backgrounds, it is still a remarkable ascent. After all, they understand that if everyone could become a noble, the status would lose its rarity. Only the leaders and key figures of the knightly order could aspire to the title of honorary noble. Given Nalanter's current resources, he certainly cannot compete with the Tulip family. However, sustenance is consumed one bite at a time. Progress must be gradual. Nalanter believes that one day, he will realize this aspiration. He has already envisioned that Quick and these guards will serve as the foundation for an extraordinary knightly order. Meanwhile, ordinary infantry will be composed of barbarians, whose robust physiques will be armed, making them formidable warriors. Very well, Mario, distribute the prepared basic martial arts manual to them. As the time drew near, Nalanter waved his hand decisively, officially commencing the distribution of rewards. These foundational martial arts manuals were copies that Nalanter had requested Vivian and Lilia to transcribe last night. We are grateful for your lordship's generosity. We vow to serve you loyally until death. Grateful for your esteemed grace, we vow our unwavering loyalty to you. Upon receiving the thin sheet of paper, the guards felt as though they had grasped a treasure of immense value, and one by one, they knelt upon one knee, overwhelmed with emotion. Henceforth, dedicate yourselves to your training. I require you to become formidable, so that you may serve me more effectively. Yes, my lord. Chapter 147. The Clever One Quake. Subsequently, Nalante directed his gaze towards Quake. My lord, I am here. Indeed, my lord. I have yet to bestow your reward upon you. Mario, please present the half-pound of monster meat prepared for Quake. This shall be his reward for this endeavor. My lord, this is too precious. I dare not accept it. Quake exclaimed, startled, and hastily shook his head in refusal. Quake, while the monster meat is indeed valuable, your loyalty and abilities convince me that you are deserving of this gift. Furthermore, I reiterate my hope that you shall soon attain the title of knight, for that will allow you to serve me even better. Though the monster meat requires prolonged consumption to truly manifest its benefits, for someone like Quake, who does not often enjoy ample nutrition, this half-pound of monster meat will considerably enhance his physical constitution. Yes, my lord, I express my deepest gratitude for your generosity, and I vow my unwavering loyalty to you. Quake knelt partially, his voice filled with emotion. Of course, this did not imply that Nalante could now rest easy, for he must remain vigilant against any subsequent issues arising from this affair while awaiting the response from Count Blackiron. Firstly, Nalante swiftly penned a letter, dispatching a messenger to his father Esperic territory to inform him of the recent events and to seek any counsel his father might have. In the study, Nalante set down his pen and listened to Thomas's report. It is regrettable about the Death Knight's armor. It seems its properties not only confer lightness, but also enhance durability, surpassing even the Headless Knight's armor. However, the Headless Knight's armor had yielded 2 sets of runic armor, which was a pleasant surprise. He decided to keep those for future use, along with the Death Knight's armor and the intact longswords. Boris, having acquired 2 catapults, felt he had struck a great bargain, thus generously leaving the scrap equipment for Nalante. As for the damaged weapons and gear, instruct someone to deliver them to John the blacksmith, and tell John to repair what can be fixed, while the irreparable should be disassembled. I may find use for them in a few days. Yes, my lord. Thomas completed his report and exited the study. Sighing, Nalante pondered, why does the Death Knight's longsword bear no runes? After Thomas's departure, Nalante felt somewhat shortchanged. The armor would lose its efficacy in a month, rendering it nearly useless unless the shoulder piece could be repaired, at which point the Death Knight's armor might regain its functionality. Regrettably, he had yet to hear of anyone in the duchy capable of repairing runic armor. Although he had obtained a Death Knight's longsword, it was not a runic weapon, rather, due to the material. Its hardness and sharpness were approximately twice that of an ordinary longsword. Hence, it was no wonder that Nalan T's longsword had shattered in two upon collision last night. After a moment of contemplation, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and Nalan T resumed his writing, once more grasping his pen to trace upon the paper laid out on the desk. The parchment depicted the catapult meticulously illustrated by Nalan T, complete with annotations detailing the dimensions of its various components. The principle behind the catapult is not overly complex. It fundamentally operates on the lever mechanism. When the weighted box is raised at one end, the opposing end is loaded with stone projectiles. A swift strike with a wooden wedge causes the weighted box to plummet, thereby imparting force to the other end, launching the stones. However, despite the simplicity of the underlying principle, challenges abound. For instance, the structural coherence of the catapult must be meticulously calibrated. Otherwise, the power and accuracy may falter, and the catapult might collapse before even being fired. This endeavor is rather intricate, and it is unlikely that the carpenters could successfully execute it at once. Furthermore, the weighted box catapult is particularly suited for large-scale siege engines. The greater the weight, the larger the projectiles it can hurl, and the farther the range. I recall that in my previous life, there existed smaller wheeled catapults with a simpler design, driven not by weights but by twisted ropes, as the rope tightens under the pressure of the lever arm. Once the stone projectile is loaded, the instantaneous release of the twisted rope's stored energy propels the stone forth. I sense that the efficacy of this rope-driven catapult and that of the smaller catapult should be comparable. Perhaps it would be prudent to first have the carpenters craft this simpler version to gain experience before embarking on the construction of the larger weighted contraption. After contemplating the blueprint for a moment, Nalan T resolved to experiment with this alternative design for a smaller catapult, regarding it as an opportunity for experience accumulation. The rope-driven catapult has its advantages and disadvantages. While it certainly lacks the raw power of its weighted counterpart, and its range pales in comparison, its merits are evident. It is nimble and convenient, with a rapid firing rate. Moreover, Nalan T was convinced that this small catapult was merely a scaled-down version of the larger weighted model, lacking considerations for flexibility or firing frequency. The existence of extraordinary powers in this world has impeded their technological advancements compared to my previous life. Having made his decision, Nalan T began sketching the rope-driven catapult from his memories of the past. As a man, he had always found such contraptions fascinating, having seen them in varying capacities throughout his earlier life. Thanks to the intellectual fruit he consumed, the once blurred memories of years had become vivid, as clear as if he had just encountered them days ago. Thus, before long, the initial sketch of the catapult emerged from his hand. With the catapult design complete, a new notion sparked in his mind. Why not also illustrate another formidable weapon? Pleased with his freshly drawn catapult blueprint, he contemplated the addition of a crossbow cannon. In essence, a crossbow cannon is merely an enlarged version of the traditional bow and arrow, which, when stationed upon city walls, serves as a formidable defensive weapon. Indeed, it cannot be compared to the catapult, which not only has the capacity to inflict harm upon adversaries, but also serves the purpose of demolishing enemy fortifications during a siege. In contrast, the crossbow can solely be employed to incapacitate living foes, with a shooting range that is rather limited. Nevertheless, the simplicity of its construction surpasses that of the catapult. The longbow is already widely established in this realm. Thus, if one possesses the knowledge to craft a longbow, the creation of a crossbow should not pose a significant challenge. Given that even a catapult requires construction, there is no reason to neglect the crossbow. He chuckled to himself, "How clever I am," and resumed his drawings with renewed enthusiasm. Chapter 148. The Transformation of Little Grey. Chef Rose, why does the honey water taste different today? Has white sugar been added? In the castle's dining hall, Nalanter, relishing his meal, took a sip of the familiar honey water and suddenly voiced his surprise. "My lord, I assure you, I did not add any white sugar to the honey water," Rose replied, momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason behind Nalanter's query. "Then why does the honey water today not only taste richer, but also possess a hint of sweetness?" Nalanter pondered, wondering if perhaps his taste buds were malfunctioning. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall investigate at once." Rose, not daring to disregard her master's curiosity, resolved to act with utmost diligence as the head chef. As the sole servant in the castle permitted to sample high-quality ingredients, she understood that a chef often must taste to ascertain the flavor and safety of the food. Upon tasting, Rose found herself even more perplexed. The honey had indeed transformed into something distinctly sweeter. This unexpected change exceeded the knowledge of Rose, who had over a decade of culinary experience, prompting her to clutch a small jar and make her way to the dining hall. "My lord, it seems the honey has truly become fragrant and sweet," Rose announced upon her arrival. Seeing her bring the honey jar, Nalantar, intrigued, took a spoonful to taste. "Indeed, the color is even more golden and beautiful. Rose, where did this honey come from?" "My lord, it was retrieved by Shirley this morning." In order to maintain the honey's freshness, the castle now sourced honey daily, thanks to Shirley's presence ensuring it was always readily available. Nalantar's curiosity was tinged with anticipation as he sensed a possible explanation, though he was unsure of its accuracy. "Shall I go find Shirley now to inquire?" "No need. Chef Rose, I, too, wish to visit the back garden. I shall go myself." Nalantar waved his hand dismissively, finishing his honey water before rising to head towards the garden. "Yea, my lord, you finally arrived." As Nalantar traversed the corridor and stepped into the garden, the voice of little Shirley rang out. "My lord, may I please forego the practice of fighting spirit? If not, could you grant me another cup of the tea from last time? I promise to work even harder at commanding the honey and little gray." At that moment, Shirley, wielding a long sword that seemed to weigh more than 2 pounds, struggled under the burden, her face adorned with a look of distress. "My lord." Vivian, noticing Nalantar, ceased her activities and greeted him. "Yes." Nalantar nodded in acknowledgement to Vivian before turning his attention to Shirley. "Shirley, wielding the sword and mastering fighting spirit are not the same. Once you possess fighting spirit, you will be equipped to confront dark creatures without fear." Though it seemed somewhat inhumane to have the little girl practicing with a heavy sword, Nalantar understood that he must enforce strict measures for her safety. Since learning of Vivian's injury last night, Nalantar has not only prioritized the training of his guards in combat energy, but has also encouraged the 3 fortunate maidens to do the same. Though this may seem unnecessary, it enhances their self-defense capabilities and aids in better concealing their identities in the future. Without the veil of combat energy, the extraordinary abilities of these fortunate maidens would easily attract unwanted attention, especially for those like Catherine and Vivian, who possess remarkable combat talents. Should their lack of knightly titles be uncovered, the secret of their fortunate status would be revealed, and the ensuing dangers are not difficult to imagine. However, my lord, as long as Shirley stays by your side, you will protect her. Shirley feels the training is exceedingly arduous. She would rather be a little shadow following you. Sister Vivian and Sister Catherine, it seems a change of strategy is in order. Pondering this for a moment, Nalantar altered his approach, saying, "Shirley, my lord now needs to develop the territory, so I must remain in the storm territory every day. But when the storm territory becomes prosperous and stable, I shall be ready to venture out, perhaps to Tulip City or the royal capital. Do you wish to accompany me?" Shirley eagerly responded, "I want to go." The little girl was immediately captivated. "Very well, if you wish to go, you must diligently train in combat energy, otherwise, I cannot take you along. I do not carry burdens." "All right, my lord." Clearly, the vision painted by Nalantar was quite alluring, and Shirley finally relented, albeit reluctantly. "Shirley, I have another question for you. Did you gather the honey from the beehive this morning?" Yes, my lord." Shirley was momentarily taken aback, then nervously nodded. "Do you know the taste of the honey has changed?" Nalantar inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Has it changed?" Shirley thought it still tasted sweet. "I also tried." My lord, Shirley hasn't tasted it." As she spoke, she quickly covered her mouth, realizing her slip of the tongue. Nalantar found the situation amusing. How could this child inadvertently reveal her own secret? Naturally, he did not mind Shirley's consumption of honey, as he now had white sugar, rendering honey less precious in comparison. Furthermore, these bees were cared for by the greedy little girl, so Nalantar could easily surmise such a scene would unfold. However, observing Shirley's flustered demeanor, he feigned seriousness and remained silent. "And my lord, Shirley acknowledges her mistake. I only tasted a tiny bit each day." Nalantar continued to remain silent. "And I also let little Gray taste a little bit." Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby tree, followed by the sight of a shadow taking flight, darting away into the distance. Was that little Gray? Can it see at night? Can it comprehend our conversation? Nalantar was somewhat astonished. With his extraordinary vision, he immediately recognized that it was Shirley's little Gray. "Madam, I am at a loss." Sherry expressed her confusion. Little Gray had been blind at night, as confirmed by Catherine during her recent visit to the castle. However, this transformation occurred after last night. Not only did little Gray gain the ability to see in the dark, but its intellect also appeared to have sharpened somewhat. The reason for its hasty departure was its comprehension of the human words honey, coupled with Sherry's frequent cautionary whispers while indulging in honey. Be careful. Don't let the Lord discover you, or else there will be punishment, and I shall suffer alongside you. Therefore, upon witnessing Nalen's expression darkened with irritation, it abandoned all notions of loyalty and fled without hesitation. Chapter 149. Shirley's true talent. The transformation of little Gray has been confirmed, and Nayland took Shirley to the hive for further examination. After sampling the honey on the spot, it was indeed sweeter and more aromatic than ever before. Shirley, were you frightened by the dark creature's invasion last night? Nayland inquired thoughtfully. Yes, my lord. I was terrified last night, especially when I saw Sister Vivian's hands covered in blood. Reflecting on the previous night, a hint of trepidation still lingered on Shirley's face. Did you experience any other feelings when you were scared? Other feelings? Well, yes, my lord. When I saw Sister Vivian's blood, I felt a bit dizzy, but I managed to recover afterwards. Shirley replied. Upon hearing this, Nayland's brow relaxed as he felt he had uncovered the reason behind the changes in little Gray and the other animals. Catherine awakened without the use of potions, also triggered by a moment of crisis. Similarly, although Shirley's experience lacked the intensity of Catherine's, it likely contributed to her enhancement of innate abilities. Consequently, the animals she nurtured also benefited from this. Previously, Nayland had pondered why Vivian, also a fortunate girl, possessed such overtly powerful talents, while Shirley, heralded as a beast tamer, exhibited no remarkable skills beyond communicating with beasts. Now, with her abilities strengthened, it became evident that not only could she converse with animals, but any creature she trained would gradually enhance in various aspects. This clarified why the bestiary indicated that magical beasts willingly submitted to Shirley as their tamer. After all, without offering some advantages, why would these beasts, not lacking in intelligence, choose to follow her? They would prefer their freedom over servitude. Shirley, indulging in food within the castle is a serious matter. Though Nayland was more concerned about the little girl in his heart, he spoke sternly. Wah! Shirley is about to cry. Upon seeing tears welling up in the little girl's eyes, Nayland felt a pang of compassion and quickly added, however, since this is your first offense, the consequences are not as severe. I can allow you to make amends. Wah! My lord, how can I atone? Shirley looked at Nayland with her round, glistening eyes. First and foremost, you must diligently practice your fighting spirit and refrain from being lazy. Understood? Yes, Shirley understands. Can you really do that? Yes, my lord. Very well, then I shall not pursue the matter of your honey theft. Nayland nodded in satisfaction. Assigning Shirley to tend to the livestock was not a punishment, but rather a means to validate his hypothesis. If the other livestock exhibited changes as well, it would confirm his theory, thus training Shirley's abilities while also providing benefits to the animals. After a brief pause, Nayland's tone softened considerably. Shirley, if you ever wish to have anything to eat, feel free to inform me directly. I shall procure it for you. It is quite unwise to indulge in food without washing your hands. Such habits may lead to an upset stomach. I shall speak with your mother shortly and request that she provides you with a small cup of honey each day, along with Vivian. Thank you. My lord, you are truly the best to Shirley. Nayland's sudden shift in demeanor left the little girl momentarily bewildered. However, as she regained her composure, her tears transformed into laughter, and she began to shower him with praise. Now, focus on practicing your swordplay diligently. In a couple of days, I shall assist you in ordering 2 fine swords from the blacksmith. Nayland affectionately patted Shirley's head. Vivian, how is your arm faring? You might consider resting for a couple of days before resuming your training. Nayland then turned his attention to Vivian, who still had her arm wrapped in bandages. Although his intention was for her to familiarize herself with meditation before intensifying her physical training, she stubbornly insisted on practicing alongside Shirley. My lord, my arm's wound is not deep, so I chose to accompany Shirley in her practice. While her motivation to practice with Shirley was one reason, Vivian also felt inadequate after the previous night's battle. Now that she had the opportunity to practice her fighting spirit, she was even more determined, aspiring to better assist her lord in the future. Do remember to take appropriate breaks, Nayland advised, his concern evident. Though Vivian was usually quiet and appeared delicate, she possessed a strong will. Fortunately, he had examined her wound during the daytime dressing. Although it was somewhat extensive, it was not deeply cut, and he did not press her further. By the way, where is Catherine? I understand. You two are practicing here. I shall go look for her now. Nayland nodded. Having noticed Catherine's unusual state when the dark creatures had descended the previous night. Meanwhile, on the castle's side wall, Catherine gazed dreamily at the twinkling stars above. Father, are you well? She murmured. It is all my fault for becoming the daughter of misfortune, which has brought you harm. Just days ago, I nearly caused trouble for a good lord as well. Perhaps I should not exist within the duchy when I remain on the plains. I do not bring misfortune to those around me. Catherine, you are mistaken. You have harmed no one. It is merely the world that is unjust to you. Nayland's words reached her ears, evoking a sigh of sympathy within him for the girl. Perhaps her past experiences had rendered her sensitive, leading her to unconsciously shoulder all blame. Yet, Nayland knew from the auspicious records that the emergence of dark creatures had no connection to the awakened girl. My lord. Startled by Nayland's voice, Catherine's slender figure trembled, and she quickly wiped away her tears before turning to him with her head bowed, offering a brief greeting. Catherine, have Vivian and the others mentioned that I am a noble favored by the god of glory? Nayland approached Catherine, drawing exceptionally close. Close enough to catch the faint fragrance wafting from her hair. I have already spoken, my lord. Chapter 150. The grain issue faced with Nayland's sudden actions, Catherine's breath quickened. Although she found herself backed against the wall with no retreat, she refrained from any impulsive actions and kept her head bowed. She understood that Nayland was not the type of lecherous nobleman. Nayland was certainly no predator. Rather, he recognized that to sway someone like Catherine, who was accustomed to solitude and buried her thoughts deep within, he needed to be more assertive in order to stir her emotions. Only then would she be receptive to his words. Do you know why I bear this title? He asked. It is because the god of radiance occasionally guides me in my dreams. For instance, merely 3 months after my arrival in Stormhold, I discovered 4 small sprites. This is a testament to the god of radiance's favor. The emergence of dark creatures is similarly guided by him. Even before your arrival, I had already received guidance from the god of radiance. Therefore, the appearance of those dark beings was not due to you, nor to Shelley and Vivian. Is that true? In a moment of heightened tension, Catherine raised her head, unable to contain her curiosity after hearing Nayland's words. She recalled the training grounds he had set up outside May Village and his calm demeanor when confronted with dark creatures at the borders. Hearing such statements, she found herself believing him to some extent. Of course, she deeply hoped this was true, for it would allow her to convince herself to remain in the castle, no longer feeling isolated. Indeed, it is true. You may inquire of Shelley and Vivian. When have I ever lied to them? Nayland asserted, presenting himself with a noble stature. Catherine, I hope you will cease to dwell on thoughts of misfortune. This is my castle, and if you truly are the daughter of misfortune, I am far more concerned about it than you are. So promise me, stay here in the castle and study combat techniques alongside Vivian and Shelley. In the future, you will assist me in combating the dark creatures and safeguarding Stormhold. Furthermore, I will rescue more fortunate daughters like yourselves. Yes. Ultimately, Catherine nodded emphatically at Nayland. In the following 2 days, Nayland found himself rather unoccupied. As the presence of Mario, the civil officer, alleviated him from many responsibilities. His plan to produce bricks commenced during this period, with the stonemasons having constructed a small experimental brick kiln over 2 meters high at his request. Currently, only a few dozen bricks could be placed in the kiln at a time, but for experimental purposes, this was sufficient. There had yet to be any news regarding the process of firing ceramic pots, so Nayland decided to let his subordinates experiment haphazardly with the kiln. He conveyed this instruction and left it to Mario to execute. After all, firing bricks in such a rudimentary kiln was not a task that could be completed in just a few hours, even with a small furnace. It would likely take at least 2 to 3 days, and he did not possess the leisure to monitor the kiln continuously. On that dawn, Nayland partook in his breakfast while, as per his routine, he listened to the daily report from the civil officer, Mario. Today's briefing, however, bore 2 significant pieces of news, one favorable and the other rather disheartening. The good news was that the first watermill in Stormhold, which he had commissioned, was finally completed yesterday afternoon. Upon his inspection today, the denizens of Stormhold would be able to mill wheat on their own territory. The bad news, on the other hand, was that due to the influx of barbarians and the arrival of Boris's entourage a few days prior, the food supplies in Stormhold were critically low, sufficient for barely a month longer. Mario, how long until the wheat is ready for harvest next quarter? Nayland pondered, feeling somewhat exasperated. After enduring the 3rd invasion of dark creatures, he was now confronted with a food crisis. My lord, it will take approximately 2 more months for the wheat to mature. However, while the growth seems promising, the number of tillers in Stormhold is woefully inadequate, and the barbarians, who will soon settle here, do not cultivate the land. Thus, even with the wheat tax, the food supply for the latter half of the year may still fall short. If you do not intend to have the barbarians farm next quarter, we must prepare in advance to procure grain from other territories at harvest time. The prices then will be more reasonable, and it will be easier to acquire the necessary supplies. One must commend Mario for being a competent and exceptional civil officer. He not only considered the current situation but also devised long-term strategies, anticipating potential food issues for the next quarter. This dilemma necessitated a resolution. Nalente felt troubled. The agricultural produce in this world was quite limited to wheat. Although some regions still yielded bananas and other fruits, they were hardly staple foods. Due to the low yield of wheat, most territories were reluctant to sell their grain, and often, having wealth did not guarantee acquisition. Nalente's territory was significantly underpopulated, compounding the challenges he faced. The meager harvest from a handful of serfs could scarcely sustain many idle hands. With the addition of these non-farming barbarians, the problem became glaringly evident. Yet, given the barbarians' robust physique, they were better suited for roles as guards or laborers rather than tillers of the soil. I will send someone in a couple of days to inquire at Blackrock about any surplus grain. If they have some, we shall purchase it. As for the food for the next quarter, remind me again at harvest time. Nalente resolved, recognizing that his options were limited to purchasing supplies. Yes, my lord. As for the mill's inspection, I will attend to that after I finish feeding the fire lizards. Please have the craftsmen wait there for a while. With that, Mario concluded his report and exited the dining hall. If only this world had potatoes, sweet potatoes, or corn. Such crops are indeed abundant. It seems I must consider the situation at sea. The ocean could also alleviate some of the food demands. As for alternative methods to increase the number of serfs in the territory, it presently poses quite a challenge. During the first half of the year, the principality experienced no significant conflicts, making it difficult to procure slaves. Moreover, in the Stormlands, there are scarcely any bankrupt freemen willing to come forth as serfs. Merely purchasing grain is a temporary measure. For the Stormlands to truly prosper, it must achieve self-sufficiency in food production. Otherwise, in times of urgency, if sustenance is in the hands of others, one could easily find oneself in a precarious situation. Outside the castle of Blackrock, particularly with 2 trebuchets mounted on the wagon behind him, this signifies that he would soon stand as an equal among the noble lords, a source of immense pride. Bello, why didn't you inform me of your visit in advance? Haha, Boris, given our rapport, it is unnecessary for you to be so formal. Sending a formal invitation is quite cumbersome. Just then, a young man, of similar age to Boris, emerged from the gates of the inner fortress. Indeed, however, had you sent someone to inquire beforehand, you wouldn't have had to wait for me in the castle all day. Boris dismissed Bello's casual remark. As their relationship was exceptionally close, they were not only friends, but also classmates. Although Bello held the title of knight, his father was one of the few viscounts in Tulip territory. This brings to mind my curiosity. Boris, where exactly have you been? Your steward informed me that you traveled to the Stormlands, that cursed place, and I assumed your steward must have been jesting with me. I sincerely apologize, Bello. My steward was not jesting. I indeed ventured to the Stormlands. Chapter 151. Boris's normal operations indeed, it is true. Barrow's reaction is quite typical. Had he heard of any noble venturing to the Storm territory in the past, he would have displayed a similar expression. Thus, Boris paid him no mind. However, as the alliance of offense and defense pertained to the secret of sugar, Boris promptly shifted the topic. Barrow, do tell, what brings you to the Blackrock territory this time? In the past, you have always enjoyed frolicking in Tulip City. Boris aimed to divert the conversation, unaware that Barrow's visit was solely for the sugar. Heh, it is indeed for the sugar, Boris. As your friend, you cannot be stingy. You must sell me 10 jars this time. Have you finished them so quickly? Last time, I specifically sold you 3 jars, while other nobles received only 1. They were consumed long ago. My father and my 3 siblings devoured them in no time. Boris, do you know how the nobles in Tulip City are discussing sugar these days? They proclaim that sugar is a divine gift, sweeter than honey, and the white bread made with it is infinitely more delectable. Many nobles are uncertain if they will be able to purchase it again in the future. Hence they are offering 2 gold coins for a single jar of sugar. This time, Boris, you shall amass a fortune. The rise of the BlackRock family is imminent. 2 gold coins per jar? Boris was taken aback. He seldom ventured to Tulip City now, thus he had not heard of the subsequent reactions regarding sugar. Nevertheless, the last sale of sugar had been remarkably successful, so such a result was not entirely unexpected. To be frank, is your sugar not quite rare? Not only am I, Barrow, willing to pay 2 gold coins per jar, but I also require 10 jars from you. 10 jars? That is excessive. I can only provide you with 5 at most, and let us settle on 1 gold coin per jar. While Boris yearned to increase the price, he recognized that this was his dear friend before him. Raising the price would necessitate a discussion with Nalanth, so he could only sell at the original rate. However, a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps he could send a messenger to confer with Nalanth later. Given that this year's yield was limited, it might be wiser to raise the price, allowing both to profit more. Very well, 5 jars it is. Boris, it is truly an honor for me, Barrow, to count you as a friend. Barrow beamed, envisioning the delectable bread infused with sugar, which was enough to make anyone salivate. That fluffy and sweet texture was unattainable with mere honey. In truth, he had not completely consumed the few jars of sugar he possessed. Although his father and siblings had taken quite a share, he still retained a small reserve within the manor. Yet, upon hearing of the noble's newfound adulation for sugar in Tulip City, he was spurred to procure more, as serving guests bread enhanced with sugar would be a matter of great prestige. Thus, he hurried to Boris to place his order, fully aware of Boris's character. If the sugar supply were abundant, it would surely be sold off in one go, yielding a substantial profit. As it appeared, sugar remained quite scarce. At that moment, Barrow's attention finally shifted to the carriage behind them. 2 carriages were parked directly in the courtyard, not taken to the stable for unloading. And the moment the leather canopy above was pulled down by the guards, he was taken aback. Boris, what is this? A trebuchet. Boris had no intention of concealing this remarkable device. He was eager to flaunt it, as it was indeed a significant enhancement to his reputation. Where did you acquire this? Isn't the Count's family known for not selling trebuchets? It was obtained from the Black Iron Count, but it was not purchased, it was a gift. Boris replied with a grin. A gift? Indeed. I had ventured to the storm territory, only to be besieged by nearly 100 dark creatures. Those dark beings were truly vicious and malevolent. There were 3 to 8 hellhounds of the 2nd tier, and over 10 headless knights of the same rank. As for the 3rd tier Death Knight, there was but one. Boris spoke nonchalantly, his heart steady and his face calm. So many dark creatures? Belro found it hard to believe. Indeed, so many. I was terrified. Apart from Sir Nalanter and myself, the illegitimate Baron Kunt was also present. When Kunt saw the dark creatures, he shrieked and fled in panic. Nalanter and I had initially prepared to battle, but Kunt's retreat shook our morale, and we had no choice but to follow him. They fled all the way to the vicinity of Kunt's castle, where he entered and promptly closed the gates, leaving them to hide nearby. You know how dark creatures like to burrow into castles, and eventually, Kunt's castle was breached. In that critical moment, Sir Nalanter and I, embodying the spirit of chivalry, came forth to rescue him. In gratitude for our life-saving intervention, Kunt bestowed upon Nalanter a small parcel of land, a yellow fairy, and a trebuchet. And I received these 2 trebuchets. In truth, Kunt had wished to offer more in gratitude, but upon seeing the desolation of Boris's castle, he felt it was too pitiful and declined. Belrose stood in stunned silence, sensing something amiss, his expression betraying a mix of disbelief and suspicion, yet lacking evidence to confront it. Was that second son of Nalanter truly so formidable? And would a noble truly offer land as a reward? However, Boris's demeanor during his recounting was remarkably natural, and the 2 small trebuchets were undeniably real, leaving Belro without grounds to refute. Come, stop dawdling. Let us enter. I shall treat you to sweetbread and sugar. Boris cheerfully led his good friend into the inner fortress. This slight embellishment was merely a typical aristocratic maneuver. There were indeed hundreds of dark creatures, and Boris was not lying, as there were numerous hellhounds and headless knights. Boris felt no guilt whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the Tulip Castle, Miss, great news. In the opulent manner of the tulip flower, the devoted maid Lena burst into the hall, her voice filled with excitement. What great news? Stella was abruptly drawn from her meditation, gazing at Lena with a hint of perplexity. Despite Lena's usual lack of decorum, she rarely intruded upon Stella's training. Miss, Baron Andrew has once again arrived at the castle, Lena exclaimed, beads of sweat glistening on her brow, clearly having rushed in haste. Moreover, he brought along Sir Vallard, who had been thoroughly beaten to a pulp. Wait, Baron Andrew has reduced Sir Vallard to such a state? What could have prompted this? Stella inquired, her surprise evident. While it was true that the nobility did not always coexist harmoniously, it was indeed a rarity for them to resort to direct violence. Typically, grievances would be directed towards their sovereign or the noble council for resolution. Chapter 152. The Fireball of the Little Fire Lizard. My lady. It has come to my attention that a band of marauders has infiltrated the merchant convoy dispatched by Sir Vallard to Stormhold. Their intent was to ravage the mineral wealth of the territory and slay the pixies. However, they were ultimately apprehended by Sir Nalith. Ever since Nalith presented gifts to Our Lady on 2 occasions, Lena has refrained from referring to him as that worthless, illegitimate son. After all, she occasionally benefits from the perfume, and to disparage someone who has rendered her such favors is beneath her. Marauders, you say? Indeed. Baron Andrew was justified in dealing with them. The significance of the pixies to a territory needs no elaboration. Stella is well aware of this, especially concerning Nalith's Stormhold. Yes, my lady and several marauders were captured alive, confessing that they were sent by Baron Cunt of the Black Iron territory. Yet, Sir Vallard claims ignorance of the matter, stating that the Earl has escalated the issue to the noble council. Oh. Stella nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further, as she could only regard such affairs as curiosities at present. She hadn't anticipated that Nalith would be beset by so many troubles, first being assigned to the land of misfortune, and now facing sabotage from neighboring Black Iron. My lady, do indulge in this white bread. It has been sweetened with sugar. It was at this moment that Lena recalled her purpose, having just ventured to the manor to fetch the bread when she overheard the news. Stella's interest was piqued at the mention of sweetened white bread. She had developed a fondness for sugary delights lately, such as sugar-coated white bread, sugar egg custard, and sugar milk. As she picked up a soft piece of sugar white bread, preparing to take a bite, she noticed Lena beside her, wide-eyed with longing. With a smile, Stella offered her a piece. Lena, let us share. Thank you, my lady. Lena, unable to maintain her decorum, eagerly accepted the offering. Munching as she spoke, my lady, have you heard that this delectable sugar is sourced from the pixies' mines? Baron Boris is truly fortunate. Moreover, the chef mentioned that the sugar supply in the castle is dwindling, and it seems to be unobtainable outside as well. Nobles are willing to pay 2 gold coins for a jar. 2 gold coins a jar? If sugar is indeed scarce, that price seems quite reasonable. Nevertheless, Baron Boris is indeed fortunate. If it truly originates from the pixies, it must yield wealth for at least a decade. Thus, the master and servant enjoyed their white bread while engaging in light conversation. After breakfast, Nalith took the little girl Sherry to the stables, perhaps due to Sherry's presence. Nalith made a remarkable discovery yesterday. Little fireballs number 2 through number 5 had each begun to emit black smoke. This heralded their imminent ability to conjure fireballs. Roar. As Nalith and the others approached the stables, the mother fire lizard rose and let out a low growl. The mother fire lizard has now nearly recovered from her injuries. However, what brings relief to Nayland is that she has not fled with the little fire lizards. Roar. A few small fireballs joyfully gathered around Nayland, their excitement surpassing that of the mother fire lizard. Surely, today you shall take the initiative to feed the mother fire lizard. All right, my lord. Although Shirley had always accompanied them in the past, it was Nayland who personally handled the feeding. After all, the mother fire lizard was somewhat unpredictable, and Nayland was concerned about potential mishaps. Yet, he had occasionally allowed Shirley to assist in feeding the little fire lizards. Today, however, was different. Nayland was curious to see the outcome of Shirley feeding the mother fire lizard. With that, Shirley presented a chunk of whale meat to the mother fire lizard, who eagerly opened her mouth to receive it. Soon, the more than 2 pounds of meat was placed into the mother fire lizard's mouth, lined with sharp teeth. Just as Nayland was about to distribute other fish to the little fireballs, he suddenly noticed the massive figure of the mother fire lizard tremble. Roar. After consuming the meat provided by Shirley, she emitted a deep growl, her head swaying as if she were in a state of utmost comfort. Goodness, this is astonishing. In the next moment, the mother fire lizard nuzzled Shirley with her head, her eyes filled with goodwill, exuding a clear sense of affection. Of course, the reason for such a strong reaction from the mother fire lizard was her superior intelligence and sensitivity compared to the little gray and fireballs, allowing her to immediately perceive the advantages brought by Shirley. With such wisdom, it was evident that the mother fire lizard would be reluctant to leave once she understood that Shirley could enhance her strength. Surely, continue feeding her. I will take the little fireballs outside to practice spells. With that, Nayland left Shirley alone in the stable while he led the 5 little fireballs to the pasture. Fireball 1, ignite that haystack. Nayland, holding a roasted oyster, commanded Fireball 1. The fireball, accustomed to orders, immediately fixed its gaze on the haystack over 10 meters away. Roar. In the next moment, with a fierce roar, the area was suddenly illuminated by a burst of crimson flames. Whoosh. With a sound cutting through the air, a fireball struck the haystack not far away. Boom. The dry haystack erupted in an explosion, filling the air with burning wheat stalks. Hiss. Fireball 1. You can actually spit fireballs now. Nayland was pleasantly surprised by the day's revelations. Just yesterday, Fireball 1 could only emit a puff of black smoke. Yet today it had evolved. Although the fireball was only the size of an ordinary person's fist, any spell carries considerable power. Even a knight of renown would think twice before enduring such an attack. Roar. Perhaps it was the surprise at seeing Nalantar. Or perhaps it was the exhilaration of being able to cast spells. But little fireball number 1 was now engulfed in excitement, incessantly darting towards Nalantar, its long tail swishing and emitting joyous cries. All the while its gaze remained fixated on the grilled oysters. Very well, since you have successfully conjured a spell, these grilled oysters shall belong to you. In recent days, the mermen and sea monsters have completely overrun the beach, halting the production of oysters. Presently, the few little creatures were limited in their access to grilled oysters. If they did not put forth greater effort, Nalantar would hardly be inclined to share his bounty with them. Nalantar set down the grilled oysters, and little fireball number 1 immediately began to munch away, while the other little fireballs looked on enviously at Nalantar. Without hesitation, Nalantar proceeded to train each of them in turn. Naturally, the progress of the other fireballs was not as swift as that of little fireball number 1, and they could only emit puffs of black smoke. After feeding the fire-breathing lizards, Nalantar made his way directly to the new mill's location. Soon, he would take the 3 ladies to visit Blacksmith John to have 3 finely crafted stiletto swords made for them. He had seen such a sword in John's workshop the other day. This indicated that Blacksmith John was indeed capable of forging such unconventional slender blades. Chapter 153. New questline. The acceptance of the mill did not consume much of Nalante's time, for the artisans had poured their utmost efforts into its construction. The quality of the mill was paramount. One might say it was a matter of life and death for them, and no one dared to be negligent. Should any issues arise with the quality, it would be unjust for the Lord to express his displeasure by displaying their failures in the square. After circling the mill a few times, Nalante issued a command for the craftsmen to open the sluice gates. As the water wheel in the brook began to turn slowly, the large stone mill inside commenced its grinding with a creaking sound. Excellent. Observing the wheat placed on the millstone being finely ground in mere moments, Nalante nodded in satisfaction. Several craftsmen finally exhaled in relief. Come here, you lot. Nalante called to a few craftsmen. My lord, we are here. They replied eagerly. As I mentioned previously, once the mill is completed, everyone shall be rewarded. Shortly, you will all visit the civil officer Mario to receive 5 silver coins as your reward. Thank you, my lord. We are most grateful. The craftsmen beamed with joy, kneeling in gratitude. Very well, the stonemasons may leave, but I require the carpenters to stay. Nalante immediately dismissed the stonemasons and retained a few carpenters. His territory boasted 5 carpenters. However, 2 of them, brothers Larry and Laugh, were currently dedicated to crafting wheelbarrows, leaving only 3 available. I have 2 blueprints here. See if you can create them. The 3 carpenters obediently accepted the blueprints and began to examine them. However, after a brief inspection, their expressions shifted slightly. The first blueprint depicted a catapult, resembling the legendary siege engine, yet not entirely so. For instance, the blueprint lacked the long throwing arm and the massive counterweight. Although they had never constructed a catapult, they were familiar with its appearance. The true nature of the blueprint left them somewhat uncertain, let alone the feasibility of its construction. Moreover, even if it were indeed a catapult blueprint, they felt hesitant, as they had heard that only the most skilled old carpenters could craft such a device effectively. The carpenters dared not voice their concerns immediately, and under Nalante's watchful gaze, they turned their attention to the second blueprint. Upon examining this design, they quietly sighed in relief. The longbow depicted in the blueprint, though peculiar, was merely an enlarged version of a traditional longbow, with the addition of a groove in the middle for storing arrows. This was not a daunting task. As carpenters, they were capable of crafting longbows. Regardless of the eventual power or quality, Their experience ensured they would not be completely at a loss. As for the small wooden cart below, that was a trivial matter, well within their capabilities. What do you think? Nalante observed the expressions of the three carpenters closely. This is called a catapult. It serves the same purpose as a siege engine, and its structure is quite clear. I believe your greatest uncertainty lies in how it will be fired, correct? Nalante understood the difficulties faced by the carpenters and patiently began to explain. Do you see this twisted rope in the middle? The power of the catapult primarily derives from this tightly wound cord. When the time comes to launch the projectile, the lever is pressed down, further tightening the rope. Once the switch is activated, the force of the rope returning to its original form will propel the stone projectile. He continued, of course, the material of this cord requires your experimentation. It could be made of hemp or perhaps twisted from the tendons of cattle, similar to a longbow. Ultimately, the greater the strength, the better. Nalante could only illustrate the design of the catapult and clarify its principles. The choice of materials would necessitate the carpenter's own trials. After Nalante's explanation, the carpenters finally grasped the principles and functions of the catapult. By the way, there is a genuine catapult within the castle. You may later ask the civil officer, Mario, to take you for a close observation, which will greatly assist you in constructing the catapult. Yes, my lord. Now, let me discuss this crossbow. Its structure is somewhat similar to that of a longbow, but it features a locking mechanism. Although it was evident that the carpenters had confidence in the crossbow, Nalante still elaborated on its principles in detail. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. Upon hearing about the reward, the expressions of the three carpenters immediately flushed with excitement. A gold coin as a reward, a sensation they had never experienced in their lives. However, one point must be remembered. These two blueprints and the related information must not be disclosed to anyone. Should they be revealed? Nalante's tone turned serious, leaving his sentence unfinished. The three carpenters immediately shrank back, quickly assuring him, My lord, we promise not to reveal anything, not even to our wives. Excellent. Now go. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me through the civil officer. Having sent the carpenters on their way, Nalante spotted Vivian and the other two ladies waiting in the square, engaged in conversation with Raymond. He waved to the three ladies, and they approached him, with Raymond following closely behind. My lord. My lord. Yes. Nalante nodded and then turned to Raymond. Raymond, do you have something to discuss? My lord. Raymond mentioned that his kin have been longing for their families these days and are uncertain when you might go to retrieve them. They understand that you are quite busy, yet they are genuinely concerned. If it is inconvenient, they can send some individuals on their own, without troubling you. Raymond had already heard from Catherine about how Nalante dealt with the guards of the Cunt territory, and he felt immense gratitude towards him. Moreover, having received numerous rewards just the other day, they did not wish to pressure the Lord. However, the matter of their families weighed heavily on their hearts, prompting them to bring it up with Catherine, hoping she could subtly inquire on their behalf. Ding! The barbarians have now become your subjects, gradually growing fond of this territory that is filled with goodwill towards them. However, their wives and children remain on the plains, causing them a sense of unease. As their lord, it is imperative that you address this matter expeditiously. Task Reward, 2 New Species. Chapter 154, The Chief Blacksmith of Black Iron Castle. Is this truly feasible? A new species? Or perhaps two? As Nalante listened to the voice of the system echoing in his mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune today. The matters concerning the barbarian women and children had been lingering in his thoughts for the past few days. He had merely wished to observe whether Count Blackiron would personally intervene to punish this insignificant knight, which led to a delay. Little did he expect that this unintentional twist of fate would instead yield a side quest from the system, a significant stroke of luck. Raymond. Select 10 barbarians to await my arrival outside the castle tomorrow. I shall lead the convoy with you to the fiery grasslands. Now, 3 days had passed since the onset of the Dark Invasion, and for whatever reason, Nalante felt that the likelihood of a covert attack from Count Blackiron had diminished. After all, with such a profound enmity, and given that the adversary was a fierce dragon crossing the river, there was no reason to wait for the opportune moment. If they were truly intent on dealing with him, they could have easily launched a swift and decisive strike. Such was the pride of the nobility. Thank you, my lord. Raymond, upon hearing this, finally felt a sense of relief and knelt before Nalante in gratitude. After dismissing Raymond, Nalante, accompanied by the 3 ladies, made his way to John's blacksmith shop. Clang, clang. The sound reverberated through the air, causing Catherine to tremble, evidently reminded of her past. Nalantar exchanged a glance with Sherry and Vivian, prompting the two to gently grasp Catherine's hands. Sister Catherine, your swordsmanship is so remarkable. Once the rapier is crafted, you must teach me and Sister Vivian how to practice. Yes, of course, Sherry. Catherine, feeling the concern from Nalantar and the two ladies, first cast a grateful look at Nalantar before returning to her conversation with Sherry. Subsequently, Nalantar led the three ladies into the blacksmith shop. Passing through the small room, they soon encountered John, who was hammering away at a piece of felt with a small hammer. Upon noticing Nalantar's presence, John immediately ceased his work. Greetings, my lord. Oh, rise, Nalantar replied with a nod. John stood up, and just as he was about to inquire further about his lord's wishes, his gaze swept towards the three ladies behind Nalantar. In that moment, John stood frozen, his hammer clattering to the ground. Father! The next moment, an exclamation erupted from behind Nalantar. Huh? Nalantar was taken aback. You, Catherine? John stammered, disbelief evident in his eyes. Yet, hadn't he been informed that his daughter had been executed by that lord, Dork, years ago? Catherine, it truly is you. In the next heartbeat, Catherine disregarded John's soot-stained linen shirt and leapt into his embrace. Nalantar, witnessing this touching reunion, chose to step aside, allowing the moment to unfold. Meanwhile, Sherry and Vivian stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Catherine, weren't you taken away? The father and daughter were overwhelmed with emotion for a considerable time before their feelings began to settle. It was only then that John the blacksmith gazed at Catherine with profound affection and inquired gently. Throughout this moment, he held Catherine's hand tightly, as if fearing that the slightest release would cause her to vanish. Father, after I was taken away by the city guards, I was entrusted to the church at that moment. Catherine recounted her subsequent experiences to John, mirroring the tale she had shared with Nalanth previously. Upon hearing of the immense suffering endured by his daughter, tears welled in John's eyes as well. It was only when Catherine mentioned that Nalanth had taken her in that John recalled the name of that noble lord. Lord, I sincerely thank you for taking in Catherine. Without hesitation, John approached Nalanth and knelt before him. Rise, John. I had no idea that Catherine was your daughter. Since you both are safe and reunited now, this must be a blessing from the heavens. Nalanth recognized this as the reward for John the blacksmith's loyalty, realized in such a manner. No, my lord, I am guilty. I am unfaithful to you because that Baron Dork killed my other daughter, which is a grave offense since Catherine's abduction. John had lost the will to forge in the Black Iron Castle and eventually escaped under the cover of night. However, as the chief blacksmith, who possessed the secrets of black iron forging, the Count of Black Iron did not easily allow him to leave. In Stormhold, yearning for Catherine, he adopted an orphan girl who had been exiled there. He had assumed that he would lead a quiet life with his adopted daughter, but Baron Dork took her life away as well. Henceforth, John harbored a deep-seated hatred for the nobility, believing that the loss of both his daughters was tied to them. The complex gaze he cast upon Nalanth reflected his struggle in knowing how to confront him. While Nalanth was indeed a good lord, that did not extinguish John's animosity. He bore no ill will towards Nalanth, yet he could not pledge his loyalty. John, I have heard of Catherine's plight, and I understand your own circumstances as well. I absolve you of your past transgressions. Rise. Nalanth, at this juncture, felt compelled to exhibit a bit of the noble self-cultivation, a necessary conduct for those in power. Upon learning that John had previously been the chief blacksmith of Black Iron Castle, Nalanth appreciated the skill required to attain such a prestigious position within an earl's family. He then personally assisted John to his feet. Thank you, my lord. You are a benevolent man. From this day forth, I vow to serve you with unwavering loyalty. Following this, Nalanth engaged in further conversation with John and Catherine, discussing the matter of the fine stiletto sword, and then departed with Vivian and Shelley. As Catherine and John reunited, the outsiders felt compelled to leave, refraining from intruding upon their heartfelt reunion. My lord, the moment between Sister Catherine and blacksmith John was truly touching. I nearly shed tears. Upon exiting the blacksmith's shop, Sherry's eyes were tinged with a hint of redness, mirroring the state of Vivian. However, unlike Sherry, she was fortunate to have a mother who cherished her dearly. Sherry, why not shed a tear for us? I would like to witness the visage you bear when you weep. Nalanth gestured towards the little girl. Absolutely not. Woe is me, my lord. You are bullying Sherry. The little one, still engulfed in her prior emotions, felt a fresh wave of grievance wash over her upon hearing her lord's teasing, prompting her to run forward with a soft whimper. Oh, Sherry. Vivian, witnessing this scene, instinctively wished to call her back, but Nalanth grasped Vivian's hand firmly. Instantly, a shiver ran through Vivian, as a rosy hue blossomed across her fair complexion, radiating from her ears to her neck, as if set ablaze. Do not be disheartened. You still have me and Lilia who care for you, Nalanth reassured gently, refusing to release her hand. Vivian finally comprehended that the adult's intention was to console her. Feeling the warmth emanating from his grasp, her heart fluttered like a startled fawn. She buried her face within her collar, murmuring a soft agreement. Too timid to utter another word. Chapter 155, The Blazing Prairie. The following morning. My lord, the carriages are prepared. After finishing his breakfast, Nalanth stepped out of the inner fortress, where 5 carriages had been waiting for some time. Excellent, Thomas. The castle is in your capable hands for the next few days. Yes, my lord. I shall ensure the castle is well guarded, Thomas responded, puffing up his chest with assurance. Nalanth nodded in satisfaction. Catherine, have you communicated my instructions to the barbarians? My lord, I have informed them. They pledged to defend the territory with their lives during our absence. Very well, let us depart. Nalanth waved his hand, leading the 5 carriages directly out of the castle. At the gentle slope below the castle, besides Raymond and 10 other barbarians, there were also 6 fire lizards present. My lord, I have brought both the great fireball and the little fireball. The great fireball even invited me to ride on its back. As Nalanth approached, Shirley's eyes sparkled with excitement, perched atop the back of a female fire lizard. However, the presence of the fire lizards caused the horses that had just exited the castle to become restless, unwilling to approach even slightly, including Nalanth's steed, Lightning. Realizing the predicament, Shirley instinctively jumped down from the female fire lizard's back and approached the horses. She whispered soothingly in their ears, and gradually the horses began to calm. My lord, they were merely frightened of the great fireball. I assured them that both the great fireball and the little fireball are your pets and pose no threat. Nalanth rolled his eyes. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, or he would have been embarrassed, as his steed was intimidated by a little girl as pet. My lord, would you like to ride the great fireball alongside Shirley? No need, just you ride it. Although the female fire lizard was massive, its back was covered with hard scales and bony protrusions, resembling the spines of a crocodile. Thus, the only space suitable for a rider was a small area near its neck. If Nalanth were to mount it as well, it would become quite cramped. Therefore, he opted to ride his own Lightning, as its agility would serve him better in case of danger. In the future, I must seek a magical beast steed to ride. Though he declined the offer to ride the fire lizard, Nalanth resolved to find a magical beast horse later. Such creatures were indeed rare, but not non-existent. He had heard that the king possessed one. Greetings, my lord. Once Nalanth finished conversing with Shirley, Raymond and the barbarians approached to pay their respects. Yes, Raymond. Take your seats in the carriages. We shall set off now. Understood, my lord. Once the barbarians were settled, Nalanth led the party southwest. Despite the fire lizard's imposing size, it moved with surprising swiftness, and within an hour, they reached the boundary of the buffer zone. Indeed, it is appropriate to describe this area, once a buffer zone, as now transformed into the domain of Nalanth. Located near the fierce fire forest leading to the territory of Quent, the procession did not halt. They pressed onward, during which Nalanth instructed Sherry to release the small fire lizard, allowing it to patrol the surroundings to preempt any potential ambush by the Black Iron Count. The decision to bring the fire lizard along was made with this precaution in mind. As for the guards, he brought none, for the castle held equal significance. As they advanced, Nalanth continuously surveyed his newly acquired land. Being adjacent to the fire forest, this land also bore no signs of human activity. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with small groves and patches of wild grass. The terrain was relatively flat, interspersed with several streams, promising vast arable land should they possess the strength to cultivate it. Nalanth offered his assessment of his new territory. Fortunately, no ambush materialized, and without incident. They traversed the new land for over an hour, eventually encountering an expansive plain ahead. The scenery of this plain mirrored that of the fire forest. Rather than a lush green, it was a sea of vibrant crimson, reminiscent of an endless fire ablaze. Quake, it is your turn to guide us. Yes, my lord. Upon reaching the grassland, they entered an environment familiar to Quake and his companions, skillfully avoiding treacherous marshlands. They continued their journey until noon of the following day, finally approaching their destination. Oh, what a beautiful lake. My lord, look over there, wild rabbits. As the group reached the lakeside, Sherry suddenly spotted a group of rabbits drinking and frolicking by the water's edge, unable to contain her excitement. Wait, is that a magical beast? Nalintor followed her gaze and beheld a distinct sight, a fiery red rabbit partially concealed in the grass. My lord, that is the magical beast known as the flame rabbit. Catherine promptly elucidated. What a delightful surprise. After a day and a half of traversing the plains, although they had encountered some wildlife, they had yet to come across any magical beasts. Guillemin mentioned that this was likely due to not having ventured far enough into the plains. Now, upon sighting the flame rabbit, which was comparable in size to a small pig, Nalintor felt a stirring within him. My lord, just beyond this hillock lies our tribe's encampment. Shall you hunt here while we proceed to the tribe to prepare hot water and food? Very well. Nalintor had no objections. Consequently, Guillemin and the other barbarians continued ahead, while Nalintor, accompanied by the three women, cautiously approached the group of wild rabbits. Vivian, you shall wait here. Once I draw near, unleash your ferocity to prevent their escape, and I shall then move in to eliminate them. As for Sherry, control the fire lizard to stand by at the periphery if the rabbit group attempts to flee. Ensure they do not escape too far. Yes, my lord. The flame rabbit, akin to the colorful chicken, was among the weakest of magical beasts, due to its herbivorous nature. Its strength could not be compared to that of the fire lizard or the windblade wolf. Thus, Nalintor harbored no concerns regarding danger. Rather, his apprehension lay in the possibility of losing this delectable prey. Once everything was arranged, he cautiously advanced forward. The hunt commenced on Nalin's side, and Raymond and his companions eagerly ascended the earthen slope. Upon glimpsing the distant camp still intact, with figures moving about, a wave of relief washed over them. With beaming faces, they dashed towards the encampment. However, a sudden realization struck. There was a fiery wolf within the camp. As they approached, their pace abruptly slowed. In the heart of the camp, outside what was once Raymond's leather tent, a monstrous wolf was voraciously devouring a small lamb. Which tribe do you hail from? At that moment, several armed strangers within the camp also took notice of their presence and inquired, astonished. Chapter 156. The Fiery Tribe, who are you? This is the encampment of our Thunderflame tribe. What are you doing here, and where are our kin? The expressions of Raymond and his companions shifted dramatically. In their fervent pursuit of vengeance against the Kunt guards, they had mobilized their entire force, leaving no young tribesmen in the camp except for the elderly and women. The barbarian warriors before them were clearly not from their tribe, yet they had now occupied their camp. The mention of the fiery tribe darkened Raymond's countenance, a pallor creeping in. There were three formidable barbarian tribes on the fiery prairie, far surpassing Raymond's tribe in number, with each boasting tens of thousands of members. Moreover, these tribes possessed the legendary totemic pillars, rendering them figures of reverence for Raymond and his kin. The fiery tribe was one of these, and the very name betrayed its formidable strength. We, of the Thunderflame tribe, have not trespassed into your fiery tribe's territory to hunt or cause harm. Why have you come to seize us, and where are our wives and children? Despite the fearsome reputation of the fiery tribe, Raymond clenched his teeth and spoke for the sake of his family. The barbarian warriors laughed derisively, and at that moment, other members of the fiery tribe, having sensed the commotion, emerged from their animal skin dwellings, subtly encircling them. That is impossible. We are not part of your tribe. Why should we fight for you? One of Raymond's tribesmen, in a fit of urgency, rebutted. Haha, just because we are the fiery tribe. At that moment, a barbarian man emerged from what was once Raymond's chief residence, gnawing on a large meat bone. As he appeared, a flame wolf, having just devoured a young lamb, followed closely behind him. Ah, this large shield is quite intriguing. Stop wasting time with them. Seize them at once. We are ready to depart. The man's gaze fell upon Quake's large shield, and a spark of interest ignited within him. Go. With the man's command, over 30 warriors from the fiery tribe, who had already surrounded Raymond and his group, surged forward. Seeing the oncoming assault, Raymond swiftly whispered instructions to a nearby tribesman, then raised his large shield, charging first into the fray against the adversaries. Kill. In an instant, both sides of barbarian warriors clashed fiercely. Whoosh. Bang. Demise. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hill, Nalin and his companions commenced their hunt. As Vivian's arrow, glowing with red light, accurately struck the thigh of a flame rabbit, Nalin, who had stealthily approached within 5 or 6 meters, bellowed and charged forward, sword raised. Thud. Haha. Today is our lucky day. Vivian, put in more effort and take down the surrounding rabbits. Sherry, get get the little fireballs moving. This group, likely led by a beastly creature, had grown bold enough to stray from their lair to drink. Nayland had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. Understood, my lord. Shirley and Vivian immediately sprang into action, commencing the pursuit of the fleeing hares. My lord, allow me to assist you in capturing them. Catherine, having lived on this grassland for quite some time, was adept at handling wild game. Very well. Just as Narrant was about to hand the fiery hare to Catherine, his brow furrowed in sudden concern. My lord, what troubles you? It seems there is a battle occurring over there. Narrant's extraordinary hearing once again proved invaluable. The skirmish outside the Thunderfire tribe's camp raged on, despite the enemy's numerical superiority. The formidable shield wielded by Raymond prevented the barbarians of the Fire tribe from advancing. How intriguing! A youthful leader among the Fire tribe barbarians smirked at this sight, casually strolling into the fray. Kill. Observing the youth approaching alone, Raymond entertained the notion of capturing the leader first and charged towards him, shield raised high. Without any obstruction, Raymond closed the distance to the youth, lifting his shield with one hand while swinging his axe down towards him with the other. However, noticing that the youth's physique bore no distinction from that of an ordinary barbarian, Raymond hesitated to use the blade's edge, opting instead to strike with the blunt side of the axe. Concerned about the youth's affiliation with the Fire tribe, Raymond sought to capture rather than kill. Yet, in the next moment, Raymond realized he had underestimated his opponent. As his axe descended, the youth merely smiled, extending an arm to grasp the weapon. With a resounding thud, Raymond's axe, despite the force of his swing, was firmly seized by the youth. With a swift pull, the youth yanked Raymond off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. Before Raymond could react, the youth placed a foot on his back, rendering him breathless. With Raymond's support gone, the other barbarians quickly fell to the overwhelming assault of the Fire tribe warriors. Roar. Bloodwolf, upon hearing the youth's command, immediately pursued a barbarian who had fled over 100 meters away. Such a finely crafted shield was beyond the capabilities of any barbarian tribe, especially one as small as Raymond's. Yet, faced with the youth's inquiry, Raymond remained silent. Go fetch a few elders and children from the cage. Chapter 157. The Power of the Totem at the Behest of the Young Man. A fierce barbarian from the Fire tribe promptly approached the large pit where the Lei Yin tribe had once kept their livestock. Due to the abundance of wolves on the prairie, their animals were typically housed in the pit at night, secured with wooden barriers to prevent theft by wild beasts. However, it seemed that this very pit had now been repurposed to confine the elderly, women, and children of the Lei Meng tribe. Chief. Soon, an elder and 2 children were dragged forth. Execute one as an example of what happens to those who disobey. The youth commanded his subordinates without hesitation. You scoundrels! You will incur the wrath of the gods. Upon hearing this, Lei Meng attempted to rise, but just as he exerted himself, the young man pressed down harder with his foot, forcing Lei Meng back to the ground. The gods care not for the likes of you weaklings. The youth scoffed, and at that moment, his subordinate seized the elder, ready to strike. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air from a distance. Before anyone could react, a crimson flash struck the barbarian in the chest. With a resounding explosion, his torso shattered, and he collapsed without uttering a sound. What? The barbarian youth gasped in astonishment, instinctively turning to the direction from which the arrow had come. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, a terrifying sight unfolded before him. A massive, fire-red lizard, stretching 8 to 9 meters in length, charged toward them. Each of its powerful limbs thudded against the ground, sending tremors through the earth. To his astonishment, a girl of around 10 years sat atop the colossal lizard, bouncing up and down with excitement as she shouted joyfully. Robber nobles, prepare for battle. The youth shifted his gaze and noticed 2 swift steeds nearby. He dared not underestimate the approaching adversary, bellowing orders to his fellow tribesmen. Meanwhile, the bloodwolf, baring its fangs, fixed its gaze on the advancing fire-breathing lizard. Surely, slow down that fire-breathing lizard. Upon hearing the cries for battle, Nayland and his companions quickly ascended the slope, only to witness the capture of Lei Meng and others. There was no need for contemplation. Those who bullied his subjects were undoubtedly the enemy. In the urgency of the moment, Nayland had miscalculated, failing to instruct the young girl Shirley to dismount the fire-breathing lizard first. Consequently, she found herself at the forefront of the charge. Slay them. Bloodwolf, confront that beast. As Nayland and his group drew near, the young warrior of the Fire tribe could no longer contain himself and commanded his subordinates, kill. slay these despicable robber nobles. With a fierce roar, the barbarian warriors of the fire tribe and the blazing wolf surged forward, while the youth raised his shield and brought it crashing down upon Lei Meng's head, rendering him unconscious before charging onward with his long shield in hand. Vivian, be cautious. Upon witnessing the scene, Nalantar immediately commanded Vivian before hastening his steed. With a fierce charge, his warhorse surged into the throng of barbarians. There was no need for him to wield his sword, as the sheer momentum of his mount was sufficient to claim the lives of his foes. The fire lizard unleashed a fireball with a resounding boom, striking a hapless barbarian warrior squarely in the chest, causing a piercing scream to escape his lips as he collapsed to the ground. However, at that very moment, the fiery wolf had arrived before the fire lizard, compelling it to brace itself for confrontation. Catherine, dismount. Following the charge, Nalantar and Catherine leapt from their mounts without hesitation against the towering barbarians. Unless one was a heavily armored cavalryman, the advantage of speed diminished once dismounted. Thus, Nalantar decisively abandoned his horse. Once on foot, he and Catherine began to reap the lives of the barbarians surrounding them. Though Nalantar remained a mid-tier bronze knight, his speed rivaled that of a high-tier bronze knight, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly among the barbarian ranks. As for Catherine, her lithe form danced through the chaos like an ethereal sprite, each deft stroke of her slender rapier delivering devastating blows to her adversaries. Die! Just then, a towering figure surged past Nalantar, brandishing a large shield in one hand and a mighty hammer in the other. It was the very youth who had previously bested Quake. The young barbarian approached Nalantar and without hesitation swung his heavy hammer down toward his head. Such speed! Nalantar marveled. The barbarian's velocity was not inferior to that of a mid-tier bronze knight, explaining why Quake had been felled. Yet, compared to Nalantar, he was still slightly slower. With a nimble step, Nalantar deftly evaded the powerful strike. Before the young barbarian could retract his massive hammer, Nalantar surged forward, delivering a swift kick toward him. Realizing he could not evade in time, the young barbarian raised his iron shield to protect himself. The impact resounded, given Nalantar's current strength. Even Quake with a shield would have been sent flying, yet the outcome was reversed. Nalantar's kick met the shield, and with a mighty push, the young barbarian sent Nalantar staggering back several paces. Something is amiss. At that moment, Nalantar finally grasped the situation. You foolish insect, perish. The young barbarian would not grant Nalantar a moment to ponder, once again swinging the enormous iron hammer down upon him. In that instant, the totem tattoos on the young barbarian's body glowed ominously, pulsating like crimson veins. Could this be the legendary totemic power of the barbarians? Nalantar swiftly altered his strategy. He would no longer engage the young barbarian head-on, but instead moved with agility, waiting for an opening to strike decisively before retreating without hesitation. Coward! The barbarian youth, unable to match the speed of Nalantar, soon found his body marked with several wounds. Though they were not severe, they ignited a furious blaze within him, making him feel as though he were being taunted by a reptile. Kneel before me. At that moment, Nalantar seized upon a flaw, unhesitatingly thrusting towards the youth's ankle. Thud. With the ankle pierced, the young barbarian let out a cry of agony, collapsing to one knee. Come protect me. Bloodwolf. In a panic, the barbarian youth called out to his kin and the flame wolves surrounding him. Unfortunately, the remaining barbarians had dwindled to a mere few under the relentless assault of Catherine and Vivian. Only two nearby barbarians attempted a rescue, but they were swiftly dispatched by Nalantar's skillful swordplay. Meanwhile, a distant flame wolf, hearing the cries, aimed to leap forward, only to be obstructed by a fireball hurled by the mother fire lizard. This battle was markedly different from its previous encounter with the storm wave, free from concerns. The fire lizard used its size to completely overpower the flame wolf. The flame wolf, relying on its agility, maneuvered to dodge and counterattack during brief openings. However, its fortunate days were numbered, as Catherine and Vivian, having dealt with the barbarian warriors, now turned their attention towards it. With a mighty roar, the flame wolf soon found itself gravely wounded under the combined onslaught of the mother fire lizard and the two women, ultimately collapsing into a pool of its own blood with a mournful howl. Chapter 158. News of the horse herd. As the blazing wolves and other barbarians of the fire tribe were vanquished, the young barbarian could not endure for long. Nalantar pierced him with a sword on each of his limbs, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. I am the son of the chieftain of the fire tribe. "You despicable robber nobles had best release me, or our tribe shall surely raze your villages and castles." The young barbarian, unyielding, bared his teeth at Nalantar and the others. Upon hearing Catherine's translation, Nalantar merely chuckled and chose to ignore him, instead turning his attention to Raymond and the others. Raymond, revived by a splash of cold water, awakened languidly. "My lord, are you unharmed? Please rise," Nalantar urged with a smile. "I am unscathed. Thank you for rescuing us, my lord," Raymond replied, clutching his head as he stood. Upon observing that their foes had been dealt with, he expressed his gratitude to Nalantar. He did not dwell on other matters, but immediately regarded Raymond as a lifeline. Next, Raymond assessed the condition of the women and children in the tribe. Remarkably, only a few elderly individuals had been slain by the Fire tribe to intimidate the others. The remaining members of the Thunderflame tribe were unharmed. Although only a handful of elders had perished, the act was a grievous affront to Raymond and his kin. Nalantar then entrusted the young barbarian to Raymond, instructing him to interrogate the youth for any useful intelligence, particularly regarding the totemic power that piqued Nalantar's curiosity. During his time at the Noble Academy, Nalantar had heard whispers of the extraordinary powers possessed by some barbarians, known as totemic power. It was said that every tribe, regardless of size, once had a peculiar totem pillar through which they gained strength. However, with the invasion of the knightly nobility, the barbarians, outnumbered and outmatched by the well-equipped knights, were driven to the grasslands. To prevent the resurgence of the barbarians, the knights had long since obliterated any totem pillars that could be destroyed. To his astonishment, Nalantar found himself fortunate enough to witness one now. Approximately half an hour later, Raymond and the others completed their interrogation. The youth's identity was indeed confirmed as the third son of the chieftain of the Fire tribe, and the totemic power that intrigued Nalantar was indeed real. Through the young man's revelations, Nalantar learned that only 3 major tribes on the grasslands possessed this totemic power. The totem pillars had existed even before the invasion of the noble knights, when several small tribes dwelled on the grasslands. While the totems in other regions were destroyed and their inhabitants driven to the grasslands, the totem pillars of these 3 small tribes had become the last flicker of flame, allowing them to thrive and grow into the formidable tribes they were today. Their arrival at the edge of the grasslands was not specifically to capture Raymond and his small tribe. Otherwise, they would not have come with merely over 30 individuals. Their true objective, it was said, was to track a herd of horses, which they had pursued for over half a month. But the horses continued to flee northward toward the blazing forest. Originally, they intended to capture these steeds for trade with noble knights in exchange for weapons and supplies. However, upon witnessing the herd flee into the fiery forest, and with the noble knights' territory looming ahead, they were compelled to cease their pursuit. Subsequently, they fortuitously encountered Nalantar and Raymond. The herd of horses had indeed ventured into the fiery forest. Upon hearing this news, Nalantar realized that any thoughts of totems were inconsequential. Such matters held no relevance for him. Yet, the herd was another matter entirely. Each horse represented a veritable fortune in gold, regardless of its potential as a war steed. Unfortunately, if the horses had retreated into the forest, the likelihood of capturing them diminished significantly, as the fiery forest was exceedingly dense and fraught with peril. "Sir, we can do this," they exclaimed. "Excellent. Then let us proceed to investigate." Although fully aware that the prospects were slim, Nalantar still yearned to tempt fate. As for the corpses of the fiery barbarians, by dawn the following day, they would undoubtedly be nothing but remnants. Nalantar and his companions took a day and a half to reach the edge of the fiery forest. However, their hopes of a fortunate encounter were dashed when they followed the tracks of the herd only to find them vanish at the forest's brink. It was evident that the herd had truly escaped into the depths of the fiery forest. They had not even caught a glimpse of a single hare. If capturing the herd were such an effortless endeavor, they would not hold such immense value. What new species might they discover? At this moment, Nalantar had set aside thoughts of the horses, instead brimming with anticipation for the prospect of new discoveries. The last time they had stumbled upon sugarcane, it had unveiled a lucrative opportunity. He wondered what surprises this new species might bring. Upon returning to May Village, all seemed normal in the territory. However, during their brief absence, several merchant caravans had arrived. Upon seeing no shackled barbarians, the merchants displayed expressions of horror, initially succumbing to panic, but ultimately settling down under Mario's soothing presence. The village was home to many thatched cottages, which could be repaired to accommodate nearly 200 barbarian women and children. Chapter 159. Designing the badge that night, at the long table of the castle's dining hall, an extravagant feast was laid out. Cream cakes, white sugar bread, tricolor chicken stewed with mushrooms, freshly steamed sea fish, and most notably, a substantial portion of freshly roasted fiery rabbit graced the table. Just as Lord Nayland was indulging heartily, Catherine arrived at the dining hall, guided by a servant. "Catherine, you've arrived just in time. Have a piece of cream cake." Upon seeing Catherine, Nayland waved his hand, prompting the servant to cut a small piece of cake and present it to her. "Thank you, my lord." This was Catherine's first visit to the castle dining hall. She was aware of the etiquette surrounding noble dining, yet her master offered her no chance to decline, so she graciously accepted. "There's no need for formality. Catherine, what brings you here?" Nayland wiped his hands with a napkin, smiling as he inquired. "My lord, Raymond and the others have sent me to express their gratitude for saving their wives and children, and they have provided a substantial amount of beast pelts. Let them keep it for themselves. As their lord, it is my responsibility to protect them," Nayland replied, waving his hand dismissively. He had no need for such pelts. With trade caravans now visiting storm territory, Raymond and his companions could utilize them to exchange for supplies. Additionally, my lord, among these pelts, there are a few from magical beasts. "Oh." Nayland's interest peaked as he noticed a bundle of magical beast pelts held by a servant beside Catherine. He approached to inspect them personally. The pelts of magical beasts differed significantly from those of ordinary beasts, being exceptional for crafting both decorations and leather armor. There's even fire rhinoceros hide. "Catherine, how did Raymond and the others acquire this?" Nayland casually examined the pelts, noting that 3 were from flame wolves, while 1 was from a fire rhinoceros. The fire rhinoceros was among the most formidable second-tier magical beasts, surpassing the fire lizard in ferocity. "My lord, Raymond mentioned that they witnessed a pack of magical wolves attacking a fire rhinoceros, which ultimately succumbed to its injuries. They collected the hide afterward. Such remarkable fortune." Nayland nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, let us accept it. I shall have John create a leather armor piece for you, Vivian, and Shirley in a few days. The fire rhinoceros hide is renowned for being the finest material for crafting protective gear, being water and fire resistant, soft, and comfortable. As for its strength, even without iron reinforcements, it can withstand the blows of ordinary swords." Moreover, with Catherine's presence, John the blacksmith had been quite forthcoming with his expertise. As the former chief blacksmith of Black Iron Castle, he was proficient in both weapon and armor crafting, a title he truly deserved. Thus, in this small storm territory, the blacksmith was no longer merely a rural craftsman limited to forging plows. He could now create any weaponry and equipment. "Craft us leather armor." Upon hearing this, Catherine was momentarily taken aback, casting a complex glance at her master, before finally nodding. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The esteemed lord of this household not only treats others with kindness but also shows exceptional consideration for his few unfortunate daughters, often performing actions that leave them deeply touched." Catherine has finally come to understand why Shirley and Vivian hold the Lord in such high regard, for she senses that it will not be long before she, too, succumbs to his charm. "My lord, I shall take my leave now and not disturb your meal," Catherine said, pressing her lips together, and she bowed respectfully. "Wait a moment. Cut 2 more pieces of cream cake and take them to Shirley and Vivian. Will you, Catherine?" "My lord, the unicycles ordered by the merchant caravans have been delivered today, and I have handed the payment to Butler Thomas. Furthermore, the caravans have continued to order over 20 more unicycles." Shortly after Catherine departed, it was Mario and Thomas's turn to report to their lord regarding matters in the territory over the past few days. 20 unicycles, that's quite commendable. Nallanter was not particularly concerned about the few silver coins earned from the unicycles. Instead, he believed that with the sale of these unicycles, it would become increasingly convenient for these caravans to visit the storm territory. "My lord, the brick kiln has been burning for 4 days. Should we continue to keep it alight?" "Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten," Nallanter replied, rubbing his throbbing head. "A developing lord has an abundance of matters to consider. If possible, he would prefer to be a carefree heir, indulging solely in pleasures. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that the clay should not pose a significant issue if burned a little longer, though it may waste some manpower and resources." "Yes, my lord." Mario concluded his report and exited the castle. "Thomas, do you have anything to report?" Nallanter inquired, turning to the steward. "My lord, it is as follows. According to Mario, the civil officer, the tailor sent by Baron Boris, has arrived in Malya village and started sewing clothes for the villagers 2 days ago. I have seen their craftsmanship. While it does not compare to the finest tailors in Tulip City, it is still quite decent. I believe we should have them assist in sewing some castle banners. Castle banners? Indeed, you are correct, Thomas. Nallanter recalled the vibrant flags that adorned his father's castle, as well as the numerous banners carried by Boris's entourage, while his own castle stood bare, devoid of even a single flag among the guards. Of course, the cloaks he had promised the guards also remained unfulfilled. Although the materials had been purchased, he had yet to prepare a design, thus delaying the process. Since Thomas had brought it up, it was fortunate that it could be resolved. Thomas, I acknowledge this matter. I will design them shortly. By the way, please summon Vivian, Shirley, and Catherine to the study. Yes, my lord. Nallanter proceeded directly to the study on the 3rd floor, where a luminous night pearl illuminated the room as bright as day. Soon, the 3 women arrived together at the study. My lord, is there something you wish to discuss? Shirley hasn't even finished her cake yet. Shirley wiped her cream-covered little mouth and mumbled softly. Chapter 160. The formation of badges. For instance, the emblem of the tulip family is a golden tulip, while that of the Boris family features a diminutive sprite suspended above several peaks, symbolizing the Blackrock territory. Naturally, one may indulge in whimsical creativity. However, it necessitates a vivid imagination. Following the adage that 3 cobblers can outwit Zhuge Liang, Nalante sought the counsel of the 3 young ladies. My lord, how about using a little bunny? The flame rabbit is both adorable and a magical beast. Shirley exclaimed without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Nalante, just lifting his tea to moisten his throat, nearly spat it out. My lord, perhaps we could use the leaves of the swordwood tree, as they are quite beautiful at present. Vivian chimed in after a brief contemplation. The leaves of the swordwood tree possess distinct characteristics, reminiscent of maple leaves from a past life, and after the sprite's enhancements, they have transformed into perfectly symmetrical forms, with even the venation mirroring this symmetry. Indeed, Vivian, that is a splendid suggestion. Catherine, do you have any thoughts? My lord, I once encountered a magnificent magical beast on the prairie, a majestic eagle with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters. Its gaze was sharp, soaring through the skies as if ruling the heavens. I believe that under your guidance, the storm territory will flourish. Thus, using the eagle as a motif would be strikingly beautiful. It is evident that age influences perspective. Among the 3, Shirley, the youngest, adhered to the whimsical tendencies typical of youth. Catherine, being the eldest at 21, bore the sharpness acquired from her life on the prairie, understanding the symbolism of authority. And the eagle is indeed a favored emblem among many lords to signify power. Your suggestion is also commendable, Catherine. Nalante nodded approvingly, then glanced at the somewhat dejected little girl. Surely, I shall grant you another opportunity. Have you conceived a design that surpasses the flame rabbit? My lord is about to illustrate all that you propose. I, too, have a design in mind. Let us compare and see which is the most exquisite. My lord, how about using a fireball as the motif? Shirley hesitated, initially wanting to suggest a little gray creature, but fearing rejection, ultimately settling on the fire lizard. Very well. It is settled. Thus, Nalante began to sketch based on the proposals of the 3 young ladies. Fortuitously, his mind was filled with numerous game icons from his previous life, and after consuming an intelligence fruit, his manual dexterity and learning capabilities had greatly improved. As time passed, nearing dawn, Nalante finally completed the illustrations of the 4 designs. Throughout this process, although the young ladies did not leave, they had succumbed to slumber on the sofa. In this world, the concept of staying up late is virtually non-existent. Unless compelled by circumstance, one simply retires to bed at night. Catherine, Vivian, Shirley. Nalante stretched lazily, rousing the 3 young ladies. My lord. My lord. Upon hearing the call, the 3 young ladies finally realized they had inadvertently dozed off, their cheeks flushing in embarrassment, except for Sherry, the little girl, who was largely oblivious to the notion of blushing. Dear ones, I have completed the drawings. Come and take a look. Nalante beckoned. At his words, the 3 ladies approached the table, brimming with anticipation. Wow, how beautiful. It's a fire lizard. Upon reaching the table, Sherry immediately noticed the fire lizard design atop the stack. This fire lizard, as Nalante had envisioned in his previous life, was rendered in black and white, depicting a fierce creature poised as if on the brink of battle. Its massive maw agape, a fireball already launched from its mouth, hovering just in front. I am not a fire lizard. Nalante sighed in exasperation at the grammatical mishap. You all have seen Sherry's suggestion. Now, Let us move on to Vivian S. He promptly unveiled the next drawing. A vertically oriented leaf, shaped like a maple, graced the paper, its upper corners resembling mountain peaks or perhaps three sharp swords, while the leaf veins on either side elegantly twisted symmetrically along the central axis. How exquisite! How delicate! The three ladies were visibly moved, astonished that their esteemed adult could transform a mere leaf into such a stunning masterpiece. Next, we have Catherine's proposal. Nalente directly opened the third drawing, revealing a majestic eagle in flight, depicted in black and white, employing the abstract style reminiscent of Europe in his previous life. The eagle's wings soared above its head, each feather extending outward like sharp blades, exuding an aura of formidable sharpness. This eagle is so powerful. It seems perfectly befitting of our Lord's might. Sherry exclaimed in awe. Though his fire lizard bore a certain fierceness, its rounded form lacked the same sharpness. As for Vivian's leaf, while it was indeed intricate and beautiful, it leaned towards a more subdued elegance. Nalente smiled, presenting the final design. Wow, my lord. This little bird is stunning, even more so than the eagle. But, my lord, is that a fireball behind it? What kind of bird is this? It somewhat resembles little gray, though its tail is a bit long. It seems to soar within the fireball, and it appears to be ablaze. The fourth piece was Nalente's own creation. A resplendent fire phoenix spread its wings, encircled by a ring of blazing sun, the varying lengths of dashed lines symbolizing flames. At first glance, it appeared as though the phoenix was soaring amidst the scorching sun. Moreover, the wings of the fire phoenix were crafted with unparalleled sharpness, resembling curved blades, possessing a fierce intensity that surpassed even that of the eagle. However, despite his initial pride in his design, upon hearing Sherry's words, he felt an inexplicable urge to tease the little girl. Sherry, this is a fire phoenix, a divine bird that rivals the gods. Its entire body is enveloped in flames, its prowess on par with that of a dragon. Furthermore, that surrounding ring is not a fireball, but rather the blazing sun. Thus, its size is immense. Most importantly, it is immortal. Even after sustaining grievous wounds, it will rise from the ashes, reborn, and even stronger. I designed it with the hope that Storm Leader, under my guidance, would rise from the ashes like a phoenix, ultimately evolving into a formidable force that can shelter more fortunate women. Nalente gently tapped Sherry's little head and began to explain. Chapter 161. The firing of the blue bricks. The choice of the fire phoenix as the design element was not merely symbolic of this land of misfortune rising anew under his guidance. It also encapsulated the notion of the daughters of misfortune undergoing their own transformative rebirth in his presence. However, Nalente refrained from explicitly communicating this to the three women, as it would appear too contrived. Is that your opinion? What about Vivian and Catherine? Nalente inquired, glancing at the other two women. My lord, I believe the fire phoenix is far more exquisite than the sword leaf. Vivian exclaimed, promptly nodding in agreement with Sherry's suggestion. My lord, your design of the fire phoenix surpasses that of the eagle in both beauty and sharpness. It embodies your authority splendidly. Catherine added without hesitation. Their admiration was not mere flattery born from the fact that the fire phoenix was Nalente's creation. Both the eagle and the sword leaf possessed their own merits and shortcomings. While they were refined, they lacked presence, and those that were imposing did not exhibit delicacy. The fire phoenix, however, harmoniously encompassed elegance, vigor, and magnificence. Very well. It is settled then. Nalente discerned the sincerity in the expressions of the women and decisively made his resolution. This was easily understood. It was commonly said that Stormhold was a land of misfortune, as it frequently bore witness to the daughters of misfortune. Yet now, these daughters had transformed into daughters of fortune, congregating within his castle, making the name Fortune entirely fitting for the stronghold. Furthermore, the name of Misfortune Village was also changed to Fortune Village. Before departing, he gifted the sketches proposed by the three women to them. Oh, thank you, my lord. You are truly a generous gentleman. Sherry beamed as she embraced the drawings, unable to contain her joy. Vivian and Catherine also carefully tucked away their lord's creations. Upon seeing the blueprint of the fire phoenix, Thomas was utterly astonished. My lord, you are indeed a learned noble. I feel your knowledge rivals that of any baron or viscount. Nalente waved his hand dismissively, sensing the oddity in Thomas's subsequent comparison. While he might not match other nobles in combat prowess, his cultural refinement was undoubtedly superior to that of these rustic bumpkins. After all, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. My lord, outside the village of May, a towering kiln loomed, marking Nalante's experimental brick kiln. Open the kiln, and let us see the bricks inside, Nalante commanded, gesturing to the two serfs tasked with guarding the kiln. At his instruction, the serfs quickly set to work, using an iron rod to pry open the stones sealing the front of the kiln. Given the extreme temperatures during the firing process, they had employed a mixture of mud and stones for closure. With deft movements, the two serfs soon revealed an opening several centimeters wide. They then wrapped linen cloth around their hands and began extracting the bricks from within. Mario stood nearby, watching with great curiosity. He had previously heard of pottery firing, yet he understood that the process required an application of a secret glaze to create usable and durable ceramics. However, he was uncertain about what could be obtained by directly firing the soil and its potential uses. My lord. Soon, the first brick was extracted from the kiln, and the serf promptly wrapped it in burlap and presented it to Nalander. Ah, quite impressive. Nalander was slightly taken aback upon seeing the brick in his hand. Initially, he had pondered whether this first attempt at brick-making might fail, but as he squeezed the brick, he found its hardness indistinguishable from that of bricks from his previous life. More importantly, this blue brick was more refined and even than the red ones, thanks to the quality of the materials he had used. Excellent. Let us extract the other bricks as well. My lord, what purpose do these bricks serve once fired? Seeing Nalander smile, Mario finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though the fired clay appeared rather ordinary, the satisfaction of his lord indicated that his work was executed flawlessly. Indeed, this can be used for constructing various edifices, whether it be houses or walls. Constructing houses and walls? Mario was taken aback, regardless of whether the clay could be stacked that high. Wouldn't the structure collapse on rainy days? Nalander noticed his confusion and directly handed the blue brick to Mario. Upon handling it, Mario's eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, it has become remarkably hard. Indeed, once the soil is fired, it hardens. Moreover, it is no longer susceptible to rain. Nalander nodded. But my lord, it seems we did not apply any secret glaze upon it, did we? Why does the soil harden simply by being fired? Mario, that layer of glaze merely serves to make the pottery waterproof and somewhat more durable. However, even raw clay will harden once subjected to firing. Nalander was surprised by Mario's inquiry and casually provided an explanation. As for the more intricate and profound principles, he himself was uncertain. Subsequently, with the serfs' diligent efforts, all the dozens of blue bricks were extracted from the kiln. To test the strength of all the bricks, Nalander did not retain a single piece from this batch. Instead, he subjected them all to brutal testing with a hammer. The results of this violent examination revealed that these bricks possessed hardness comparable to that of the red bricks from his previous life, making them entirely suitable as construction materials. Haha. Unexpectedly, it succeeded on the first attempt. Nalander's heart brimmed with joy. Mario, let us commence the process of creating clay blocks, employing the method that minimizes cracking. As for manpower, recruit as necessary within the territory. Furthermore, continue to operate the kiln, repeating this process 2 more times to ensure that the results remain consistent with this batch. If the bricks prove to be sound, we shall initiate the construction of a large-scale brick kiln. Expand the construction based on this kiln's design. Yes, my lord. Chapter 162. A ship approaches the shore with the arrival of blue bricks. Nalante could commence his swift construction plan. After all, erecting stone walls with rock proved to be excessively costly. My lord. My lord. The voice belonged to Kenbi Nyofun. Nalante had been so preoccupied of late that he had not afforded Kenbi an opportunity to make an appearance. At this moment, Kenbi was breathless from his haste. Kenbi, why the urgency? My lord, a large ship has drifted to the shore. Finally arriving before Nalante, Kenbi spoke in gasps. What? A large ship has come ashore? Which family does it belong to? Nalante exclaimed with astonishment. Having been in this world for over 3 months, he had yet to encounter a vessel. My lord, I do not know. The ship appears somewhat dilapidated, stranded on the beach. And I observed for quite some time, but it seems there are no figures aboard. Oh, no one aboard? Could it be a derelict vessel? Nalante felt a surge of joy at this news. This could indeed be fortuitous. If it were truly abandoned, it would rightfully belong to him. However, the precise condition of the ship remained unknown. Without further hesitation, Nalante summoned his guards and proceeded toward the shore. Upon reaching the coastal rocks, Nalante indeed beheld a ship stranded upon the sand, swaying with the rhythm of the waves. This was a single-masted sailing vessel. Its sails tattered and its hull riddled with holes, devoid of any visible crew on the deck. Yet, Nalente and his companions could only stand upon the rocks and observe, unable to draw nearer. The ship had attracted a number of fishmen and sea monsters, who gathered to gawk and were attempting to board the vessel. These wretched little creatures. Nalente ground his teeth in frustration. It was no longer a matter of whether they could approach the ship. Should these fishmen and monsters wreak havoc upon it, the loss would be his, for it appeared to truly be an unclaimed treasure. Ding. As a coastal territory, your storm territory boasts an extensive shoreline. The ocean is an uncharted treasure trove. Yet the presence of fishmen and sea monsters hinders your exploration of this bounty. It is time to address this obstacle. Ding. System side quest. Drive away the fishmen and sea monsters, clearing at least a 3-kilometer-wide safe coastline. Quest reward. The arrival of 2 green sprites. A quest has been issued, and the reward explicitly states 2 green sprites. Nalente exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the system's task. Should other sprites emerge with something useless, it would be a loss, but green sprites were always a boon. My lord, I am here. Since Sherry and Vivian were currently engaged in rigorous training to cultivate their fighting spirit, Nalente had not brought them along today. Meanwhile, Catherine, due to her strong physical constitution from prolonged combat, could forego extensive training and focus solely on meditation. Now that the system had issued a quest, there was no time like the present to seize the day. Nalenter gazed upon the distant ships at sea, preparing himself for the battle he had long anticipated against those garrulous creatures. The beach of Stormlord Spire stretched over 10 miles, a feat too great for him to conquer in one sweep. However, he felt confident in claiming the 3-mile stretch of coastline. After more than 2 hours, the assembled forces finally arrived at the shore. Aside from Quake's squad of swordsmen, who were stationed to guard the castle, this was the entirety of Nalenter's fighting strength. My lord. Indeed, Raymond. I have summoned you here today to fight alongside me against those vile fishmen and sea monsters. Nalenter stated plainly, without any circumlocution. Currently, Raymond and his comrades had not yet been incorporated into the guard, thus combat was not their primary duty. Nevertheless, as lord, Nalenter possessed the authority to conscript all serfs within his domain. Yes, my lord. All of us wildlings are eager to heed your command and fight for you. Raymond responded immediately upon hearing Nalenter's words. He then turned and relayed the message to the other barbarian warriors in their native tongue. Kill, kill, kill. The other wildlings raised their crude weapons, echoing Raymond's sentiments with fervor. Excellent. Nalenter nodded in satisfaction. Vivian, Catherine, Sherry, you shall follow closely behind Raymond and provide them with support. Yes, my lord. All right, my lord. Sherry will do her utmost. The 3 women responded in unison, especially Sherry, whose youthful face blushed with excitement at the imminent battle. This girl, now perched atop a great fire lizard, refused to dismount. Noticing that the fishmen and sea monsters lacked ranged weaponry, Nalenter allowed her to remain. After all, Sherry would eventually command magical beasts, likely to accompany her to the battlefield. So it was better for her to acclimate now. Very well, let us commence. With that, Nalenter strode onto the beach. Grunt, grunt. Upon seeing Nalenter approach, the fishmen and sea monsters erupted in hostile cries. Deal with them. Nalenter commanded decisively, drawing his long sword with a sharp clang and issuing orders to his men. Kill. For the Lord. Kill. For the Lord. Raymond raised his large shield and charged into the throng of fishmen and sea monsters, his imposing figure and shield toppling 5 or 6 of the creatures in an instant. Following suit, the wildlings surged into the fray like ravenous wolves. Fireball, small fireball. We too shall strike. Drive these ugly brutes away. We crave great crabs and roasted oysters. Thud, thud, thud. Sherry commanded the fireballs, following closely behind. Nalenter felt a vain throb on his forehead. This girl was becoming increasingly audacious. Chapter 163. Boarding search in an instant. The beach erupted with cries of battle, as Vivian and Catherine joined the fray. This time, Nalenter refrained from engaging directly in combat, trusting that these fish-like sea monsters posed no significant threat to the barbarians' lives. Previously, the barbarians had managed to fend off thousands of these creatures with no casualties, even after being poisoned by him. Now, not only were they at the peak of their strength, but they also had the support of fire-breathing lizards and archers, making the confrontation with the sea monsters seem effortless. Despite the fierce presence of the barbarians, the fish monsters, having seemingly forgotten their past injuries, continued to bellow and clash recklessly with them. These creatures behaved like a persistent rash. Unless there were dedicated guards, they would return after a few days. Nalantar, observing the chaos from a distance, could not help but voice his frustration. However, as the battle wore on, the nearby fish monsters were gradually vanquished. After an hour of relentless combat, the remaining creatures began to scatter in disarray. Ding. System notification. Side quest completed. Clear a safe coastline of at least 3 miles. Reward. 2 green sprites have been issued. At that moment, Nalantar received a notification from the system, marking one of his swiftest task completions yet. Cease the pursuit. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Nalantar immediately called off the battle. His forces were still too few. Even a few thousand pigs could exhaust a man, let alone the multitude of fish monsters. Having fulfilled the system's quest, he decided not to continue clearing the remaining beach. Yes, my lord. Raymond and the others, having chased a few steps, halted, panting heavily. Nalantar approached them, offering words of encouragement, and instructed Kinby to gather villagers to bring fresh water and food before he made his way to the shore. My lord, what a magnificent ship. Do you think there are ghosts aboard? Shirley, perched atop a fire-breathing lizard, remained lively while the others were weary. There might be. Why don't you go ahead and check for me, Shirley? Nalantar replied with a hint of irritation. My lord, I dare not go alone, but I will send Little Gray to investigate. Shirley's head bobbed enthusiastically as she directed the small creature to ascend to the ship. My lord, Little Gray reports that the deck is empty and there are no signs of life. It even ventured through that hole and saw nothing. No signs of life? Vivian, please have the guards notify Kinby to bring forth the rafts, and also fetch the iron hooks and ropes from the cart. At this moment, Nalantar stood merely a few dozen meters from the beached vessel, allowing him to estimate its size. The ship measured approximately 30 meters in length and about 6 meters in width. With a height of around 2.5 to 3 meters above the water, a modest size by maritime standards. Nalantar found himself intrigued about its origins. Observing the marks on the hull of the vessel, it was evident that it had been adrift at sea for an extended period. Driven by curiosity, Nalan swiftly set out to sea upon the wooden raft, which was a remnant from his previous endeavor of capturing the elusive flying fish. Still propelled by the makeshift oars crafted from cow dung. With a resounding thud, the raft collided with the ship, and Nalan deftly cast the iron hook, which soared effortlessly onto the ship's railing. I shall ascend first. You remain here, he instructed, securing the rope before scaling the side of the vessel. Upon reaching the deck, Nalan was met with signs of scorching. Had they encountered pirates? Without expending much effort, he easily clambered onto the ship's railing. The deck lay in disarray, with numerous areas visibly charred, yet there were no signs of human remains. Remaining vigilant, Nalan traversed the deck, finding it barren save for a few scattered items. Satisfied that the deck posed no immediate danger, he made his way toward the captain's cabin at the rear of the ship. To ascertain a vessel's origins, one often relies on the nautical logs or the captain's diary. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, releasing a musty odor that had lingered for ages. Inside, the captain's quarters were equally chaotic, littered with broken jars and debris. Nalan, undeterred by the disorder, stepped inside as the air began to circulate. It appeared ransacked. Could it truly be the work of pirates? After scouring the room, he found no items of worth, not even a single book. The sole large wooden desk in the room had its drawers ajar, all empty, as if it had been thoroughly plundered. However, this desk stood out. While other wooden surfaces showed signs of mold, it remained remarkably dry, adorned with intricate carvings on its legs and corners. Nalan, having gradually acclimated to this fantastical realm, recognized that such craftsmanship indicated significant value. In the realm of the Onyx Duchy, such artistry was typically reserved for the nobility. Might there be a concealed compartment within? At that moment, Nalan recalled a peculiar habit of the aristocracy, their penchant for creating hidden compartments in exquisite furniture. For instance, his study desk had once concealed a secret space, though he had found it empty upon discovery. Moreover, tales from films of his previous life often depicted similar scenarios. Undeterred by his lack of findings, Nalan became increasingly convinced of the possibility and began to examine the desk with fervor, tapping and probing. Knock, 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 bang. There truly was something unusual. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Based on the sound, it appeared to emanate from behind the top drawer. Nalan promptly positioned himself in front, removed the empty drawer, and leaned in to inspect the interior. Upon observing the depths of the compartment, Nalan discerned an anomaly. Although the drawer appeared to have reached its innermost limit, calculations based on the dimensions of the desk suggested there remained a space of 7 or 8 centimeters. Yet, that space was conspicuously absent. Nalente understood that no one would construct such a desk with a wooden slab exceeding 10 centimeters in thickness. Thus, if there were no concealed compartments, he could consume the entire table. With this thought in mind, he extended his hand to explore within, and soon his fingers brushed against a small protruding wooden peg in the corner. With a decisive press, a crisp sound resonated from within. As he peered inside, he noticed that the previously flat bottom had revealed a smaller drawer that had sprung forth. Nalente chuckled with glee, as if he had pilfered treasure from the estate of a wealthy landowner, and promptly retrieved a small box from the hidden compartment. Let me see what treasures lie within. Chapter 164. Enchanted Jewelry. Placing the box upon the table, Nalente eagerly rubbed his hands together in anticipation of unveiling its contents. To his astonishment, he discovered an exquisite necklace adorned with gemstones and a silver ring, along with an ancient tome. This revelation brought an exuberant smile to Nalente's face. After all, the necklace alone appeared to be worth no less than 7 or 8 gold coins. Wait, inscribed upon it were intricate runes. Yet, in the next instant, Nalente noticed something peculiar. The necklace bore delicate and complex inscriptions. These runes were so minuscule that one might mistake them for mere decorative patterns at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the lines formed a coherent pattern, filled with golden paint, akin to those found on other enchanted weapons and armor. With unwavering focus, Nalente began to sense the magical fluctuations emanating from the gemstone necklace. Astonishingly, it was indeed an enchanted item. Could it be that the ship's captain had previously acquired it from dark creatures? Yet, why had he never heard of enchanted jewelry before? Nalente gasped in astonishment. He had never even heard whispers of such magical adornments. Despite his surprise, curiosity ignited within him regarding the necklace's potential abilities, prompting him to lift it. However, before attempting to wear it, he furtively glanced towards the door. Although he was undoubtedly alone aboard the ship, a twinge of embarrassment washed over him, for the necklace's design was unmistakably feminine. The necklace was exquisitely crafted, featuring 3 blue gemstones, one the size of an egg, while the other 2 resembled pigeon eggs. The arrangement of the gems formed a vertical pattern, perfectly suited for noble ladies donning elegant gowns. Regardless, he decided to test its effects. Succumbing to his curiosity, Nalente donned the necklace around his neck. Instantly, he gasped in astonishment. It bestowed a clarity of mind akin to that of consuming an intelligence fruit. As he experienced the necklace's effects, his amazement deepened. A mere necklace rivaled the potency of a single intelligence fruit, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Previously, he had known enchanted items to enhance only weapons and armor, never having heard of one that directly impacted the human body. While the necklace's effects might seem trivial compared to systematic enhancements, its mere existence would undoubtedly astonish others. But why did this seemingly ordinary ring accompany it? In the next moment, Nalente picked up the other piece of jewelry. The ring was devoid of any distinguishing features, its surface smooth and silver white, resembling a simple iron band. During his earlier examination, he had not detected any magical fluctuations emanating from it. Wait, there were inscriptions on the inner band. How could it not exhibit any magical resonance? Was it perhaps defective? As Nalente scrutinized the ring intently, he discovered something peculiar on its inner band, intricate engravings that surpassed even those on the necklace. However, this revelation only deepened his confusion, for the engraved ring exhibited no signs of magical resonance. Without hesitation, Nalente adorned his middle finger with the ring. Just then, an unexpected jolt coursed through him, more intense than his earlier reaction to the magical necklace. Before his eyes, a bizarre vortex materialized, a dark abyss that seemed capable of swallowing a person whole. Could this be a spatial ring? After the initial shock, he observed that the ominous vortex remained suspended before him, devoid of immediate peril, allowing his emotions to settle somewhat. With his composure restored, he sensed a faint connection between himself and the small black void, as if an unspoken pact had been forged between them. The thought of entering it crossed his mind, and drawing upon the countless web novels he had perused in his past life, Nalente devised a means to validate his hypothesis. He focused his attention on a pen holder resting on the ground, and in an instant, it vanished at the behest of his will. When he peered back into the black hole, the pen holder had mysteriously reappeared within it. Come back, he willed again. and the pen holder materialized back onto the tabletop. Eureka! It was indeed a spatial ring. This world truly possessed such wonders. Having confirmed his suspicions, Nalente could hardly contain his joy. What other extraordinary phenomena lay hidden within this realm? Although the ring's spatial capacity was modest, not exceeding 1 square meter, it felt as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. He realized how little he comprehended about this world. Questions lingered about the origins of dark creatures and the existence of legendary dragons. The whereabouts of the races capable of crafting such extraordinary magical artifacts remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Perhaps, once he amassed sufficient resources, he could venture to uncover these secrets. Once more, he examined the ring, only to find it still devoid of any magical fluctuations even during use. While he could not fathom the reason for this anomaly, it only served to amplify his satisfaction. Should this discovery leak to others, it might attract unwanted covetousness. Thus, discretion was paramount. With a mere thought, he closed the vortex-like space. As everything returned to its original state, he turned his attention to the final object within the wooden box. It was an ancient tome bound in leather, its cover adorned with several large characters that presumably indicated the title of the work. Yet, to his astonishment, Nalente realized he recognized none of the script. It was not the common language of the continent. Could there be other continents in this world? A sense of curiosity welled within him. While there were indeed a few localized dialects on the continent, they were exceedingly rare and lacked a rich written tradition. Nalente directly opened the cover of the book and began to leaf through its pages. This tome contained no fewer than 20 pages, filled with tens of thousands of words. The sheer volume of text indicated that this civilization must have reached a significant level of development. In contrast, the barbaric tribes, despite possessing some pictographic symbols, lacked the capacity to compose even a few hundred words in a diary or to record an event in its entirety. Never mind. Pondering this further would be futile. There remains the cabin yet to be explored. Ah, what a delightful prospect. Nalente exited the captain's quarters with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 165. New species. Upon exiting the captain's quarters, Nalente proceeded directly to the hold. The ladder to the hold lay just beneath the captain's chamber. Although devoid of torches, the few breaches in the ship's hull allowed Nalente to discern the state of the hold with some difficulty. The scene within was one of utter disarray, with numerous wooden barrels and crates strewn across the floor. What on earth is that foul stench? It rivals the pungent aroma of stinky tofu from my previous life. As he reached the bottom of the hold, a peculiar odor assaulted Nalente's nostrils, prompting him to cover his nose instinctively. Carefully scrutinizing the direction from whence the odor emanated, Nalente made a startling discovery in the middle of the hold. There lay a considerable number of wooden crates, many of which had toppled over, their lids ajar. To his astonishment, the interiors of these crates were filled with soil, from which an assortment of weeds had sprouted. Surely this cannot be. Please do not tell me that these weeds are the new species. As he observed the grass growing in the soil within the crates, an ominous premonition crept into Nalente's mind. The grass was not a vibrant green. Instead, it bore a subtle hue of purple. Nalente was certain he had never encountered such weeds before. Thus, he approached to investigate further, only to unearth an even more despairing truth. The noxious odor permeating the hold was indeed emanating from the purple grass. Could it be that my task was completed too swiftly, prompting the system to offer such a lackluster reward? A faint sorrow washed over him, though he could not yet conclude the utility of this grass. Might there be another new species lurking about? Surely they cannot all be confined to this hold. Nalente pondered. Given the system's nature, this was quite likely, and he pressed deeper into the hold. Ah, indeed. As he ventured further, he stumbled upon several more overturned crates, and within them lay the second new plant. However, the emergence of this new species brought a spark of joy to Nalente's countenance, for he recognized it. It was sweet potato, known as digua. This delightful tuber was familiar to all in Huagua, and it was not only filling but also delectable. Whether roasted, boiled, or even eaten raw, it was a versatile delight. Yet, the most crucial aspect was its high yield. This time, I am fortunate indeed. The system has truly delivered. With this, the greatest limitation on the development of my territory has instantaneously vanished. Nalente's attitude toward the system resembled that of a fickle lover. He treated its benevolence as precious. Yet should the system falter, he would not hesitate to express his dissatisfaction. At this moment, the appearance of the sweet potato made him forget the resentment he had harbored moments earlier due to the purple weeds. What remarkable fortune! Had it not been for the gaping holes in the ship's hull allowing sunlight to filter in, even with the presence of soil in the crates, it is likely that both the sweet potatoes and those purple weeds would have long since rotted away. At this moment, several wooden crates before Nayland contained sweet potatoes that had sprouted vines. Although they were somewhat diminutive, indicating a lack of nutrients, their survival was nonetheless a reassuring sign. After confirming that only 2 new species were present in the cabin, with no other discoveries, Nayland covered his nose and exited the ship's hold. "Sir, what did you find aboard the large vessel?" As soon as Nayland disembarked, Sherry approached him with eager anticipation, while Vivian and Catherine awaited with curiosity. Aside from some miscellaneous items, there were not many belongings on the ship. However, I did uncover 2 new plants, one of which appears to be edible. "Wow, something that can be eaten? Sir, is it tasty?" Without further delay, he commanded Kimby the cow dung to gather the villagers from Lucky Village, instructing them to transport the logs they had previously stored after felling trees to the beach, specifically directing them to strip the bark. His intention was to drag the ship ashore today, as unloading the cargo would be nearly impossible otherwise. Moreover, despite the ship having several large holes, the hold remained dry, as the breaches were above the waterline. Thus, with some repairs, it could still serve as a vessel capable of coastal navigation. For Nayland, this represented a significant fortune that could not be left adrift at sea, lest it be swept away by the currents. Once the logs and ropes were prepared, Nayland was ready to board the ship once more. "Sir, are you planning to pull this massive vessel onto the beach?" Kimby the cow dung's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a colossal object could hardly be dragged ashore. Not only he, but even Vivian, Catherine, and the others felt it was an impossibility, considering it was over 30 meters long. "Indeed, Kimby the cow dung, do you have any objections?" Nayland noted the group's skepticism, aware that as their lord, he possessed the capability to undertake such a feat. He perceived this as an opportune moment to demonstrate his prowess. Intending to use Kimby the cow dung as a foil in this display, with a serious countenance, he addressed him. "Sir, I have no objections. I wouldn't dare." Kimby the cow dung shrank back, realizing it was folly to suggest that a ship of such magnitude could be dragged across sand, even with 100 savages. "That's wise. Now, let us return to the ship." Subsequently, Nayland boarded the ship again, securing over 10 thick hemp ropes at various points along the bow. Once everything was in place, he gathered Raymond and the other savages. "Raymond, commence." Once the savages were divided into 10 groups and grasped the ropes, Nayland gave the command, "Pull." In an instant, the savages exerted their strength, and the ship began to shift under their collective effort. However, as the vessel neared the beach, the pace of the pull slowed, and the savages grew increasingly fatigued. Kimby the cow dung, witnessing this, lowered his head, fearful that the failure to move the ship would result in Nayland unleashing his wrath upon him for his earlier doubts. "Stop." Nayland, perceptive of the situation, promptly commanded the cessation of the barbaric actions. After Kimby the fool halted the ruffians, Nayland turned his gaze toward the ostrich-like Kimby. "My lord, I am here." Kimby's face paled. "Go instruct the villagers to bring all the logs over." "Why, yes, my lord." Kimby the fool felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hurried off to comply. Before long, logs were being delivered to the beach, and under Nayland's orders, they were laid across the sand. "Raymond, resume the pulling." "Yes, my lord." With that command, as the barbaric forces exerted themselves once more, the previously stagnant ship began to move, astonishingly faster than it had in the water. This left Kimby the fool in a state of shock, while the 3 women beside him displayed expressions of astonishment. "Kimby, this is the value of wisdom. The vessel's hull, long submerged, becomes slick. And once the logs are stripped of their bark, they too become smooth. Thus, even when dragged ashore, it is not more challenging than in the sea. As the esteemed leader of Lucky Village, I hope you will learn to ponder more deeply in the future." Nayland casually imparted his wisdom. "Yes, my lord is magnificent. My lord is sagacious. I, Kimby, have learned." Kimby the fool immediately fawned over him. Meanwhile, the 3 women gazed at Nayland with admiration. "Now, go instruct the villagers to reposition the exposed logs to the front. It is safer for the ship to be pulled alongside the thicket." Sensing the admiration from the 3 women, Nayland felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded with the authority befitting a lord as he commanded Kimby. Chapter 166. The Barbarian Guard. Once the ship was fully dragged ashore and secured with wooden stakes to prevent it from capsizing in the strong winds, Nayland instructed Kimby to bring wooden planks to serve as a bridge. Nalintor hesitated to relocate the lush purple weeds and sweet potatoes, uncertain if they would survive the transfer. Thus, the optimal course of action was to maintain the status quo, allowing the villagers to water and tend to the plants. He planned to wait for the night of the meteor shower. Once he acquired the 2 green sprites, he would confidently transplant them. With the protection of the green sprites, any living plant could thrive, showcasing the sprite's formidable prowess. With the ship situation resolved, Nalintor surveyed the now-cleared stretch of beach and commanded Kenby to assemble a team of 20 foraging for crabs and collecting oysters. He insisted that Kenby teach the team to swim, ensuring that the fishmen and sea monsters would not forget their past injuries. Nalintor felt it was imperative to expedite the formation of the barbarian guard. Master, we barbarians, aside from the elderly and children, are all capable of fighting. Please give us your commands, and we shall fight for you. Raymond and the others were still somewhat unclear about the distinction between guards and ordinary villagers. In the tribes of the grasslands, anyone capable of wielding a weapon was deemed a formidable warrior. Today's battle still involved all hands on deck. Raymond, once you become a guard, the barbarian warriors will no longer need to engage in farming or labor, but will train in combat techniques daily. Although your fighting strength is formidable, without sufficient skill, relying solely on brute force leads to significant waste of potential. With long-term training, 50 barbarian warriors could match the effectiveness of your current 100. I notice many of the warriors are now grandfathers. They need not fight at their age, but rather engage in lighter tasks and enjoy life in the territory. As for the guards, the castle will provide for their sustenance and living arrangements, allowing them to focus on their combat duties. Yes, my lord, Raymond understands. Excellent. From these 50, select the 10 strongest barbarian warriors. I intend for them to accompany Catherine in learning swordsmanship, eventually serving as my personal guards. With an increase in manpower, Nalintor prepared to refine the strength at his disposal. However, this would often lead to the guard's time being squandered. For instance, if a guard was training but Nalintor suddenly needed to leave, they would have to halt their training to ensure his safety. This would significantly impact the training progress of the guards, who still needed to cultivate their fighting spirit. Thus, he decided to allocate a contingent of elite guards, whose sole responsibility would be the protection of Nalintor, exempt from the duties of guarding the castle or ensuring the safety of the territory. Yes, my lord. Although he did not fully comprehend the significance of the elite guard, Raymond felt a surge of enthusiasm at the prospect of training in swordsmanship under Catherine's guidance. Meanwhile, Catherine opened her mouth to speak, but Vivian suddenly grasped her arm and whispered a few words, prompting a look of surprise on Catherine's face, after which she remained silent. The formation of this barbarian guard was met with fervent enthusiasm from the barbarian community, who perceived it as a gracious gift from their lord. After all, in the past, they had to fight not only for survival but also to secure food, often finding their efforts insufficient to sustain their families due to their substantial appetites. Now, hearing that becoming guards would ensure their provisions and remuneration, the barbarians felt deeply grateful. Ultimately, Raymond successfully selected 50 young and robust barbarian warriors, who were escorted to the castle the following day. I, Raymond, hereby vow before the god of the prairie, that we pledge our loyalty to Lord Nalintor and shall fight to the death for him. I, Big Stone, also vow before the god of the prairie. At the gentle slope of the castle, Raymond knelt with the 50 barbarian warriors, solemnly uttering their oath. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall serve as my guards of Nalintor. I shall remain steadfast by your side and take responsibility for you and your families. Nalintor accepted the barbarians' unconventional pledge of loyalty with great satisfaction. Yes, my lord, we pledge our lives to your service. Your remuneration will be the same as that of Quick and his men, 30 copper coins per day, and the castle will also provide for your food and shelter. Additionally, if there are any light tasks within the territory, your families will be prioritized for them. Yes, my lord, your captain will continue to be Raymond. However, prior to that, Raymond, have you selected the 10 strongest barbarian warriors as I instructed? These 10 will serve as elite guards and will receive even greater compensation. My lord, that. Upon hearing Nalintor's inquiry, Raymond appeared somewhat troubled. Raymond, speak freely. Nalintor gestured dismissively. My lord, I truly cannot decide. They all wish to train in swordsmanship under Miss Catherine. To the barbarians, Catherine was akin to a guardian deity, and the opportunity to learn swordsmanship from her was immensely appealing. Therefore, after the announcement was made yesterday, every young barbarian was determined to prove themselves strongest, eager to follow Catherine in her training. In the past, such matters could be resolved through competition, but now, in the storm territory, there was no suitable venue in the village of May, which led to delays. Haha, I was curious about what was troubling you. Let us have a contest. Nalintor chuckled, acknowledging that it was indeed challenging to ascertain who among the barbarians was the strongest. Apart from Raymond, who stands out as a figure of remarkable stature, the others appear to be robust and formidable, possessing arms that could rival those of a horse. Chapter 167. The equipment of the barbarians. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving permission, Raymond did not need to make any arrangements. He simply commanded the young barbarians to roll up their sleeves and commence their battles. The method of combat was straightforward, a challenge system where each participant had the opportunity to enter the fray. To emerge victorious, one needed to endure 5 consecutive challenges without defeat. However, should someone fail to reach 5 challenges due to a lack of willing opponents, they would still be deemed the victor. Furthermore, to prevent continuous dueling, a victorious combatant could take a respite and choose a subsequent time to re-enter the arena. Thus, the young barbarians outside the castle engaged in a chaotic melee. Through this tumultuous encounter, Nalintor discovered a formidable barbarian, apart from Raymond. This young warrior, after vanquishing his foes, did not opt for rest. Instead, he readily accepted the subsequent challenges posed by 2 of his tribesmen. Remarkably, this barbarian triumphed in all 3 contests, and thereafter, none dared to challenge him. Raymond, what is the name of this young man? Nalintor inquired, visibly pleased. My lord, he is called Big Stone, the one who was bitten by the fiery wolf a few days ago. Ah, splendid. Soon, the selection of the barbarian personal guards was complete. Though each bore bruises and scrapes, their faces were alight with joy. Nalintor shared their delight. As their commander, he had not only prepared them to learn swordsmanship from Catherine, but also devised an array of rigorous training regimens. For instance, while other soldiers might run along dirt paths, Nalintor intended to have them sprint through the wilderness and forests. Moreover, he planned a series of challenging exercises: nighttime ambushes to attract mosquitoes, daytime swimming in the sea, rising early to wade through mud pits, and scaling cliffs after dark. He was determined to put them through a comprehensive training program. Now, the 10 of you come forth to meet Captain Catherine. Yes, my lord. Several of the barbarian guards eagerly approached, ready to meet Captain Catherine. Excellent. Catherine, having already learned of their remarkable talents from Vivian, no longer doubted her ability to train these barbarians effectively. Very well, let us commence training. Catherine instructed. Raymond, you shall follow Vivian to learn how to line up and march in step. With the selection of the barbarian guards concluded, Nalintor personally proceeded to John the blacksmith's workshop. Greetings, my lord. Upon hearing the commotion and realizing it was Nalintor arriving, John quickly knelt and bowed in respect. Rise, John. These days, John the blacksmith forged iron with a smile, and his previously dim workshop had been tidied up remarkably. As for sustenance, Nalintor had graciously permitted him to bring food from the castle, not only as an act of kindness, but also to prevent John from being delayed by mundane daily concerns. Additionally, Thomas intended to dispatch someone to Tulip City in a few days to enlist the services of a more skilled jeweler. In this world, an exceptional blacksmith is often also a master of gold and silver craftsmanship, as they primarily forge weapons and armor for the noble elite. The aristocracy, in their quest to display opulence and authority, requires that these armaments not only serve their fundamental purpose but also possess an aesthetic allure. Elaborate engravings and the embedding of gemstones and gold upon iron armor or sword hilts are common practices. Thus, John excels in these intricate tasks as well. My lord, please instruct me, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your requests. Firstly, I possess a piece of beastly rhinoceros hide. Please assist me in crafting it into leather armor, with 3 pieces designated for Catherine, Vivian, and Shelley. If there are any remnants, they shall be fashioned into armor for myself. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing of the beastly rhinoceros hide, and knowing it would include a portion for his daughter, John's demeanor became even more respectful. Moreover, I require the creation of 40 battle axes for the barbarians. These need not be as exquisite as the last batch. The axe handles may be fashioned from wood, and I happen to have an abundance of extraordinary swordwood trees in my domain. Additionally, forge 50 long shields, each half the weight of the previous massive shields, with designs of your choosing, ensuring that 10 of them are crafted with added elegance. 50 sets of leather armor must also be produced, tailored to the physiques of the barbarians. Should the worn leather armor fail to yield sufficient materials, You may directly consult Thomas at the castle regarding any necessary resources, as we possess a considerable supply of beast hides. As the barbarian guard is to be established, their equipment must be upgraded. It is unacceptable for them to wield crude weapons like wooden clubs or stone hammers. Otherwise, the notion of enhancing combat effectiveness, as stated by Nalanth, would be utterly ludicrous. Nalanth has divided the weaponry for the barbarians into two categories. The first is for the personal guards, who will wield great swords. As they accompany me to other noble castles, the use of axes would invite derision from their peers. In the eyes of the nobility, the long sword is regarded as the quintessential weapon, particularly in formal settings. The personal guards will study swordsmanship under Catherine's tutelage, further preparing them for the proficient use of long swords in the future. Conversely, the ordinary barbarian guards under Raymond may wield great axes, as these are more suited to their strength and capabilities, unlike their personal guards who will not have the luxury of advancing their swordsmanship. Additionally, Nalanth has prepared short spears for the barbarians, which may serve as both melee weapons and throwing javelins. Few among the barbarians utilize bows, as their formidable strength renders conventional longbows inadequate. Yet, due to their extraordinary arm strength, practice with throwing spears will surely yield results rivaling those of archers. Yes, my lord. John, upon receiving such a multitude of tasks from Nalanth without a moment's hesitation, agreed without negotiating terms. Naturally, Nalanth would ensure that John would not be shortchanged. Continuing, John, discuss with Thomas the total materials required for the forging of these weapons and armor. Additionally, I will ensure that your wages are compensated at the rate befitting the chief blacksmith of Tulip City. Chapter 168. Andrew's Messenger, my lord. John is more than willing to forge weapons for you without demanding excessive remuneration. A payment commensurate with that of a common blacksmith will suffice. Nalanth did not press further, considering that even if John were to receive payment, it would be of little use to him. Thus, he deemed it more fitting to offer material rewards instead. In the ensuing days, everything in the territory proceeded as planned by Nalanth. The barbarian guards began to learn proper stances and marching under the alternating instruction of Quake and Vivian. Although the barbarians were less adept than the original guards, utterly unable to distinguish left from right, their progress was evident day by day, thanks to Nalanth's foundational teachings. For the time being, Nalanth need not concern himself with the guards. Meanwhile, the second kiln in the territory had successfully produced bricks, all of which met the requisite strength standards. Just like the first batch, in light of this development, Nalanth made the decision to halt the construction of the stone houses in the square, directing the stonemasons to prioritize the erection of the large brick kiln instead. Nalanth arrived at this conclusion after realizing that building houses from stone was prohibitively costly and painfully slow. With the availability of blue bricks, he could construct the town more economically and expediently. Recently, the caravans visiting the territory had been coming with increasing frequency. However, the ongoing construction projects had yet to conclude, thus failing to attract these merchants to linger overnight. The slow pace of the stone house construction was not solely due to the inherent difficulty of the craft, but also stemmed from the insufficient number of craftsmen available. Upon receiving Mario's report, Nalanth promptly issued a directive mandating that each stonemason and carpenter select 3 youths to serve as apprentices. This notification was compulsory. However, Nalanth offered compensation. For each craftsman who successfully filled the 3 apprentice slots, their daily wages would increase by 10 copper coins. Furthermore, should these apprentices officially complete their training, a one-time silver coin reward would be bestowed. With such incentives, the craftsmen were eager to comply, each selecting youths they deemed suitable as apprentices. John, upon learning of this, did not refuse. However, he did stipulate a condition. He wished to recruit only barbarian apprentices. Nalanth perceived that John's reluctance towards apprentices stemmed from the earlier incident involving Catherine's denunciation. Nonetheless, out of respect for him, Nalanth acquiesced to this request. John's preference for barbarian apprentices was grounded in the belief that, despite their fierce exterior, the barbarians possessed a simple and honest nature, devoid of ulterior motives, which led him to propose this condition. Nalanth readily agreed, prioritizing the need for blacksmiths, regardless of whether they were common serfs or barbarians. Moreover, the barbarians had the advantage of considerable strength, making them ideally suited for the craft of blacksmithing. In addition to the developments in Mail Village, the clam digging activities in Lucky Village were flourishing. Thanks to the ocean's resources remaining underexploited, large crabs and oysters were being delivered to the castle in abundance these days. However, This situation has rendered the castle somewhat overwhelmed. After all, crabs cannot simply be turned into dried crab, and preparing dried oysters lacks charm. Consequently, Nalante instructed Chef Rose to bring along 2 apprentices selected from the fortunate young girls of the village. These girls would learn the culinary arts under her guidance. And whenever a merchant caravan arrived in May Village, they would be entrusted with the task of roasting oysters for sale. This initiative was met with enthusiasm from the merchants, and the villagers of May also welcomed it, for the roasted oysters were truly delectable. Although each roasted oyster was priced at 2 copper coins, both the merchant caravans that had traveled arduous paths to Storm Ridge and the temporarily relieved villagers were more than willing to spend a little to savor this unprecedented delicacy. "Sir, a messenger has arrived from outside the castle, claiming to be sent by Lord Andrew." On that morning, Nalante was practicing his combat energy when Thomas came to report in the back garden. "A messenger sent by my father? Have him wait for me in the hall." Upon hearing this, Nalante ceased his training. After a brief wash with the assistance of his maid, Lilia, he made his way into the inner castle. However, as soon as he entered, he was met with a pungent smell of sulfur. Naturally, Nalante was already aware of this scent, as the castle's renovation work had commenced. According to Thomas, prior to the renovations, a thorough cleaning of every corner of the castle, including the storerooms and cellars, was in order. Interestingly, before the pest control measures took place, there had been a small incident. The day before, upon learning that sulfur existed in this world, Nalante had been quite excited and had inquired whether Thomas possessed saltpeter. As a time traveler, gunpowder was a familiar concept to him. However, the response from Thomas was disappointing. He did not even know what saltpeter was. This transformed Nalante's excitement into disillusionment. Fortunately, this world was a realm of extraordinary fantasy, and even if gunpowder were available, it would merely serve as an embellishment for him as a time traveler, prompting Nalante to ultimately dismiss the notion of gunpowder from his mind. Covering his nose, he proceeded to the hall, where a messenger awaited him. "Greetings, Master Nalante." It was Captain Crow, and Nalante was pleasantly surprised to find that his father had sent him. Upon recognizing the visitor, Nalante realized that this was one of his father's guards, someone he had previously trained in swordsmanship with. "Master Nalante, you have changed remarkably." As someone familiar with Nalante, Crow immediately noticed the transformation. Previously known as the timid one among the 3 siblings, Nalante had walked with a hesitant and slow demeanor. Now, however, his strides were steady, and his presence exuded confidence, marked by a warm and assured smile that made him seem like a completely different person. "Captain Crow, people do grow, and challenging circumstances can indeed accelerate the forging of one's character. Thus, I have matured." Nalante replied with a smile, offering a reasonable explanation. "Captain Crow, let us sit down and converse." Master Nayland said it rightly. "I believe the esteemed gentleman will undoubtedly be delighted upon meeting you in person." Crow nodded earnestly and, at Nayland's invitation, took a seat on the adjacent bench. He then continued, "Master Nayland, this is the letter that the esteemed gentleman entrusted me to deliver to you." Crow extracted a letter from his breast pocket. Nayland accepted the letter, verified the integrity of the wax seal, and then proceeded to tear it open to inspect its contents. "Sir Vurud is willing to compensate me with a shop?" Chapter 169. Compensation from Vurud. Within the envelope were 2 sheets of stationery. Upon withdrawing the first sheet, Nalanter was taken aback. The content of this letter pertained to the resolution regarding Sir Vurud. His father, Andrew, had informed him that although he could physically assault Vurud due to his noble status, he could not genuinely punish him. Instead, he handed the relevant evidence over to Count Tulip, who subsequently referred Vurud to the Noble Council of Tulip City for adjudication. During the deliberations of the Noble Council, despite the testimonies from several members of the Quint Guard, Sir Vurud maintained his innocence, denying any involvement in the matter. He consistently claimed ignorance of any acquaintance with Quint, asserting that he had been misled by his subordinates. While he had indeed dispatched the merchant convoy, he had entrusted the personnel management to the steward of his estate. However, the steward, overwhelmed by guilt, took his own life within Vurud's estate during the council's proceedings. Consequently, although this incident undeniably implicated Sir Vurud, there was insufficient evidence to demonstrate a direct connection between the Quint Guard and Vurud himself. Ultimately, the Noble Council sought Andrew's opinion on whether he wished to pursue a settlement. Should he choose reconciliation, negotiations for compensation with Vurud would ensue. Conversely, if he opted against it, more evidence would need to be gathered, even if it were merely to establish a close connection between Vurud and Quint. which could substantiate the charge of conspiracy against a noble. In such a case, the penalties could range from the revocation of his title to execution by hanging. Due to the considerable distance, Andrew was unable to consult Nalantar, and he ultimately deemed it most prudent to secure the benefits at hand. From a friend, Andrew had learned that it was quite possible Sir Varud genuinely did not know Quint, as Varud's merchant convoy had primarily operated in the vicinity of Tulip City and had not ventured into the Count's domain. Therefore, Andrew personally negotiated the compensation with Varud, acquiring a shop valued at over 60 gold coins. Young Master Nalantar, Andrew believed, was likely correct in his suspicion that Sir Varud was indeed unaware of Quint, suggesting that he may have been manipulated by others. It was rumored that Sir Varud had grown close to Viscount Alden, which could explain how he managed to re-establish himself quickly in Tulip City following his bankruptcy. Upon seeing Nalantar finish the first sheet, Crow spoke up to elucidate further. Nalantar nodded, recognizing that this aligned with his initial conjecture, confirming Alden's involvement was not unexpected, although they had failed to deliver a fatal blow to Varud. Securing 60 gold coins as compensation was still a commendable outcome, akin to a ransom for his life. Nalantar then turned his attention to the subsequent content, which detailed Andrew's insights regarding the incursion into Quint's territory. Andrew noted that Count Tulip had yet to receive any complaints from Count Blackiron, which alleviated concerns on that front. The Varud incident had indeed encroached upon the interests of the Tulip family, prompting them to dispatch a messenger to seek an explanation from Count Blackiron. Nalantar was compelled to draw the dark creatures towards him, and in the end, they vanquished these sinister beings, rescuing none other than Quint himself. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that both parties' culpabilities might ultimately cancel each other out. As for the reward that Nalantar received, it is likely that a portion will need to be returned, such as that piece of territory and the trebuchet. The elves regarded the Count's family as a mere trifle, yet the territory and the trebuchet pertained significantly to the dignity of a noble house. Andrew advised Nalantar that, should he be required to relinquish some spoils, he must not lament, for even acquiring a mere elf would be a gain. On the surface, there was nothing to worry about. Andrew's true concern lay in whether the Iron Count would secretly dispatch someone to attack him. Hence, he urged Nalantar to station more subordinates to patrol the borders. If any danger were to arise, it was imperative to flee the castle with his men at the first opportunity, for the power of a noble family is indeed formidable. To think he would expect me to regurgitate what I've consumed, Quint, is truly delusional. Nalantar muttered, smacking his lips. Naturally, he was loath to forfeit the benefits he had reaped, especially since he still held leverage over Quint. After perusing the first sheet of parchment, Nalantar turned to the second, which contained information that took him by surprise. It pertained to the birthday celebration of Stella. Andrew informed him that he had received word that the noble lord would closely assess the performance of each contender during this celebration. Upon reading this, Nalantar's heart raced with excitement. In the past, the noble lord would occasionally visit the vassals' territories during this time as a gesture of goodwill. However, this year, the focus on the contenders suggested a desire for Miss Stella to engage more with these suitors. For Nalantar, whether Miss Stella interacted with anyone was inconsequential. What mattered was that nobles from other territories would likely attend, significantly altering their perception of the stormed territory. It seemed preparation was in order. Initially, Nalantar thought he need only avoid being overshadowed by the other contenders, but now, this visit held greater significance for him than for any other suitor. Although the expectation of performing excellently appeared to be an elusive goal, it was universally acknowledged that satisfying Miss Stella would equate to a commendable performance. While the Barrick family may not possess the wealth of others, Andrew would still sponsor Nalantar with 10 gold coins. He had instructed Crow to bring them, allowing Nalantar to procure gifts himself in Tulip City. With a deep breath, Nalantar reflected on Andrew's unwavering support, even as he stepped forth as a lord. Andrew remained considerate. He understood that allocating 10 gold coins for the purchase of gifts was a substantial expense for Andrew. Upon seeing Nalantar grasp the second sheet of parchment, Crow presented him with a small black pouch and a parchment contract, presumably containing the gold and the agreement concerning the compensation for the shop. Young Master Nalantar, these are the gold coins and the shop contract that the Lord wished for me to deliver to you. At this moment, Crow handed over the pouch of coins along with the contract. Chapter 170. The fruit of affinity. Naturally, Nalante would not accept the gold coins. To speak frankly, due to the presence of sugar, the income from his territory surpasses even that of Baron Andrew's estate. Indeed, Master Nalante, Clo, who was merely responsible for delivering letters and items, would not question the reason behind Nalante's refusal. Subsequently, Nalante settled Chloe in and instructed Thomas to fetch a servant to attend to him. There was no need for extensive explanation regarding the magical beast's meat. He simply mentioned that luck favored him in capturing one. As for the sugar, he explained that it was a result of his amicable relationship with Boris, who sold it to him at a favorable price. Once Chloe departed, Nalante dispatched someone to inform Kinby the cow dung to hasten the swimming lessons for the beach team and to construct a few more rafts. In terms of financial resources and treasure acquisition, Nalante still could not compete with the older noble families. Moreover, to present a gift at the banquet that would win the favor of Sidella, an individual capable of sparing the younger son's 3 decades of toil, was no simple task. Therefore, regarding this gift, Nalante placed a portion of his hopes upon the sea. Last time, the coral sprite had bestowed upon him a magical giant clam, leading Nalante to believe there must be more treasures beneath the waves. If he could procure a luminous pearl, it would undoubtedly make for an excellent gift. Of course, this pearl must be significantly larger than his own to meet the requirements. In addition to the luminous pearl, Nalante also contemplated perfumes. For nothing is more befitting as a birthday gift for a woman than a fine fragrance. However, the perfume selection would need to wait until he reached Tulip City. After all, for it to serve as a gift, the perfume itself must be chosen from the finest options within Tulip City. And the packaging must not be as shabby as it had been on previous occasions. With plans and considerations for the gift settled, Nalante resumed his diligent training, eagerly anticipating the night, for 2 green sprites were to appear that evening. The following morning, Nalante rose gracefully from his bed. Another sun-drenched morning. Instead of immediately calling for his personal maid, he chose to sit by the window, admiring the flourishing scenery outside the castle. The previous night had passed without incident, resulting in the acquisition of 2 green sprites, which filled him with elation, signifying that his sweet potato venture was about to commence. Having forgotten to draw a lottery the night before, he resolved to try his luck today, hoping for auspicious results. In the lottery system, the enhancement fruit is considered the most common and boasts the highest winning frequency. Following that are the intelligence and agility fruits. While he had only drawn the agility fruit once, he had been fortunate enough to draw the intelligence fruit twice, although the efficacy of the second was not as potent as the first. Conversely, the truly rare prizes are the enigmatic fruits, such as the charm fruit Nalante once won, which seldom appears in the lottery listings and boasts a low probability of being drawn. Certainly, Nalante preferred not to win the lottery, for he found little enhancement in his charm after partaking in it. He was uncertain whether this was due to his mastery over territorial authority, which overshadowed the effects of the charm fruit with his own imposing presence. System, I wish to draw. In the next moment, Nalante summoned the lottery panel. There are new fruits today. What does this affinity fruit signify? Is it meant to make me appear more amiable? System, spare me the frivolities and grant me an agility fruit instead. Today's lottery panel showcased a strengthening fruit, an agility fruit, and a previously unseen affinity fruit, yet Nalante held no interest in the latter. As a noble lord, he believed that a firm fist and a sharp mind were all that were required. With a click of the lottery button, the wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have drawn an affinity fruit. Please retrieve it from the system panel. System, do you possess any lucky fruits? Please bestow one upon me next time. Nalante felt his luck was ill-suited for games of chance, akin to his past life where lottery tickets yielded only modest prizes. He took the affinity fruit and swallowed it whole. Apart from its irresistible flavor, he noted no remarkable changes within himself. Feeling somewhat dejected, Nalante summoned his little maid, Lilia, to assist him with dressing and grooming. Let us depart. We are bound for Lucky Village. After breakfast, Nalante proceeded with his 2 little sprites directly to the seaside. Having already acquired the green sprite, it was only natural to prioritize the transplantation of sweet potatoes. Soon, Nalante arrived at the shore, where he enlisted the help of Kinby the dung beetle and several villagers to begin transporting goods from the ship's hold. Sir, the red mouse you mentioned has been entirely removed, totaling over 30 plants, while there are also red mice in the other wooden crates. They're all dry and unripe. Furthermore, there are over 300 of the purple grass and many other seeds in the crates. We are uncertain if any are damaged. The sweet potatoes and purple grass were unloaded from the vessel and placed onto the cart. After a painstaking count, Kinby reported the numbers of the 2 plants. They're called sweet potatoes, not red mice. Nalante shot a disapproving glance at Kinby. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. In this world, sweet potatoes were not as large as in his past life, being slender with pointed ends, truly resembling red mice. Let us proceed. It is time to transplant. Nalente, not one for excessive chatter, took the cart and left the beach. He chose to plant the sweet potatoes and purple grass at the edge of the blazing fire forest, on the newly cleared wasteland. Since this land was cleared from felled trees, it was not suitable for cultivating wheat unless Nalente were willing to invest considerable effort into its transformation. However, while this land was unsuitable for wheat, it posed no issues for planting sweet potatoes. Nalente recalls his past life of cultivating sweet potatoes in rural areas where they could thrive even in semi-arid soil. Thus, planting them in a weedy patch should pose no significant challenge, especially with the support of the verdant little sprites. As for the purple stinky grass, the approach is even more relaxed, were it not for his faith in the rewards bestowed by the system, which he believes to be predominantly beneficial. Nalente would not even consider expending a green sprite to experiment with the cultivation of this peculiar purple grass. Chapter 171. The Great Brick Kiln Ignites Go Forth. Little ones. Upon reaching the edge of the fiery forest, Nalente encountered numerous tree stumps yet to be uprooted, a significant challenge in transforming this land into arable soil. However, for the current task of cultivating sweet potatoes, these stumps were of no concern. Nalente released both of his little sprites in one go. Migu! Migu! The sprites landed on the ground, gazing at Nalente with their wide, watery eyes for a moment before bouncing off towards the barren land. Without requiring any direction from him, they each settled on an acre of land. As a green luminescence shimmered, visible specks of verdant light appeared amidst the surrounding weeds. Kinbai, get the villagers to work. Clear the weeds and plant the sweet potatoes alongside the purple grass. Remember, even the ungerminated sweet potatoes and seeds must be sown. Yes, sir. Recognizing the paramount importance of sweet potatoes, Nalente felt compelled to supervise the proceedings personally. He then sheltered beneath the shade of a tree, observing as the laborers diligently commenced their tasks. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. With the efforts of dozens of laborers, they managed to clear 2 acres of weeds within just a morning. The next steps involved creating furrows for transplanting and sowing. After a brief midday meal, they would resume their labor in the afternoon. The heat was quite stifling. Even in the shade, the summer sun caused beads of sweat to trickle down Nalente's brow. How delightful it would be to have some chilled watermelon juice. Munching on the wild fruits procured by the guards, he reminisced about the icy treats of his previous life. Alas, in this world, ice was a luxury reserved for the nobility, and watermelons were non-existent. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, several small sparrows began to gather around Nalente. It turned out that he had inadvertently scattered seeds from the wild fruits he had consumed, attracting these feathered creatures. Oh, you have some pluck. Nalente marveled, as the sparrows ventured within a mere meter of him. Come, I have more fruits. Would you care for some? Bored, he extended his hand, offering half of the uneaten wild fruit. To his astonishment, moments later, 2 small sparrows swiftly flew onto his palm, cautiously pecking at the fruit. Hiss! Have I become more charming today? Or are these sparrows blissfully unaware of the world's perils? Nalente found the situation quite surreal. While such a phenomenon occurring with Sherry would not be surprising, experiencing it himself was altogether different. Could it be the effect of the affinity fruit? In that instant, he realized, perhaps this was the result of consuming the affinity fruit that morning. In his previous life, he would have traversed rural areas without a care, strolling through streets without the dread of being pursued by dogs. Sir, the planting has been completed. At that moment, Kinbai approached to deliver his report. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Kinbi, the sweet potatoes are now entrusted to your care. It is imperative that you tend to them diligently, for their significance surpasses that of wheat. There are only over 30 solitary seedlings of sweet potatoes. As for those that have yet to sprout, Nalente is uncertain of their survival. Thus he places his hopes on these 30 plants as the seeds for the coming year. More important than wheat? Indeed, my lord. Kinbi shall guard them with utmost caution. Although Kinbi does not yet comprehend the importance of sweet potatoes, he still thumped his chest in affirmation. Well, should any situation arise here, do not hesitate to report to the castle. With that said, Nalente did not linger, for the wilderness was rather warm. He preferred the cool shelter of the castle. My lord, walk safely. I will certainly keep a watchful eye on the sweet potatoes. How peculiar. Though my lord appeared somewhat fierce today, I cannot shake the feeling that he commands even greater admiration than before. Kinbi bowed deeply as he bid farewell to Nalente, only to murmur in confusion afterward. Days slipped by, and soon it was nearing late June, with their departure to Tulip City imminent in just a few days. During this time, Nalintor had scarcely rested. In fact, he had become increasingly busy. A week prior, the barbarian guards had finally mastered standing at attention and marching in unison. Since then, Nalintor had been providing additional training to his personal guard daily. Jungle obstacle courses, swimming lessons in the sea, and nighttime rock climbing were just the beginning. Each day, he conducted surprise raids on the wooden cabins where the guards resided, striking them at unpredictable times after they had drifted into slumber, brandishing a wooden stick to deliver a chaotic flurry of blows. Although a few strikes from the stick were inconsequential to the barbarians, the nightly ambushes proved to be a source of considerable distress for them, having undergone intense training during the day. Thankfully, after 4 or 5 days of these stealthy incursions, the barbarian guards gradually acclimated to this new routine. In fact, during the last 2 days, as soon as Nalintor approached the wooden cabin, the barbarians would sit up, their eyes wide and alert, eagerly anticipating his entrance. Satisfied with their heightened vigilance, Nalintor decided to modify his nightly assaults to a more sporadic schedule. On that particular morning, Nalintor gathered his personal guard early. His large brick kiln had finally been completed just before their journey, and today he intended to inspect it personally. Moreover, Kimby had sent word the previous evening that the Sea Patrol team had successfully completed their swimming training. While they could not yet be deemed adept swimmers, at least they were no longer at risk of drowning. Thus, he also needed to visit the seaside to verify whether his suspicions were correct regarding the presence of other magical sea clams along the coast. "Greetings, my lord. We have assembled." Upon arriving at the clearing outside May Village with his guard, Nalintor was greeted by the sight of the original small brick kiln having been dismantled, replaced by a kiln that was dozens of times larger. "Have the bricks and clay molds been placed inside, my lord?" "They have been prepared and await your inspection for ignition." Upon the arrival of the barbarian women and children in the storm territory, their lack of agricultural skills or technical expertise rendered the brick factory the most suitable place for their placement. Tasks such as excavating clay, molding brick blanks, and transporting bricks, which would be deemed arduous labor for ordinary children and women, appeared to the barbarian women and children as mere play. Under the diligent efforts of over 100 barbarian women and children, brick blanks were produced in abundance. When Mario reported the completion of the brick kiln yesterday, Nalintor instructed that the first batch of brick blanks be placed inside. Thus, today marked the commencement of firing the first kiln of blue bricks, allowing him to verify the quality of the fired bricks before his departure. Should the bricks meet the required standards, he could confidently proceed to Tulip City, as the renovation plans for May Village would utilize blue bricks as their primary material. Guided by Mario, Nalintor approached the brick kiln for inspection. Constructed from stone and clay, the kiln had an oval shape, complemented by a large chimney at the rear. Upon reaching the entrance, he noted that the interior was already filled with brick blanks awaiting firing. "Let us commence with sealing the door," Nalintor commanded, as there was nothing else to attend to. The serf craftsmen began to close the kiln's entrance with stones. "Ignite." Once the door was sealed, Nalintor positioned himself before one of the firing openings. With a decisive command, he and the remaining serfs ignited the 6 fire holes of the furnace. As the roaring flames began to blaze, Nalintor felt a sense of fulfillment. "Mario, I shall rely on you to oversee this operation closely." "Yes, my lord." This being the inaugural kiln, Nalintor hoped for a resounding success. Chapter 172, The Enchanted Clam Colony. Salutations, my lord. The task of operating the kiln has been entrusted to Mario, allowing Nalintor to proceed to the seaside with ease. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lucky Village, he encountered Kimby the Dung. "Indeed, my lord." Nalintor nodded in acknowledgement. Although Kimby possessed a penchant for flattery, he was remarkably diligent and dependable in his work. "How have matters been with the sweet potatoes?" Nalintor inquired. I have received reports regarding that. The cows and sheep have now been moved to the pasture, so such incidents should no longer occur. However, we must remain vigilant against other animals in the forest that might seek to pilfer our crops." "Certainly, my lord. I shall ensure the sweet potatoes and the elusive purple grass are well guarded." Their primary target was the mysterious purple grass, which, fortuitously, had been spared from devastation thanks to a few serfs who were engaged in irrigation. Nevertheless, this incident enlightened Nalintor to the fact that although the purple grass emitted a foul odor to humans, it possessed an irresistible allure for herbivores. He speculated that perhaps this purple grass was a form of pasture, albeit in limited quantity. Should it indeed be pasture, it would require cultivation before anything could be done. Let us proceed. I have heard that the beachcombing team has learned to swim, and today we shall embark on our inaugural fishing expedition. Yes, my lord. Allow me to guide you. Nalantar followed Kinbi's eager lead to the sandy shore. At the beach, 20 slender figures awaited. These were the girls of Lucky Village, assembled as the beachcombing crew. With this group, every girl in Lucky Village could now sustain herself, no longer hindered by their physical limitations. Greetings, my lord. Due to the need for swimming, Nalantar had earlier instructed Thomas to tailor linen short shirts resembling swimsuits for the girls. Of course, there was no room for misinterpretation. These garments were snug yet modest, covering the upper arms and extending to the knees. Now that you have all learned to swim, we shall commence our fishing today. Remember, do not venture too far from the shore. Nalantar gestured towards the area near the coastline, nodding at the girls. Yes, my lord. The girls responded with excitement. Their gazes towards Nalantar filled with admiration and affection. Catherine, observing this scene, regarded Nalantar with a sparkle in her eyes. Although these girls were not the daughters of misfortune, they had been entangled in their fate. Nalantar's kindness towards them resonated deeply within her. Subsequently, the girls were divided into 4 groups, each consisting of 5 individuals, with each group assigned a wooden raft. For girls would venture into the sea from each raft, leaving one on board to safeguard the others. Furthermore, each girl entering the water was tied to the raft with a rope, ensuring that those remaining aboard could swiftly assist in case of danger. Once arrangements were made, the girls began rowing their rafts out to sea. Big Stone, you all should practice in the sea. Catherine, follow me. Yes, my lord. After giving the command, Nalantar took Catherine aboard a raft and ventured out to sea. The water near the shore was not deep, even at the location where the little coral sprite resided. It was only about 10 meters deep. Upon reaching their destination, Nalantar first interacted with the excited coral sprite, sending it off before quickly shedding his outer garments. At this moment, Catherine, standing beside Nalantar, felt a faint blush rise to her fair cheeks, shyly beginning to remove her own outer clothing. Once her garments were removed, she revealed a swimsuit similar to that of other girls. However, despite the similarity in attire, the effect varied greatly with the wearer. Catherine's skin was as white as cream, and her captivating curves were accentuated by the snug fit of her swimsuit, creating a visual impact that never failed to leave Nalantar feeling exhilarated. He was certain that only Chef Rose could rival Catherine's figure, although she initially felt a bit flushed. Catherine soon regained her composure. After all, she had joined her guards in swimming lessons from a distance a few days prior, and compared to the barbarian's crude instruction, her experience was far superior, being personally guided by Nalantar. Catherine, let us take to the water. Nalantar, a genuinely honorable lord, had brought Catherine not merely for his own enjoyment, but because they were now over 100 meters from the shore, and he did not wish to let the girls of the foraging team venture too close on their first sea expedition. Thus, he and Catherine would conduct their search in this area. Despite having only recently begun to learn swimming, Catherine's innate talent for swordplay endowed her with remarkable coordination, and her current swimming skills were not inferior to Nalantar's. Yes, my lord. With that, Nalantar tossed a stone tied to the raft into the sea, and both of them plunged into the water. This stone served as an anchor, for Nalantar had not brought along Kimbi the cow dung. The reason being that Kimbi had more pressing matters to attend to, not due to Nalantar's stinginess. Once submerged, Nalantar waved to Catherine, and they both began their search among the coral reefs. Before long, Nalantar's eyes lit up as he spotted a large sea clam ahead, comparable in size to the one the coral sprite had given him previously. Without hesitation, he swam over, grasped the clam, and surfaced. This is fantastic. It seems my coast is indeed home to a gathering of magical sea clams. Bursting forth from the water, Nalantar could hardly contain his joy, as this signified the emergence of yet another premium specialty in his territory. Splash! At that moment, Catherine also emerged beside him, her fair skin glistening and her silky hair cascading over her shoulders. The clear seawater dripped down her skin, with droplets sparkling like diamonds, a sight that caused Nalantar's heart to race. My lord, I have also found a large sea clam. Fortunately, Catherine's words promptly shattered Narant's reverie. Quite splendid. Catherine, let us proceed. The magical clam that Catherine discovered was nearly the same size as the one Narant had found himself, igniting within him an eager anticipation to delve deeper and explore the possibility of even larger specimens. Logically speaking, if there truly existed a multitude of magical clams, then it was certain that there would be both large and small varieties among them. Chapter 173. The Journey to the Tulips. Subsequently, Nalante continued his search in the nearby waters, discovering 4 magical sea clams in succession. However, rather than encountering larger specimens, he found that each subsequent clam was significantly smaller than the last. Faced with such disappointing results, Nalante felt discontented. Although he understood that smaller magical sea clams were the norm, the existence of larger ones was not impossible. Could they be lurking in deeper waters? With this thought, Nalante directed his gaze towards the distant sea. With this idea in mind, he informed Catherine and then swam directly towards the open ocean. After swimming over 100 meters, the water beneath him transformed into a deep blue, obscuring the view of the ocean floor. This must be the spot. Nalante sensed he had reached an appropriate depth, took a deep breath, and dove downwards. As he descended over 10 meters, the surrounding water gradually darkened, and a chill enveloped him. Yet, he had not yet reached the ocean floor. Coral formations remained elusive. Resolutely, Nalante activated his fighting spirit to protect himself as he continued his descent. Finally, having plunged nearly 30 meters deep, he caught sight of coral clusters ahead. My goodness, so many and so large. Upon spotting the coral, Nalante's eyes brightened, immediately locking onto a patch of reef where 3 magical sea clams were concealed. 2 of these clams were the size of basins, while the third was even larger, surpassing the basin by a considerable margin. Nalante estimated that the diameter of this colossal clam was approaching 1 meter. Seeing this, he wasted no time and swam towards the coral cluster. Trying to escape. The enormous clam, sensing danger, began to open and close, splashing water as it attempted to flee before he could approach. Nalante would not allow it to escape. With his fighting spirit ablaze, he propelled himself forward in pursuit. In a matter of moments, Nalante enveloped the colossal clam in a bear hug. Oh my, quite strong, isn't it? As he surfaced with the clam in his arms, Nalante burst into laughter. My goodness, this clam is enormous, Catherine exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she saw Nalante return with the clam nearly a meter in diameter. Indeed, this clam was hidden in over 30 meters of water and is quite cunning. Nalante replied, Catherine, continue your search in this vicinity while I take this one to shore. He dared not place the large clam on the raft, fearing it might slip away. Afterward, Nalante resumed his search in the depths of the ocean. After spending over 2 hours, he discovered 3 more clams, each the size of a basin. However, he had not come across any others exceeding 1 meter. He understood that perhaps larger specimens awaited in deeper waters, but for now, the luminous pearl from this magical clam would suffice as a gift, so he decided against further risk. Returning to the shore, he meticulously counted the magical sea clams, and he and Catherine had discovered a total of 15. Meanwhile, the girls from the beachcombing team had unearthed over 20 magical clams. However, due to their search in shallow waters, the majority of the clams they found were substandard, with only 5 or 6 exceeding 20 centimeters in diameter. Observing this, Nalante chose to discard the smaller ones, retaining only those that surpassed the 20-centimeter mark, for he understood that preserving the larger specimens ensured sustainable harvesting along his coast. On the beach, he opened all the clams, ultimately retrieving 10 luminous pearls the size of peanuts, each valued between 1 to 3 gold coins. Additionally, he found 6 luminous pearls the size of longans, each with a worth ranging from 5 to 10 gold coins. The largest pearl, extracted from a nearly 1 meter colossal magical clam, was at least the size of half a chicken egg, with an estimated value exceeding 40 gold coins. It seemed that acquiring an egg-sized luminous pearl akin to those in the Count's study would prove quite challenging. The larger the magical clam, the slower its growth, and it would likely take several hundred years for a pearl to reach such dimensions. In the castle's forecourt, 5 carriages laden with goods awaited departure. On either side, dozens of fully armed soldiers stood in precise formation, their leather armor complemented by cloaks typically reserved for the elite guards of the nobility. At the center of each cloak, a striking fire phoenix dyed in red paint boldly proclaimed their allegiance. My lord, all supplies have been prepared without omission, said one. It is an honor to serve you, and you can rest assured that I will manage the castle and await your return. Yes, my lord, I shall diligently oversee the territory. Indeed, my lord, we shall vow to defend the realm to the death. It had been 5 days since their last venture to capture magical clams by the sea. Just yesterday, Boris's messenger had arrived, informing that Boris would set forth to Tulip City the day after tomorrow. Today, Nalente was finally to depart from the storm territory to rendezvous with Boris. He had arranged matters concerning the territory over the past few days, entrusting the coastal production to Kinby the dung manager, the transformation of May village to the civil officer Mario, while the castle was under the capable management of Thomas, the steward. Very well, let us be off, he declared, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. As the morning sun began to blaze, Nalente approached Lightning, mounted swiftly, and commanded, "By my lord's order, we shall depart." With the order relayed, Nalente took the lead, accompanied by over 50 subordinates as they gradually exited the castle. The vibrant banners of the Fire Phoenix, symbolizing the will of the storm territory, fluttered in the breeze. This journey to Tulip City saw Nalente accompanied by 40 fully armed soldiers, including 10 barbarian bodyguards and 30 ordinary soldiers. Alongside his armed forces, he also brought along his 3 cherished daughters of fortune. In addition, to ensure that the quality of life for his esteemed family remains uncompromised, Thomas arranged for Chef Rose, along with the personal maid Lilia, and an equal number of male and female servants to accompany the convoy. In summary, this journey truly reflected a level of grandeur befitting a noble lord, far surpassing the display of opulence witnessed during their arrival in the territory. Chapter 174. Arrival at Tulip City. After departing from the castle, the entourage journeyed northward. "My lord, there is a merchant convoy ahead." However, after merely half an hour of travel, they encountered a caravan advancing towards Stormhold. "It is Laurie's general store from Blackrock." Nalenter immediately recognized the identity of the caravan. "Young Master Laurie's general store has encountered you, Lord Nalenter." Upon spotting Nalenter and his companions, Laurie's general store promptly pulled aside to allow passage, bowing deeply in greeting as Nalenter passed. "Ah, Laurie's general store, if I recall correctly, you visited Stormhold just half a month ago. Have you sold out your goods so swiftly?" Nalenter inquired, his mood quite buoyant. "Indeed, that is correct. You may proceed to purchase from Officer Mario." Nalenter nodded, acknowledging that although Laurie's general store was a commoner, their business acumen was commendable. Encountering Laurie's general store was merely a brief interlude for Nalenter. The procession continued onward. As they traversed the vast wilderness, they reached noon on the following day, finally arriving at Blackrock. "Haha, Nalenter, you have finally arrived." From a distance, Boris spotted Nalenter's convoy and greeted them with a smile. "Boris, I apologize for the wait." Nalenter replied, "I knew you departed yesterday morning, so I calculated the timing to enjoy lunch before setting off from the castle." Boris, unfazed, then noticed the company behind Nalenter and exclaimed in surprise, "Nalenter, you have truly employed barbarians as guards, and you have equipped them fully, even with cloaks." "Huh, Boris, fret not. These barbarians are unlike others. They willingly choose to be my subjects, and their families have also come to live in Stormhold. Nalenter, I shall refrain from further comment, but do exercise caution." Boris shook his head, maintaining his skepticism regarding the reliability of barbarians. However, he respected Nalenter's decision and chose not to press further. "By the way, Nalenter, with so many guards accompanying you, what measures have you taken for the safety of your territory?" Boris fell silent, his gaze at Nalenter filled with unspoken concern. "All right, Boris, it is getting late. We should set off now." Nalenter could not elaborate on the matter of the barbarians, for Boris and his companions held deep reservations about them, and he promptly urged a change of subject. "Very well, let us depart. Nalenter, you need not ride. Come sit in my carriage. Or by the time you reach Tulip City, you may find discomfort in your posterior." Upon hearing this, Boris decisively summoned his subordinates and, before departing, invited Nalenter to ride in his luxurious carriage. Nalenter found the suggestion reasonable and, relinquishing Lightning to Vivian and the others, climbed aboard Boris's carriage. Thus, the two parties journeyed northward, and as they progressed, the villages and towns they passed grew increasingly prosperous. As the travelers journeyed on, the once desolate road gradually became bustling with the appearance of merchant caravans and fellow wayfarers. In the subsequent days, they encountered several noble parties, each en route to Tulip City to partake in the grand festivities. Boris, being a baron from an esteemed lineage, was not unfamiliar with these nobles. Upon meeting them, he would exchange pleasantries and introduce Nalenter. However, most of the noble lords were of an age comparable to Nalenter's father, leading to limited conversation after their initial greetings, resulting in a distance of a few hundred meters as they continued their respective journeys. They had set off 2 weeks in advance, allowing ample time for a leisurely trek. Yet, upon finally reaching the outskirts of Tulip City, Nalantar felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Without the daily ministrations of the few ladies who took turns massaging and relaxing him, he believed this would have been a torturous expedition. Boris, filled with envy at the sight of 3 or 4 beautiful women accompanying Nalantar, could not resist teasing him. Expressing admiration for Nalantar's audacity to arrive so boldly amidst such a contest held by the Count. In response, Nalantar could only smile in silence, for after all, these 3 ladies were his precious treasures. "Ah, Nalantar, we have finally arrived," exclaimed Boris as the party turned past a dense thicket, revealing a vast plain ahead. At the far end of this expanse stood an unimaginably grand city, Tulip City, boasting a population of hundreds of thousands. In this world, where resources were scarce, a city of such magnitude was indeed a rarity. Beyond Tulip City lay the true heart of this land, the Tulip Castle. It was said that the castle took decades to reach its current grandeur, and even now, its expansion continued unabated. Though Nalantar held memories of Tulip City and Tulip Castle from the former inhabitants' recollections, witnessing the monumental city and castle firsthand instilled in him a profound sense of awe. "Nalantar, it is not as if I have never seen a city before. What is so remarkable about this place? Let us hasten our departure, for I can hardly contain my excitement. I can almost smell the intoxicating aroma of wine wafting from within Tulip City and hear the enchanting laughter of the beautiful songstresses." Boris exclaimed, "Perhaps you should drop that almost, so others might perceive you as a true knight of gold." Nalantar, having never indulged in the opulence of Tulip City, could not fully empathize with Boris's exuberance. Nevertheless, noticing another group approaching from behind, he mounted his steed. Though Boris spoke with levity, upon arriving at the foot of Tulip City, he did not rush into the revelry. Instead, he guided Nalantar to circumvent the city walls, progressing towards the side entrance leading directly to the castle. Tulip Castle was accessible via 2 main thoroughfares, one through the primary street of the city and the other from the exterior of Tulip City. The grand avenue outside the city was constructed to facilitate the swift ingress and egress of troops to the Tulip Castle, thereby circumventing the congestion within the city. Naturally, in the interest of defense, this thoroughfare is not only heavily guarded but also features numerous checkpoints, with the terrain being exceedingly treacherous. The road, paved with stone, spans approximately 10 meters in width, extending from the foot of the mountain to the castle walls situated halfway up the slope. Flanking the road are sheer cliffs, with a staggering drop that begins at 5 to 6 meters and can reach up to 100 meters at its midpoint. Should one fall from this height, even the most valiant of knights would likely meet their demise. "Esteemed lords, may I inquire which noble houses you represent? Do you possess an invitation issued by the Count?" Upon their arrival at the mountain's base, Nalant and his companion were halted by the Count's guards. "I am Boris, the Lord of Blackrock, and this is Nalant, the Lord of Stormhold. Here are our invitations." Boris, accustomed to such formalities, promptly declared their identities and presented their birthday invitations. "Thank you for your cooperation, lords. Welcome to Tulip Castle. Please proceed this way." After a brief inspection of the invitations, the guards respectfully cleared the path for the 2 gentlemen. However, just as Nalant and his companion were about to ascend the slope, one of the guards suddenly noticed something. "Wait, lords, are those individuals barbarians?" Chapter 175, The Tsundere Made Clang. As the captain of the Earl's Guard spoke, the guards stationed nearby, who had been previously indifferent, were startled into action, instinctively drawing their swords. "Ah, it's a barbarian. I suspected those guards resembled barbarians, but I never thought it was true. Everyone, retreat." Meanwhile, a stir arose among the noble factions positioned behind Nalantar, with gasps and exclamations echoing as they hurriedly distanced themselves from Nalantar and his companions. Boris, witnessing the commotion, rolled his eyes, exchanging a knowing glance with Nalantar. Although they are indeed barbarians, they are tamed ones, serving as Sir Nalantar's guards. Boris, ever the loyal companion, promptly stepped forward to clarify the situation for Nalantar. While Nalantar's noble title allowed him to command respect within his territory here in Tulip City, he was but a minor figure. As the saying goes, beneath the Earl, even a pebble might yield a noble. Thus, true nobility was measured by those who held hereditary baronial titles. However, Lord Boris expressed concern, for barbarians are often perilous and unruly. Should they cause any trouble within the Earl's castle, it would be Nalantar who would bear the brunt of the consequences. The captain of the guard, noticing the reaction of his men, swiftly gestured for them to sheath their swords and, with a troubled expression, began to explain. I assure you, my subordinates will not cause any disturbances within the castle. If any trouble arises, I, Nalanter, will take full responsibility. May I have your permission? Nalanter, feeling somewhat helpless, had not anticipated such trepidation towards barbarians, especially considering that a few of them were attired formally, resembling noble guards, and had donned cloaks indicating their allegiance. I apologize, Sir Nalanter, but I truly cannot comply. At that moment, a girl clad in a maid's outfit, around 15 or 16 years of age, paused in her graceful stride, her head held high like a swan. Upon overhearing the conversation, she scanned the crowd intently, and upon catching sight of Nalanter's visage, her eyes sparkled with a hint of awe. Captain, perhaps you should notify the castle steward or report to your superior. Boris realized that consulting with the captain of the guards would yield little, as he lacked the authority to make such a decision. Very well, my lords. Please wait a moment. The captain, undeterred by the request, prepared to ascend towards the castle in search of someone with the authority to decide. Wait. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, halting the departing captain. The crowd turned to see the maid, though donned in a maid's attire. Her garb was of the finest silk, a material so exquisite that only the steward or a select few within the grandest of noble houses might wear it. It turns out to be Miss Lena. May I inquire what business you have with me, Miss Lena? Upon recognizing the youthful visage of the girl, the captain of the guards beamed with an even more radiant smile than he had earlier displayed towards Boris and Nalanth. Miss Lena, it is as follows. Sir Nalanth has arrived to partake in Miss Stella's birthday celebration. However, within his retinue are 10 barbarian guards. For the safety of the castle, I dared not take it upon myself to permit their entry. Thus I intended to seek the commander's consent. Ah, I see. Although Lena had already grasped the situation from their prior conversation, she nodded in feigned understanding before turning her gaze towards Nalanth and Boris. Which of you is Sir Nalanth? The Lord of the Stormhold. Upon hearing her words, Nalanth and Boris exchanged glances, both indicating their unfamiliarity with the lady and her sudden emergence. Ah, it is indeed not this older, portly fellow. Cough. I meant to say, you are Sir Nalanth. Captain Carty, I am acquainted with Sir Nalanth. Allow him entry, for I trust he will keep his subordinates in check. Moreover, the Tulip Knights are within the castle. What fear should there be of 10 barbarian guards? I will relay this matter to the lady. Very well, Miss Lena. Captain Carty hesitated momentarily, but upon noticing the intensity of Lena's gaze, he quickly bowed in acquiescence. My lords, you may proceed. Thank you. Nalanth nodded, and then turned to Lena. I appreciate your assistance. Miss Lena? Ah, no need for thanks. I am merely the lady's personal maid. If gratitude is warranted, it should be directed towards the lady herself. The perfume you gifted is delightful, though a tad insufficient. This was a rather blatant suggestion. Miss Lena, the lady you speak of is our esteemed flower, Miss Stella? Boris interjected at that moment. If Miss Stella herself were present, Boris would certainly recognize her, but he had little familiarity with her personal maid, as Stella's social circle did not encompass him. Then I extend my thanks to you. Miss Lena, Boris remarked, casting a glance at Nalanth that conveyed a sense of astonishment at his unexpected connections. Undoubtedly, Lena's intervention was aimed at aiding Nalanth. Regardless of her motivations, it was evident that Nalanth's reputation had already been established with Stella, positioning him favorably above other scions. In truth, it was not only Boris. Even the nobles positioned behind them regarded Nalanth with curious eyes, particularly one among them who was also a contender in the trials, glaring at Nalanth with palpable hostility as he witnessed the unfolding events. Subsequently, Nalanth and Boris followed Lena as she made her way up the slope, presumably on an errand, clutching a large bouquet of flowers. Their walk to the halfway point took several minutes, yet as all were knights of title, none felt fatigued from the journey. Before the castle gates perched upon the mountainside, they encountered an inquiry once more. However, upon verifying the birthday invitation and following Liena's instructions, they were granted unimpeded access into the castle. The servants will escort you to your quarters. I shall take my leave now, Sir Nalanter. Do keep a watchful eye on your barbaric subordinates. Upon entering the castle, Liena halted and spoke. Chapter 176. You must strive hard. Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Miss Lena for her timely assistance. This is a small token of appreciation I present to Miss Lena. I hope she will not find it lacking. Though the young lady may possess a haughty demeanor, she has indeed rendered me help, and thus, I, Nalanter, feel compelled to express my gratitude. As servants, we are not permitted to accept gifts privately. However, I can certainly convey it to the young lady. Upon seeing the 2 bottles of perfume gifted by Nalantar, Lena's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her delicate face revealed 2 charming dimples. The perfume bottles, crafted from the simplest porcelain, hinted at the delightful fragrance within, reminiscent of those exquisite scents from the past. I am most grateful to you, Miss Lena. Nalantar thought little of who would ultimately receive the gift. As long as gratitude was conveyed, that sufficed. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, Sir Nalantar. With that, Lena clutched the 2 perfume bottles and gracefully disappeared down the verdant pathway. TSK, TSK. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry Miss Sidella will indeed be enviable. Nalantar, did you notice? This devoted little maid is truly a beauty beyond compare. You must put in the effort, Boris exclaimed, marveling at Lena's departing figure. By the way, Nalantar, how does Lena know you? If it were merely a casual acquaintance, she would not have intervened to assist. I am uncertain. I have never encountered Lena before. Nalantar shook his head. Little did he realize that this was a classic case of fortune arising from misfortune and vice versa. It was precisely because he had been assigned to the realm of calamity that, during his initial report to the civil officer, he garnered the attention of both Sidella and Lena. Subsequently, his association with the perfume further solidified this impression, leading to a brief interaction with Sidella. Although the exchange was not intentional, it nonetheless served to bridge the gap between them. After Lena's departure, the 2 gentlemen, guided by the castle servants, proceeded to the welcoming estate on the side of the castle. The influence of the great nobility far surpasses that of the lesser nobility. The entrance is not as desolate as Nalantar's Stormhold. Thus, adjacent to the Tulip Castle lies a vast guest reception manor. This estate boasts a delightful environment, with architectural embellishments crafted by the finest artisans. Once their subordinates were settled in the stone houses on the outskirts of the guest manor, Nalantar and Boris, accompanied by a handful of servants, ventured into the heart of the estate. Here, exquisite marble villas stood in abundance, comparable to an upscale residential complex from a previous lifetime. And do not underestimate their number. These villas were designated for Nalantar's vassals and the offspring of prominent nobles. Those truly of high status could reside within the inner fortress, sharing the same roof as the Count and enjoying the finest culinary delights in the castle's dining hall. Not at all, miss. I encountered Sir Nalantar from the realm of calamity. He even gifted me 2 bottles of perfume. However, as servants, we cannot accept gifts privately. So I said it should be considered a gift for you. He gifted you something? Does he know you? Sidella inquired with a hint of curiosity. Since the commencement of the competition, a multitude of admirers has gathered around Lena, particularly those second sons or members of their families who are participating in the contest. And the reasons for this are self-evident. However, Lena possesses a keen sense of propriety and has not accepted any of their gifts. Instead, she recounts the events to herself in vivid detail. Miss, that Sir Nalan does not know me. Here is how it transpired. Lena promptly narrated the occurrences outside the castle. Miss, without me, that Sir Nalan would have faced humiliation today. Stella, amused by the tale, remarked, barbarians indeed? Yet, such matters are trivial. Seeing Lena so animated, she added with a smile, you are quite the good-hearted one. Have you developed feelings for that Sir Nalan? If so, I could take the liberty of arranging your marriage to him. Your father is a baron, and marrying him would indeed benefit him. I am certain he would not refuse. Miss, I do not wish to marry. I want to stay with you forever. Lena's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. But she soon recalled Nalan's handsome visage and the inexplicable sense of calm he exuded. Do you genuinely wish to marry him? Stella, taken aback, inquired. I do not. Do not speak so carelessly, miss. Lena's blush extended to her fair neck. Of course, this was merely the awkwardness of a young girl infatuated with a charming youth. It was not true love at first sight for Nalan. Miss, this is perfume for you. I shall go freshen up now. With that, Lena dashed away. Giggling, Stella finally wore a smile upon witnessing Lena's hasty retreat from the hall, momentarily transforming the ambience into a vibrant spring. Nalan, are you ready? I believe they have set up a barbecue and delicacies in the garden. We must hurry. Summer gatherings at the Count's castle always provide ice, a rare opportunity indeed. After settling into the small building in the reception area, Nalan indulged in a refreshing bath, alleviating some of the fatigue from his recent travels. Not long after, Boris's booming voice resonated from downstairs. Boris resided in the adjacent building, so their distance was no more than 20 meters apart. Coming, Nalan, attended by Lilia, donned a silk gown crafted by Vivian herself. Though the craftsmanship may not rival that of the finest tailors in Tulip City, the fabric was exquisite silk, which accentuated Nalen's handsome demeanor splendidly. Vivian, Catherine, Shirley, remain in the small building and do not wander about. I shall have Lilia bring you food shortly. Before stepping out, Nalen addressed his three beloved companions. Upon arriving in Tulip City, the three ladies could no longer wear their masks. Fortunately, after completing their initial awakening, the golden inscriptions in their eyes were no longer as conspicuous as before. Unless one were to gaze intently, they would likely go unnoticed. Nevertheless, within the confines of the castle, Nalen remained cautious about allowing them to roam freely. Yes, my lord. Esteemed sir, might you bring along some delectable treats? Just a moment ago, Baron Boris mentioned the presence of ice cubes, and Sherry is eager to indulge. Sherry, with her petite head held high, gazed up at Nalanter with an expression full of hope, clearly having never experienced the delight of ice in summer. Hooray! You are the best, sir, Sherry exclaimed, springing up from her spot with glee. After bidding farewell to the three ladies, Nalanter departed the small building with Lilia in tow. Chapter 177. Rising fame in youth. Upon stepping outside, I met with Boris, who was accompanied by only a single personal attendant. The two of us made our way directly to the expansive lawn not far from the estate. A sizable lake sparkled under the sunlight, bordered by lush trees offering shade, beneath which a sumptuous array of delicacies was laid out, with numerous servants attending to the gathering of nobles. These nobles, clad in opulent attire, often congregated in small groups, the majority being youthful aristocrats. Ah, indeed, there are ice blocks, Boris exclaimed, since inheriting the lordship of my family. I have not had the pleasure of enjoying ice during summer for several years. In this world devoid of refrigerators, savoring ice in the summertime is no trivial feat. Only the wealthiest nobles possess the resources to construct vast ice cellars for the preservation of ice blocks, which they relish during the summer months. At that moment, Boris spotted a servant at a wooden crate, continuously retrieving ice blocks to place into nearby silver cups. His excitement was palpable as he eagerly beckoned me to follow him. Come, Nalanter. Such an opportunity is rare. Approaching the table, he seized two silver cups, keeping one for himself and offering the other to me. The cups brimmed with juice, with a few ice blocks bobbing at the surface. Gulp. Ah, what a delight. I, Boris, shall certainly dig an ice cellar on my estate in my lifetime. He downed the juice in one go before speaking freely. I, too, did not hesitate, savoring the juice that bore a tangy sweetness reminiscent of chilled sour plum soup from my past life. Let us have 2 more cups. The culinary offerings at this estate were generously provided by the castle, allowing for indulgence without restraint. Boris, unreserved, finished his cup and waved at a nearby servant. Yes, my lord. Lilia, experiencing such a scene for the first time, appeared somewhat bashful. Hark, accompany this young maid. Boris, aware that I was preparing food for the 3 delicate young girls in the small building, noticed Lilia's timid demeanor and called upon his personal servant to assist her in gathering food. His attendant, having accompanied him to numerous noble gatherings, managed the task with ease. Yes, my lord. The attendant named Hark promptly led Lilia toward the long table laden with food. Seeing this unfold, I cast a grateful glance at Boris. Just then, a young man approached us. Ah, Rael, you have arrived so early, Boris remarked with enthusiasm. Haha, I only arrived yesterday. It has been a while. You seem to have gained some weight. By the way, I have heard that your Blackrock family is on the verge of rising to prominence. What rise of the Blackrock family? Rael, it is your Waz family that is truly on the ascent. Boris, you are far too modest. While humility is indeed a virtue among nobles, excessive modesty borders on hypocrisy. I am not exaggerating. Go into town and inquire. What noble does not know of your Blackrock family's white sugar? Haha. If Nalanter were not present, Boris might have easily accepted the flattery. However, with the original subject here, it became rather awkward to hear such praises. Boris chuckled awkwardly and swiftly shifted the topic. Rael, allow me to introduce you to a new friend of mine, who also happens to be my neighbor. Oh? Rael responded with surprise, scrutinizing Nalanter. He had certainly noticed Nalanter's presence, but hearing Boris refer to him as a new friend and neighbor caught him off guard. Could it be that this lad, merely 16 or 17, was also a lord? Rael, do not underestimate Nalanter. He is the lord of the Storm Territory. Hiss, this esteemed individual is Lord Nalanter Barrack of the Storm Territory? Rael's astonishment only deepened upon hearing this. Indeed, Rael, you have heard of Nalanter? Of course. I just arrived in Tulip City yesterday, and I have already heard Sir Nalanter's name mentioned several times. It seems he was inadvertently assigned to the storm territory and has even faced an onslaught from dark creatures. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, Sir Verud was reportedly beaten black and blue by Baron Andrew, and he had to compensate for a shop. Realizing the main subject was present, he immediately offered an awkward apology. Haha, there's no need for apologies. Nalanter surely won to be upset. I find myself a bit envious of Nalanter, achieving fame at such a young age. Boris quickly interjected to ease the tension. Nalanter, this is Baron Railwas, whose territory is not far from Tulip City. Haha, indeed. Lord Nalanter possesses an extraordinary demeanor. To be honest, I have immense admiration for you, having eradicated the invading dark creatures. Baron Rail, you flatter me. It was merely fortunate circumstances. Alas, Boris, do not mention it. At present, I cannot afford to revel in such achievements. Maiwa's family's little purple sprite passed away 2 months ago, and it seems our fields of potion lilies may never flourish again. I am not particularly mournful, however. A decrease in lily production implies a decline in the quality of our family's perfume. Rail's face displayed a sense of helplessness. Rail, I empathize with your feelings. My Blackrock Great Sprite has only 3 or 4 years left. I doubt it is possible to transform it into an angel sprite. Boris patted Rail's shoulder in sympathy. However, you have a better situation. Although the quality of your perfume may decline, you could always purchase a couple of green sprites to expand your lily cultivation. In time, you could make up for it with volume. Boris, a single green sprite costs at least 70 to 80 gold coins. It's not as simple as saying buy. The Waz family is not as wealthy as your Blackrock family. Nalanter, listening to their exchange without interjecting, was surprised to learn that Rail's family was involved in perfume production. Meanwhile, an idea began to formulate in his mind. Perhaps he could acquire a set of techniques for perfume making from Rail. After all, this would enable him to openly sell a large quantity of perfume while significantly masking the presence of ambrosial dragoness saliva. This approach seemed far more prudent than covertly procuring perfume from other counts' territories and acting as a middleman. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed from not far away, startling Nailante. Upon hearing the cry, he furrowed his brow and swiftly turned to investigate, as it appeared to have originated from his young maid. Chapter 178. Have the scars healed, yet the pain forgotten? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Nalante's gaze turned cold. His little maid lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a scattering of food. Moments earlier, Lilia had followed Hark to the long table laden with delicacies, eagerly filling a large plate. With Hark's presence, who occasionally pointed out particularly exquisite dishes, Lilia's pace in serving herself was remarkably swift, considering that besides her sister, Catherine, and Miss Shelley were also present in the small building. Lilia intended to fill another plate. Eventually, Hark led her to the center of the table, where several plates of magical fruit were displayed, each worth a handful of silver coins if purchased outside. Just then, a young nobleman, clad in an opulent attire and appearing to be in his mid-20s, approached them. He regarded the two with disdain before sneering, "What lowly servant dares to be here? Do you not know this is the Count's castle? The food is meant for nobles." Lilia and Hark, taken aback, dared not respond. Hark gently nudged Lilia, preparing to escort her away. However, as Lilia bowed her head to leave with her plate, the nobleman suddenly extended his foot, tripping her. Instantly, the food from her plate spilled across the floor, and her precious silk maid's outfit became soiled. Yet, that was not the end. As Lilia lay on the ground, the nobleman maliciously accused her, "You wretched servant, which provincial lord brought you here? Do you not realize this is a gathering of the aristocracy? Not only are you stealing food, but you have also dared to bump into me? My lord, she is the personal maid of Sir Nailante. If there has been any offense, please forgive us." Hark interjected, aware that servants should not engage in conflict with nobles, nor bring trouble to their master. Nailante, the good-for-nothing second son who participated in the competition? No wonder he is so impoverished that even his servants must resort to stealing food. The nobleman scoffed. "We did not steal," Lilia retorted, angered by the slander against her master. "How dare you speak back?" The young nobleman raised his foot to kick Lilia. However, at that moment, a silver cup was suddenly hurled, striking the young nobleman on the ankle and thwarting his attack. "If you dare to touch her, I shall break your legs." A chilling voice resonated in the air. "You are Nailante? You threaten to break my legs? With what right, you worthless scoundrel?" The nobleman redirected his attention to Nalente. Nalente, this is valid, and he comes with ill intentions. Boris quietly warned Nalente. Upon hearing this, Nalente's gaze grew even colder. Everyone, come and witness this. The second son of the Bellic family has gone mad with poverty, and his servant has been caught stealing food at this luncheon, and now he dares to claim he will break my legs. At this moment, all the nobles were drawn to the commotion, their eyes darting between Nalente and the unfolding drama. Is he truly the second son who has been banished to the land of misfortune? Today, it seems that Valad is destined for misfortune. After being struck by Baron Andrew last time, it is likely that today he is specifically seeking trouble. Does Valad not fear being beaten by Andrew once more? You see, Valad was indeed at fault previously. He had no choice but to accept the consequences of Andrew's wrath. However, now that the damages have been compensated, should Andrew assault Valad again without cause, he would undoubtedly face a financial claim from Valad. How delightful it would be to witness the unfolding drama. As the surrounding murmurs intensified, a broader smile appeared on Valad's lips. You were beaten by my father last time, and now you've forgotten your pain? Nalanter, undeterred by the whispers around him, fixed a sharp gaze upon Valad. The intensity of Nalanter's stare sent a shiver down Valad's spine. But upon recalling that he was not facing Andrew, he retorted with sarcasm. Sir Nalanter, the council has exonerated me from that incident, and today, it is your lowly servant who has stolen from me and caused a disturbance. Has your barrack family truly fallen to such depths of poverty? Boris, noticing Valad's insistence that Lilia had stolen, interjected loudly. Lord Boris, you need not conceal the truth for him. Everyone knows of the barrack family's destitution. I've heard that the barrack siblings venture out without even a single gold coin to their name. In response to Boris's remarks, Valad remained unyielding. Suddenly, before Valad could react, a dark pouch flew toward his face, and instinctively, he raised his hand to block it. With a loud thud, the pouch was sent flying, landing on the ground. You dare. Valad seethed with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to be interrupted by another pouch hurtling toward him, which he swatted away once more. You little wretch, do you seek your own demise? Wow, so many luminous pearls. Valad exclaimed, momentarily distracted. And what is in the other pouch? My goodness, so many fiery gemstones. Was Nalanter truly this affluent? These were valuable items, often requiring significant effort to procure. Even for the wealthy, Valad had clearly underestimated the situation. However, before Valad could express his anger, the conversations around him halted his movements, as gasps of astonishment filled the air. When he turned to look, he found that the two pouches he had swatted away had spilled numerous luminous pearls and fiery gemstones across the ground. Those luminous pearls alone, not to mention a dozen fiery gemstones, could easily be worth 100 or 200 gold coins. If one were to continue claiming that Nalanter was impoverished, it would defy all reason. Which destitute person carries 200 or 300 gold coins worth of valuables? Goodness, Nalanter, you would so carelessly discard such treasures? Hark! Quickly assist Sir Nalanter in retrieving them, Boris exclaimed, equally astonished. He was aware that Nalanter possessed a wealth of sugar, ensuring he would never lack for funds. Yet, he was taken aback by the sheer amount of wealth Nalanter carried, including a sizable pouch of luminous pearls, the largest of which was nearly the size of a half-egg. Additionally, the numerous fiery gemstones were items that even the affluent would need to pursue with great effort to obtain. Varud listened to the murmurs surrounding him, his expression fluctuating between shades of pale and dark. Ultimately, Varud could only let out a cold huff, preparing to depart in resentment. Sir Varud, are you truly intending to leave in such a manner? Varud, feeling defeated, realized that Nalan would not permit him to exit so easily. Chapter 179. Is this not a pitfall for the nobility? What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Nalan T's words, Valad paused momentarily. What do I intend to do? Did you not just accuse my personal maid of thievery? Moreover, you claim that I, Nalente, am impoverished? Now, whether it concerns the maid carrying food or my financial status, I have provided you with answers. Should you not also offer me an explanation, Sir Valad? Nalente sneered. An explanation? What could I possibly owe you? Valad's expression darkened. Having lost face in front of so many nobles, he yearned to extricate himself swiftly. Naturally, you ought to apologize to me and my maid. Haha, this second son of Andrew is indeed amusing. Before Valad could fully grasp the absurdity of the situation, the surrounding nobles erupted in laughter. Apologizing to a servant would undoubtedly tarnish Valad's reputation among the other nobles. Nalente, Are you humiliating me? Valad gritted his teeth. You shall not succeed. Ignoring Nalente further, he shot him a furious glare and turned to leave. Since you show no remorse, I can only express my apologies. Nalente's calm voice followed as Valad turned away. Sir Valad, I challenge you. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, as the surrounding nobles stood in stunned disbelief. You challenge me? Valad, having taken a few steps, turned back, astonished. Indeed. What? Are you frightened? Will you dare accept my challenge? Nalente arched an eyebrow. Although he had squandered his youth and mismanaged his territory into bankruptcy, ultimately losing it, he had nonetheless cultivated his strength to that of a bronze high-ranking knight. Nalente had previously been renowned for his ineptitude, and given that his prowess barely surpassed that of a bronze intermediate knight, Valad believed he could easily handle him. After all, he had recently endured a beating from Andrew and was prepared to repay it doubly today. Haha, this Nalente indeed possesses courage. Who among you just claimed he was timid and cowardly? He appears quite audacious now, once a genuinely timid individual. Nalente had evidently gained some courage after a few months of lordship. This is likely not courage, but rather arrogance born from wielding power. In an instant, the nobles began to comprehend the dynamics at play. Their interest peaked. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all heard it. Nalente has initiated this challenge, and I have accepted. Should any issues arise afterward, they shall not concern me. Valad, observing the reactions around him, felt a surge of eagerness. Boris, Nalente's choice is unwise. Rel whispered to Boris. Often, the disparity in rank is a chasm. While some talents may challenge those above their station, Nalente's former reputation hardly suggests he is such a prodigy. Rear, do not fret. Simply await the unfolding drama. Boris, however, remained unperturbed. He had never witnessed Nalanter undertake a venture without confidence. In his eyes, Nalanter was exceedingly cunning. Had he not seen Kunter reduced to tears? Moreover, he was fully aware of Nalanter's prowess from their previous encounter with the Death Knight. With that, Boris waved dismissively at Lilia and Hack, signaling them to step back. You, young man, since you wish to duel with me, where do you intend to conduct this battle? Right here, it is quite spacious, Valad replied, a sinister grin curling his lips as he gripped his longsword. The saying that a noble's sword never leaves their side was not mere hyperbole. Even in the presence of a sovereign, nobles held the right to bear arms. Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself? Nalanter scoffed, feigning nonchalance as he retrieved a fruit from his pocket and walked to face Valad. Once he finished the fruit, he too grasped the hilt of his sword. The surrounding nobles had already formed a circle, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of the duel. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, though not a battle to the death. It was a contest of honor. Kill. In the next moment, Valad struck first, bellowing as he unsheathed his sword and charged at Nalanter. Clang. Swish. In the following heartbeat, the sound of another sword being drawn resonated ahead of him. Yet, the moment Nalanter moved, Valad felt as though his vision had blurred, and he could no longer track Nalanter's movements. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Valad's awareness. He had just begun to brace himself when he felt a chilling flash before a cool sensation washed over his face. What? Valad instinctively touched his visage, discovering a smear of blood. You scoundrel! I shall slay you. In an instant, Valad was engulfed in fury, channeling all his energy as he continued to assault Nalanter. He believed he had merely underestimated his opponent. How could the speed of a mid-tier bronze knight be so formidable? This is impossible. Nalanter has actually wounded Valad. Moreover, his speed appears extraordinary. Indeed, Nalanter's velocity surpassed that of most high-tier bronze knights. Yet, the severity of his strike had left a mark on Valad's face, igniting a deep-seated enmity. Everything transpired too swiftly for the onlookers to comprehend. However, as they beheld the gaping wound on Valad's face, they gasped in astonishment, bewildered as to why the confrontation had deviated from their expectations and how Nalanter possessed such strength. Naturally, the crowd held a newfound respect for Nalanter's audacious actions. As discussions ensued among the spectators, the duel continued unabated. Yet, Valad's assumptions were misguided. It was not that he had underestimated Nalanter, but rather that Nalanter's speed was genuinely that remarkable. As Valad swung his sword in a fierce arc, Nalanter effortlessly evaded, swiftly raising his own longsword. Swish! Another glint of cold steel flashed. Thud! Ah! As the blade met flesh, a chilling scream escaped Valad's lips. The sound of clashing steel reverberated through the air, and it was evident that Valad's wrist had been severed by Nalanter's strike. A hush fell over the assembly of dozens of nobles and numerous servants, all rendered speechless. The astonishment was palpable. Boris murmured, "Indeed, he is formidable. After all, he is a mid-ranking bronze knight." The crowd gasped in disbelief at Nalanter's prowess. For Valid was a high-ranking bronze knight, much like Boris himself. Though Valid often indulged in a life of excess, he still possessed considerable combat skills. Yet he had failed to even graze Nalanter's cloak. The speed was astonishing, and the decisiveness of Andrew's son was equally remarkable. He had dared to sever Valid's hand. Valid's prospects were now grim, as he could no longer seek justice from the noble council. Instantly, the surrounding nobles began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, their gazes shifting to Nalanter with a newfound intrigue. What had initially seemed a tale of familial retribution had transformed into a fierce dual assault, more ruthless than anyone had anticipated. The spectators were not only taken aback by the stark contrast between Nalanter's actions and the rumors they had previously heard, but they were also astonished by his unwavering resolve. "Do not delay in taking your master for medical attention," Boris commanded, his eyes finally settling on the half-kneeling Valid, who was wailing in agony. In this world, duels are classified into two categories. One is a contest of restraint, which can occur at any time, provided both parties consent and witnesses are present. The other is a fight to the death, which requires the Lord's permission and must be conducted in the arena. The confrontation between Nalanter and Valid fell into the former category, implying that Nalanter was obliged to ensure Valid's survival, or he might face serious repercussions. Upon hearing Boris's directive, Valid's loyal servant swiftly moved to assist him, guiding him toward the estate's entrance. Chapter 180. The shop. Once Valid was escorted away, the servants swiftly restored order to the scene. The luncheon gradually returned to a state of tranquility, though the gazes directed at Nalanter had notably shifted. They were no longer those of mere spectators reveling in amusement. As Rael had previously remarked, anyone who dared to label Nalanter as a worthless second son would undoubtedly be digging their own grave among the nobility. Nalanter took a towel offered by a servant to wipe his face, soon regaining his composure. Valid had repeatedly sought to provoke him. The last incident, where he had paid for his life, could be overlooked, but now he dared to attempt to assault Lilia in his presence, seeking to humiliate him. Nalanter felt no qualms about retaliating against him, instructing Lilia to prepare 2 more plates of food and a few glasses of chilled juice. Nalanter resumed his feast alongside Boris and the others, engaging in lively conversation as they indulged in the delectable dishes. "Nalanter, well done. By the way, how did you train to achieve such speed?" Boris restrained himself from giving Nalanter a thumbs up, eventually succumbing to his curiosity and inquiring. He sensed that Nalanter's speed today seemed swifter than the last occasion. "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps I possess a certain natural talent for it," Nalanter replied, shaking his head, deliberately omitting any mention of having consumed an agility fruit. To ensure his absolute victory over Valid, Nalanter had secretly exchanged for another agility fruit. However, he had somewhat overestimated Valid. Although Valid was a high-ranking bronze knight, his body had long been ravaged by indulgence in wine and vice. Thus, despite his outward bravado, his steps were unsteady and his reactions sluggish, leaving him utterly defenseless against Nalanter's full might. "Ah, Nalanter, your words leave us feeling rather embarrassed," Boris exclaimed, covering his face, while Rael beside him echoed the sentiment, both acutely aware of Nalanter's subtle display of superiority. "Nalanter, it seems you are destined to gain further renown within the noble circles," Rael remarked with a hint of envy. The challenge duel that had taken place in the estate would undoubtedly circulate among the aristocracy in no time. Nalanter's triumph over the high-ranking bronze knight Valid, coupled with his previously tarnished reputation as a second son, would surely become sensational news. Furthermore, with the upcoming birthday celebrations drawing in nobles from across the duchy, it was entirely possible that Nalanter's name would even reach the ears of the count. Rael is not mistaken. Congratulations, Nalanter. You will now carry the reputation of overcoming challenges beyond your rank. I doubt anyone will dare to call you a weak second son again." Boris added his congratulations. "I merely acted in self-defense against his incessant provocations," Nalanter replied, shaking his head. He truly had no desire for such notoriety. As the saying goes, fame can be as burdensome as it is desirable, and becoming too well-known could indeed lead to complications. However, the two did not take a moment's respite. Instead, they prepared to venture into Tulip City, for Nalanter wished to see the shop that belonged to him. Nalanter and Boris, accompanied by their subordinates, entered Tulip City through a different grand gate of the castle. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves in a vast plaza. The square was not overly crowded, as this vicinity was predominantly inhabited by the nobility, and commoners seldom dared to linger here. Though the city of Tulips lacks a distinct inner and outer city, it has naturally formed several different districts. For instance, the area from Tulip Square to the DC region predominantly comprises the nobility. Conversely, the southern part of the city, being adjacent to the grand entrance of the city of Tulips, has become a bustling hub for merchants, where caravans typically gather upon entering the city. In the western part of the city, however, the highest concentration of commoners resides, marking it as the most impoverished area within the city of Tulips. The shop that Valad compensated to Nalantar is located at the junction of the western and southern districts. Upon exiting the square and proceeding along Tulip Avenue, it took them nearly half an hour to traverse the bustling main street before turning into a narrow alley. This alley was markedly less broad and tidy than the main thoroughfare. Although numerous pedestrians still populated the street, one could also spot destitute commoners among them. As they continued forward, shops lined both sides, most of which offered essential goods for daily living. This is the place. After walking for another 5 or 6 minutes, they finally arrived at the shop's location as indicated in the contract. This location is rather obscure. Nalantar mused, somewhat speechless. Although it was merely a 5 to 6 minute walk from the main street, the nearby pedestrians were predominantly ordinary commoners. While one could occasionally see merchants dressed decently passing by, not a single noble was in sight. Nalantar, you ought to be content. This shop's location is quite favorable, being close to the southern district where many merchants pass through. If you had ventured further or into those alleys, you would have found yourself in a slum. Boris rolled his eyes, once again feeling the weight of Versailles. Moreover, do you comprehend how challenging it is to acquire a quality shop within the city of Tulips? To begin with, consider the price. A shop in the circle around the castle square can be valued at hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Even in the southern district, one would be hard-pressed to find a decent shop for less than 200 gold coins. Furthermore, these shops are not simply available for purchase at will. Some belong to the estate of the count, while others have long been acquired by other nobles. These nobles include not only the vassals of the Tulip Duchy, but also various lesser nobles from other counties. They are unlikely to sell their shops easily. Even if they cease trading, they would merely rent them out. Thus, even if you possess the wealth to buy, it ultimately depends on whether anyone is willing to sell. While this shop may be valued at 60 or 70 gold coins, its proximity to the southern district means that unless you offer 100 gold coins, no one will be inclined to part with it. It is likely that Baron Andrew, rather than seeking gold as compensation, desires the shop itself. Such circumstances truly exist. It was Nalantar's first realization that in this world, real estate is a realm reserved exclusively for the nobility. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. With hundreds of thousands inhabiting the city of Tulips, serving as the heart of the Tulip Duchy, the daily influx of merchant caravans is immeasurable. Such substantial interests are undoubtedly coveted by the nobility. As they conversed, they had already arrived before the shop. The entrance of the shop is rather narrow, approximately 1.5 meters wide, a limitation imposed by the stone structure. To better display the goods within, there are 2 large windows flanking the entrance. When the wooden planks of the windows are propped open, passers-by can glimpse the merchandise inside. The entire interior space of the shop is less than 30 square meters. Fortunately, Nalantar observed that the neighboring shops resembled night markets, with vendors setting up linen cloths outside and conducting business on the streets. Consequently, the usable space of the shop expanded to nearly 40 square meters. It appears that this establishment is destined for the sale of ordinary goods. After assessing the surrounding environment, Nalantar decided to position the shop to offer salt, brown sugar, dark bread, and dried salted fish. Although these products yield low profits, they cater to the local clientele. As for the perfume he initially envisioned, he deemed it more suitable to sell at a stall in the square. With these thoughts in mind, Nalantar began instructing his subordinates. He had brought a considerable amount of merchandise specifically for this shop, thanks to his father, Andrew's diligence. The terms negotiated with Varad ensured that, apart from the goods, the shelves and cabinets remained intact. Therefore, upon his arrival, he could commence the arrangement without delay. While these wooden cabinets and crates may not hold significant value, they certainly alleviated a great deal of hassle. Chapter 181. The distorted rumor within a tavern in the eastern part of Tulip City. A conversation unfolded. Have you heard? Sir Varad has had one of his wrists severed by Sir Nalath. Varad, again? And who is this Sir Nalath? He is none other than Andrew's second son, the one assigned as lord over the land of misfortune. What? That second son? How is that possible? Isn't it said that he is timid and incapable of condensing his fighting spirit? Is this true? Absolutely. Baron Yale just informed me, having witnessed it with his own eyes. This Nalath is no longer the useless second son. It is rumored he has attained mid-bronze strength and possesses remarkable agility, allowing for a rapid attack, which is why Varud was swiftly defeated. Such a turn of events. However, didn't we already learn about the previous incident? Nalath is now facing repercussions for privately avenging himself against a noble. This incident is unrelated to the last, and Nalath will not suffer any consequences, as both parties consented to the duel. A duel? Indeed. It is said that Varud humiliated Nalath's personal maid, leading to a heated dispute that culminated in their decision to duel. Wait, that differs from what I have heard, interjected a noble from the adjacent table. My lord, how does it differ? I have heard that Varud and Nalath clashed over their mutual affection for a beautiful maid from the Count's castle, leading to their duel. They fought for love. Is that so? Yes. While I can understand Varud's motives, what about Nalath? He has participated in the competition. Does he not wish to wed Miss Sidella? Who knows? Perhaps the youth is impetuous and disregards the consequences. Breaking news. Sir Varud and Nalath engaged in a duel over a maid, resulting in Nalath severing Varud's wrist. Explosive news. Nalath fell head over heels for a maid at the Count's castle, only to have Varud swoop in and steal her affections. Nalath, fueled by love, issued a challenge and ultimately severed Varud's wrist in the duel, as Nalath was busy planning his lucrative ventures outside his new shop. The DC district of Tulip City was engulfed by this sensational news, the duel that transpired at the Count's welcoming estate. Initially, such news signified the end of Nalath's reputation as a failure. However, as the rumor spread, it began to distort, growing increasingly absurd. What started as a straightforward account of Nalath defending his maid morphed into a tale of rivalry between Nalath and Varud over a castle maid, a version readily accepted by most nobles. In contrast, the narrative of Nalath standing up for his maid was dismissed as frivolous. My lady, my lady. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Tulip Castle, the young maid Lena hurriedly made her entrance once more. What is it now, Lena? If you continue to shout like this, I shall truly have to marry you off to Sir Nerent. Oh, miss, it is not that. This time, it is indeed significant news. What news could be so important? Stella found herself rather exasperated by her maid's incessant theatrics. Sir Nerent has dueled with Sir Varud. What? No, Lena, you must be mistaken. It was Sir Varud who lost his wrist. Huh? Lena, are you certain you've heard correctly? Stella paused, recalling that just days prior, Lena had mentioned that Varud was a high-ranking bronze knight. As for Nerent, he was even more formidable, had it not been for the perfume he gifted. Lena would likely still be referring to him as the worthless second son. Miss, I did not mishear. The incident occurred right within the castle. Moreover, the news is spreading like wildfire outside. Lena insisted vehemently. Does that imply Nerent possesses the strength of a high-ranking bronze knight as well? I cannot say for sure. However, miss, there are several reasons behind their duel, and I cannot discern the truth from the rumors. What reasons? Well, some servants claim that Varud bullied Nerent's personal maid, prompting Sir Nerent to challenge him to defend her honor. Others suggest that Nerent fell in love with a maid in the castle, only to have Varud intervene, leading to their duel. What do you think, miss? Why did Sir Nerent duel with Varud? Lena pondered, recalling Nerent's handsome and charming visage. If it were not for this matter, she would certainly lean towards believing the latter version, as the majority of the servants had echoed that narrative. My lord, the goods have been arranged. Upon returning to the castle, Nerent collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted from the long journey. The night passed in silence, and by the following morning, Nerent awoke feeling refreshed. Breakfast was delivered to the small building by the castle servants, and after finishing his meal, he summoned Boris once more. However, as he exited the small building and traversed the castle grounds, he noticed several servants discreetly observing him from a distance, particularly the maids. Have I grown more handsome again? Nerent mused, brushing his hand against his striking features. Nerent, it must be that your reputation from yesterday has spread. Boris remarked enviously. Haha. Subsequently, the two men, accompanied by their subordinates, exited the castle and returned to the shop front. Rose, let us commence our opening. Rose, having previously managed a tavern, was undoubtedly the most suitable to oversee this inaugural event. Yes, my lord. Rose immediately took charge, directing several servants to begin unloading the goods from the entrance. Come, one and all, and behold the finest salt, dried salted fish, and delectable brown sugar bread available at remarkably low prices. The salt is offered at merely 7 copper coins per package, while the dried fish is a mere 10 copper coins per pound. Once the goods were meticulously arranged, Rose herself took to the street, calling out to entice passers-by with her offerings. Chapter 182. Trouble has arrived. My lord, they have begun. On the main street where the southern and western borders of Tulip City converge, a luxurious carriage stood by the roadside, suddenly approached by several men clad in linen tunics. Dressed as ordinary townsfolk, their gazes did not fixate on the carriage. Instead, they appeared to be engaged in their own conversation. Yes, my lord. The group, having received their instructions, swiftly blended into the crowd, making their way towards the western part of the city. Come one, come all, to witness the finest salt, pure and unadulterated, available for merely 7 copper coins per pouch, and delectable dried sea fish, once a luxury for nobles alone, now offered at just 10 copper coins per pound. Furthermore, who among you has tasted honey? Perhaps none, for it is a delicacy reserved for the lords. However, from this day forth, you shall have the opportunity to savor something even sweeter, brown sugar black bread, and it is a mere 7 copper coins per piece. Hurry, for the quantities are limited. Though Rose was dressed in a long linen skirt, her enchanting figure and captivating smile drew the attention of passers-by, both merchants and commoners alike, causing them to pause in their tracks. They furtively stole glances at Rose, swallowing hard before pretending to inspect the goods laid out by the roadside. Is this salt? Why is it so white, unlike the salt we usually consume? Could this be the noble's white salt, devoid of any grains of sand? And this sea fish? Is there truly someone who can afford to buy it here? Look, that black bread is so small. Who could possibly eat that? While the crowd was drawn in, most were still captivated by Rose, and amidst the din of the street, her words were scarcely heard. Not perturbed, Rose maintained her smile and gently spoke. Dear customers, this is not the salt of the nobles. It is offered to all of you, and this pure white salt, free of sand, is priced at only 7 copper coins per pouch. What? This white salt is only 7 copper coins per pouch? Now, those gathered at the shop's entrance heard her clearly, and their attention shifted from Rose to the pristine, sand-free white salt in the wooden crate. Indeed, it is 7 copper coins per pouch, and the dried sea fish is just 10 copper coins per pound, while that black bread, sweeter than honey, is only 7 copper coins. Incredible. It is true. Shopkeeper, I would like to purchase a pouch of salt. The crowd erupted in excitement, and among them, a man dressed in relatively decent attire stepped forward, pulling out 7 copper coins as a tentative offering. Very well, let us prepare a pouch of salt for this customer. Rose beamed as she accepted the coins, while the male servant, who had been waiting eagerly, promptly scooped a spoonful of white salt and placed it into a paper pouch. This pouch had been pre-folded, ensuring the contents would be precisely measured. Wow, it is indeed real. Having witnessed this scene of transaction firsthand, with the goods being packed right before their eyes, the surrounding individuals immediately set aside their doubts. Boss, I would like 10 more bags. Here is the money. The merchant who had just attempted to make a purchase completed the transaction, his expression instantly transforming into one of exhilaration as he produced more coins for additional purchases. I want some too. Boss, give me 5 bags. The sale of this high-quality salt at such a low price left no room for uncertainty. Once the crowd confirmed its authenticity, they eagerly dug into their pockets to compete for the purchase. Boss, why is your salt so inexpensive? Others sell salt mixed with sand for 10 copper coins a bag, yet yours, which is pure, is only 7 copper coins. Is there something amiss? At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, inquiring yet remaining hidden, making it impossible to discern who posed the question. Indeed, how can salt be so cheap? Previously, such pure salt was a luxury reserved for nobles. Is it that the nobles dare not consume it, hence it is sold to us at this low price? Another voice resonated in agreement, still untraceable, yet booming with conviction. The throng of eager buyers suddenly halted their actions, wavering in their resolve. Trouble brewing? Nalintor and Boris, seated within the shop, awaited the anticipated rush of purchases when they heard this unexpected utterance, causing their brows to furrow slightly. Surely, have Little Gray take to the skies and see if he can identify the speaker. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Shirley, who had been resting behind with Catherine and Vivian, promptly sent Little Gray aloft. Ah, I seem to recognize those individuals. They are from the land of misfortune. The land of misfortune, notorious for its abundance of cursed beings and dark creatures, needed no further elaboration. No wonder this salt, meant for nobles, is so cheap. It carries their misfortune, and the nobles dare not consume it. Thus they sell it to us at such a low rate. Everyone, do not be deceived. Instantly, the crowd that had been gathered in front of the shop changed countenance, retreating several steps as if fleeing from a plague. Damn it! Nalintor, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth in frustration. The commoners in the city were not like those in the countryside. The rural serfs, driven by desperation, would risk much for a few coins, as life had already been harsh enough, and they held less regard for their lives. Yet, the city dwellers, no matter how impoverished, were still significantly better off than their rural counterparts and would not dare to seize such a trivial advantage. The merchant who had just purchased the salt hastily discarded the bag onto the ground, as if it were a bundle of explosives. Ladies and gentlemen, we indeed hail from the storm region. However, there are no dark creatures or cursed beings there. Such claims are merely past fabrications. If the land of misfortune were truly so perilous, how could we remain unharmed? Yet, faced with this situation, she could only attempt to reassure the crowd, uncertain if her master had a viable strategy. Do not heed her words. She might very well be a cursed being herself. However, as Rose began to speak soothingly, a voice of dissent emerged from the crowd. "My lord," Xiao Huihui exclaimed, "I have seen a total of 4 individuals. Although they concealed themselves within the throng, I could discern their words quite clearly." At that moment, news arrived from within the shop. "Catherine, accompany Shirley outside. Ensure that only one survives. And remember, take them to the alley, so as not to sully the entrance of the establishment." A glint of coldness flashed in Nalinte's eyes, regardless of who they were. A deep-seated enmity had been forged. Chapter 183. A turn of events. Nalinte, what is your plan now? I believe it would be wise to close the shop for the time being. Boris furrowed his brow and suggested as he observed the current situation. Given the unfolding circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to shutter the establishment. Otherwise, as the crowd continues to swell, the products from Nalinte's territory would be forever barred from reaching Tulip City. By closing the shop now, the repercussions would be contained, allowing the civilian caravans to still peddle the goods from the storm territory within Tulip City. It appears this is the only viable option. Nalinte recognized this as the most sensible solution. At this moment, even if he were to step outside and explain himself as the Lord, it would be of no use, for they would not believe him. Damn it! Once I uncover the identity of the instigator, they shall be in for it. Nalinte was most eager to identify the mastermind behind this turmoil. Though he suspected that Alding was likely involved, he still felt the need to apprehend someone for confirmation. With that thought, he prepared to rise and instruct Rose to temporarily close the shop. Suddenly, a voice of delight rang out from outside. "Oh, what a familiar and delightful scent. Make way, everyone. Please allow me to pass." Just as Nalinte stood, a young voice emerged from the throng. "Wow, it truly is brown sugar black bread. Uncle Laurie, look. They have brown sugar black bread here, along with salt that isn't tea mixed with sand and dried salted fish." The eager voice belonged to Kier, the nephew of Laurie's general store, the very boy who had previously inquired about the breakfast outside the restroom. Has Tulip City begun to stock Storm Territory's specialties so soon? Hearing this, Laurie also managed to push through the crowd. "Excuse me. Are you a shop from the Storm Territory, or are your goods sourced from there?" Upon seeing the wares displayed at the entrance, Laurie instantly recognized them as products of the Storm Territory, though the origins of this shop were still unclear. "This is the establishment of our esteemed Lord Nalinte, Laurie's general store. Do you know them?" Just then, an inquisitive voice came from beside Laurie. He turned to see a familiar face. "Ah, the miserly Sem. What brings you here?" "Haha, I see now. You must be eager to purchase these goods. Then hurry and buy. The products from the Storm Territory are genuinely excellent, both affordable and exquisite. Laurie's general store. Could it be that the salt and dried fish you sold yesterday were sourced from the land of misfortune?" The merchant named Sem exclaimed in disbelief. "You are correct. The goods I sold yesterday were indeed procured from the Storm Territory, but it was not the land of misfortune. It is a friendly and wondrous realm, one I have visited no less than 5 or 6 times." Laurie nodded in affirmation, dispelling the notion of the land of misfortune. Were it not for the ongoing construction in that territory, Laurie would even dare to spend a night there, for the roasted oysters are simply divine. Now you know. But Sam, don't think I was trying to deceive you yesterday. This pure white salt contains not a single grain of sand. We transported it from Storehold using only hand carts and manpower. Thus, earning an extra 3 copper coins is hardly excessive. Immediately, Lori recalled that he had sold the salt for 10 copper coins yesterday and quickly clarified. Moreover, he had purchased a considerable amount of salt from Lori at the same price of 10 copper coins per pack. Naturally, he intended to consume that salt himself, as it was remarkably pure, devoid of any sand, which was indeed rare. The reason he dared to be the first to spend money on it was because of his prior experience purchasing this salt. However, just moments ago, he had been startled by some jeering remarks from unknown individuals. "Stingy Sam, aren't you buying? Aren't any of you buying?" Lori's grocery store finally noticed something amiss. Although the crowd surrounded them, no one was making a purchase. "Haha, excellent, then I shall buy it. Hey there, good sir, I am Lori from Blackrock's grocery store, a frequent buyer from Stormhold, well known to both Steward Thomas and Steward Mario, and even Lord Nayland has greeted me. I now wish to purchase some goods from you for resale. I hope that is acceptable. The price can match the selling price, and we assure you we will not sell in this vicinity." The goods Lori brought yesterday had earned him a handsome profit, to the extent that the other merchants were eager to buy more, but he had nothing left to sell. At this point, Sam was not pleased. He hurriedly picked up the salt from the ground and then handed over his coins. He had tasted the salt he bought from Lori the previous night. If misfortune were to strike, it would have happened then. Moreover, having watched Lori earn so much money yesterday made him envious. Naturally, he wanted to secure a share of the profits. Unfortunately, he had not brought enough money, or he would have purchased over 100 packs, aiming to sell them before Lori's grocery store could. "Rose, sell to him. Lori's grocery store can offer the territorial price." "Yes, my lord." "Ah, it is Lord Nayland. Thank you, Lord Nayland, for your generosity." In an instant, Lori recognized Nayland's voice and expressed his gratitude loudly. Subsequently, Rose directed a servant to pack the salt for Sam, and once Sam departed, she turned to Lori and inquired, "Lori's grocery store, how much stock do you require?" "I would like 100 packs of salt, 50 pounds of salted fish, and 50 loaves of black sugar bread." After all, this was considered a fortunate acquisition, and Lori dared not be too greedy. "Rose, double the quantity for him." At this moment, Nayland stepped forward, aware of Lori's intentions. "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Nayland," Lori exclaimed with uncontainable joy, expressing his gratitude once more. It was known that with this batch of goods, he could easily earn an additional 15 silver coins upon resale. Soon, the servant finished packing the goods from Lori's grocery store. After calling upon his serfs to load the merchandise onto a wheelbarrow, Lori respectfully bowed to Nayland in farewell. Once Lori's grocery store departed, Nayland turned his attention to the crowd gathered at the entrance. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Lord of Stormwind, and I regularly consume this very salt. Do you still believe it to be cursed?" As he spoke, Nalante scooped a small spoonful of salt into a porcelain cup and mixed it with clear water before drinking it down. The crowd, having quelled their previous anxieties after witnessing Sim and Lori purchase their goods, now felt entirely at ease with Nalante's actions. "Now, those wishing to buy, please step forward quickly. The merchant has just acquired a substantial amount of goods, and our stock is running low." With that, Nalante did not linger but made his way toward a nearby alley. "I would like 5 bags of salt, please. I too desire 10 bags of salt and a pound of salted fish. I want that red sugar black bread, sweeter than honey." In the next moment, the crowd surged forward, encircling Nalante's newly opened shop. Chapter 184, The Sapphire Treasure House. When Nalante arrived at the alley, 3 men clad in linen shirts lay in pools of blood. Only one remained, incapacitated on the ground, his neck held in a vice grip by Catherine's slender rapier, blood oozing from multiple wounds across his limbs. "My lord, this man appears to be a knight of renown." "Indeed, a bronze tier knight." "Speak, who sent you?" Nalante nodded indifferently. "Very well, big fellow. Make sure to loosen his bones." "Yes, my lord." This instruction required Catherine to relay it. Upon hearing it, the large man strode confidently toward the bronze knight, seizing his wrist. With a decisive effort, a sharp crack echoed through the alley. Ugh! The knight's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, desperate to scream, but his mouth was silenced by the large man's other hand. Crack! Crack! One after another. The sounds of breaking bones filled the air as the large man methodically crushed the knight's arm. "Can you speak now? Demon! You foul demon! The god of glory will not spare you." Once the first arm was reduced to fragments, the large man removed his hand from the knight's mouth. I have the utmost respect for a hard soul like you. It seems the lesson I imparted was insufficient. Big fellow, attend to the other arm." Nalante's voice was cold. "I will speak. I will speak. It was Count Aldine. The Count sent us. The Bronze Knight could endure no longer upon hearing Nalenty's words. Big fellow, verify that. If confirmed, grant him a swift end. Yes, my lord. Yet, troubles had not ceased, as misfortunes seemed to follow closely behind. My lord, it has been confirmed. It is indeed Count Aldine. Excellent. At that moment, the entrance of the shop was crowded with patrons eager to purchase goods, and even the earlier figure, Sem, reappeared among the throng. Boris, what properties does Aldine possess within Tulip City? Has it been confirmed? Boris inquired. Confirmed. Nalenty, how do you intend to express your gratitude to him? We must remain cautious in Tulip City. The Tulip Knights patrol the eastern district. Certainly. Nalenty needed to devise methods to obscure the origins of the perfume and to maneuver it to Aldine's neighboring territory. By the way, Boris, is it true that the family of that rail produces perfumes? Would he be amenable to selling me his techniques? Nalenty, are you considering entering the perfume business? Boris was taken aback. While it may seem lucrative, creating perfume is no easy feat. One must have suitable floral materials and a unique formula. Otherwise, the resulting scent may be unpleasant, leading to financial loss. As for Rail, his family specializes in the creation of perfumes derived from lilies, employing a unique formula. However, I have previously heard that some nobles sell the methods for crafting perfumes, albeit these typically pertain to the most basic extraction techniques. The nuances of enhancing fragrance, however, are seldom divulged. Boris, what I seek is merely the ordinary extraction process. No need for secrets. Oh, I shall inquire with Rail later. Boris nodded. Subsequently, the two continued to linger in the shop for a while, ensuring that operations were running smoothly before they set off towards the eastern part of the city. The shop was entrusted to Rose and a few male and female attendants, while Nalenty retained his personal maid, Lilia, to oversee the financial transactions. After riding for over half an hour, they arrived in the eastern district, where the streets were indeed broad and immaculate. Although few pedestrians populated the thoroughfare, those present were predominantly elegantly attired nobles, adorned in silk garments, while carriages frequently traversed the roads. Nalenty, this is the renowned Blue Crystal Treasure House of Tulip City, or rather, our illustrious agate principality. Soon, Boris guided Nalenty to the entrance of a grand estate. To his astonishment, a shop was nestled within the estate. Nalenty's eyes were opened wide. The main street in the eastern part of the city was lined with various estates, each housing shops within. To enter, one had to pass through a grand gate and a small garden at the front, which provided spaces for guests to park their carriages or horses. Esteemed gentlemen, welcome to the Blue Crystal Treasure House. They dismounted at the estate's entrance, where a well-dressed attendant promptly approached to greet them. Following the attendant's lead, they entered the treasure house. Upon stepping inside, Nalenty was once again astounded by the opulent decor. Vibrant crystals formed exquisite candle holders, and above them hung luminous orbs the size of longan fruits, illuminating the entire hall with a brilliant glow. Welcome, noble gentlemen, to Blue Crystal. How may we assist you today? A sweet-faced maid approached them. We wish to consult the jeweler to create a magnificent piece. Boris stated directly. Very well, esteemed gentlemen. Please follow me. The jeweler is on the second floor. Under the maid's guidance, they ascended to the second floor, which was even more lavishly adorned. Each item was displayed individually, though the number of customers was considerably fewer, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and spaciousness. Before long, they were led to a reception area furnished with sofas and tables. Esteemed gentlemen, please wait a moment. I shall summon the jeweler to attend to you. Chapter 185, Rivals? Nalenty, it seems you have a competitor. After the maid had left with the freshly brewed flower tea, Boris discreetly tapped Nalenty and whispered, A competitor? At first, Nalenty was taken aback, but the moment he caught sight of the person Boris indicated, clarity dawned upon him. At another reception area, some 7 or 8 meters away, a young man adorned in splendid attire was engaged in conversation with a jeweler. I recognize that young man. He is Billy from the Rhine family, whose father is one of the few viscounts in the earldom. Although Billy is the second son, it is said that his talents surpass those of his elder brother. The heir. Nalenty nodded silently, now fully focused on observing the scene. After all, he was determined to secure a victory at this birthday banquet. Master Mithil, I entrust this gift box to you. Rest assured, Sir Billy, at Sapphire Jewelers, we treat every guest with utmost care. I will create the gift box exactly to your specifications. Excellent. If I am satisfied, I shall increase your remuneration. Thank you, Sir Billy. with your talents. You are undoubtedly the most deserving candidate to receive the tulip blossom. Haha, thank you for your kind words. At this juncture, the negotiations were drawing to a close. Upon concluding, the young man named Billy rose from his seat, casually glanced at Nalantar and the others, and then made his way downstairs. TSK. Nalantar. It appears that if you wish to win the affections of a fair lady, you must exert greater effort. This Billy has gone to such lengths just to commission a gift box from the finest craftsman at Sapphire Jewelers, Boris remarked. Nalantar, somewhat speechless, had initially thought that procuring a luminous pearl would suffice as a gift, but it seemed that his poverty had limited his imagination. Here was someone who made such grand preparations for merely a gift box. Good sirs, I am Lazel, a jeweler from Sapphire. How may I be of service to you? At that moment, the jeweler responsible for attending to Nalantar and his companions had arrived. Nalantar collected his thoughts and retrieved several luminous pearls from his pocket. Master Lazel, I would like to have this largest luminous pearl crafted into a perfume bottle casing. Is that possible? Sir, are you certain? Such a large luminous pearl is quite rare. Hollowing it out may diminish its brilliance. Lazel, one of the finest jewelers in Tulip City, had never encountered a request to hollow out a luminous pearl for a perfume bottle before. Yes, I am certain. Here is the design I have prepared. Please take a look and see if it can be crafted. Nalantar had contemplated how to present himself favorably at the birthday banquet before arriving in Tulip City. Of course, it now seemed insufficient, but it was the best he could achieve. The blueprint depicted an exquisite perfume bottle, with the lower half hollowed out from the size of a half-egg luminous pearl to serve as the outer shell, while the upper portion was to be fashioned from silver, adorned with several luminous pearls of varying sizes as the stopper. When the perfume bottle is unveiled, it will undoubtedly be the most resplendent presence, whether by day or by night. Marvelous. Pray, dear sir, which master artisan crafted this exquisite bottle? Lazel exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the design. I conceived it myself. You are truly a noble endowed with artistic talent. Lazel, momentarily taken aback by Nalantar's youthful appearance, finally offered his praise. Subsequently, Nalantar conversed with Lazel for a while longer, confirming that he would return in 5 days to collect the finished product before departing the merchant's establishment with Boris. Ah, Nalantar, you are indeed generous. A mere service fee of 5 gold coins. Boris, what choice do I have? You have seen for yourself the meticulous preparations that Billy undertakes for a single gift box. Nalantar shrugged. Haha, I was merely jesting, Nalantar. Once you bring Miss Sidra to the castle, such a sum will pale in comparison. Soon, not just thousands, but tens of thousands of gold coins will be at your disposal. Billy is quite astute. Boris teased Nalantar in a hushed tone. Let us proceed, Nalantar. Yesterday was so exhausting that I did not take you to explore Tulip City. This afternoon, I invite you to dine at the finest estate in Tulip City. I shall also send someone to fetch Rail, and we can inquire about the art of perfume making. Certainly, but Boris, allow me to treat you to this meal. Nalantar mused, feeling grateful for Boris's companionship in his recent endeavors. You have already treated me along the way. The culinary skills of Chef Rose are no less than those of any other chef in Tulip City. Therefore, let me treat you this time. With that, the two mounted their carriage and, accompanied by their entourage, made their way towards the luncheon destination, while Boris dispatched his subordinates to invite Rail to the castle. The premier estate Boris referred to was but a mere 5-minute journey from the treasure house, an estate that dwarfed the treasure house by several magnitudes. Upon arriving at the estate's entrance, a servant promptly came to tend to their horses, and Nalantar and Boris were escorted to a carriage provided by the estate, which took them deeper into the grounds. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Sapphire Estate. The carriage traversed a shaded path, ultimately arriving before an exquisite marble edifice. Another sapphire? Nalantar expressed his astonishment. Do not be so surprised, Nalantar. Both the treasure house and this estate belong to the wealthiest family in our principality, the Flanders family. All of this belongs to the Flanders family? The Marquis of Flanders was indeed a name from the original owner's memories, renowned for their immense wealth. However, the Flanders family does not possess any territory. They are merely an honorary noble family residing in the royal capital. Yet, do not underestimate this family. For the current Marquis of Flanders serves as the Minister of Finance for the Principality, enjoying the king's utmost trust. Moreover, Her Highness the Queen of the Agate Principality hails from this family. Hence, although the Flanders family lacks territorial holdings, their influence within the principality is comparable to that of any count or lord. Certainly, although the original master was aware of the existence of the Flanders family, he remained oblivious to the means by which they amassed their wealth due to his impoverished circumstances, for there exists no equivalent to Baidu in this world. Under the guidance of a servant, Nayland entered the estate's small building accompanied only by 3 ladies and Boris. Given that the city of Tulip was currently bustling with nobility, the estate was devoid of private rooms, necessitating their ascent to the dining hall on the 2nd floor. Nayland held no objections to this arrangement, for dining in any location served the same purpose. Since they were not within the castle, and after consulting with Boris, Nayland invited the 3 ladies to join them at the table, for he had brought them out for this very occasion. Once Boris had ordered the dishes, they awaited eagerly, and it was not long before Rel arrived. However, upon approaching the table and gazing at Nayland, Rel's expression conveyed a hesitance, as if he were on the verge of speaking yet restrained by some unspoken thought. Chapter 186. Natasha Rel, have you consumed a sour lemon? Your expression is rather peculiar, Boris inquired, intrigued by Rel's strange demeanor. Boris, now enter, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to discuss. Rel hesitated. Rel, simply speak your mind. Our friendship spans many years, Boris retorted with a roll of his eyes. Nallanter, too, was curious, having noticed Rel's gaze directed toward him. Ahem, Sir Nallanter, I shall proceed to divulge. This information was relayed to me by others. Rel began. Yesterday, did Nallanter not duel with Varud over his personal maid, even severing Varud's wrist? This incident has circulated among the Tulip nobility since yesterday afternoon. Do you truly need to elaborate, Rel? Boris interjected, exasperated. Boris, do not interrupt. While the dissemination of this event was inevitable, do you comprehend how it has been transformed in the telling? What do you mean? Boris asked, perplexed. The first narrative is the actual sequence of events from the luncheon yesterday. However, this account is no longer the topic of discussion today. The second, and far more prevalent version, portrays Sir Nallanter as having fallen in love at first sight with a maid from a count's castle, only for Sir Varud to intervene and challenge him for her affection, culminating in Nallanter winning the lady's heart. Boris's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir Nallanter, there is yet another rumor. Are you inclined to hear it? Rel proposed. Please, do continue, Nallanter replied, taking a deep breath and nodding silently. Another tale suggests that Varud harbored feelings for Sir Nallanter, and upon witnessing Nallanter's affection for the castle maid, Varud, in a fit of rage, sought to harm her. In defense of the maid, Nallanter severed Varud's wrist. Boris was left speechless. Nallanter's expression darkened. Rel, do you have any idea who propagated this rumor? Boris asked, suppressing his amusement. Were this tale about anyone else, he would undoubtedly laugh uproariously. However, given its relation to Nallanter, he felt compelled to inquire about its origins. This rumor has spread like wildfire. Among both castle servants and nobility, it is impossible to trace its source, Rel lamented. These scoundrels, are they not aware they are tarnishing Nallanter's reputation? Boris muttered under his breath. Once this rumor surfaced, the focus shifted to a love triangle concerning the maid, thereby overshadowing Nallanter's valiant image. It is crucial to recognize that for a noble to gain renown is exceedingly rare. This duel presented a unique opportunity for Nallanter, an occasion for redemption, rich with potential intrigue. Calm yourself, Boris, it is merely a rumor. Taking a deep breath, Nallanter sought to reassure Boris. As he came to terms with the situation, he realized that this rumor had overshadowed his brilliance, yet perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Regarding the notion of fighting for love, the rumor held no malice. Even if it reached the ears of Lord Count and Miss Stella, they could easily ascertain the truth by questioning the servants present, thus it bore little consequence for him. Narrant, are you not angry? You could have leveraged this reputation to enhance the favor of Lord Count and Miss Stella towards you. Boris expressed his sympathy for Narrant. Reputation is a fleeting thing. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Narrant replied calmly. Enough of this. The food has arrived. Boris, let us not allow rumors to dampen our spirits. With the topic concluded, although Boris still felt a lingering indignation, he chose to relent. The group then began to indulge in the exquisite cuisine. It must be said that the Sapphire Manor truly deserves its reputation as the pinnacle of Tulip City. The ingredients were plentiful, ranging from rare beast meats to elusive fowl and fish, all accessible to those with wealth. Coupled with the culinary expertise of top chefs, Narrant was treated to the gastronomic delights of this fantastical realm. The 3 ladies, Vivian, Shirley, and Catherine, savored every bite. As lunch neared its conclusion, they transitioned to dessert. Oh, what a coincidence. Narrant, you have encountered your rival again, Boris exclaimed softly. Following Boris's gaze, Narrant spotted a group of 7 or 8 young men and women seated not far away, among whom was Billy, the very individual he had met earlier at the treasure house. As he and Boris assessed the table, the group noticed their presence too, and with one young man's narration, they began to scrutinize them, though the nature of their discussion remained unknown. Just then, a young man, appearing to be around 27 or 28, suddenly smiled at Narrant and nodded in acknowledgement. Taken aback, Narrant realized he did not recognize this young man. Boris, who is he? I have no idea, Boris replied, shaking his head. I know. That is Ulick, the Honorable Black Iron, the eldest son of the Black Iron Count. Rel interjected. The eldest son of the Black Iron Count? Narrant and Boris exchanged glances. However, Narrant understood why Ulick had acknowledged him. It was clear that he took pleasure in Quint's misfortune. It was a first for Narrant to receive goodwill from an enemy's brother, and he reciprocated with a friendly smile. Oh, here comes that lady, Rel exclaimed in surprise. To their astonishment, a beautiful woman, who had been seated among Ulick's group, suddenly rose and approached them directly. Her face was exquisite, her skin fair, and her chestnut hair, slightly curled, cascaded over her shoulders. The elegant blue gown she wore accentuated her tall, flawless figure, exuding an undeniable air of nobility. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. My name is Natasha Flandra. May I join you for a moment? The lady approached the table with an alluring grace, and then, maintaining her poise, inquired politely. May I sit here? Of course, Miss Natasha, please take a seat. Boris and Rael were utterly astonished, with Boris stumbling over his words. Thank you. The lady replied with a gentle smile, before moving to the side of Narrant. Sir, may I inquire if I might take a seat beside you? Although it was a restaurant, the majority of the patrons were nobility, thus the dining arrangement consisted of a long table, albeit slightly reduced in size. Narrant, accompanied by 3 ladies, sat on one side, while Boris and Rael occupied the opposite end. At that moment, the lady expressed her desire to sit in Narrant's place, thereby positioning herself directly across from Boris. Certainly, Narrant replied without objection, displaying a modicum of gentlemanly decorum. Nevertheless, a question lingered in his mind, one he longed to voice. Now that Natasha is present, when might we expect the arrival of Katyusha? As the saying goes, with vodka in one hand and a babosha in the other, embracing Natasha while singing of Katyusha. Chapter 187. The suppression of aura after Nalente made room for her. Natasha gracefully settled into her seat, adorned with an enchanting smile. Clad in a half-sleeve gown, she rested her alabaster arms on the table, captivating the attention of the 2 men across from her, who found themselves momentarily breathless and uncertain of where to direct their gaze. To be candid, in the presence of such a celestial beauty as Natasha, they felt as if they were mere provincial landowners overwhelmed by an imposing aura. Among those present, only the 3 women, including Sherry, remained unaffected, leaving Nalente as the sole man with some semblance of composure. Though he too sensed a slight rush of blood, his previous life's experiences as a man forged in the crucible of social media fame endowed him with a certain resilience. Once Natasha was settled, she directly initiated the conversation, her gaze soft yet penetrating as she addressed Boris. May I inquire if you are Lord Boris? Yes, indeed, I am Boris. Boris's breath hitched, his face flushing slightly, as if someone had gripped his throat. Greetings, Lord Boris. I have heard that the exquisite white sugar produced in Tulip City is from your domain. That is truly remarkable. Ahem. Yes, indeed. Boris seemed to falter, caught off guard. Pray tell, is this precious and wondrous white sugar cultivated by the yellow little sprites? Natasha's focused gaze made Boris feel as if he were a trembling fledgling, exposed and vulnerable. Yes. Under normal circumstances, Boris would have nodded without hesitation at such an inquiry from anyone else. However, it felt as though Natasha had seen through him, causing him to hesitate, for he had previously made a pact with Nalente regarding their responses. Nalente observed Boris's reaction with a furrowed brow. It was not that Boris was lacking, rather, the formidable presence of the opponent had rendered him incapacitated before the duel even began. It was reminiscent of the ancient King Zhou, who, despite having witnessed countless beauties, succumbed to the allure of Daji, leading to his downfall. Nalente believed Natasha was a formidable rival akin to Daji. After your birthday celebration, would you be so kind as to invite me to visit your territory for a few days? I have grown weary of the capital and long to explore the countryside. Sensing that Boris might actually be inclined to agree, Nalente hastily covered his face and coughed twice. Oh, my apologies, Miss Natasha. After the birthday celebration, I shall be visiting several old friends, so I am unable to extend an invitation for you to visit my domain at this time. Oh, what a pity. Natasha smiled gently, yet as she spoke, she finally shifted her gaze from Boris to rest upon Nalente for the first time. Nalente greeted her with a warm smile. You must be Sir Nalente, then? Indeed, I am Nalente. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Natasha. Natasha nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes appraising Nalente for a moment before she turned to glance at the three women beside her. Although they were modestly focused on their lunch, Natasha could still discern that their beauty was exceptional. Recalling the recounting of his desk mate, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, for among the three women, Shirley appeared merely as a child. With her purpose unfulfilled, Natasha resolved not to linger any longer. However, just as she prepared to rise, she noticed a delicate twitch at the tip of her nose. Ah! A soft exclamation escaped Natasha's heart, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. This young lady is truly enchanting. I wonder what your name is. Natasha paused her departure and instead smiled at Shirley. Oh, is it little sister Shirley? How beautiful you are. Here, dear, I have a few bracelets to gift you. With that, Natasha cast a glance at her personal maid standing a meter away. The maid promptly retrieved an exquisite little pouch from her bosom, and after a brief search, produced several slender silver bracelets. Though fine, the craftsmanship was impeccable. Upon hearing this, Shirley turned to Nalenter, who was equally perplexed by Natasha's intentions. Nevertheless, given her warmth, there seemed no reason to decline, and he nodded in acquiescence. Thank you, Miss Natasha. With Nalenter's approval, Shirley expressed her gratitude, particularly enamored by the exquisite jewelry. Allow me to assist you in adorning it. Natasha gently seized Shirley's delicate white wrist. Once she had adorned Shirley, Natasha rose again to bestow bracelets upon Vivian and Catherine as well. However, as she helped Catherine, Natasha's nose twitched once more, her eyes sparkling with an elusive brilliance. Thank you, Miss Natasha. After donning the bracelets, the three women expressed their gratitude anew. No need for thanks. These bracelets look splendid on you. Natasha smiled softly before bidding farewell. I apologize for the earlier disturbance. I shall take my leave now. Phew, that woman is formidable. She seems to evoke more anxiety than meeting the Earl. After Natasha departed, Rel exhaled deeply. Earlier, Natasha had not directed her gaze towards him. So while he was indeed awed, he quickly regained his composure. Did she just mention her name as Natasha Frank? Could she be the Marquis's granddaughter? Boris, upon this realization, also awakened to the truth, although his face reflected a disappointment at the thought of not being able to host Natasha at his castle. He grasped the crucial point. It must be so. Nalenter nodded. It was only fitting that someone capable of nurturing such an impressive woman would become the wealthiest in the duchy. Following the meal, tea and treats continued, and Nalenter inquired with Rel about the transfer of basic techniques for perfume production. Rel confirmed the possibility but candidly clarified that the technique merely covered the formulation of extracting perfume. To create a best-selling fragrance, one would need to develop a proprietary recipe. Nalenter understood and ultimately agreed to a transaction of 30 gold coins, indicating that he could send a few servants to Rel's territory for training. One should not dismiss the price of 30 gold coins. The perfume industry is a lucrative venture, and the foundational formulation methods typically command a market price of 40 to 50 gold coins. Thus, 30 gold coins represented a significant discount, given Rel's regard for Boris. As they were preparing to depart from the manor, Rael extended an invitation to Nalenter and Boris, inquiring whether they had any engagements in the afternoon. If not, why not accompany me to the southern marketplace? What shall we peruse? Boris mused, recalling his words from the previous day. Indeed, although the potion lily is no longer available, to ensure the prosperity of our territory, it is prudent for me to procure a green sprite. Oh, you intend to acquire a sprite? Nalenter replied. Will you be joining him? Boris's interest piqued, for there is not a noble who does not appreciate sprites, even if merely for a fleeting glance. Let us go and take a look. Nalenter expressed his curiosity about the market for trading sprites, nodding in agreement to the excursion. After all, he had nearly completed his business in Tulip City and was now merely awaiting the commencement of the birthday celebration. Chapter 188. Crystal mined the reason that such precious items, like the miniature spirits, are sold in the southern part of the city rather than in the noble district to the east is that these spirits originate from various regions of the duchy. In the southern area, numerous merchant caravans gather, as they lack storefronts in the Eastern District and are thus compelled to lease space in the Southern market to sell alongside other goods. Upon their arrival in the Southern sector, Nalente and his companions noticed an evident increase in foot traffic, with ordinary pedestrians occasionally adorned with long swords. However, those commoners permitted to bear arms within the city typically must register, a privilege reserved for the noble merchant caravans. Navigating through the bustling crowds and the clatter of wheels upon the stone-paved streets, Nalente and his companions finally reached a massive market entrance encircled by wooden fences. This marketplace serves as a hub for the exchange of goods among the caravans, with Tulip City boasting two such venues, one dedicated to commonplace items, such as firewood, rice, and salt, and another for more luxurious commodities, like potions, miniature spirits, and the pelts of magical beasts. Naturally, Nalente and his group sought the high-end market to procure miniature spirits. Upon entering, they encountered a number of nobles leisurely strolling in silk garments. Look, there are several miniature spirits. Soon, Liar spotted a stall displaying 3 or 4 miniature spirits for sale in iron boxes. Gentlemen, take a look at these miniature spirits. The shortest effectiveness is over 2 years. Upon seeing the 3 approach, the stall owner promptly greeted them. Among the displayed spirits, 3 were green while 1 was blue, accompanied by a large hedgehog. What luck! Even his grandmother would be brought to tears upon hearing this. Boris could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of the hedgehog. Obviously, this blue miniature spirit, which attracts a specific type of animal, had drawn a swarm of ordinary hedgehogs. These creatures closely resembled common rats, but were roughly the size of rabbits, making them edible. However, their meat is known for being both fishy and tough, rendering them unpalatable to most nobles. Only commoners or serfs would consider consuming them, thus resulting in a loss for the blue miniature spirit. What is the remaining effectiveness of these miniature spirits, and how many opportunities do they have for recognition? My lord, one of the 3 green miniature spirits has 3 years of effectiveness, while the other 2 possess 4 years. As for the blue miniature spirit, it still has 7 years of effectiveness, but each has only 1 final opportunity for recognition. What is the price? The green miniature spirit with 3 years of effectiveness is 21 gold coins. The green miniature spirits with 4 years of effectiveness are 28 gold coins each. As for the blue miniature spirit, it is the most reasonable at only 30 gold coins. That is exorbitant. Liar's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Typically, the price for green miniature spirits with less than 5 years of effectiveness hovers around 5 gold coins per year, as the chances of transforming into a higher form after surpassing 5 years are exceedingly slim. My lords, the recent scarcity of green miniature spirits has compelled us to acquire them at elevated prices. There is little that can be done. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately began to explain. Let us take another look. Rail, unhurried, continued to stroll deeper into the market. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon a row of several shops, all remarkably selling small sprites. Rail chose a shop that boasted a considerable number of green sprites and, after inquiring, discovered that within this establishment were a sprite with a 9-year utility and another with an 8-year utility. Resolute, Rail decided to acquire one. However, these 2 green sprites were not inexpensive, each priced at 9 gold coins per year of utility. Rail promptly commenced negotiations with the shop owner, taking advantage of their bargaining. Nalenter began to scrutinize the small sprites surrounding him. To his surprise, he found that the majority of the sprites for sale were of colors other than green, occupying nearly half of the offerings, which was somewhat unexpected. Generally, green sprites had the highest probability of appearing, while sprites of other hues were considered rare. Nalenter, not taken aback, understood that although the other colored sprites were scarce, they were unstable. If fortune did not favor one, they might end up with a useless sprite. Many nobles preferred to sell such sprites, as it could still yield some profit. As for green sprites, unless absolutely necessary, many nobles were reluctant to part with them. Oh, I see. Nalenter nodded in understanding. Curious, he began inspecting the neglected sprites. To his astonishment, he even spotted a yellow sprite capable of producing clay ore. Upon inquiring about the price, he learned that this clay sprite still had 8 years of utility and was estimated to be around 40 gold coins. This price could likely be negotiated, for in the eyes of the nobility in this world, clay was only useful for crafting pottery or the simplest porcelain, hardly commanding high value. As he continued to peruse the shops, Nalenter suddenly encountered a second yellow sprite, exclaiming in surprise. However, it was not the sprite itself that captivated him, but rather the mineral specimens displayed nearby. The mineral samples, about the size of a fist, appeared to be clusters of white, translucent rock candy fused together. Dear sir, do you fancy this yellow sprite? This is a white crystal ore. Although the crystals are not large, they are quite beautiful. In the shop where Nalantar found himself, this was the only yellow sprite available, seemingly a supplementary sale. The middle-aged man overseeing the shop, with a sharp visage, noticed Nalantar examining the sprite and eagerly approached him. Upon hearing this, Nalantar rolled his eyes, thinking the man should be promoting diamond ore instead, as he had never encountered such finely fragmented crystal ore. My lord, although this sprite's crystals are small, they were only discovered a month ago, and the price is exceptionally favorable. Thus, purchasing now is exceedingly advantageous. The middle-aged man, seeing that Nalantar remained silent, was undeterred and intensified his sales pitch. What is the asking price for this sprite? Naturally, Nalan did not believe the deceptive words spoken to him. However, he ultimately managed to recall all the information he possessed regarding this type of ore. As he inquired further, he feigned casualness while discreetly employing his energy to break off a small fragment of the mineral. Esteemed sir, as this is merely a fine-grade crystal ore, it is priced at only 50 gold coins each, which is a remarkable bargain, 2/3 cheaper than other white crystal ores. Purchasing now would undoubtedly be a wise investment, as it can be utilized for ornamental purposes or embellishments, yielding considerable profits. How exorbitant! Nalan furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and subtly placed the fragment he had broken off into his mouth. Spitting it out a moment later, he was immediately struck by a wave of bitterness, bending over to expel it onto the ground. Yet, as he bent, a glimmer of brilliance began to flicker in his eyes. Chapter 189. The Nitrate Mine. Nalan, what are you looking at? At that moment, the negotiation between Lear and the merchant had concluded. Boris, noticing Nalan conversing with a middle-aged man outside the shop, approached out of curiosity. Oh, nothing much, just observing a small yellow sprite's gemstone, rather intriguing. What gemstone? Boris inquired, drawing closer. My lord, this is a white crystal ore. The middle-aged man interjected. Huh, who do you think you're fooling? This cannot possibly be a crystal, or how could there be such minute shards of crystal? Boris retorted sharply. Nalan, do not be deceived. My lord, you must not speak so casually. This truly is white crystal, merely of a peculiar variety with smaller facets, which is why my esteemed master has allowed it to be sold, and for only 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. This is likely just an unknown or resembling white crystal, but utterly useless. Not even 10 gold coins would anyone pay for it. Nalan, let us depart. Boris, well-versed in such deceptions, recognized the ploy of selling unidentifiable ores as if they were valuable. Nalan, I believe it may indeed be crystal. Yet, Nalan chose not to follow Boris's lead. The gentleman speaks the truth. It is indeed white crystal. Sir, seeing your trust in me, if you are willing to purchase, I can offer this white crystal or for 48 gold coins. The man, with a gleeful expression, hastened to make his offer. Nalan, Boris began to voice his concerns, but Nalan interjected. Boris, I aspire to venture into the perfume business and require exquisite crystal bottles to embellish my creations. Though this or may not resemble true crystal, I am inclined to take a chance. Boris opened his mouth in protest, but ultimately decided to remain silent. Recognizing Nalan's determination, this yellow sprite, I genuinely wish to acquire. However, the price is exorbitant. Boris ceased his objections, prompting Nalan to turn his attention back to the middle-aged man. What do you deem a fair price, my good sir? The merchant, with a hopeful demeanor, awaited the response. 10 gold coins. My lord, that is simply too low. The merchant's face fell after a brief pause. I merely wished to take a gamble. Should my friend be correct, and this indeed not be white crystal, then those 10 gold coins would be a loss. So, are you willing to sell? Nalan stated matter-of-factly. I'm afraid, my lord, that price is out of the question. Oh, then let it be. I possess little gold in any case. Nalan replied, disappointment evident as he shook his head. Let us go, Nalan. Boris, relieved, exhaled deeply, knowing that purchasing it would likely lead to a wasted investment. Meanwhile, the middle-aged merchant, witnessing Nalan's departure, was conflicted. This was certainly not white crystal. Their lord had already tested it long ago. Although the ore particles are transparent, they are far from robust. A mere touch can cause them to shatter or turn into a fine white powder. This time, they were specifically brought to Tulip City to be sold as white crystals, with the intention of making a quick profit, especially since they are not from the Tulip Count's territory. However, it is evident that the nobles are not fools. Deceiving one is no simple task. The young man earlier was the only noble willing to negotiate a purchase. Yet, the offered price was exceedingly low. Selling for 10 gold coins meant that the yellow sprite had only been in his possession for a month, resulting in a loss that could be compared to robbing the Lord's grandmother. While this middle-aged man was in a quandary, Nalintor was over there, laughing and preparing to leave with Riel and others. Ultimately, Riel acquired the 9-year utility green sprite for 75 gold coins. When calculated, the annual utility of this green sprite equates to over 8 gold coins. My lord, if you truly desire it, just add a little more, 20 gold coins. My master is in urgent need of funds. I can part with it for just 20 gold coins. The middle-aged man, witnessing Nalintor genuinely preparing to depart, shouted out in frustration. 15 gold coins is my final offer. I am taking a gamble here. If you are deceiving me, then my 15 gold coins will be wasted. Nalintor hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and offering his highest bid. At that moment, both parties' performances peaked, albeit somewhat exaggerated. They felt they had achieved their respective goals. The subsequent transaction was straightforward. They completed the sprite contract exchange before each other. Once the sprite's annual utility was confirmed, Nalintor handed over the 15 gold coins to the middle-aged man. Boss, since the transaction is complete, I will take the ore with me. Before departing, Nalintor made sure to take the sample of the ore. Certainly, I have a small box left. Take it all. The middle-aged man, seeing Nalintor's prompt payment, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for having taken advantage, even produced a wooden box filled with the same ore. Thank you very much. Nalintor accepted it without hesitation. He instructed his attendants to carry the wooden box, and then Nalintor and his companions headed directly towards the market exit. On the way, Boris shook his head at Nalintor, while Riel, having heard Boris's retelling, regarded Nalintor with a peculiar expression. Naturally, Nalintor could not explain to the two, as the ore was rather unique. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he had essentially confirmed that this was saltpeter ore. Saltpeter, colorless, white, or gray crystalline, with a glassy luster, white powder. Easily soluble in water, bitter and cold in taste. This is one of the primary components used by the armies of traversers to manufacture black powder. Although gunpowder holds limited utility in this fantastical world, saltpeter ore is indispensable for traversers. Since Nalintor had encountered it, even if it were merely for collection, it would still be valuable. Moreover, beyond the production of gunpowder, his memories indicated that saltpeter could also be used for refrigeration, for someone without a refrigerator or air conditioning. The value of saltpeter far exceeds 15 gold coins. Previously, that middle-aged man believed he had struck a remarkable bargain, deceiving Nalintor out of his money. Little did he know that even if he refused to lower the price by a single penny, Nalintor would find a way to gather the funds necessary to acquire the little sprite. Nalintor's gaze followed, only to discover a considerable number of people queuing at the entrance of the quaint estate. Why are there so many? Nalintor pondered in surprise. Has Alding truly elevated his perfume business to such heights? It's all due to the ice. Nalintor, did I not mention that ice is one of Alding's most lucrative ventures? Although the title of the Tulip family was inherited by the Earl, the old count held a considerable fondness for Alding, leaving him with numerous estate properties within the city. Furthermore, he constructed an ice cellar specifically for him, allowing Alding to earn substantial profits each summer from the sale of ice. Boris elucidated. Is that so? How fortuitous. Haha. Nalintor nodded, a knowing smile gracing his face. Chapter 190. The magnanimity of Nalintor. Originally, Nalintor contemplated using perfume as a means of retribution against Alding. Yet the execution of such a scheme necessitated considerable planning. However, with the advent of saltpeter, the task became exceedingly straightforward. Upon returning to the castle, Nalintor promptly entrusted a chest of saltpeter to Catherine, instructing her to accompany the castle servants to the mill to grind the substance into powder. After Catherine departed, he dispatched another servant to the city of Tulip to procure the copper and wooden basins required for ice making. By the time evening approached, the preparations were finally complete. Observing that dinner was nearing, Nalintor decided to embark on this extraordinary ice-making endeavor later in the night, when fewer people would be around. That night, in the reception area of Tulip Castle, Nalintor strolled across the verdant grounds with the three young ladies. My lord, will there truly be milk-flavored ice cubes to enjoy tonight? Young Sherry inquired, lifting a large copper basin with curiosity. Have I ever deceived anyone? Nalintor replied, leading the way as the three ladies transformed into laborers, their hands burdened with various items. This shall suffice. After surveying the area for onlookers, he gestured for the three to halt by the edge of a small lake. Vivian, fetch some water from the lake to fill this large wooden basin. Yes, my lord. Vivian responded without hesitation, promptly taking a bucket to collect water. In no time, the oversized wooden basin was nearly filled with lake water. Now, it's south time to place the copper basin in. Yes, my lord. Following his command, Sherry gently lowered the copper basin into the wooden one, and once the excess clear water overflowed, Nalantar nodded in satisfaction. Catherine, pour that bucket of water into the copper basin. The water Catherine held was the cooled, boiled water brought from the small tower. Certainly, my lord. Catherine complied immediately. Haha, we are now at the final 2 steps. Once the copper basin was filled with water, Nalantar poured milk and sugar into it. Plop. Sherry swallowed hard at the sight of the creamy milk and sugar. After the milk and sugar were added to the copper basin, Nalantar took a packet of white powder, the saltpeter powder that Catherine had ground, and poured it into the wooden basin. Mission accomplished. Once the saltpeter powder was added, Nalantar placed a large wooden board atop the wooden basin and clapped his hands. My lord, will we truly be able to enjoy milk ice cubes this way? Sherry's eyes widened, feeling the situation was somewhat surreal. How could simply adding a bit of water and milk, along with that white powder, yield ice cubes? Despite the night, the surrounding air remained quite warm. How could it possibly freeze? After all, their master had no magical abilities. Catherine and Vivian also gazed at Nalantar with wide eyes, evidently sharing the same curiosity. It's that simple. I assure you, in 2 hours, you shall savor these delightful milk ice cubes. Nalantar pounded his chest with unwavering confidence, proclaiming that with saltpeter, the process of ice making was indeed quite simple. The principle lay in the fact that when saltpeter encounters water, it reacts and absorbs a significant amount of heat from the water. Following this principle, Nalantar prepared a wooden basin and a copper basin, nesting the copper basin within the wooden one like a set of Russian dolls. Water was added to both basins, with the water in the wooden basin being intended for the reaction with saltpeter and thus unfit for consumption, while the cooled boiled water in the copper basin would be the part suitable for drinking later. This precaution was necessary as saltpeter is toxic, and excessive consumption could severely harm the liver. Hence, the copper basin served as a barrier. Yet its excellent thermal conductivity allowed the water in the wooden basin to facilitate the freezing process. Ah, splendid. My lord, you are truly a wise noble. And Sherry adores you. Upon hearing Nalantar's assurance, Sherry finally felt at ease, eagerly anticipating the chance to savor ice once more. The memory of the chilled fruit juice from yesterday afternoon lingered vividly in her mind. Hee. However, the long night stretches ahead, and 2 hours might be a tad arduous to wait. Catherine, have you prepared the ingredients that Rose requested? My lord, they are ready, right here. Catherine promptly gestured toward a small basket beside her, which held a considerable amount of prepared meat, including beef, chicken thighs, and chicken wings. However, my lord, regarding the wildfire chilies, Chef Rose mentioned that they could not be found in the city, as few people partake of this spicy ingredient. Ah, I had forgotten that. Yet, the castle kitchen should possess some. In this world, chili peppers are not widely used, as they are typically reserved for barbecues. Commoners and serfs cannot indulge in such luxuries. Even a meager portion of meat is usually reserved for broth, to avoid rendering the fat dry. Sherry, you shall go outside to the stone house and find your mother. I will head to the castle kitchen to procure the wildfire chilies. Nalantar decisively declared. The reason for his personal journey was that certain areas of the castle were not accessible to Catherine and the others. Only a noble like Nalantar could freely venture into some less significant core areas. After issuing his orders, Nalantar and Sherry parted ways, leaving Catherine and Vivian to guard the wooden basin. Upon exiting the reception area, Nalantar made his way directly toward the main body of the castle. When he reached the outer perimeter of the castle, he halted a passing maid. I intend to roast some food in the reception area. However, I lack the ingredients for the barbecue, so I would like you to accompany me to the castle kitchen to request some wildfire chilies from the chef. Of course. My lord, please follow me. Without hesitation, the maid led Nalantar toward the side entrance of the inner fortress. The majestic tulip castle boasted numerous entrances and exits, far beyond the simple front and back doors of Lucky Castle. Upon reaching a side door, they encountered a guard who inquired about their intentions. Yes, it is Lord Nalantar, please. Once the guard confirmed his identity, he promptly granted them passage. However, after Nalantar had departed, the guards exchanged curious glances, scrutinizing his retreating figure. Indeed, aside from the guards, even the maid guiding Nalantar could not help but quicken her breath slightly after hearing his name. My lord, this is the kitchen. Please wait a moment while I fetch the ingredients from the chef. The maid provided attentive service, whispering softly to Nalantar as they reached the kitchen entrance. Nalantar nodded in acknowledgement. My lord, here are the wild pepper ingredients you requested. Thank you very much. Nalantar expressed his gratitude, extending his hand to receive them. It was no surprise that a noble such as he would exhibit such courtesy at that moment. A faint blush adorned the maid's cheeks. Nalantar attributed her demeanor to exhaustion from guiding him. Thus he refrained from any airs in his thanks. There is no need for such formality. Is there anything else I can assist you with, my lord? However, in the next instant, Nalantar was taken aback. He realized he had been playfully teased by the young maid. As she handed him the ground red pepper, her delicate fingers intentionally brushed lightly against his palm. Although merely a maid, the servants of the Earl's castle were known for their soft skin, and the sensation was quite pleasant. Am I truly so charming? Nalantar pondered. Especially as the maid, having taken advantage of the moment, spoke with a hint of suggestiveness. Is there anything else I can do for you, my lord? Her words were accompanied by a bashful demeanor and glistening eyes. Nalantar was certain she was attempting to seduce him. Naturally, he resisted the allure. While the maid was of decent appearance, the three ladies, Vivian and her companions, were undoubtedly far superior. He was not foolish enough to indulge in frivolities within the Earl's castle. When faced with the temptation, he would rather withdraw. Thank you for your service, but that will be all. With that, Nalantar left behind an imposing silhouette as he swiftly exited through the inner castle's side door. The maid, witnessing his departure, could not help but display a look of disappointment. Mira, did you not succeed? Just then, another maid emerged from the kitchen. No, Mira replied with a dejected nod. It seemed that this Lord Nalantar was indeed a deeply affectionate noble. Had I known, I would have taken the chance myself. To challenge a noble on behalf of a maid, how romantic it would be, akin to a scene from a play. Little did Nalantar realize that. Although rumors of his duel had dampened his reputation, he had nonetheless established an imposing image in the eyes of the castle's maids. For instance, Mira was captivated by his grandeur, which prompted her bold overtures. Moreover, she was not the only one. Many other maids were also coveting his handsome form. Chapter 191. I will surely capture you. Nalantar was indeed oblivious to his own imposing stature and had failed to recognize another pressing issue. In his haste to depart, he seemed to have taken a wrong turn. As he traversed the corridor, he ultimately arrived at a side entrance of the inner fortress. Upon his exit, the guard stationed there regarded him with a hint of curiosity. However, since Nalantar had emerged from the inner fortress, the guard refrained from inquiring further. Stepping out of the inner fortress, Nalantar crossed the courtyard and proceeded along the verdant path ahead. After walking for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly paused, sensing something amiss. This seems incorrect. Where are the stone houses at the periphery of the reception area? Realizing he had strayed, he looked around, only to find the area enveloped in darkness, save for the dimly lit trees and low-flowering shrubs, with not a soul in sight. Earlier, when he had traversed from the reception area, although there were garden paths, he felt that 5 or 6 minutes should have sufficed to arrive by now. How embarrassing for a lord like me to be lost. I shall surely be the subject of ridicule. After pondering for a moment, he finally discerned the source of the problem, recalling that he had indeed taken a wrong turn upon his departure. A glimmer of light appeared ahead. Perhaps there were people nearby, and it would be wise to inquire for directions. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only a building in the distance radiating light. With this thought, he continued onward. As Nalantar drew closer to the structure, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Truly, as expected of the Count's castle. A stream flowed through the castle's garden. As he ambled along, he marveled at the sight. Before long, the sound of water became more pronounced, and Nalantar found himself stepping onto an exquisite marble bridge. Bathed in moonlight, he instinctively glanced at the streams on either side. However, this fleeting glance left him momentarily speechless. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the stream glistened and sparkled. Yet, this was not the focal point. What captivated him was a woman frolicking in the water downstream. The water served as a mirror, the moonlight as illumination, and the woman, with her cascading golden hair, gracefully perched on a rock in the stream. She playfully splashed clear water onto her porcelain-like calves, each droplet glistening upon her fair skin. Who is that? Just as Nalantar was entranced by this unexpected scene, The woman seemed to sense his presence and lifted her gaze towards the bridge. Upon seeing the figure above, she was taken aback, hurriedly dropping her skirt and rising to her feet, emitting a sharp exclamation. This piercing cry jolted Nalente from his stupor. "Ah, my apologies, miss. I merely lost my way. I shall leave at once." Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, he quickly apologized and turned to depart. Given the woman's exquisite appearance and attire, alone at the tranquil stream, he surmised she must be a lady of the Count's household. Regardless of her identity, having intruded upon her in such a manner would surely incite the Count's wrath if he were to find out. Therefore, retreating was the wisest course of action. To remain would be folly. The more the woman spoke, the faster Nalente's footsteps became, eventually breaking into a sprint. "Who on earth are you? Stop right there." To his astonishment, he barely managed to escape a short distance when the woman caught up to him at the stone bridge, her body faintly radiating an aura of combat energy. Goodness! A knight of renown! Nalente, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickened his pace. This was not the 21st century. Although the Westerners were progressive, societal norms had not relaxed to the point of casual exposure, and being caught was simply out of the question. "You dare to run." The moment the woman noticed Nalente utilizing his combat energy, she immediately channeled hers to the utmost, her form shooting toward him like an arrow. Hiss! A silver knight. Nalente felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Though he had only glimpsed her profile, she appeared to be no more than 20, yet he had not anticipated her rank as a silver knight. "My lady, I assure you, it was not my intention. I merely strayed into your path by mistake. Please, do not pursue me." As the distance between them diminished, Nalente spoke in desperation. "Humph. It's too late for excuses now." The one whom Nalente had unwittingly glimpsed was none other than Miss Stella, the flower of tulips. Her presence ensured that no male servants ventured into the garden at night, particularly not during these hours. Thus, after each training session, she would often come to the stream to refresh herself, unaware that an uninvited guest awaited her this evening. Recalling the way she had lifted her skirt earlier, only to have him gawk unabashedly, Stella felt her teeth grind in frustration. What infuriated her further was that this man had the audacity to flee upon being discovered. "I assure you, my lady, I truly saw nothing of consequence. I merely caught a glimpse of your calves." Cold sweat dripped from Nalente's brow, pondering whether his status as a traveler would lead to his untimely demise for offending the Count's female companion. "You dare speak." With a fierce glare, Stella's anger flared, and she drew her slender rapier, channeling her energy as she lunged at Nalente's back. This madwoman, realizing the impending danger from the sound of slicing air behind him, Nalente's hair stood on end. He quickly raised the hem of his formal attire to cover half his face, drawing his sword to defend himself. Clang! The metallic clash echoed as Nalente's sword was deflected, nearly slipping from his grasp. Fortunately, Stella did not wish to kill him. She had restrained her strength, causing her thrust to lose its momentum. "Who are you, truly?" Stella stood 2 meters away, her frosty demeanor unwavering as she pointed her rapier at him. "My lady, I am merely a lost soul. I inadvertently offended you. Please, grant me your forgiveness this once." Nalente pleaded earnestly. "Remove the cloth from your face. If not, I shall take matters into my own hands." Stella, ignoring his desperate pleas, spoke with ire. "Very well, I shall comply." Upon hearing this, Nalente felt a sense of helplessness. He raised his hands towards Stella, gesturing for her to remain calm, before gently reaching for the fabric of his attire. However, the instant his fingers brushed against the garment, a handful of white powder unexpectedly materialized in his grasp. "I advise you to behave, or I shall hand you over to the Count," Stella warned coldly, noticing Nalente's hesitation. "Very well, I promise to be on my best behavior." Just as the words left his lips, Nalente unhesitatingly flung the powder into the air. "Scoundrel!" Stella exclaimed upon witnessing this act, swiftly raising her left hand to shield her eyes before retreating with great speed. When she opened her eyes once more, Nalente's figure had vanished, having already slipped into the thicket to make his escape. Hearing the rustling sounds from within the foliage, Stella felt an urge to pursue him, but realized in her haste she had even neglected to secure her shoes. Gritting her teeth, she halted her pursuit. "You lecherous fiend, I shall certainly capture you." Chapter 192. The persona must be in place, you vile scoundrel. I shall certainly capture you. Hearing the distant shouts of anger behind him, Nalente couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Good heavens, today is truly unfortunate. I nearly met my demise. Who could have imagined that merely getting lost would lead to such trouble? This woman is formidable. Despite her youth, she possesses the prowess of a silver knight. It is a mystery how she has honed such skills. Fortunately, I have the existence of a spatial ring. Without it, I would surely be doomed. The white powder Nalente had just scattered towards Sidela was, in fact, flour, an item he had stored in his spatial ring for the purpose of deception. Admittedly, the effectiveness of this flour as a means of trickery is rather weak. It merely serves as a cover for the lime powder. Nalente had taken meticulous precautions for his own safety, having calculated that he would resort to underhanded tactics only when faced with an opponent stronger than himself. Concerned that the lime powder could be easily countered by the enemy, he had prepared a greater quantity of flour to confuse them, allowing him to unleash the lime powder once their guard was lowered. With lingering trepidation, Nalente navigated through the thicket for several minutes. Although he was uncertain of his exact location, he soon emerged from the woods, using the towering castle as his guide, and stepped onto a sun-dappled path. Following this, Nalente and the women began their barbecue, awaiting the formation of ice. Meanwhile, in the office of the Count, "My tulip, what troubles you?" The Count was reviewing the report on the preparations for the celebration when he noticed Sidela entering, her expression frosty. Immediately, he inquired with concern. Sidela had stormed in, ready to lodge a complaint, but upon seeing her father, she hesitated to find the words. "Someone is bullying me." "What? Someone dares to bully you?" The Count gasped in shock, incredulous that anyone could dare to intimidate his prized tulip within his own castle. "Who is it?" "Is it Natasha?" Sidela replied. "It is a man, but I do not know who he is." Her countenance grew increasingly frigid, revealing her ire. A man intruded into the back garden. With a shifty appearance, I confronted him to inquire, but he used flour to ambush me and then fled. Bang! Such audacity. Someone actually dared to invade the back garden and assault my tulip. The Count's anger ignited, causing him to rise abruptly. "Sidela, I shall immediately dispatch men to search for him. Rest assured, whoever it is, I will ensure he is brought to justice." As Sidela was his cherished daughter, the Count was consumed with fury at the thought that someone would dare to harm her. Without delay, he summoned the elite members of the Tulip Knight Brigade stationed within the castle, and teams of skilled knights began to scour the castle in search of the assailant. In order to reassure the guests residing within the castle, the esteemed Count did not conceal the origins of the matter, but rather instructed the nobles to report any suspicious individuals they might encounter. Although Stella had not seen Nalen's face, his stature and the style of his attire became clues for the investigation. Before long, a contingent of knights tasked with the search arrived in the reception area. Upon discovering Nalen and his companions engaged in a barbecue, they approached to inquire if they had seen any suspicious persons. "Captain, what has transpired?" Nalen inquired with genuine curiosity. Such audacity from the intruder. Indeed, the intruder was clad in a purple silk gown adorned with cloud patterns. "Should you encounter them, please notify the castle guards immediately." "Certainly, Captain. If we happen upon them, we shall inform you at once." "Your efforts are commendable, especially at this late hour spent in pursuit of the intruder. Please, have a piece of fish. It has just been grilled." "Thank you. I shall not interrupt your gathering any further." With a piece of fish in hand, the captain resumed his search. "My lord, it seems you also possess a purple silk gown with cloud patterns." After the search party had moved away, Sherry whispered mischievously to Nalen. Both Catherine and Vivian regarded Nalen with peculiar expressions. "Ahem. The purple cloud patterned gown is quite common, Sherry. Do you wish to forego your milk ice cubes?" My lord." Sherry acknowledges her mistake. The little girl immediately withdrew her head. "Well, it is nearly time. Let us see how the ice cubes are progressing." Nalen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, calculated that the ice should be ready by now and approached the wooden basin. Upon hearing this, the attention of the ladies was piqued, as they had never witnessed water transforming into ice on such a hot day. "Open." Nalen lifted the wooden board with a flourish. Instantly, a cloud of steam billowed from the basin. "Wow, my lord, it truly is ice." As the steam dissipated, what lay beneath was a solid block of pristine white ice. Sherry's mouth fell agape, her round, sparkling eyes akin to a snail's shell. Catherine, Vivian, and Rose gazed incredulously at the wooden basin. Haha. Nalen was filled with joy, for it was his first successful attempt at creating ice using nitrate powder. Such triumph was indeed a cause for celebration. "Let us indulge. I shall introduce you to the milk popsicles I have invented." Without delay, he unsheathed his sword and struck the ice block within the copper basin. Perhaps the time had been insufficient, Or perhaps he had used too little nitrate powder, for the ice was not particularly hard. Nevertheless, as this was meant for his own enjoyment, Nayland did not mind. In fact, it made retrieval all the easier. He then cut the ice into 4 milky white pieces and distributed them among the 4 ladies. Wow, so cold, so sweet, so delicious. My lord, you are truly remarkable, Sherry exclaimed, eagerly shoving the ice into her mouth, instantly captivated by the delightful blend of milky sweetness. My lord, you are indeed a sagacious and illustrious noble. Rose has also offered her commentary. Although it merely involves the addition of milk and sugar to ice, the resulting chill brings forth an unprecedented sensory experience. My lord, we extol your wisdom and greatness. Vivian and Catherine also voiced their admiration, their gazes towards Nayland filled with unwavering reverence. Now, do indulge quickly, lest it melt away. We must save some for Lilia and the others to savor. Though his heart brimmed with joy, Nayland maintained the dignified demeanor befitting a lord in such moments. One must uphold their character. Chapter 193. I hope she is not a false advertisement. Nayland, where did that delightful milk-flavored ice cube you had your servant deliver to me last night come from? It was simply exquisite. The following day, Boris eagerly arrived at Nayland's residence. He immediately inquired about the milk ice cube from the previous evening, swearing that, despite his years as a baron, it was his first time savoring such a creation during summer. He pondered whether the Count's castle had devised this novel delicacy during last winter, deliberately mixing milk with water and freezing it into cubes. Yet, could such ice cubes be stored without spoiling? Furthermore, he detected a distinct sweetness of sugar within the milk ice cube. I made it myself. Nayland considered that whether for profit or to undermine Alding, he could not keep the ice cube secret from Boris, so he decided to be forthright. After all, this nitrate mine must be exceedingly rare, or else it would not have gone unrecognized. What, you truly created it? Boris could scarcely believe it. He had never heard of ice cubes being artificially made in summer. Indeed, I once encountered a method of ice making in an ancient text. The mine I mentioned yesterday was one of its ingredients, although I was uncertain at the time. Ice from a mine, derived from a book? Boris's eyes widened in disbelief at the notion that ice could be produced from minerals. He resolved to visit the bookstore in Tulip City later that day. He harbored no doubts regarding Nayland's words. After all, this world had yet to see any travelers or the concept of a system. If one were to attribute it to a divine favor or a secret bestowed by the gods, it would be more comprehensible. Nayland, it seems you are poised to profit immensely. Boris's gaze was filled with envy, as he had watched his companion ascend like a phoenix. Ha, Boris, I shall take care of your ice cubes from now on. Nayland clapped Boris on the shoulder. For every formidable lord requires a small leaf to accentuate their stature. All right, Nayland, you must keep this formula and secret confidential. Although it can only be profitable in summer, its worth is not inferior to that of sugar. Boris smacked his lips, feeling a sense of balance restored, while reminding Nayland to maintain discretion. Yes, I am aware of that. Nayland nodded. By the way, Nayland, have you heard? Last night, someone broke into the castle's back garden, and Miss Stella was attacked. Nayland, I believe this presents a splendid opportunity. Boris swiftly shifted the conversation to another matter. What opportunity? Nayland paused, perplexed. Of course, it is an excellent chance for you and your peers to demonstrate your capabilities. Just think, if one among you can uncover the identity of the intruder who assaulted Miss Stella, you would undoubtedly capture the attention of the Count and Miss Stella. That is indeed true. Nayland was left speechless. Had Boris known that the assailant of Stella was none other than himself, a participant in the competition, he surely would not have made such a suggestion. It is said that the guest who arrived last night was adorned in a resplendent purple silk gown. Undoubtedly a noble attending the soiree. Although his face was obscured, it has been reported that Miss Idela glimpsed half of his visage. Nayland, for the past few days, we have been discreetly observing to see if any nobles, feeling guilty, would depart or perhaps abandon their attire. Meanwhile, in the square of Tulip City, Rose and her companions found a shaded spot beneath a tree and began their bustling activities. Once the soldiers had arranged a large wooden table borrowed from the castle, a heavy chest was placed upon it. When the chest was opened, it revealed a brand new quilt wrapped within. Beneath the quilt lay a layer of pristine waterproof beast hide. As the hide was lifted, the true contents of the chest were finally unveiled. A wave of chilly air emanated from the wooden box, revealing a large copper basin filled with milk ice cubes. Esteemed nobles, gentlemen, ladies, come forth and behold. Milk ice cubes are available at a bargain. For merely 50 copper coins, you can savor the delightful sweetness of these icy treats on this sweltering summer day. Oh, it seems another vendor has set up a stall in the square. What are they selling this time? Did I just hear something about ice cubes? Milk ice cubes. She seemed to have said. How curious that ice cubes could be made of milk. Wow, that woman is stunning. In an instant, passers-by were drawn towards her. In this scorching summer, the mere mention of ice cubes is indeed enticing, especially with the addition of the word milk. Naturally, many seemingly refined young nobles were also captivated by Rose and her companions. In no time, onlookers either paused to watch or approached with curiosity. Observing this, Rose allowed a charming smile to grace her lips and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our offering today. Milk ice cubes for just 40 copper coins. Would you care to sample some? I assure you, it is an unparalleled delicacy." Is it truly so? The shop over there owned by Alding also sells ice cubes. Yet even a small piece commands 80 copper coins, and a touch of honey adds another 20. How can your milk ice cubes be merely 40? The surrounding young nobles were not oblivious, and upon witnessing Rose's enticing smile, they unconsciously inched closer to the wooden table. Indeed, it is true. If you, my lord, do not believe me, feel free to taste. Should I utter a single falsehood, you may deal with me as you see fit. With the heat of summer intensifying, the youth felt a surge of excitement. He could no longer contain himself and promptly produced 40 copper coins, exclaiming, "I shall have a taste. Of course, I shall consume it here. If it turns out to be false, then I can. Ahem, my lady, I meant to say, what difference does it make whether I eat here or take it away?" The young noble nearly let slip his thoughts, but quickly adjusted his wording. "Oh, I shall eat it here. Very well, my lord. Please hold on a moment." Then, Rose took it upon herself to wield a knife and strike the ice in the copper basin. In a short while, a small bowl of frosty crushed ice emerged, exuding a chill. However, Rose did not immediately present the small bowl of crushed ice. Instead, she glanced at several small wooden basins nearby. These basins contained a variety of peeled dried fruits. Why include dried fruits? The noble youth inquired, for he had never encountered such a unique way to enjoy ice. "My lord, this is another specialty of our ice. It is called shaved ice. If you wish to add these dried fruits and honey, it would typically cost an additional 10 copper coins. However, as today marks our grand opening, you may indulge in this delightful experience free of charge." Oh, how splendid! Upon hearing that it was complimentary, the youth's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially when Rose ladled a spoonful of honey over the crushed ice after the dried fruits had been added. He could hardly suppress his salivation. "My lord, it is ready. I wish you a delightful tasting experience, and remember to stir it before enjoying." Rose smiled gently as she handed him the porcelain bowl. Initially, the young man had hoped that Rose would engage in false advertising, allowing him to. Yet now, gazing at the visually enticing ice delicacy, he found himself forgetting that wicked thought entirely. Chapter 194. A delightful shaved ice. The young man eagerly stirred the contents of the ceramic bowl as per Rose's suggestion, then, unable to contain his anticipation, scooped a spoonful of crushed ice into his mouth. The moment the creamy, icy delicacy mingled with vibrant dried fruits and honey touched his palate, his eyes sparkled with delight. The refreshing chill was intertwined with sweetness, while the crunchy fragments of dried fruits left a lingering fragrance on his tongue, prompting an involuntary gasp of pleasure. This was simply exquisite, truly the most delectable treat he had ever tasted since childhood. After swallowing the shaved ice, an overwhelming sense of happiness washed over him, and a look of profound emotion surfaced on his face. Without pausing, he continued to devour the shaved ice in the bowl, completely oblivious to his public demeanor. However, despite the young man's rather unrefined eating habits, the onlookers were not focused on that. Instead, they were transfixed by the sight of the shaved ice in his hands, salivating at the sight of the wisps of cold vapor rising from it, adorned with a medley of colorful dried fruits and a drizzle of golden honey. Even without tasting it directly, they could envision the delightful flavors within. "I want a bowl too." The crowd could no longer contain themselves, and they surged forward, eager to pay for their own servings. While 40 copper coins represented several days' worth of expenses for commoners, it was a negligible sum for the nobility, particularly at the Alding shop, where honey-infused ice required a silver coin. The nobles queued up without hesitation. "Please, everyone, take your time. There is plenty of ice to go around." In the next moment, the market stall in the square was surrounded, reminiscent of the previous occasions when Thomas and others sold perfumes. Catherine and Vivian, along with their companions, finally found their roles. Catherine was in charge of the shaved ice, while Vivian and Shirley added the dried fruits and honey, with Rose handling the payments and greeting the customers. Wow, this is delicious, and even cheaper than Alding's ice. I'll be back tomorrow to buy more. No one expected that Tulip City harbored such a scrumptious treat. I must inform my fellow companions to come and savor it together. After some time, the noble patrons strolling through the square were all abuzz with discussions about the exquisite shaved ice, each face radiating happiness and satisfaction. What shaved ice? At that moment, a few patrons who had just finished their dessert happened to pass by the Alding shop. The queue outside Alding's remained long, as the crowd was unaware that a more delectable option had emerged in the square. Upon overhearing the mention of shaved ice, particularly the claim that it was cheaper than Alding's offering, curiosity piqued, and they inquired further. You are still waiting in line? Let me tell you, over at the square, they are selling ice too, milk ice no less, for just 40 copper coins. And since it's the opening day, they're even adding honey and dried fruits for free. The flavor is beyond description. In short, it is simply divine. The passerby, enthusiastic about the shaved ice, eagerly shared his endorsement with those in line. Is it really that cheap and delicious? The crowd of patrons expressed their skepticism. For many years, the only establishment in the city of Tulip that offered ice was Alding's, a truth most undeniable. Just moments ago, I had savored a delightful treat in the square. Ah, the expressions of those in line were vivid, their faces alight with joy, as if basking in the glow of honor. Instantly, a surge of excitement coursed through them. Let us go and see for ourselves, they exclaimed, for the queue had only just reached the street corner, and the wait time remained uncertain. A few glanced at each other, understanding that whether the claims were true could be revealed with a mere visit. If the offerings were indeed as delectable and advantageous, why endure the wait here when across the way, the prices were slashed by more than half? Thus, as more and more individuals became aware of the shaved ice in the square, Alding's once thriving ice shop began to lose its allure. Next, inside the shop, the cashier, weary from the day's toil, called out without lifting his gaze, awaiting the next customer. In this sweltering summer, they found no moment of respite, not even after dusk. Only after the daily quota of ice was sold could they finally breathe easy. Next, however, as the cashier placed his hand upon the counter, he waited in vain for the familiar clink of coins. Perplexed, he called out again, this time lifting his head to survey the shop's front. Where had the customers gone? Upon raising his eyes, he was met with an astonishing sight. The once bustling hall and entrance were utterly devoid of patrons. He distinctly recalled seeing a line stretching to the door just moments earlier. How could this be? Hearing the servant's words, he was immediately struck with disbelief. Fool! Why didn't you speak up sooner? The cashier, Bernie, erupted in ire. But, sir, you once instructed me not to disturb you while you worked. The servant replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. You imbecile! Bernie exclaimed, his fury boiling over. He stormed out from behind the counter, delivering a swift kick to the door attendant, before hastening towards the square. This shop was entrusted to him by Alding, a lucrative position, and should he fail, dire consequences awaited. Faced with an unprecedented situation, he needed to investigate immediately and report back to his master. Before long, Bernie arrived at the square, and even from a distance, he was met with a breathtaking spectacle. The square was teeming with people, all lined up before a long wooden table. The throngs of patrons were unlike anything Bernie had ever witnessed. He recalled the grand opening of his master's ice shop 3 years prior, a time of unparalleled splendor, when even then the crowd was but a third of this size. In addition to those in line, numerous nobles were unceremoniously squatting in the shade of nearby trees, clutching humble earthen bowls and wooden spoons, continually indulging in crushed ice. Indeed, it was crushed ice. Yet, astonishingly, the icy morsels were adorned with vibrant, colorful dried fruits. Fear not, everyone. There will be ample shaved ice for all. Today's price is merely 40 copper coins per bowl. To everyone's astonishment, the ice block business in the Tulip district has encountered a rival, whose prices are merely half of those on our side. The esteemed chef Rose has instructed me to report that the shaved ice trade has become exceedingly prosperous. It is possible that our prepared ingredients may not suffice to last until the afternoon. Following last night's incident with Sidella, and with no pressing matters to attend to, Nalinter has taken refuge in the small building to cultivate his fighting spirit. However, to his surprise, even before noon, a soldier hurriedly arrived at the small building to deliver news. What? Not enough? Did we not prepare 1,200 bowls this morning? Nalanter was taken aback. Such a quantity, even if it included the illustrious nobles of Tulip, should ensure that not a single bowl would go unclaimed, with plenty remaining. He had anticipated that this amount would suffice for 2 days of sales. Chapter 195 Confrontation. My dear sir, you should venture to the square. It is teeming with people. The guard cautiously suggested to Nalante. Very well, let us go and see. Intrigued by the fervor surrounding the ice delicacy, Nalante followed the guard out of the small building. Sir Nalante, as he traversed the garden path and approached the castle's grand entrance, a bright and melodious call reached his ears just as he was about to step outside. Miss Lena. Nalante's heart skipped a beat as he turned to find the vivacious maid, Lena, standing before him. He glanced around nervously, relieved to find that the tulip flower was not in sight. Sir Nalante, what a delightful coincidence. Have you also heard about the shaved ice at the castle square? Lena's perception of Nalante had improved significantly, especially since the perfume he gifted had been well received by her mistress. Ah, yes, Miss Lena. Shall we go together? Absolutely. Sir Nalante. With her extroverted nature, Lena eagerly accompanied Nalante toward the square outside the castle. Passing through the imposing castle gates, they were greeted by a vibrant scene in the square. Wow, there are truly so many people, Lena exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. I couldn't believe the servants when they told me. Could this shaved ice truly be more delectable than the ice and honey within the castle? Nalante, taken aback by the spectacle, observed nobles clad in silk gowns unabashedly enjoying their treats in the shade of the trees, an exceedingly rare sight. The two continued to weave through the crowd. Lena approached to watch Catherine and Vivian skillfully crafting the shaved ice, marveling at the innovative combination of crushed ice, dried fruits, and honey. Sir Nalante, are you not going to purchase some? Let us join the queue. At that moment, as Stella was absent, Lena chose not to invoke her mistress's privileges, mindful that such an action could tarnish her reputation. Miss Lena, wait. Nalante called out to her. What is it? Sir Nalante? Miss Lena, there is no need to queue. Let us proceed directly to make our purchase. Nalante chuckled, shaking his head. Having offended the tulip flower the previous night, Nalante was uncertain if his identity would be revealed. Thus, upon seeing Lena, he resolved to seize the opportunity to cultivate a favorable impression, an excellent chance to mend his previous misstep. Miss Lena, actually, this shaved ice stall is mine. What? This stall selling shaved ice belongs to you, Sir Nalante? Lena gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Indeed. Therefore, there is no need for you to wait in line. Please stay here for a moment while I instruct my servants to prepare a few bowls, which I shall present to you and Miss Stella. Oh, that would be splendid. As Lena turned around, a subtle smile graced her lips. Observing the queue, she estimated that it would take no less than 20 minutes before it was her turn. Given the opportunity to bypass the line, she felt a surge of delight. At that moment, her gaze towards Lord Nalante brightened considerably. Although she was uncertain whether the delightful fragrance emanating from him was indeed produced by the esteemed Lord Nalante, the allure of the renowned shaved ice that had captivated the nobility of Tulip City was undeniable. Coupled with Nalante's strikingly handsome and amiable demeanor, his image in her heart elevated significantly. Miss Lena, please wait a moment. With that, Nalante immediately made his way to the long table. The women, engrossed in their tasks, did not notice his arrival until he approached the table, greeted by a guard maintaining order. It was only then that they became aware of his presence. Sir, you have arrived, they exclaimed. Yes, I appreciate your hard work, Nalante said, casting a compassionate glance at the women. Despite the shade provided by the greenery, beads of perspiration had already formed on their foreheads. We are not tired, my lord, they replied. Rosa, please prepare 6 bowls of shaved ice for me. I wish to give them away, Nalante instructed, nodding at the women before addressing Rosa. Yes, my lord. Rosa responded promptly, beginning to craft the bowls individually. Meanwhile, Nalante temporarily took over Rosa's role of collecting payments and communicating with the customers. The patrons in line observed this exchange without much reaction, as they clearly understood from the conversation that he was likely the proprietor of the establishment. My lord, the shaved ice is ready. Before long, 6 bowls, each generously topped with double the ingredients, were completed. Excellent. Nalante nodded, preparing to call a guard to assist in delivering them to Lena, when suddenly, a few startled exclamations arose from the outskirts of the crowd. Make way! Make way! Lord Alding is here! With these cries, a ripple of disturbance coursed through the throng as they parted, revealing Lord Alding accompanied by over 30 guards approaching the long table. So it is you, you rascal. Alding's expression darkened as he squeezed through the crowd. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's report that his ice stock had been completely depleted, he could no longer remain seated and had stormed over, brimming with indignation. Upon recognizing Nalante standing behind the long table, his expression soured even further. Lord Alding, I am conducting business here. I am unaware of your intentions to cause a disturbance. Nalante, having encountered Alding before during the territorial allocation, felt a sense of unease at his unfriendly demeanor. Humph, causing a disturbance? Nalante, this is Tulip City. Who permitted you to set up shop in this square without authorization? Alding scoffed, questioning him. I am well aware that this is Tulip City. However, I recall no regulations forbidding the establishment of stalls in the square, Nalante retorted. In this world, there were no municipal regulations. Street vendors were a common sight, merely requiring some benefits to be offered to patrolling guards to prevent them from making an issue of it. The square, located at the entrance of the Tulip Fortress, naturally deterred any commoner from setting up a stall, while the nobility found no need to engage in such street vending. Thus, there were no explicit regulations permitting or prohibiting the practice. Nalante, you are merely quibbling. Allow me to inform you that unauthorized vending is strictly forbidden in this square. I give you 5 minutes to pack up and depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Aldine glared coldly at Nalante. Such arrogance. Aldine, this city of tulips belongs to the Count. If the Count prohibits it, I shall leave immediately. However, you are merely a vassal of a viscount, and I am eager to see how you will be ungracious. Nalante had anticipated this confrontation and had resolved to stand his ground. Aldine was the instigator in this situation, and Nalante felt no guilt. You seek your own demise. Clang, clang, clang. Aldine, struck by Nalante's words, felt a surge of anger. In addition, with so many eyes upon him, if he failed to subdue this minor knight, he would become the subject of ridicule. In an instant, Aldine drew his sword, and the 30-odd guards behind him followed suit, brandishing their blades menacingly. Clang, clang, clang. Nalante, equally unyielding, had his own guards draw their swords, standing ready for confrontation. The atmosphere, charged with tension, caused the surrounding crowd to scatter in alarm, retreating to observe from a safe distance. Chapter 196. The Feudal Clash. Young one, you possess an audacious spirit. Do you comprehend the dire consequences of drawing your sword before the guards in Tulip City? A glint of icy malice flickered in Alding's eyes as he beheld Nalante's subordinate unsheathing his longsword. Alding, do not distort the truth here. This incident has arisen from your own provocation. You deliberately sought to trouble me in an effort to undermine my ice business. The nobles gathered in the square can clearly see that I am merely acting in self-defense. Young man, there is no need for your feeble justifications. Allow me to issue one final warning. Have your men clear away the wooden table and vacate the square immediately, or do not blame me for being uncivilized. Alding was eager to engage, yet he understood the necessity of crafting a plausible excuse in front of the public. Nay, Alding, let me inform you that there are no regulations in Tulip City prohibiting the sale of ice. Unless the Count himself intervenes, I shall not depart. Excellent. Alding nodded with satisfaction, relieved that the young man did not falter, though his adversary had 10 barbarian guards and 5 ordinary soldiers. He commanded over 30 men and was a silver-tier knight, more than capable of overpowering this youth. Seize them. Spare no one but that young man. Their fates are of no concern. Alding commanded. Yes, kill. In an instant, Alding's guards charged towards Nalante's side. Royal Guard, advance. Bring them all down. Nalante's eyes flashed with cold determination as he issued his order without hesitation. Yes, my lord. For our master, we shall slay, despite facing an overwhelming enemy force. Big Stone did not flinch. With a fierce roar, he charged alongside several other barbarians towards Alding's guards. Nalante refrained from sending the ordinary soldiers into battle. For if Big Stone and his comrades could not handle such a meager force, they were unworthy of being his elite guards. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, in the following moment, the two sides collided violently. Big Stone and his companions, utilizing their long shields and imposing physiques, sent several of the enemy's front ranks sprawling to the ground. A brawl had erupted. A genuine clash had commenced. Panic ensued as the nobles and attendants gasped. They had never anticipated witnessing feudal lords battling each other at the gates of Tulip Castle, under the very feet of the Count. Their admiration grew for the young man, who had the audacity to confront Alding, the esteemed brother of the Count himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Lena's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to dash towards the castle. As the surrounding spectators murmured in astonishment, the battle intensified. Although Big Stone and his comrades displayed commendable prowess, the guards proved worthy of their title as Tulip City's soldiers. After initially being knocked down by Big Stone's charge, they quickly adapted, coordinating in groups of 3 to surround and assault him. Though Big Stone's immense strength allowed him to fend off their attacks, he struggled to truly bring them down in that moment. Certainly, in light of the prevailing circumstances, Alding was profoundly dissatisfied. His desire was to swiftly vanquish these brutish guards, dismantle Naelin's operations, and deliver a resounding humiliation to Naelin himself. A pack of worthless fools. Alding bellowed angrily, then advanced resolutely into the fray. Catherine, follow me. The rest of you stay put. Upon witnessing Alding's entry, Naelin immediately instructed Catherine, young man. Today I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget. A sinister grin spread across Alding's face upon realizing Naelin had also entered the arena. That sentiment is one I wish to bestow upon you. Naelin retorted with a cold smirk. A mere bronze knight dares to speak so boldly? Kneel before me. Alding, incensed by the challenge, summoned his fighting spirit and charged directly at Naelin. Naelin's eyes flickered as he ignited his own fighting spirit and began to maneuver. Clang. So swift? As Naelin moved, Alding's initially fierce strike missed entirely, crashing into the hard stone floor instead. Young man, let's see how long you can evade. Alding, undeterred, had only exerted 60% of his strength, mindful of the consequences of truly slaying Naelin in such a public setting. Catherine, strike him. Before Alding could swing his sword again, Naelin called out to Catherine behind Alding. Whoosh. In the next moment, a sound of slicing air erupted from behind Alding. Alding paused, surprised. You two are a high-ranking bronze knight? Clang. Nevertheless, Alding, being a novice silver knight, easily deflected Catherine's strike. Despite her possessing late-stage bronze strength and attacking from behind. You cunning trickster, I still have one sword left. After Alding blocked Catherine's blow, Naelin seized the opportunity, raising his long sword to slash at Alding's abdomen. Swish. With Naelin's strike, sparks flew from Alding's iron armor, producing a jarring sound of friction. It didn't penetrate. Naelin exclaimed in surprise. His blow merely left a shallow scratch on Alding's armor, failing to breach it. Young man. Do you take me for a pauper like your barrack family? This is enchanted armor. Alding beamed with pride. Is that so? But your hands are surely unprotected. Naelin retorted with a cold laugh. He then continued to coordinate attacks with Catherine, targeting Alding's arms directly. Thud. In no time, a gash appeared on Alding's arm, though shallow. It quickly stained red. Wow, that young man is formidable. He actually struck Alding. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Now, this is going to be entertaining. Look, Alding is truly enraged. The onlookers murmured in excitement. Young man, you seek your own demise. Alding's fury erupted, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. Big Stone, retreat quickly. Naelin's expression shifted upon witnessing Alding's growing bloodlust. He realized that Alding was genuinely intent on killing. Previously, due to the surrounding guards entangled in combat, Alding found himself unable to unleash his full potential, resulting in being subdued by the 2 bronze knights, Naelinter and Catherine. However, once he truly unleashed his fury, even 5 late-stage bronze knights would struggle to contend with him. Indeed, my lord. Upon hearing the command, Dashi and the others immediately began to fight while retreating. You youngsters shall not escape today. As a distinguished silver knight and a noble viscount, Alding felt he had lost all face and was determined to make Naelinter bleed. Upon witnessing this, Naelinter's left hand revealed a handful of white powder. After all, he was acutely aware that relying solely on his true strength would not suffice against Alding. Until now, both sides had refrained from escalating matters, merely seeking to take the other's life. Stop. Just as the battle in the square threatened to escalate into a life-or-death struggle among nobles, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from the rear of the crowd. Hearing this voice, Alding's expression stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. We have witnessed the esteemed count. We have witnessed the esteemed count. The crowd swiftly parted, creating a passageway. A dignified middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, strode forward with an air of authority. Chapter 197. Are you certain you are not mistaken? The Count's expression revealed no trace of emotion as he approached, first casting a scrutinizing glance over the guards on both sides, lingering particularly on the barbarians and the injured common soldiers. At that moment, Nalanter and Alding sheathed their weapons and respectfully stepped forward to offer their greetings. Greetings, Your Excellency the Count. Excellent. You two have certainly enhanced the reputation of our tulip count. Upon hearing the salutation, the Count's gaze finally settled on Nalanter and Alding. Your Excellency, it was this young man who acted recklessly in the square. Alding was quick to cast aspersions upon Nalanter, but before he could finish his sentence, he was met with the Count's icy stare. Silence. As a noble viscount, how can you engage in a private duel with a mere boy in this square? Have you lost all sense? The Count's reprimand caused Alding to tremble, his expression darkening, yet the words on his lips were stifled, leaving him reluctant to speak further. Throughout this exchange, Nalanter remained humble and silent. Yes, Your Excellency. Both Nalanter and Alding responded obediently. Nalanter quickly instructed Rose and the others to continue their stall, before following in the Count's wake towards the castle. Ah, Andrew, you have arrived. Meanwhile, on the passage leading from the castle to the outside, Andrew, accompanied by his caravan, slowly made his way up the hillside. Being a long-standing resident of the tulip territory, he was frequently greeted by various nobles. Soon, Andrew successfully passed through the main gate and arrived at the reception area with his caravan. He pondered the whereabouts of young Nalanter, whom he had not seen in over 4 months. According to the butler and Crow, the lad had grown, though he wondered how true that was. Nalanter, on his journey, did not head to Andrew's castle, but instead sent a subordinate to inform him of his presence. His excuse was that he was traveling with friends and would first visit Tulip City. In truth, he was concerned that upon arriving at Andrew's castle, he would encounter numerous familiar faces, complicating matters. Thus, Andrew, who had long missed Nalanter, found himself reminiscing about this son who had seemingly matured into a fine young man. Yet, before he could dwell on this thought, an approaching noble greeted him. Andrew, you have finally come. Abane, you have arrived quite early this year. But I cannot spare the time to drink with you just yet. I must first check on my young Nalanter. Abane and Andrew were old acquaintances, both sharing a disdain for the hypocrisy often found among nobles, and had formed a solid friendship among the vassals. Upon hearing Andrew's words, Abane rolled his eyes playfully. I wouldn't dare invite you for a drink at this moment. Andrew, you truly should hurry to see your young Nalanter. What has happened to Nalanter? Andrew immediately sensed that something was amiss. Your son just had a fierce confrontation with Alding in the square, and now both have been taken into the inner fortress by the Count. That scoundrel dares to trouble my son again. This time, I shall not let it go unpunished. Andrew was filled with fury, instantly gripping the hilt of his sword, prepared to storm towards the inner fortress. Wait, Andrew. Oberyn hurriedly restrained the wrathful Andrew. What are you waiting for, Oberyn? That scoundrel. If it weren't for the Count's regard, I would have challenged him to a duel to the death long ago. Andrew, your young Nalanth has not suffered. It was that Alding who received a blow, and several of the guards were left bruised and battered by Nalanth's companions. Andrew paused. Taken aback, how is this different from what I imagined? Oberyn, are you sure you didn't mistake someone? Although I wasn't present, I saw the Count escorting Nalanth into the inner fortress. This news has spread throughout the square. Oberyn replied, exasperated. Everyone is now saying that your second son has gained the favor of the God of Glory. Just a few days ago, he defeated Varud, and now he is engaged in combat with Alding. Ah, my young Nalanth has become so formidable? Andrew was lost in thought, finding it somewhat surreal. In his memory, Nalanth was still the boy who could barely grip a longsword. Andrew, you are in for a blessing. It seems your son is destined to rise. Oberyn exclaimed enviously. For in the noble world, family lineage was of utmost importance, and when one ascended, the entire family prospered. He understood the circumstances. The ice shavings business would undoubtedly bring in considerable wealth, ensuring that the Barrack family would no longer face such hardships. Oh, Oberyn, let us celebrate with drinks this evening. Upon hearing this, Andrew quickly regained his senses, bidding farewell to Oberyn, disregarding his eldest son and subordinates, and hastily made his way to the castle. Count. Today's incident was instigated by Nalanth. He deliberately set up a stall in the square, causing chaos. I approached to dissuade him, but he refused to listen and, like his brutish father, attempted to confront me with a few savage guards. Look, Count, this is the wound inflicted by his sword. If I had not chosen to show restraint, how could this bronze knight have possibly harmed me? In the conference hall on the first floor of the inner fortress, the Count sat expressionless upon the iron throne. He did not inquire, but instead observed the two with a silent gaze. The more he remained silent, the greater the pressure on Nalanth and Alding became. Eventually, It was Alding who could no longer bear the weight and spoke first in his defense. Upon hearing him, the Count remained noncommittal, shifting his gaze to Nalath. Nalath understood this was his opportunity to speak and promptly said, "Count, our Barrick family is rather impoverished. And with it being Miss Sidela's birthday celebration, I lack the means to prepare a proper gift. Thus, I set up a stall in the square today to sell ice blocks, hoping to earn enough to buy Miss Sidela a worthy present. Originally, my sales were thriving, as my ice cubes were both affordable and of exceptional quality, much to the delight of the nobles. However, at that moment, Viscount Alding arrived with over 30 guards, driving away my customers and threatening that I must vacate the square immediately, or he would dismantle my stall. Yet, my lord, I am aware of your compassion for the common folk, and that you have never prohibited the setting up of stalls within Tulip City. Therefore, in my pursuit of sufficient earnings, I could not acquiesce. I informed Viscount Alding that I would only depart upon your explicit command. However, emboldened by his status and power, he asserted that he could exercise authority within Tulip City without your directive, and he ordered his men to draw their swords, intending to resort to violence. This was evident to all the nobles present. In order to safeguard myself and my stall, I was compelled to instruct my subordinates to defend against any aggression.